see it's lights, the time of my life. With good vibes tonight and everybody alright. We gon' get it tonight, I'm fresh on my flight. We at the top floor, I'm loving these new heights. It's time to go crazy, man, I just might risk it all today in love with this life. It's tempting out here, it's in everything you like. It's hard out here when everything's in sight. I'm having too much fun, I just really want more. Feel like I'm about to lose all control. We just really getting started, I'ma be me. You do this regardless, we only live once. Let's do this the hardest, this last time was big. And this is the largest, I'm having fun. We just getting started. We just getting started.
Hello, esports fans, and welcome to glorious Copenhagen, one of Europe's finest cities. That's where we are for the inaugural Counter-Strike 2 Major. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, back after a little bit of a hiatus. I sort of had a holiday, I'm back. You probably don't know who I am. Whatever, it's fine. I will say they call these a celebration of Counter-Strike, and therefore we should think of this really as a wedding, because we're about to marry a new installment in the Counter-Strike franchise to a rich 21-year history. Joining me at the ceremony, we have a man who competed at 5 majors, the elite level of Counter-Strike, and of course we have Blair, who this is your 4th major, I believe, and of course, I think you should absolutely be celebrated. How are we doing, guys?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling very celebrated. Thank you, Richard.
Good.
And look, I agree with you. This is a distillation of everything that we love about this game, the legacy of this game. And for me personally, it's a privilege. It's a responsibility to be able to narrate the story that's going to be unfolding over the course of the next 2 weeks.
So eloquently put.
Thank you.
Really, you guys
If
really
that's you
started off
saying
in
it
the
as
right
well.
way.
I had a cup of coffee, you know, I'm ready.
That's really beautiful.
Well, look, here's the teams that we've got here. There's going to be a mix of names. You're going to see some of the big names, people that are very familiar with competing at this level, but you're also going to see some new names. We're going to talk about debutantes a little bit later. But, you know, some of these organizations really stepping up to the plate and getting that first taste of what it is to compete at a major.
Yes, definitely. And if we're talking a little bit about a history of the majors, Richard, you have to imagine for quite a while, this was called the qualification to the major.
Yes.
But we've had obviously a change of process. We talked about new challenger stage. Now we have opening stage, and we have 24 teams overall. To me, emotionally, I don't really know how to dance around this sort of process we're in right now, because it's not a qualifier. You had the major, but it's just the beginning of what could be a very long road.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And looking at his names as well, obviously, a couple of names which are household names, so to speak, when it comes to Counter-Strike. Then you have some of these newbies coming in. For some of them, it's probably the first time playing at a stage like this.
Oh, yeah.
So many emotions here.
Whole different world. Now, look, we can't talk about the teams who are here without kind of mentioning who isn't. And there's a few notable absentees. We'll get this one right out the way at the top of the show. Absolute heartbreak. I've never seen anything like this. Yes. 9 Pandas did so well to qualify to this event, and then unfortunately weren't able to meet that obligation. Absolutely heartbreaking to get within touching distance of a major, and you know, immortality through the stickers and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they had to grind all the way from open qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, taking out teams like Australis, and you know, Return was seized to the major. We're celebrating them, and then eventually, for reasons maybe, you know, most likely outside of control, not making it. It's pure heartbreak. I really feel for them.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
it's absolutely terrible.
One of the worst.
So many folded consequences for them not to being here, just in terms of history of Counter-Strike, putting your name out there, but financially we don't exactly know where things are going to go as well. There are questions that need to be answered. We would have wanted to see 9 Pandas here. I think everybody felt for them. But, you know, that's a good occasion for GamerLegion. Now they get that spot.
And look, I'm going to do what I do when I'm online, which is maliciously attack people. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to talk about Australis not being here. I mean, look, it's the Danish major. It's the one at Copenhagen. And
consequences for them not to being here, just in terms of history of Counter-Strike, putting your name out there, but financially we don't exactly know where things are going to go as well. There are questions that need to be answered. We would have wanted to see 9 Pandas here. I think everybody felt for them. But, you know, that's a good occasion for GamerLegion. Now they get that spot.
And look, I'm going to do what I do when I'm online, which is maliciously attack people. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to talk about Australis not being here. I mean, look, it's the Danish major. It's the one at Copenhagen. And you just assume Australis are going to be there. I think maybe they assumed they were going to be here. And kind of not having them here, I've got to say, I think it does feel weird. I know it's been a while. It's like 3 majors in a row that they've missed. But I really thought, you know, with the money that they spent and the team they assembled, you're you're like, okay, I'll see you in Copenhagen.
And I think that's what is so biblical about this tragedy that I want to name when it comes to Astralis, right? When this lineup was put together through thick and thin, you're talking super team. That is it. Like, this is the Danish roles we want to see. And all of that just to not make it in goddamn Copenhagen, which is supposed to be your base. And I mean, the answer, the reaction was immediate. You put away, you separate from your leader. Blameth now on the bench trying to find a new team. Device is going to step in as a leader. That's the magnitude of the failure. And I mean, obviously, we could always discuss whether or not that's a good idea, debate whether or not. But what is not debatable is that they massively messed up. And that's why they're on here in Copenhagen.
It's kind of funny because, you know, when you look at the way the team was built up, you know, it left a bit of a bitter taste in the mouths of many, myself included. But I was excited. I'm like, this lineup still looks very good.
I believe in them.
It was a catastrophe. You don't use that word often, but this was a massive catastrophe for Danish Counter-Strike and, of course, the players in Astralis.
Well, yeah, and obviously, I think they got that. They got a viewing party going on. I think so that you can go and hang out with the players. Imagine how miserable that's going to be. We should go. Actually, I think that'd be hilarious.
It's kind of cruel to tell the players, like, by the way, guys, we have a viewing party. I'm going to need you to go there.
You're going to sit here every day and watch the other teams play the tournament.
That's like clockwork. They have to keep watching the majors.
Exactly. Just going to watch the last RMR game. There's another notable absentee. I mean, you get so used to the majors, obviously. As we went through CSGO, you know, we're entering a new era, a new phase now, but, you know, no Simple. And obviously, as much as we can compartmentalize CSGO history and we are moving on to this new game, you know, there's legacy, there's history, and Simple's one of those players where, you know, you don't get majors given to you. You don't just get to have them all the time. And so to kind of like not be here and kind of miss one.
And I like what you're doing here because you're tiptoeing around the topic, and we all do it. We all do it because it's hard to talk about, because he's earned such a huge legacy around his name that we're not just going to disparage him out there. But the fact is, his transition to CS2 was completely trash. Like, he tried, that didn't work. He said, you know what, I'm not okay with this game. I don't want to play. I respect him for being at least coherent in his decision. But the reason he's isn't here is that he wasn't up for it. He didn't like the game, didn't want to put the time in. He moved away from it. And now we would like him to be back, but there is a reason why he isn't here at all.
Well,
and it's kind of complicated to touch on because, you know, a major is always better with Simple. And it's a hard thing for me not to have him here.
Counter-Strike is just better with a Simple playing at his highest level, like 100%.
Is that going to happen ever again?
I think so. I believe he still has something left in him, but the drive has come from inside, has come from internally within. And I just look at some players like your Monacies, I'm looking at someone like Dong, I'm looking at someone like Robs, by the way, he's been around the block for a while. They just ran into the game. The moment CS2 came out, they're like, we're going to play this game, we're going to grind it the hell out of it. And look at where they are right now. Well, Simple, look, you're allowed to have your decisions, your likes and dislikes, but, you know, this is what it is.
I saw that game where he rifled. It's good to know he's mortal after all.
Forget about it.
Have to shelve that one. But look, maybe some of these players, the debutants, maybe they could be the next Simple. It's actually wild how many people are making their major debut here at this event. And like I say, it's all ages. These aren't all, you know, teenage Wonder Stars, AIM Stars. You've got guys like Muteris in there. He's doing it for the boomers. He's finally got to a major. I'm super happy about that.
I mean, it's such a cool thing because when you talk about debutants, you're thinking youth, you're thinking young, and of course there are a number of them right there.
There are a few.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the Iberian story for me personally. Yeah. Looking at Muteris, looking at Roman, looking at just the heartbreaks that they've had to endure in the past couple of years, not making it to the major and finally getting it done. Maybe in the twilight of their years, but still they're right here.
Yeah, very much. I mean, you know, Maniac, I'll hit you up on this. Like, I saw a lot of what I would consider like crocodile tears, you know, when people were qualifying for like another major and, oh, that's another big pile of money for me, right? I get it. You know, we all love that. We all love money, right? But I will say, when I saw the emotions from Saw, because they tried so many times, and Muteris in particular has fallen at the last hurdle so many times, for them to make a comeback and get over the line, that's a cool story. I'm really rooting for them here at this event.
100%. It's so romantic to see him finally make it. And we all remember that last round versus VP. It was outsiders at the time for Antwerp, and, you know, the heartbreak not making it to the major. And also want to give them a shout out because some of these players were playing against me when I was playing as a professional, and I gave up. I threw in the towel. I said, you know what, I'm going to come to the desk. This is more comfortable. This is friendlier around here. They didn't. They stuck with different lineups. There's like a revolving door in SAW as well. They changed a million times. They went to S-tier event. They got absolutely bashed around. They stuck to it. They stuck to it, and now finally they have this reward being here in Copenhagen. And hell, listen, we have to talk about their momentum currently. So it's like on a 9 series win streak to the point where we are considering, wait a minute, like, is something happening here? Like, are we going to talk about about them in the elimination stage, that is the craziness as well.
So look, I'm going to give you the job of explaining the format to people at home, because I think you make it simple.
No pressure whatsoever,
Yeah,
but I'll do it.
my brain, it's just numbers. It just doesn't work. So talk me through it. What's happening here?
I'm going to make this very, very simple, right? Opening games are all going to be best of ones. I'm going to distill it to one very simple phrase. Win 3 games before you lose 3 games.
Rolls off the tongue.
It's pretty simple. Win 3 games before you lose 3 games. So you're going to be playing best of ones until you are either at the elimination stage where you've lost 2 games, or you're 1 win away from qualifying to the next stage. That is going to be a best of 3. Have I done justice to this?
You nailed it.
I nailed it? Did I nail it?
Any game that has a consequence will be best of 3.
When the video stopped.
Yes.
That's how I knew you nailed it. So anyway. All right, I'm going to be, it's one of those desks, guys. So look, why don't we talk about what's happening on the secondary stream? This is what's going to be happening. It's not just us. You don't just have to hang out with us all day if you don't want to. You can see we're talking about Saw. That's going to be the last game of the day on Stream B. They've got that Iberian Peninsula derby down there. That's going to be awesome. I mean, again, Movistar, a team that actually, you know, also surprised, right? So, and they're looking pretty good right now. Then before that, you have Heroic versus Linvision. Linvision obviously coming through the Asian quals. Apex versus Pain Gaming. Apex, of course, have been doing very well of late. One to watch, might be an underdog pick, and that's going to start with Eternal Fire versus the Mongols, which, again, you're always advocating for the Mongols and talking about, this is the one, this is the major.
This is the time, Richard.
Yeah.
This is the time that, we're going to have an Asian team make it to the next stage of the major. It's going to happen right here. I'm kind of a little disappointed it's not on the A stream.
I know, it is. It's almost the spiciest matchup of the day.
Listen, I think that one will be straight fire. I'm not going to lie.
100%. And I bumped into a major from Eternal Fire. We exchanged a couple of words before they were going live, and I told him, I know it sort of sucks on paper to play Mongols in the best of 1 in opening. It's not an easy game, but the plus side, the upside is that everybody's now online mentally if you're Eternal Fire. You know your first game is going to be a Godnam battle. Yep. There's no doubt about it. And I think there's something good. This is going to be a long day. Teams are going to play 2 matches. You cannot just be kind of chilling into your first game thinking, we know we're going to play an AMKAL. No, that's not what's happening here. You're starting with Mongols. We know what they can do in best of 1, and I think it puts them in the right mindset.
Yeah, I think the best of 1's obviously, pointing that out on the formats, it's really precarious, particularly as well. Everyone's just getting settled in. You're going to see upsets today, 100%.
Listen, let's just address it immediately.
Yeah, go on.
If I could have a world in which we don't have best of 1 at the majors, I would. 100%. I don't think anybody is really discussing that. We know there are logistical challenges, timeline and all. The events would have to be much longer, but it is the reality that we are dealing with now. And in terms of stories that are going to unfold in the next 2 weeks, this day is going to start some of these journeys. It absolutely and concretely. I've seen heartbreaks. I've seen Vitality fuck it up, be 0-2 after day 1 because they miss a veto. These things actually really do happen. You might make a mistake and think, it's just a day 1 of major, let's take it easy. No. Some of these routes will be decided today. You have a bad day, you're 0-2, you have to win 3 best of 3s just to make it.
Coming out of 0-2, it's like the
horrible.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It's so hard that when a team manages to do it, like Saw did at the RMR, for example, it's memorable. We talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how
it's a
rare
run back, dude.
So if you take it, I completely agree with Maniac, you take it easy in the first map, the pressure, it's going to start to mount, and then it's going to be unbearable, and then teams crumble.
Well, on the mainstream, we'll be seeing some of these teams crumble, perhaps. Let's have a look. This one to end the day down here. I just want to draw your attention to this. FURIA versus Legacy, right? It's Fallen versus Coldzera. That's happened before. The Master versus the Student. But this time, they're both going to be opening.
I love it.
So that's like just crazy. I'm so into that.
I know. There's so many storylines to touch on. And just, can you imagine if Legacy actually comes on top, Coldzera beating his old captain, his old sniper, now as a sniper. Like, I can do what you were doing, and I can do it better than you. That's how strong I am.
And everyone's hyped to see Coldzera back in the major. Obviously contributes so much to the history of the game.
Yeah.
GamerLegion versus AMKAL there. GamerLegion, obviously the replacement for 9 Pandas that we talked about earlier. ENCE versus Imperial, the Glaive success story. A team hired with 12 hours left to go before the deadline, and you're here at the major. Crazy. And the game we're going to talk about now, the first one we're going to have on this mainstream, the tenured excellence of Cloud9 taking on a team of debutants from Denmark in Ecstatic. In many ways, if you're an Astralis fan, cheer for these guys temporarily.
You think they would do that? I don't really know if it's like regional fandom, if it's
I don't know how it
team.
works there, yeah.
We would have to ask them.
Well, I mean, look,
are you
you
like an
bought a
Orc
ticket
fan?
expecting Astralis to be here. You've got to do something now.
Exactly, you have to.
I mean, you have a glaive to cheer on, if they've talked
Well,
about Danes.
I don't know. Do you cheer on IGLs? I don't know. Do you? But anyway, this is a very interesting game. When I was looking at the initial pair-ups for matches, I was like, Ecstatic couldn't have got it a harder way to start a major. It's like so wild they got to take on this specific Cloud9 line.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. If experience is over the factor through which we look at this game, the contrast could not be any starker.
Yep.
This is the starkest contrast you could possibly find. You're talking about major debutant, the whole roster versus 4 actual major winners.
Yes.
That is not even a gap. It's like an absolute galaxy between these two teams. And just because there is this special flavor to playing the major that we always talk about here, it feels like this is almost an unbearable task, unbeatable opponent they have to go up against for Ecstatic.
Yeah, and as you can see there, 4 major winners, that pedigree, that quality, but...
I know.
Yeah,
but,
that's a big but there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, look, we can get the elephant in the room out the way. Obviously, Cloud9 have been a little bit disappointing since they assembled what I'm sure in their mind was going to be a super team.
I mean,
right?
they've had their issues, right? Like the IGLing issues, Electronicum's in IGL moving pieces around. Let's get the most obvious thing out of the way. They don't really have an AWPer here. That's a problem. You look at every top team out there, they should have one. Boomich is no real AWPer, let's be real about it. But even keeping that aside, I'm looking at the results this year thus far. It's been middling at best. And this is a team assembled to win events, to be contending for titles. The only convincing run we saw from them thus far was at the RMR. Just that one event out of 5.
But also because we haven't had an actual goddamn functioning team ever since the beginning of this roster.
Yes,
We've
let
had
it
a
out,
team
Maniac.
where an MVP candidate became an IGL, which meant he was shackled. And then when he was freed up, we didn't have a sniper. So now your sniper is Boomich. Now I'm going to say something that might sound controversial. If you love Cloud9, you want them to fail here. That's what you want them to. You want them to fail.
He's bringing the heat.
You don't
Blade.
want them
It's
to
out of
think that
nowhere.
this
Here
is
we go.
working.
No.
Because it hasn't been. So listen, they're going to be fine in the opening stage. They're going to make it to Elimination Stage, just purely based on the quality that's right here next to me. But I need them to fail after that, because we deserve that strong team to be together. We deserve Electronic to be winning and to be out there, and it's not going to happen with this roster. That pisses me off. It's pissed me off for a long time enough. It's the moment. Like, please. And I say that as a fan of the team.
No,
I'm a
get
fan
it.
of them.
I do get it. I mean, look, also just as well, because it's like we've just framed them as being unbeatable opponents for Ecstatic, and now we're just criticizing.
It also is true.
But I'll also add as well, AMKAL, he's been on the carton of milk for a little bit. He's missing in action. So, I mean, is that just a role thing, or is this just eventually they're going to keep playing with each other, get settled, find their levels, and maybe they can have Boomich kind of doing this hybrid kind of thing and it work?
No. I don't think so. I completely disagree with that. I feel like Axel, we've seen enough from him to know what he can achieve in his team, right? Or any team for that matter.
Have we?
In the past, a long time ago.
Online?
Fair enough.
When have we on LAN?
I've seen it on LAN a couple of times here and there.
I want to.
You want to believe?
Like, I really want to.
But I agree with Maniac here. I do agree. This is a team, in the current form they are in right now, are not going to be winning any championships. They're not going to be going for any really crazy deep runs. Are they going to make it to the next stage? Absolutely, I believe so. When it comes to the next stage, are they going to make it to the playoffs? Maybe there is a chance. Are they going to go deep? Hell no. So I agree with Maniac in a way. You want to rip that Band-Aid off, fix it right now, because there's too much talent on this team to be wasted.
And what they have, though, going for them, because I'm not just going to be out there and being a bad wolf about them, they have the warrior mentality that you need to have at a time like the major, at a big event. This is why you can never really discard them, because they're ready to get dirty, they're ready to get messy. The Counter-Strike that they play is far from being the most polished. They don't have the latest sort of executes and all, but they get down to it. The clutches, these late round situations, they know how to handle them. You talk about AMKAL, we can get technical for just half a second. There's obviously a confidence issue. It's been the case since they've made all of these roster changes. It's been a bit complicated, and because of the roles and positions he plays, because he's usually alone on sides of the map, it's harder for you to do what you need to do when you don't have that confidence. He isn't a Rups. You can leave a Rups on the side and you know that he's going to make the choice. He's going to have that moment. He pushes the engine on and he gets to fight when he needs to. AMKAL doesn't really have the confidence now, so he's left a little bit alone. When you're part of the pack, you get an easy kill here and there. That's how Counter-Strike just works. You trade, you follow your teammate, you get your easy kill, you're back into the game. When you're on the side, if you're having a hard time, buddy, it's just you. It's you and your thoughts.
Yeah.
And hello, Darkest, my old friend.
Yeah,
lonely
place to be. Ecstatic, tell me what's good about them, Blair. Obviously, they caught my eye. There was like 1 or 2 players. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Denmark's cooking again. An embarrassment of riches in that country.
It is funny because I was looking at his team, right? And you're looking at players like, your Salazars as the Opera, for example. You're looking like Kragan, good fragger. Salazar a little too inconsistent for my liking. But who impressed me the most in his team was their IGL. And Astralis could even pick him up. Patty, as an IGL, has been calling some really solid, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike. That is the reason they're here at the Major. They went up against Guild Eagles, a team that's very fiery, very feisty, going to be in-your-face Counter-Strike in a must-win game, and they won it. And even individually speaking, I feel like Patty has been someone who's been stepping up to the plate, especially the RMR. If you look at the past 3 or 4 months, he's at the bottom of the table. You look at RMR, he was the 2nd or 3rd highest rated player for his team. So him has been the player for me for Ecstatic.
A lot of IGLs would kill for that stat line, right?
Definitely, and the caveat as well is...
Another IGL right there, Astralis, I'm just saying.
Listen, if we want to make the list of players they should have picked up, they haven't. I think that's
if I see him at the Astralis party across the road, I know what's going on.
We're going to have to follow him, make sure someone's got an eye on this guy.
Exactly.
He was also superly involved in opening kills. We talked about it at the RMR, so he had to sort of take risks for his team. And Ecstatic is also a team that had to survive a heartbreaking loss before they actually could punch their tickets. And that to me speaks volume about what the team is made of, because some teams after that loss, it was Apex, I believe, 1-2 with last few rounds, 11-13 clutches that we even broke down on the desk because they were so tense. That would have destroyed lesser teams. They would have never come back from these sort of deficits and these defeats.
I also think it's worth mentioning, yes, they beat Guild Eagles, who are definitely a feisty, spicy team. But also, I mean, Guild Eagles are never not playing. Every day there's a Guild Eagles game, it feels like. And they must be one of the kind of more regimented and well-oiled machines out there to go up against. And so to make a comeback against them under those circumstances, what we're really talking about with Ecstatic is character.
Yeah, and also I think you're talking about character resilience. You can link that to clutching abilities of Salazar. And it is something that I got really excited about at the RMR. We sort of discovered him when he stood in for Heroic. We weren't exactly privy to that kind of guy. He came into an unfamiliar situation, complicated situation with Heroic. But then at the RMR, he had more than one very meaningful clutches, 1v2, 1v3s, where the aim is just true. And it's not just flicks or whatever, it's just when he's put in a position where the next hit is going to decide whether or not you win your clutch and you better have a safe rest, he did it, and he'd done it multiple times.
I agree with you. I think his clutching ability is honestly very phenomenal for an Opera as well. But what I would like to see more from him is a more consistent output with the AWP across a series, across a tournament. That is where I feel is lacking. Sometimes he just completely disappears from the server seemingly, and then he has a great clutch here and there, right, Matthew? But if he's able to find a modicum of consistency, that's when his team can be dangerous. And that guy right there.
I mean, I like that we have a shot of Castle as well here as a coach.
Yeah.
Because he was just kind of poached in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Poached in very, very recently. When you think about, we're labeling these guys debutants, they don't really have a whole lot of experience. They can get into their own heads. Supremely important to have someone behind you that is going to pull you back from darkness if you fall into it. Castle is not going to revolutionize the Counter-Strike they play. He didn't have the time for it. That probably wasn't his task at all. It's just to be behind them and help them see something they're missing when you're in front of the elephant and you can't see at all. Well, they have to do that.
Look, I did a little bit of coaching way back in the day, and it's hard.
Who the hell do you coach?
I don't know anything about the game, obviously, but that's fine, because a lot of it is just conflict resolution. It's getting two people who fundamentally disagree to come together and align on a vision for what the team should be doing. It's somebody that's getting one banged and just telling them, you keep taking this fight, stop doing that, because it's not your day today. Let's move to plan B. And I think it's actually, the funny part is Astralis put a statement out saying, we didn't have a guy behind us at the RMR, and that was actually a big factor. And then obviously the guy who could have been there is now doing it for Ecstatic. I think it's a masterful move by them, sort of bring somebody in at the last second.
Yes, absolutely. And just to add on to how uncharted of a territory this is for the team of Ecstatic, the RMR was the first LAN as a 5-man unit, as a lineup. The RMR, by the way. And now you're at a major.
Yes.
The biggest event you've ever played together as a team, even as individuals. So yes, having an outside voice, someone who's been around for a while, will definitely help them out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think I bumped into Hobbit. I bumped into a lot of players, actually. This is why I love staying in hotels. I just realized
hey, what's up, buddy?
People are going to think I'm stalking them, just following them. I'm following them in dark hallways.
And a glass of wine or cognac, talking to players all day.
Let's talk about the game. But Hobbit did say something that resonated with me. He said, you know what? I feel way less pressure than the RMR. And I think it's a true statement.
Well, yes.
It sounds counterintuitive because it's the major and the pressure is supposed to go linearly higher, but we know how cutthroat the RMR is for a big name, big staples. You can never miss at the RMR.
Yeah,
you can never fail at the RMR.
From this point onwards,
exactly. And now that you are here, I think playing Cloud9 for Ecstatic, it's not the right time to play them. We would have preferred to play them at the RMR where maybe they're afraid of not making it through. They've made it. They're here now. Less pressure.
Veto, I want to remind you of something you said the other day when we were having a very sophisticated dinner. And you said this was reminiscent of another event where Cloud9 on day one had a bit of a disaster against an underdog.
That is correct. I believe Katowice starts with a loss to Rebels, the regional hero.
Yes.
So now, if you are a conspiracy theorist, you can already see it laid out in front of you, right? In Katowice, lost to Rebels, regional heroes. We're in Copenhagen. Where is Ecstatic from? Right from Denmark. It's all planned. It's all working out.
Here's the little problem for the maps, right? I'll tell you why.
Where to begin?
It's going to be an Ancient. It's a map that both these two teams, again, best of ones, is the middle of the pack, so to speak. And I don't think Cloud9 really have even with the wins they had in the RMR, they don't really have a really deep map pool. Right? They're going to be shaking their hands right there. And despite the fact that this is a map where both the teams have kind of equal win rate on, Ecstatic are grinders. They play a lot of these. Now, maybe not against the best of opposition, but they are going to be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ancient is a map that's really kind of gained in popularity. Teams are kind of like, more inclined to, roll the dice on that one, even if it's not in their wheelhouse. But I think just the nature of it, I mean, this is a map that's, if you know how to play it, it's always going to be a close matchup. So do you see a way for the upset here?
I don't really, quite honestly. And I don't really think the map could have changed the conversation. Just to focus on Ancient a little bit, it's a map that Cloud9 have tried multiple different setups on. And I think, unfortunately for Ecstatic, they might have just now zoned in on what works for them. Like we saw Electronic and AMKAL permutating, someone playing middle, someone playing towards Donut, changing once again. And now it feels like they've found their way. Hobbit is not a liability at all on this map. He plays it quite well. So the win conditions get a little bit dicier for Ecstatic. But again, I don't think that my answer would have been different before or after the veto. I still think it's a slam dunk for Cloud9. Personally, I think the heartbreak comes later in the
Okay, all right.
The only worrying thing here for me for Cloud9 is they haven't played this map at the RMR, right? The last data we have was in Katowice, which is, I know it's just a few weeks ago, but it feels like a lifetime in Counter-Strike. So I do wonder if they've had a few switch-ups coming in here. Maniac says there is no chance of an upset. I feel there is a tiny little chance. I think I've been very impressed with the way Ecstatic have played. But if you're just going to play the way of the odds, Cloud9 should still have this in the bag. If they don't, then just get them out.
I mean, obviously, there's, can the fact that Boomich is doing this kind of like hybrid role, can't that play to the advantage of this map?
So the advantage of the map, I guess you can make a point that on the T side, you can get away with not having an AWPer, maybe more than all other maps, technically. And this is usually where Cloud9 falters, that you have maps where if the game starts in a bad way, an AWPer is going to help you find openings into complicated rounds. You see teams being down 0-4, 0-5 on the T side. Here comes the AWP, and I'm going to get a couple of picks. We're going to come back into the game. When we have money, we can use our strats. This is usually where Cloud9 falters. If they go down to that 0-4, 0-5, people stand and look at them thinking, this is bad CS. And part of it is also because they don't have that ability to unlock the game with an opening kill with the AWP. He's serviceable on the CT side, and serviceable is the best word I'll use. It's the most generous word I can use. He's serviceable sometimes on the CT side. That's a fact.
Yeah.
It is a fact.
He has moments.
But on the T side, he is not going to yield it. What he does is he creates space.
He's going to run
literally, he runs. Fast as hell. Wily Coyote out there.
For Ecstatic, I feel like, just trying to remember a couple of Ancient games I saw. Queenix, for me, I mean, he's going to be the A anchor playing over there, and he's going to be facing a lot of pressure coming in. I personally feel, when you see the T side, I'm not sure which team's going to be starting the T side over here, but if it is going to be Cloud9's T side, that A bomb side, it's going to be harassed. It's going to be bombarded, and Queenix has to stand up to the task. My problem is he has kind of struggled.
He didn't at the RMR.
Yep.
He really didn't, and I feel a little bit uneasy about pouncing down on a debutant, and that obviously is running low on experience and all, but within his position, some of the tasks that he has got to do is be clear on his rotations, when to leave your spot, when not to. He made remarkable mistakes at the RMR, like being a little bit impatient with the peak, being a little bit ENCE, moving around where he doesn't have to. These are signs and symptoms of stress and pressure that we saw at the RMR. I'm hoping that this was discussed and that it's not going to be something that can be abused, because if you have an anchor that is a liability, the game becomes so easy for the opponent. just a little bit of activity on the other side of the map, and here we go on the guy that doesn't know where to position himself, doesn't know how to handle the timing. That could be a problem. It was at the armor.
Even if it's not going to be a bit of a fake, if it's just going to be a straight A hit, you know, you got to at least get a multi-kill before you get taken out, or stay alive. You need to stay alive. You lose that bomb site, the smokes come in, the retakes are not going to be easy. We might be criticizing Cloud9 as much as we have so far, but you cannot forget the fact your players like Electronic, your players like Perfecto. Once they play this post-plant, it's going to be nigh impossible for them to retake. So yeah, Queenix, I'm going to be keeping an eye on him for this particular map.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the stakes are really high here because Ecstatic, you know, if they somehow get that upset win, suddenly they're looking at potentially an easier opponent. It could depend on how all the results go. And obviously Cloud9, I agree. I think they're under a unique kind of pressure than some of the teams that are here because I think, yeah, there is a potential for a lineup change if this is a disastrous campaign. So, which you want. So,
at this point in time,
why do you hate them?
I know, yeah, why?
No,
why?
I actually am probably the only one that actually loves them truly, but you know, when you love someone, you have to be honest.
You got to be cruel to be kind.
Exactly, you got to be honest. If you respect someone,
we're
set
ready.
them free.
I wish I did that in my relationships.
It's the first game of the Copenhagen Major, and this one is going to be brought to you by a local hero himself. You might have heard of him. It's called Anders, and he's going to be commentating with the Swiss Army knife of esports, Jason Moses O'Toole. How are you doing, fellas?
Well, Jason, how are you doing? We're back in the mix. We're back in the chairs.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm just excited to get this one underway. Pissed Around is live. Cloud9 taking on Ecstatic to kick off the Copenhagen Major. Cloud9 going to be starting on this T side, attacking into the Ecstatic defense. And, oh, we got dualies. The dualies Major, we'll call this one.
It's about time. I know you're one of the original, along with Get Right, that really was, you know, talking about the dualies before anyone else was. And here they are being used. Actually, we got 2 sets of dualies. So attacking into that, especially the elevated position, could be quite tricky, I reckon.
There's some options here that Cloud9's going to be creating as they come out mid. And a little bit of a duel with the P250. Patty's going to be held at bay. Doesn't want to commit, swings very wide. Now you're committed, now you've gone down. Deep smoke in towards Donut as well prevents anyone from shifting in a position to help out. And this split towards the A bomb site is looking real strong.
Boomich with all that utility, a smoke and a Molotov, they can clear out so many positions, or they can just get the headshots. I guess that'll get the job done as well. Perfecto to take down Salazar to begin with, a 3 versus 5 before they even get close to the bomb site. That's pretty sick. I mean, what a start. Hobbit swinging around and shooting Queenix right into the back of the head. This is done. There's absolutely nothing Ecstatic could do in this round.
No, they got wrecked, completely outplayed. I mean, the individual decision-making, Patty really committed to that fight over in Red Room. Donut is smoked off. Even if it wasn't, he had no teammates there, so that's a huge overcommitment. And then losing the middle of the map in that fashion is so hard to recover from for Ecstatic. You had like the little one-tap from Perfecto out towards Temple. That doesn't help anything.
No, it's disappointing because you had the setup for it, but they were expecting for the A attack to come through the main tunnel, and obviously not from the donut position. So a little bit of a start here. I think this is, you know, that's the first slip up. This shot though, yeah, so dirty.
He's just sliding into it.
All right,
nicely done from Perfecto. Double kill from Hobbit. That's all she wrote. So 1-0 for Cloud9, and they're going to get the advantage heading into round 2. And looks like we're chilling. Looks like we're going to start this round over as everyone hangs out.
Yeah, can't really disagree. Boom. It's done quickly. I've got to say, how
do you feel? You're a local hero.
Local hero.
He called you an it as well.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a local hero.
It's a local. I'll take it. You know, whatever praise I can get, really.
It's a low bar for Anders Billum.
Yeah. I guess it is local. I always think of Copenhagen as being quite far away, but I only live 30 minutes from here, so I guess it's not that far. But just in Danish terms, a 30-minute drive is a long time, I reckon. I realize in the US it's different.
Yeah, no, I think it's more just I can't really name another city other than Copenhagen and Odense, really. So
yeah,
I think
fair.
Everyone's just from Copenhagen if you're Danish.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean, it's about true. Like 1.5 million people or something live in the greater Copenhagen area.
Okay.
Out of the 6 million that exist in the country.
Yeah,
so
that's a decent chunk.
Yeah, it's a good bet anyway. Like, you're probably right on if you say that. Well, who do you have winning this one? Is anyone going to pick anything other than Cloud9? Like, it's going to be hard to justify that, I think.
I think we're going to have a lot of those. I'm going with Cloud9, just to answer your question.
Yeah.
That'd be my pick as well. I think it's going to be hard, especially in this opening stage. There's some tricky matchups in this opening round. This just doesn't feel like it's one of them. This one doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of win conditions for the Ecstatic side of things. Outside of some massive underperformance from Cloud9 and a massive overperformance from like an individual on Ecstatic that you'd really need, it just seems like there's too many things that would have to go right.
One of these type of matches where the best of one format probably is super helpful to Ecstatic if they can have that one, right? Because, you know, at least you can have one sick map that nobody saw coming, but obviously winning a full best of 3, I think is going to be a little bit of a different matchup for them.
Sure.
But they did perform really well at the RMR. I mean, I was impressed. I thought, you know, there were a lot of other Danish teams that we thought were going to go through. So
yeah, and
more power to them.
Yeah, they didn't exactly work out that way, did it?
No, it didn't. I don't know why it has to be that way.
It is interesting having this be like the main Danish representation at the first Copenhagen major.
It's like that time, you remember when DreamHack put on that thing when they had like 3 different Swedish teams playing? It was like a Welcome to Sweden vibe.
Like one of the first Malmos or something?
Yeah, well, this was in Stockholm. They had like one with Fnatic and NIP, and I can't remember what the third one was, but it's like a whole thing, and like welcome, like I think very games where they're playing, it was like a whole, you know, they were like, yeah, we're Swedish. We're at the top of Counter-Strike. You can come chat, and they all just got blown up.
That was like real early in CS:GO. That was like 2015, 14.
Something like that. Yeah. It had one of the hypest intros that's been made for a really long time. Like I'm gonna tweet it out after the game. I'll remind everyone. It's sick. Here we are though. Some restarts are coming in. Hopefully that means we are hopefully good to go in a couple of seconds here.
Yeah, they were just running around spawn, shooting at the walls, making sure everything feels good. And yeah, this reset, we'll see what they start buying. Looks like it's going to be potentially good to go. Nope, I'm wrong.
Wrong again. How's your vibes currently on the map of Ancient? Are you enjoying the map still?
Yeah, I love it. It's kind of, I guess, a little bit. I mean, I like the way it plays a lot. One thing I don't like is like the spawn changes back to what like they originally were.
Yeah.
Into CS2, I would like to see them go back to the reverted, like a little bit more aggressive. So there's a little bit more chance for like meeting in the early round. It feels like we've gone back to that world where teams frequently sit behind utility.
Yeah, true.
The nade blowing up in smokes obviously helps alleviate some of that, but it's not like an every round occurrence always that you're going to challenge through that. But the map in the mid round is a glorious, is a beautiful tactical maneuverability.
Yeah, I've really come around myself. I think I was a little bit more sour on it to begin with, but I do kind of like it. Okay. A nice tower that's been built in the middle. Knocked down by Hobbit and Ace in the second round, yeah? That's how you want to get the major started, really. Even if it's just against pistols, it still feels pretty good.
Yeah, that feels so good. That stack actually backfires. Hobbit got 2 kills before he even realized it was a 5-man stack, and the verticality doesn't do anything. So Hobbit gets away with an ace, all 5 kills in the second round. And that's a confidence boost heading into the first gun round. There was no investment from Ecstatic, so no big deal. You're going to laugh that one off. And we get started with the M4s and utility.
Third round, such a scary round here for Ecstatic again. We're talking about a bit of a miracle. I think you framed it nicely. It has to be Ecstatic overperforming. It has to be Cloud9 underperforming. And that has to start right now. They can't really be slow out the gate here on the CT side.
Deep CT smoke at the double doors, but nobody's going to work with it. Boomich is going to lead the way. Perfect flashbang, but good job holding on. M4's doing some work. There's a lot of bodies here from Ecstatic.
Dragon coming in, takes down one. He knows there's a second one back there, but he can't beat AMKAL to the punch.
Dude, there's 4 CTs. Look at the X's on the minimap. 4 CTs where they died inside the bomb site. If you cannot hold this bomb site with 4 defenders, woo, that's bad news for the rest of the map.
There's nowhere to go, right? Like, I guess there is. You could put a 5th player in there and just not defend the rest of the map, but obviously that's going to feel really, really bad. Phoenix already smoked out, flashed out. They have another Molotov behind it even. Actually does get a kill on AMKAL through, but I don't think it improves the situation that much.
He's got no kit.
Should be able to do this.
No kit as well. He's just got to risk it.
Yeah, has to go for it. Puts up a bit of a smoke. He's got the grenade up, trying to jump his way through, but Electronics on the other side. 4 people defending the bomb site and still not able to come up with a victory.
And most of them focused on the B ramp as well. They had enough utility down in cave to make sure that split was not really joined in any efficient manner. And it's just fantastic trading. 2 players here. Hobbit gets the trade. Next up, Axile's going to get that trade, the follow-up, and then you're like, oh, there's way more people here than I expected, but man, the fact that this collapses with all 4 players there is got to be heartbreaking, because it feels like Ecstatic had the right read, the right shift, the right rotation, and it still doesn't pan out in their favor.
Well, yeah, not a lot to work with in this round, obviously. It's going to be pistols, a couple of upgraded ones, a single smoke. That is about it. You're right, though. They actually were looking at the B ramp. That's usually my #1 criticism for anyone defending the bomb side on the CT side, is that feeling that sometimes people, they show up, but they're never expecting for the Ts to really be there, and they get caught a little bit sleeping, but kind of looked like Ecstatic were at least aware that that could have happened.
Well, yeah, sure. Especially on that round when you know there's going to be a little bit of a low buy coming in. We'll see how they fare moving forward. This round's nice and easy for Cloud9 as they just shift in and walk into some fights. Again, unarmored USPs, a couple upgraded pistols with light armor, but no real stopping power for this defense. And Cloud9 now have the entire map at their disposal.
Taking their time here, but can't really blame them. Again, there's so much on the line. This kind of a format, losing these early best of ones can just set you up so badly. Yeah, take it easy. It's the 5-7 at the back of the bomb site. USP, not enough stopping power to take anyone down. Hobbit having himself a fantastic start to the series.
Yeah, he's it's always feels good, and they brought it up on the desk as well. Hobbit saying he felt a little bit more nervous, a little bit more stress and pressure at the RMR. Now he's in his kind of comfort zone. He's been here plenty of times. Major champion himself.
Yeah.
Major MVP, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
It's crazy to think about, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was one of the freakiest major runs that really nobody saw coming, with Zeus obviously departing Na'Vi.
Yes.
Playing for Gambit. Like, no one thought that was going to happen.
All the way back in 2017, PGL Krakow.
Yeah, what a time.
And a pause taken from Ecstatic. They want to talk things over. They get the op out on Salazar as well. The desk had plenty of nice things to say about him with the AWP, his clutch ability.
Just to talk up the map a little bit, I mean, I think one of the cool things about the map is that you can do some of these more exotic plays on the CT side, where you maybe go like double into the A hallway and push forward. But obviously it's very risky, especially when you lost 4 rounds in a row. It probably feels really hard to make that kind of a play, but they need something, because Cloud9 is showing us round for round here that when they get the real estate, when they get the chance to take control of the map, they're going to do it. And doesn't look like the Danes have a lot to say about it.
Well, and also, like, the next step is for Ecstatic, right? You have to make Cloud9 kind of respect your ability on defense in some level. You can't give them the confidence to just work the map in whichever way they please, and that's going to be the first goal with this buy coming in with the AWP on board, is let's get an opening kill. Let's make things difficult. Let's make Cloud9 actually challenge and work for it, because if they just start steamrolling and building up momentum and, you know, as they go, able to access the bomb sites at will, then it just kind of turns into a very one-sided affair. And if you're Ecstatic, this has to be the round where you provide some resistance, get around on the board, put a stop to what Cloud9 want to do.
Yeah, hopefully they're going to find a way to do that. Time is running out really, really swiftly. Again, the MR12 format.
MR12 BO1s can go very, very fast.
They really can.
They can go very, very quick.
Maybe even quicker if you're actually the people playing. I think watching it, you get like a little bit of a breather. When you're playing, sometimes it's just like boom, 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 and it's done.
Yeah, you know, there are certain games as a player where you just feel like you kind of like snap back into reality. You're so focused on the game, and you're like, oh, we're down like 8-1, 8-0, and you're just like, I can't even really recall playing this game entirely. Like, they can go really fast, especially when it feels like a team is just supremely outmatched by the other, like in the nature of this game. So Ecstatic going to try and slow down time.
Yeah, like if you're driving, you know, familiar road, and you're like, how did I get here? Did I just autopilot like for a couple of kilometers?
There's a name for that phenomenon, like with the automatic driving, where like you don't even realize, you're like, I haven't really been paying attention, but my brain is doing it.
I haven't killed anyone yet.
Yeah.
I think.
I've stopped at all the red lights, so it's going okay, I guess.
Yeah, just to make sure everyone understands. That's not how you want to be playing the major. Not how you want your first game to go. You kind of want to, you know, want to have more agency inside of the game than just being kind of rolled by Cloud9, which is pretty much happening at the moment. I will say this on the other side, though. It's good to see Cloud9 with some confidence and just playing better, because for a while they look like they've been struggling for no real reason. It's been very frustrating to watch.
I mean, let's frame it like this, because the reality of this Cloud9 team, obviously, when they made the roster changes during the break after the last major, bringing in the Na'Vi guys, held to be like the next big super team, like hands down the biggest roster changes of that time, and expected to propel them to like a top 3 team that's going to be challenging for every trophy. That failed. And they've obviously had Shiro depart the roster. They've had Boomich come in, brought an in-game leader. The conversation around them now is the lack of an AWPer. But realistically about this Cloud9 team is this has to be a good run from them at this major. Like if it's not, then changes are going to have to be made. You're gonna have to find a way to bring an AWPer and bring somebody in who can have an impact and turn the fortunes around. So, I mean, not just in terms of wanting to do good at the major. This one for Cloud9 has massive implications of what's to become of this roster and the organization moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's true. It definitely is. And I did the desk with bringing it up, talking about a little bit with AMKAL and the obvious lack of confidence that he suffered. Would have been, I think, at one point like one of the top 5 or something riflers in the world. And then
in the online era, after coming out of the online era, guy was a beast. Top 3 rifler for sure. And I mean, everyone was kind of looking at his demos and how he was playing the game on an individual level. And yeah, that I don't know if it's a lack of confidence. The transition to CS2, something's not right. Something ain't clicking as well as you'd like to see a player of AMKAL's talents and ability. And that's one of the big goals of this Cloud9 org. It's got to be to get him online, to get him back into that shape and get that impact back in the server.
Nice early smoke, but in truth, Cloud9 are going to be pushing right through. A little bit of a boost up, and he did see just the top of his head, but unable to pull the trigger in time. Yeah, they know to be real careful about that one.
You can see the opening of this round as well. 3 players in middle. The B defenders throwing utility to slow down the cross towards the ledge. Molotov and nade combo to activate that mid aggression. But as utility starts to fade, they've used a lot of nades to get these aggressive positions. Cloud9 is happy to just play this slow and play it patiently. If you look at the utility, Ecstatic has 1 smoke remaining on Queenix. That's it. And he's in Donut. So these B defenders are like, we got nothing to stop anything.
It doesn't feel good, does it? Cloud9 kind of letting it simmer a little bit. Expecting a reaction, which they were right about. A little flick there from the AWP. Doesn't really do anything, but still shows they kind of have a good understanding of what they like to play with. Moving forward into Perfecto. He's got the AWP, and it's Paddy to go down.
This is perfectly played from Cloud9 so far. They see the aggression. Perfecto sees the aggression coming down ramp, so they take space over in cave. That's going to allow them to split into the B bomb site. There's nothing to defend. AMKAL's lurk activates. He shows presence. He keeps 2 defenders here. That leaves poor Nodius all alone.
Wow, they've really completely picked them apart.
You have Perfecto with the AWP playing deep behind the double doors. He's got so much safety, can get into cover, can take his shot. He got the pick on the aggression. Meanwhile, because you know there's so much presence on ramp, there cannot be presence holding onto cave, so you take space in that fashion. And Cloud9 just play picture-perfect Counter-Strike and work this defense. AWP hasn't even fired a shot for Salazar. Hasn't been involved in anything. And now it's just the plan to save the weapon.
Could put this round in the Counter-Strike schoolbook, couldn't you? This is beautiful. Even the slowdown once they realize there are no more grenades and they see it coming, that Ecstatic, when they don't have more grenades, they probably have to move forward to try and get some information, at least to make up for the lack of grenades. They do, and they kind of get caught doing it.
Damn.
Wow.
All right, Hobbit came to play.
Yeah, you could say that again. He's 12-1 right now. Obviously, 5 of those kills in 1 round, but still.
7-1 still ain't bad if you take the fluffy ecos out of it.
Boomich could see he can hardly sit still in his chair. He's just electrifying at the moment. Some of these kills are even fairly pedestrian. Shooting a guy locked in a corner.
It's the nice thing,
1 versus 1.
It's the nice thing about playing just a really smart tactical game is that it does make your job easier down the stretch.
Yeah, we're not talking about huge clutches or anything crazy like that. 5-7, just getting completely out-timed on that one.
And this is what I mean by, trying to slow down and trying to temper the confidence of Cloud9. I mean, they know they're up against a half-buy, so there's not, a whole lot of danger to it, but still just an A-rush, and Hobbit just kind of even swings through the edge of his smoke just as it plumes, able to grab an easy one. Ecstatic's going to come in and try and get some kills in garbage time because this round is not going in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's We'd be happy right now if they get a couple of kills and steal a rifle. Like, that's kind of the bar is set so low right now for Ecstatic. Just do anything at all at this stage of the game. It's already been too much. They've already lost control.
If he can grab an AK-47, that ain't bad at all. All things considered, he has a smoke to cover him. He walks up and gets it, and he's looking for anyone to exit. So he should be able to hold on to this AK-47. Bomb's going to go off. Wants to do a little bit of nade damage to cause the explosion to take down Electronic. Oh, and he survives with 3, but AMKAL does fall. And a good recovery of the AK-47. So something to be happy about for Ecstatic.
It's a real thin silver lining here, I'm not going to lie. But,
yeah,
we'll give it to them.
We're scraping the barrel.
Looking for anything that we can. It's like, please, something that we can say that's gone in their favor. It's been very, very thin at the moment. 6-0, leading into the round number 7. Paddy with no kills. Kragan and Salazar there with 1 kill each. 2 on Queenix and Nautilus.
They're averaging 1 kill per round. Just put it that way. 6 kills across the entire Ecstatic team, so it's not pretty.
It's not great.
No. This time they go for control of B lane. And Cloud9, it looks like they have an indication. Hobbit and Boomich fell away from the double door, so Hobbit will come back into a lurk position. A lot of resources for Ecstatic again on this side of the map, and Cloud9 is going to start progressing through A main. Salazar's got to find a way to get this AWP in position to have impact on the round.
Yeah, if they hit the A-bomb site a little bit early here, if Queenix is going to be alone on that position, that's going to be really rough, isn't it?
They're missing a timing window, Cloud9, but it's okay because the window is wide open. there's still an opportunity, although a defensive smoke at A main, I think, kind of ruined Cloud9's idea. So this is actually pretty nice now from Ecstatic. With that defensive smoke in A main, it allows them to have 2 defenders there. 1 player is aggressive in mid. They control B lane as well. They have a lot of information on the map, and they've at least slowed Cloud9 down. They've taken away, plan A. But plan B still dangerous.
They are pretty much out of grenades here, so it has to come down to just the raw mechanics. Queenix, good, and a little bit of a follow-up here. Kragan trying to do the best that he can. They do line up for him. A big double kill. Actually, a triple at the end, and he'll close it off, finding 4 of them. That is absolutely what they needed.
Yeah, that one is really nicely done. And Cloud9 just kind of get funneled as they move around this map. They lose control of B lane. They don't have control of middle whatsoever, and they really just get funneled into that A main hit, and Ecstatic is ready for it. First round on the board for Ecstatic.
It took some time, but
we got there.
Yeah, we got there.
Well, and nicely for them, 4 players survive in that victory. They recover an AWP, or they still have the AWP on Salazar, I should say. He didn't go down. But 4 players surviving means like you're not in that immediate danger of getting reset. You've got plenty of money to work with. It's built up on a couple players, so now you've got some room to work with. And Hobbit just barely survives. He still goes for it, but an easy kill even while blind for Paddy.
Yes, really well done. Another good flash setup there with Boomich. Gonna get found in the middle of it.
And now you have to hit this timing if you're Cloud9.
Yeah,
you have to. You have no other options. If you can get a clean kill on Queenix,
that's what they're hoping for. And his job, just stay alive in this position. Just whatever you do, don't go down for free. Smoke on top, Molotov as well. He's playing it right at the edge, trying to optimize this one, but there's a flash to follow it up as well. AMKAL's a pretty good kill. The trade is there, and the rest of them are starting to rotate on in, so there should be no more surprises here for the CT side.
Tick of the Molotov's going to let him know that Kragan is very close behind that smoke. Now the real issue is Perfecto doesn't feel comfortable finding a new position. He's stuck inside the bomb site, so Electronic's got to stand tall and fight with him.
A little bit of a spray. If that would have been an instant headshot for Electronic, maybe it's a different round. But all right, second round for Ecstatic, and they keep 3 people alive this time.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. I think you're exactly right, though. Queenix committed around the edge of that smoke. That could have gone way worse. Got on Kragan to get the rebuttal through the smoke to help alleviate some of that pressure. Very different retake if there's 3 Cloud9 players alive and they feel comfortable falling out of the bomb site after the plant. But that's 2 in a row for Ecstatic. They're going to try and claw themselves back into this map. Starting to look good. I think the Cloud9 timeout right now is to discuss how exactly B lane is being controlled by Ecstatic, because you have an opening double kill from Jaguar in this round. Previously, 2 rounds ago was just complete B lane control that Cloud9 had to back away from. So the conversation now is do we want to fight for that? Do we want to try and exploit some of that early presence and go elsewhere with a little bit of gusto? Or how can we make sure this doesn't happen again?
I mean, there are definitely ways I think in the meta right now, you see sometimes teams just hit the A bomb side really early because a lot of CT sides will have one or none in the A bomb side to begin with. So there can be a timing window like that where you can just kind of get there before anyone else shows up.
And obviously, Cloud9 can't. Ooh, hold the phone. Fast out mid, running right through the Molotovs, extinguishing them. And AMKAL's got a wide angle. Kragan comes back, and he's been an impact player. He's out of the fight.
Trying to get the spray for the smoke there, and they know that someone else could be in the middle. Look at how weak this leaves the B defense.
Cloud9's going to be happy with this. This 1-for-1 trade, this 4-on-4 now in the mid-round.
Yeah, they definitely will be smoking it off. Waiting. Oh, it's so close, but actually, Naughtios on top of the smoke. I can't believe he won that fight. Looked like AMKAL knew.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he realized that smoke was a little bit shallow, so he was looking for that exact peak. Just fires off a little too quick. Hobbit now. Good game from him, but he's shut down as well. Ecstatic, it took him 6 rounds, but they're in the game. Now they're starting to control things from the CT side, and this is looking much better.
That's a really long time to war bump into a game, but, I mean, it's not done yet. Love this mid position. They're really far back on the B bomb side. They're playing it well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the passive B defense at this point. You're just watching for them to commit. You have such a massive advantage. You don't actually need to hold on to the bomb site, especially as you mentioned, that mid position can be a very fast flank. Boomich is just going for the bomb plant. That's victory of sorts in this round, but a win here, near impossible, and he won't expect the timing on that flank. So 3 now for Ecstatic, playing 6 for Cloud9.
What a round from Naughtios. That's like that middle fight that he wins both of them in there, making all the difference in the world. And yeah, good with the flank as well, but still. The early kill on top of the smoke against AMKAL is probably what really made the difference.
Okay, this starts getting a little interesting now. Cloud9 yet to, even out of a timeout, yet to find the solution, the fix. The mid play, I think, actually was successful. I think they're happy with it, but losing the engagements after the fact. AMKAL getting picked off over the top of the smoke. But Ecstatic creeping closer to making this a game. Challenging for this map.
Hey, it was starting to feel like one of those games that you're just like, oh, okay, they never showed up. On to the next. But happy to see that they are waking up just a little bit. The individuals here, a little bit slow to start on the Danish side. Still hadn't really seen Salazar with the AWP do a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
But we saw during the RMR, we had some great rounds out of him. There definitely were times when he went missing during the RMR as well, but I feel like once he's firing off, I mean, it's a decent map for it.
Well, it's also, it's no necessarily huge criticism on him. If you think of the way this map is played, obviously Cloud9 just, 6 rounds in, there were only 6 kills total on Ecstatic going into round 7. But then after that, the success of Ecstatic's defense has been controlling B lane aggressively, controlling mid aggressively, and the op just not involved in those kind of plays, right? Now we get an explosion towards this B bomb site. Boomich trying some shock and awe, and he's going to make his way in.
Could there be anything more Boomich-like? Jumping through the MAC-10 as everyone is flashed on the other side. But look at this. It's a pretty good comeback into the round, actually. Kragan, look at it, see if he can do it at range. He's going to beat that MAC-10 every single time. AMKAL on his own, shot in the back. Didn't even have his rifle out. What a recovery from Ecstatic. They were going to lose that round.
Yeah, that round is one. I mean, the one kill, we just called his name Salazar. Taking down Boomich and making sure he doesn't get killed, making sure that Cloud9 can't control behind the cube on the CT side of things. That bails them out massively. Alleviating that kind of a pressure with that kind of aggressiveness from Cloud9. Obviously, Patty, who's been aggressive in towards Jaguar, is able to get a quick flank down lane, hold for Perfecto to lurk through that smoke last as the trailer. And all of a sudden, Ecstatic's within 2.
Okay, yeah, now it's getting a bit more interesting. They're saving the game for us, and we appreciate that. First game of the major. First game of the CS2 major, mind you. Some good stuff here. Hobbit. He was flashed. You see that flash coming in from the CT side, but it wasn't quite enough, and Paddy's dead as a result here. Yeah, Boomich. He knew someone was waiting for him. Going to be taking down Queenix. It's a little bit too much of a good start here for Cloud9. How will Ecstatic bring this one back? They almost have to risk something here.
Oh, the risk is Kragan. Now you have the op in position as well. Electronics already creep past it. He hears those footsteps. He's going to step right through this smoke. He knows there's not enough players to watch for this kind of a play. And with him in this position in Red Room aggressively, Cloud9 can now just kind of pause and wait, look for that response that you're mentioning. And once they see what the response is, then Electronic can put all the information together and make his play.
Yeah, very, very patient here. They knew someone had to be coming, and they're not wrong about it either. Flash around the corner. Even if Nautilus wanted to push out into that one, he probably cannot.
And Electronic's going to wrap on this B bomb site. Nautilus can't really do anything. Boomich goes down to the AWP.
All right. Look at the health on Hobbit. He's so low, but still alive. Another triple for him. He's 18-6 right now. The more veteran players inside of the server. Maybe the most veteran player in the server.
Yeah, perhaps outside of Electronic.
Crazy. It'll be a 7th round for Cloud9. They're really doing a great job once again. I think big difference here, getting this one last round on the board.
Getting this last AWP as well. He's boxed in.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, he's trying his best. Smoke on one side, fire on the other, trying to see if he can pull off some sort of magic trick inside, but instead, headshot through the smoke as Perfecto takes him down 7-4. One more round of the first half up to come.
Yep. We'll see if Cloud9 can build on this lead or if Ecstatic can keep it as close as they possibly can. This time, this has worked so many times throughout the half, but finally Cloud9 put a stop to it, looking for that exact flash peek that Patty's done a number of times to get a double kill, to control that lane. This time they shut it down, able to pick this defense apart. Such an advantage very early on in the round that Ecstatic just didn't have a whole lot of good options to play. Deep utility.
Oh, that is, he's run into 2 grenades. I thought they were going to get slowed from the first one, but they still did the brand boost somehow. It didn't slow them down, but they've taken a lot of damage just to get this mid control. Nice blowing open of the smoke there in the middle, but somehow Kragen, in spite of the earlier grenade damage, quicker on the trigger and actually getting the frag. That's an interesting way to get the kill.
I think Electronic tucked into that corner didn't actually have an angle to really spot him all that well. Nice idea. They knew the mid-aggression was going to be there, but it goes the other way. So 4v5 for Cloud9. Going to try and convert after an opening kill loss, and Boomich misses the jump up, so a little bit of noise made. Still 3 defenders at this B bomb site, and this time they've emphasized holding on to Cave with a vertical stack.
50 seconds on this one.
It looks like Cloud9 want to end at this B bomb site, but I think they almost have to apply some kind of pressure in middle. Make Ecstatic think that there's potential for Red Room, although Queenix is watching that. Now they're kind of stuck in Cave. The stack works beautifully.
How has he done so much? That's Kragen getting 3 kills. Remember, he got double naded in the middle and put down very low on health. He gets a 4th once again. My God, he's out of control in this round. Goes for the ace, but will be shut down by Perfecto. But you've got to assume that he's done plenty enough here. 20 seconds left. Don't see Perfecto winning this one alone with an AWP against 3 people. Can't believe that the round started so badly for Kragen, and still he ends up here.
What a half he's had in terms of recovery for Ecstatic. Remember, he got a triple kill in the first round that Ecstatic put on the board with a large push towards the A main and into the A bomb site. He shut that down. Here he gets this quad kill. You had an impact from Nodios, who had 1 round, Patty, who had a good round, and all of a sudden, Ecstatic is right back in this. They're within 2 going into the second half pistol. So not a bad recovery whatsoever from the Danes as they're looking to cause it upset. So shuffling the sheets, going over to the CT side of the playbook. Or the T side of the playbook, excuse me.
Yeah, see if they could do anything here. I think winning a pistol round is going to be really, really important for them. But I'm impressed. I'm impressed they managed to make this kind of recovery. It didn't look like that was going to be happening at all. Cloud9, so comprehensive with Hobbit. Just spearheading his way through the early part of the game there. 7-5 is the scoreline going into the second half. You can see Hobbit there at an 18-7 scoreline. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, that's beastly. Although, a scoreline like that, and then you look up at the main scoreboard of 7-5, and you're like, man, I feel like we should have had maybe a couple more than that.
Yeah. Blame the teammates, I always say.
Name and shame them. All right, Ecstatic. Utility is going to be coming towards the B-bomb site. They're going to split this. 2 coming up ramp late. The main thrust coming through Cave with Utility. Boomich is going to spot it out with a quick jump and then fall back behind the smoke. Hobbit's got to be real careful at this angle. Tapping away with the USP, but it'll have to be a 5-on-5 retake. No picks through the smokes come in, and good utility from Ecstatic has at least netted them a bomb plant. At a strong post-plant position.
Yeah, this has actually worked out incredibly well. Wish they had another Molotov to try and stop the bomb from actually getting defused, but they don't. Shot right through, and as it fades, look at the aggression coming out from the T side. Kragen lands a headshot as well. It's more time off the clock here, and he's going to keep it going. The Glock, it's got so many bullets, and he won't stop here. 2 versus 3. Kragen looking to do a little bit more. He didn't even reload. Finally, he's going to get a chance, but it doesn't even matter. Queenix will take the rest down. It's a beautiful round from Ecstatic.
Yeah, really is. Nice and simple. Utility up in the 2 choke points. Nobody inside the bomb site from Cloud9 playing it passively, and the retake just gets shut down. I don't think Cloud9 expected the battle to occur just as that smoke faded, right? I think they thought they'd be able to kind of get that long angle to kind of wrap around the cube. But Ecstatic was right in their face from the moment those smokes disappeared. Good P250 work from Queenix down the stretch, and Ecstatic get that all-important pistol round, now within 1.
You are right, though. If you look at the rest of the scoreboard, I mean, I think especially Perfecto and Electronic look like they're a little bit out of place at the moment. Electronic on just 2 kills. If you think about, again, pedigree player that he is, you expect that he can step it up, and maybe he will in the second half here, but kind of need him to.
Another player who had the in-game leader responsibilities that he switched into from being a star player, now trying to find his game back.
It really hurts some players.
Those decisions from stars to switch into IGLs always makes me nervous. For this exact reason. Just 1 game, so we're not taking too much from it.
Oh, that from Salazar, if you see that in slow motion, that's going to look sick. They ran into the shot, I think, on the second one. But yeah, pretty...
This gets interesting now. I mean, in a world where not a whole lot of us saw room for an upset win.
Yeah.
Let's see how these first gun rounds go, but Ecstatic have themselves in a great... Considering they started down 0-6, pretty wild to consider.
Well, they're making a great case for themselves right now. They really are.
7-1 run for Ecstatic to get to this point. 3 FAMAS on the board for Cloud9's defense. They prioritize a little bit of utility.
All right, here we go. Quick into the middle. Electronic. It's a pretty good kill with the FAMAS. AMKAL there to follow it up, and flashes are going to be coming out into the middle. They're actually bumping into each other inside of the smoke. It's AMKAL lining up a double kill. And Nodius, he'd love to do more, but the truth is, there was even a player behind him. I don't think he could have done anything there, but that's so much chaos.
With that little bit of a distraction from Boomich, like the noise, he tagged him through the smoke, even bumping into him, prevents him from actually crossing that smoke in time to join up with the mid-hit.
True.
So it seemingly just inadvertently worked in the favor of Cloud9, and give some credit over to AMKAL for a good job holding the smoke deep in. Him and Electronic working together to man that mid-defense, and it works perfect.
Yeah. Big boom, bodyguarding the actual lane. Just can't get through. That's frustrating. Well, like you said, wait to see the gun rounds. We've seen one of them now, and obviously with Cloud9 winning it in that fashion especially, makes you think that it's maybe their time to start to come back into it a little bit more.
AMKAL's going to be asked for a little bit more as well. That's a good timing on the Molotov as well. Smoke is coming in. That's going to buy, what, 6-7 seconds for teammates to shift and rotate over. And now Electronic, it gives him time to get in a position and lay down a smoke, so the hit's going to be uncomfortable for Ecstatic.
Oh, speaking of uncomfortable, the Molotov right off top. It's AMKAL, the spray. It goes on forever, but he can't find the second kill. Still a 3 versus 3. Good position here from Kragen. You can see he's on lookout as the bomb is getting planted on the other side. 3 versus 3.
Oof.
And Nodius, yeah. It's the sound you make when you see the comeback happening. Nodius, timing is everything here. He's going to find the kill against Hobbit. Boomich alone with the FAMAS. He knows where one of them is. He probably guessed where the other one is. Going to pick up the kit, but is it going to be quite enough? Oh, he's going to go straight for it. Just
no way.
Not even faking it. He will get checked, but that's a nice idea.
I was a little bit worried. Smart play from Salazar, though. He tucked himself into A main out of sight. He just said, I'm not even touching the keyboard for a little bit. Nice flank to get that kill. And Ecstatic barrel through some well-timed defensive utility from Cloud9. It does not dissuade Ecstatic whatsoever. Fantastic trading coming through. AMKAL couldn't handle the spray for a double, but this flank really sealed it.
That Molotov that goes to the back of the bomb site so that the reinforcing player just can't do anything. What a frustrating experience.
Yeah, you have, that's like such a critical Molotov. That headshot angle can be so tricky if he's able to get into cover, peek at will. You have so much attention waiting for the re-peek, and that's where his kind of teammates and his reinforcement can have more impact. So forcing Electronic to commit to a fight out in the open at range.
It's the kind of grenade that really levels the playing field too, because the CTs had put down smokes in the main entrance, so you have the disadvantage of running out of a smoke. But it makes up for it when the other guy's standing in fire. You're like, all right, cool, we'll trade it like that.
And let's be real, it's an easy Molotov to know. It's not a tricky lineup. You bounce it off the wall. You can, if you know your geometry, you're fine.
Geometry, so, trigonometry.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the math.
Yeah, something like that. There's no excuse for you not to know that Molotov is my point. Everyone learned that.
Yeah, or to not know geometry. That's also important. Like, everyone always says, like, oh, what do I need to know about, the... I can't even pronounce it.
Yeah.
What do you need?
Everyone says it, huh, Anders?
Yeah, everyone says it, Jason.
Sure.
That's why I won't. I'm not like the plebs. I won't say it.
Yep, well played. All right, little bit of a labored buy for Cloud9. Not the ideal time to have this coming out. MP9 on Hobbit, CZ on Boomich so he can get utility. FAMAS on Electronic. And just due to the... Oh, that's nasty.
God damn. Electronic is no more. Having himself a rough game. Up to 4 kills, sure, but...
And it's early access, early in the round to have access into middle. Oh, nice dink. Patty's going to be forced passive. Vote no, he's not. Not at all, actually.
How is he doing so much damage? AMKAL falling back. He's almost got a triple on that one. So much output, but is it going to be quite enough? They still have the bomb site. And they are swift to put the bomb down here at Ecstatic. They're not really delaying it at all. What can Cloud9 do in this one? They're so far away. They're already pulling back.
That's a really good assertive call from Cloud9. You get that mid pick real quick and easy, and you know that's going to be the next defender. Remember, Electronic, the guy we saw slide into the bomb site as well. You know that's the support system for the A bomb site. Anyone else trying to recover that position from the B bomb site is going to be 2 or 3 seconds late. You could see Boomich turn the corner and CT spawn, and Queenix is already swinging wide into the bomb site, holding him at bay. So a good call to exploit the kill that you find in middle. And Exile did actually a ton of work, all things considered, the position he was in, just not able to slow down that hit whatsoever. And Ecstatic has taken a lead. It's now a 9-2 run. From 0-6 to 9-8.
Cloud9 fans in shambles right now. I can't believe what I'm seeing. If you started watching the start of this and you were rooting for Cloud9, you would have been on such a high, and then ever since, it's just your face like slowly crumbling up more and more. Like, no, why? Why is it happening? And it's not the first time that we've seen this from them. Like, it's just there's something about this lineup that is hard to get super excited about.
They are one of the heartbreaking teams.
Yes.
Molotov going to get extinguished. 2 players trapped inside that smoke in Covey. Not aware of any pushes, so having to deploy Molotovs to make sure nobody can swing on this fragile position.
At least they have the AWP and the AK saved from the previous round, so that's very helpful.
Yeah, true. But also, this is the team that we kind of criticize for not having a real opper.
Yeah,
it's in the hands of Perfecto, so yeah, it's a nice thing to have, but the idea that Perfecto is going to be the one with the op to turn this round on its head, that's quite a stretch.
Hobbit, he'd love to be rewarded here. Hoping for the headshot on that spray, but not going to really get it. 3 people over at the B bomb site. Perfecto in the middle lurking around with the AWP. He's going to get smoked off here. If he tries to beat the smoke and actually makes it, that's such a sick play, but otherwise he's entrusting the AK on the side to really do all the work.
Remember, it's too much of a risk. All things in this round, if this doesn't go well, the op is just going to save. He's going to hustle over to the A bomb site and hide, so they really need Hobbit to provide something if Perfecto is going to get activated. He missed the timing over towards ramp. Oh, the spray comes in. He can't find any of the kills. He's out of ammunition. Easy for Naughtios, and all of a sudden, all the pieces fall into place.
How do you do so much damage and find no kills? 3 of them. They didn't even know what they were getting punished from. And they just kept walking in front of the bullets. If they had anything else here, it would have been quite doable to clean it up, right? And somehow they're just not able to. That is unfortunate. Like you said, the secondary objective here, save the AWP if you can, if it's at all possible. Perfecto going to be found right away. 10-8. Jason, what is happening? Why is it happening?
Yeah, the majors get weird, man. The majors get a little bit weird. Ecstatic looking to cause an upset in the opening match of the Copenhagen major. And they're just 3 rounds away from doing it. And Cloud9 have yet to win a round that settles the CT side. They have yet to win a round that allows them to actually take, get a tight grip on this defensive side that's convincing enough to say, we've shut down what Ecstatic likes to do. Now we're in some control. Now we can play our game. They've been labored. They've had low economy buys. They've had FAMAS. They've had CZs and MP9s. Cloud9 out of this timeout better turn it around immediately because Ecstatic is marching towards that upset.
And you couldn't have asked for a better start. It was so flawless what they were doing, Cloud9. They were absolutely running them over. And they were giving out a lot of praise to like the tactical understanding when they were on the T side at the beginning. They were really picking apart the Danish defense every single time. And then, I mean, especially Kragen started to get back into it. Had a couple of back-to-back triple rounds.
Yeah, you got to give him a lot of credit. He's the one that got this team started, even to get their first round, and he's continued it ever since then. And look at this call from Ecstatic.
It's sick, isn't it? It's what I talked about in the first half. Sometimes they win this call out of spawn, there's nobody at the bomb site because they're in middle.
And I mean, this is just calling based off the success you've had, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, Cloud9, 5-on-5 retake, and that's a rush without using a whole lot of utility. There's still a smoke, there's still an extra Molotov to delay the retake even further and make it disjointed. Cloud9 have a real decision to make if they even want to go for this. I think they've got to investigate and see if they can get some kills at the very least, but it's a big risk.
It's so risky. It's one of those rounds where if they get one kill here, they're definitely going to go for it and they might lose everything. A little bit of a shot. Hobbit gets one in return. They're still committed to it. It's all the rifles on the line here. This is it for Cloud9. They must win it. Defuse is happening still inside of the smoke, and they actually do it. Hobbit on the lookout. I can't believe it.
That's beautiful. That's so beautiful from Cloud9. That is just creating chaos. Smoking the bomb, get on the defuse, and have everyone else hyper-aggressive to make sure the attention of Ecstatic cannot be on spamming the smoke for the diffuser. And everyone from Ecstatic is so passive. Molotov forces one player into Temple, 2 in A main. There's not enough bodies actually preventing Cloud9 from entering that bomb site for the retake. Not enough people there to prevent Cloud9's first step.
We talked about heartbreak. If Ecstatic end up losing this game, this is the round they're going to look back on every single time. They're going to say, we had it. 5 people alive with the bomb planted. Now they're going to try and put some pressure on the middle, but there's 3 people here. Same setup for Cloud9. 3 in the middle, nobody at the A bomb site. They just say, you're not going to do it again. You're not going to rush the A bomb site one more time, and we're going to call you on that.
Oh my lord, that retake might be momentum shifting. That is such a huge round. Ecstatic has got to feel so devastated, getting into the bomb site clean with no issues, 5 players alive and still losing it, and now you just get shattered in the follow-up round. This might be one that turns the tides back in Cloud9's favor, on the verge of evening things up at 10.
That's easily what loses you the map. Speaking of confidence and even the money to go with it as well, I mean, this is devastating right now.
Oh, good timing. Good timing. I think Hobbit, he was walking away, shifting away very, very slow. He must have heard a footstep to turn around and drop that smoke, and it was needed because Ecstatic was starting to probe into that B bomb site. Salazar, Queenix, and Naughtios trying to find the solution. All 3 players over in B lane. Perfecto's up in Donut to make sure they can't fall back. They can't readjust across the map to the A bomb site, and 3 defenders here in a very strong setup.
Well, they're going to get this cave position down, but how much is it going to help them? One more smoke on the ramp.
That's the last defensive piece of utility that Cloud9 have.
Yeah, the rest on Perfecto, and he's, like you said, miles away, so it's up to this. 22 seconds. Electronic kind of looking for it, and they are aware, but it doesn't even matter. Bomb just barely getting planted. Salazar on his own, very low on health and completely isolated behind the pillar. It's going to be Hobbit to find him at the end. His 25th victim there. That ties up the game, 10-10.
Really, really smart, experienced play from Cloud9 as well. Just playing right behind that Molotov, allowing them into the bomb site, not trying to overextend too aggressively. And now salvaging AK-47s for the final stretch of this map. We're all tied up at 10, so Cloud9 have their rebuttal.
pulling the same defensive play in back-to-back rounds, even if it costs you in the first one, just knowing that there's very, very slim chances that Ecstatic would try and do the same rush again to the A-bomb site, and they were absolutely right. So, well played, Cloud9. Good understanding of what's going on here. 21st round is coming up.
3 MAC-10s, fast-paced.
Yeah, straight into the bomb site. They tried it and it worked. Now at the B bomb site, Hobbit, even blind, is able to get that kill. He keeps it going. They line up for him, and it's 3 shots before they finally take him down. Nautilus in the 1 versus 4 here. It's a good start, but it is not going to be quite enough.
Those like half-by MAC-10 rushes towards a B bomb site, everything falls onto that first kill. The fact that Hobbit survives, then all of a sudden Cloud9 know what's happening. And that's when counter utility comes in. That's when Boomich just chucks a flashbang into the sky over the cube and activates Hobbit for repeaks. No one can get this trade kill. Tucks him in nice and safe, waiting for the flashes. And it's just absolutely perfect.
Might even say, Jason, that that first kill becomes a vector, since you were so excited about math earlier.
Okay, well done. There you go. Is that the word you were searching for the whole time?
No.
Still don't have that one, huh?
My brain is really almost not working, Jason.
Sure.
I'm not going to lie. I'm doing my best to cover it up, but, you know. It'll get there, it'll get there eventually.
Yeah, by map 3.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, Electronic gets a gift. He was aiming at Kragan, finds Patty through the smoke. He's traded off. It's 1 AK-47, a hero AK on Kragan, and why not? He has been the hero in this game for Ecstatic, so give him a chance once again.
5 versus 5 with a bomb planted. That's the round that you're not able to put through.
It's the knockout punch if you win it, and it's gone the other direction.
Heartbreaking if you don't. I like I like to talk about this a lot, but there are some rounds you just remember forever. Oh, you think that's going to make the difference, Nautilus?
I mean, it's going to at least get them a bomb plant.
Okay, yeah, that's a good start. It'll definitely give the $800 bonus that can maybe secure things. Boomich hearing the footsteps. He knows they're coming, but what a great spray! Boomich! 4 kills. He heard the steps. He knew they were tap dancing on the other side. He even knew one of them was going to jump through, and he still got every single one.
I don't know. I don't know if Ecstatic was entirely ready for that swing. As weird as that is to say, that first player jumping, I don't even mind it, but everyone after that was a little slow to get into the trade game, and Boomich is able to line up 4 kills with 1 magazine.
That looked like a panic moment when you're like, oh, they're actually coming for me. I'm alone. No panic in Boomich whatsoever.
I think there was I mean, obviously due to the weaponry, a lack of confidence in being able to hold off things individually, but they just line up way too much, and Boomich is loving life after that. He was real nervous, and that swing gives him all the kills, and 12-10. Ecstatic made a game out of it. They've got 2 more chances to take this into overtime. This has got to be heartbreaking, though. What a massive run that they went on to take control of this map, to take a 1-round lead, and from there, Cloud9 shut the door.
It's the way that they got here. They've ended up here in the most painful possible way.
It was a 10-2 run to take a 10-9 lead.
That's what I mean. Like you're on top of the world at that point in time. Like it feels like you've absolutely figured it out. And that 1 round, defusing inside of the smoke with the retake from Cloud9.
It was a beautiful retake. You got to give credit to Cloud9 for that one as well.
I think I said already at the start of it, I don't think they should even do it because it looks so risky, but obviously completely wrong. Like, they absolutely knew what they were doing. Real sick, wasn't it? Here we go, grenades into the middle, but it's all for show. Nobody really on either side is fighting for this at the moment. It could be another B finish here if they can find 1 good entry, but Cloud9, they're 1 round away from winning the map.
They've at least, the defense is passive now in middle. They got out quick enough and emphatically enough that Cloud9 don't actually want to mess with mid, so they forced Electronic to take an off angle and Donut. They forced Perfecto with low HP back from middle. They've opened up access to Red Room. What can Ecstatic do from here? They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov remaining. Other than that, it's just a plethora of flashbangs.
Good little Molotov, just to clear out the first part of the cave and make sure that no one's hanging around. And he was flashed in to take a peek, but this position in middle from Kragan, I think, is the interesting one if they can play around it.
Hard thing is, because they forced the defense so passive at the B bomb site, Kragan's got to be real nervous about this being watched, which it is by Perfecto at range with the AWP. And the other hard thing is, with 1 smoke remaining for Ecstatic in the rest of this round, what's your best percentage to win? If you have one smoke, they think it's the A bomb site. Kragan to cut off rotations lurking in red room.
Okay, well, in terms of numbers, they're not wrong, but what a Molotov to put down at 29 seconds. That's going to really slow them in the middle. It's Perfecto. It wasn't even Boomage. It was at range. The AWP all the way for the back of the B-bomb side, and now Electronic finally getting his chance in the sunlight to get a couple of kills here, trying to find their way back, but Salazar is on his own. 10 seconds for a 1 versus 3, and they're right on top. Oh, the shot rings through. Perfecto! No scopes him, and Cloud9 to pick up the series.
Man, what a battle, though. Credit to Ecstatic for coming back into it, but Cloud9 avert a map 1 devastating upset. Good rebuttal off of a team retake into the A bomb site, and from there, Boomage gets activated. AMKAL has a good game. This is fantastic from Cloud9, and that's just map 1. They got some nerves going early on in this major.
Just unbelievable work. I can't believe it. Yeah, that they're going to think back on that 5 versus 5 round, like the bomb planter. That round is going to be living in their memories for a long, long time.
Oh, Ecstatic. I mean, every losing team always says it. You always hear the players say, you know, we had that game. We should have won it. Ecstatic had a real reason to have that faith that they actually had this game in the palm of their hands. That one retake broke everything wide open. We've got the Des to talk us through it. Richard Lewis, take it away.
Thanks, Jace. Good to hear your voice again. Wow, man. Welcome to the major. It's going to be a hard game to analyze because there's so many emotions to even talk about before we get to the minutiae of what happened in the game. You know, Ecstatic, it was there for the taking. I mean, it really was.
Yeah, I think this is where we have to start. Like, even though we painted a very grim picture about Ecstatic and how they, on paper, had no chance to go up against the ogres of Cloud9, it's not the reality of the game we saw. We saw an Ecstatic that was ready to battle, coming back from an 0-6 start, which is supposed to be basically the doom and gloom scenario. A lot of resilience, coming back into the game, tactically as well, very good ideas, knowing how to sort of fight for middle without overcommitting, putting a little bit of a wrench in the plan of Cloud9. So I want to start by giving props to Ecstatic because I think they do deserve a fair bit, but then there is the heartbreak.
Character, right?
Yes, they did. And that is something which we've been seeing time and time again from this team during the RMRs as well. And as you pointed out right there, Matthew, like, you know, 0-6 down. 0-6 down. They had some good ideas, though. I go back to round number 3, their first buy round. They stacked 4 players towards B for that fast B hit coming in from Cloud9. They had some pretty good reads, but they were looking a little shaky, the individuals, some team kills coming in, some kind of shaky sprays and whatnot. But once they switched on, once they're like, all right, guys, we're here to play right now, they were one step ahead of Cloud9 the first half, and now they're winning like multiple rounds in a row. And Moses said it, we were talking about this as well in the green room. It's that one round, that 5v5 retake, where the call was perfect. They run into the A-bomb site, they get the bomb down, it's a postman, and we're like looking at Cloud9 like, surely you save. You have no control whatsoever. Surely you save. They go in for the retake, and they somehow pull off a miracle, and ever since then, and from that moment on, we're like, it's done. Cloud9
and look, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, they've been dragged through that game by Hobbit. That Hobbit bows to no man. He's had his one pop-off game in 20 that he does. That's experience talking. But, I mean, you know, there was a couple of notable... I mean, yeah, obviously, the standout
Look,
player.
you say a game out of 20...
A couple of notable absentees in the performance there from Cloud9,
Yeah,
right?
I think a game out of 20 is not being fair to Hobbit. I do think there's been an uptick in CS2.
In CS2.
He's been up there, and he's picked up the slack that some of the individuals in Cloud9 weren't able to put through. Yeah. You got to say as well, when you start in the second round and get an ace against pistols, I don't need you to explain to you psychologically how good of a situation it is to be in. You basically have all the pressure of sort of missing your first game, vanished. That's the ace that I'm talking about, round number 2 from Hobbit. It just put him on track. Like, if you compare his time to kill between Hobbit and Electronic, and you can make a case that Electronic is a stronger player, but in this game, the time to kill for Hobbit was much cleaner. He was online ever since this moment.
Well, Electronic, I mean, he was one of the notable absentees I'm talking about. We highlighted that going into the game, that the duties of being this IGL and kind of having to focus on that. And, you know, obviously, Cloud9 is a unique team. You know, they swapped the AWP around here. We're talking about Boomage's performance on the AWP. They found a solution to it. It's called Perfecto, apparently.
Listen, I don't know what they're doing. Like, a second best rifle right now, at least in current form, and you're giving the AWP responsibilities. He did kind of start to wake up a little bit in the latter half of the game, but the first half, he was getting nothing with the AWP. He got maybe 1 or 2 kills. We even looked at the stats. How many kills he's got in the past 12 months? He's got 30 kills with the AWP. What's happening?
Why are we even debating? Why are we entertaining this idea? It's baloney. We know it's baloney. He should not be an AWPer. That's it.
But he's AWPing, man.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be. Like I
agree.
I refuse that we entertain this idea and we qualify it. You talked about round 19.
Let's talk about round 19.
We should hone in on it a little bit.
Yeah,
This
sure.
retake-
The moment where it all goes wrong, Danish CS fans might want to look away now.
Yeah, definitely. You
This is
talked
such a
about
great
it.
call, by the way.
Yeah, the call is perfect if you're Ecstatic. You've basically completely fooled the defense. Cloud9 started with a strong mid. And then here, you have this sort of eerie, silent moment where everybody can take strong positions. And Cloud9 is supposed to be checkmated out of it.
Yep.
But the utility from Cloud9 being used, where the way they pushed the second smoke, the way they used the Molotov to burn in front of Temple, that brokey position right there, the move from Perfecto on top of that little shield, that is perfection, no pun intended. And I just want to say, emotionally, this round breaks you if you're Ecstatic.
Yeah.
Once you call the round, once you take the bomb site and you plan at 10-8, mentally you're thinking, oh my god, we got them. We got them, that's it. And then you lose the round, and you're looking left, right.
And you lost the game.
Did we lose the round? What?
Yes.
And they don't come back.
And they didn't come back. They couldn't get a single round after that. And this is despite the fact they were able to get the bomb down multiple times after that. But mentally, they just seemed a little broken. And that's what the Major does to you.
Yeah, and that's where that experience really comes in, because now we need to see, okay, you're 0-1. You've got to totally just put that out. You just got to be woosah, you know? You've got to forget that you were close to going 1-0 against Cloud9 and getting that easier game predicated on one round.
I know.
Those are the stakes.
And this is where usually experience will help you distinguish between, okay, what is it that we've done correctly and we have to keep on doing, and what are the mistakes we've done. I think a rookie team can sometimes make the mistake of overthinking the loss and then overcompensate. No, just don't do any of that. Like, you lost one key round. You had a bad start to the game, and if I'm the coach, that's where I'm honing on in. Like, why did we go down 0-6? Why did it take so long for us to start playing the game? Because once they did, we had a game, we had competition, and if anything, the chances of Ecstatic in this opening stage, I see, are much higher now than before the game. I didn't think they stood a chance, a dying chance in hell against Cloud9. They had a chance here.
Yeah, and just quickly, I mean, positives for Ecstatic in the performance, though. I mean, you know, there was some good individual moments, good resilience to come back from 6-0. You know, they could still surprise here, right?
I feel like, for me, the fact that Kragan continues to deliver for this team, he's been the highest rated player, the consistent, the foundation upon which his team is built when it comes to his fragging output. And he was again delivering here, multi-kills after multi-kills on a comeback they had in the first half. Salazar was a little quiet. Again, that's my thing with Salazar.
You called it.
He can completely control the server or can completely disappear. And I feel like, I don't want to put it on one guy, but maybe a couple of good rounds coming out from him. Maybe if that AWP was putting in a little bit of work early in that game, this could have been the game for Ecstatic.
Maybe not a demo to study if you want to be an AWPer at home. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be setting up the second game of the day. We're going to see Glaive in action. So Danish fans, you want to tune in. We'll see you then.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are trying to de-quiz the bomb at the PGL Copenhagen Major. I've got Zach with me from Imperial. How are you, my friend?
Very good, very good.
You're looking very chill, even though this could be very stressful.
It's not gonna be stressful, it's gonna be easy, man.
Oh, confidence?
Wait, are you talking about the major or the quiz?
Both.
Okay, the major not so much.
Okay.
The quiz easy.
The quiz easy. All right. Well, you were asking Vinny a few things before in Portuguese. I kind of understood what was being said.
No, I was asking if he's feeling good or
okay,
it's cold inside or something like that.
All right. What you gonna do? Put your hand on the mouse. Once you press in the big middle button, for the yellow, the timer will start.
Okay.
Every question you get wrong, you lose 5 seconds, but the time is also going down the whole way. But every question you get right, you gain 15 seconds.
Okay.
The goal is to defuse that bomb and get it all the way up the top. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. And when you see the questions, read it out for me so the viewers know what you got.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is the minimum amount of aiming for if 4 shots to body to kill a terrorist on pistol round if he has Kevlar? Jesus Christ, what is the minimum amount if he has Kevlar? 4.
Yes.
Okay, what is the minimum amount of AK-47 shots to the body to kill a terrorist on pistol round if he has Kevlar? Oh. 4. Yes.
Okay.
The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill terrorists on without a pistol round without Kevlar. I think 3. Who was the top ranked player in 2014? Ooh, I don't remember this one. No, that's right. What is the bonus for planting the bomb? 300. Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20 ranking in 2018, 19, and 20? 18, 20, probably was. Which CS player, active or inactive, has the most majors won under his belt? Pretty easy. What is the minimum amount of ME4A4 shots to the body to kill a terrorist on pistol round if it has Kevlar? This one is already done. First to how many rounds it says to? First to how many what?
Rounds.
Okay, I don't understand this question.
So how many rounds to win?
Okay. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while you're fully armored? So put like...
Oh, you've done it!
Hey, I'm a god, man.
You ticked. You're through.
I told you, man. It's gonna be easy. I'm a
you
god.
You were so focused. You were ready to do more.
Yeah, bro. Easy game, man.
Oh,
you need to put harder questions next time.
I love your attitude with this. Let's see how it goes when you get in the server, though, for the boys.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. It's not gonna be easy.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed playing along with that at home. As I said before the break, we are ready to set up the second game of the day. Joining me, you saw them earlier. They're still here. It's Maniac and Blair. Right, this is another big one, kind of for legacy's sake. We're going to see ENCE, Glaive, and his Polish contingent, who I'm kind of being a bit disparaging to, I suppose, by not mentioning them as wonderful, experienced, tenured players as well. But for me, I think overall, given the nature of how the team was assembled, I think a lot of people thought ENCE, might not do it. And they're going to be going up against Imperial, surprise package of NA.
I like that you introduce ENCE this way, because a whole lot of people out there in the industry are getting away with pretending like we all knew ENCE was going to work, whereas the messaging at the beginning was very different. The messaging at the beginning was, it's a great little, patchwork for the RMR, they're just going to try to get their slot. And then Katowice happened, and we say, hold on a minute, like they played good Counter-Strike. Oh, they beat Astralis again at the RMR. Yeah, they're a great team. We all doubted them. I doubted them. I thought this was a waste of everybody's time. What the hell is Glaive doing here? Proved me wrong. The Counter-Strike, the level has been much higher than expected.
I mean, even if you speak to the guys on the side of ENCE, even Glaive was like, yeah, we didn't really expect to achieve what we did over here. We quickly just to touch on Hades as well. I feel like one of the biggest reasons why ENCE was a surprise in Kato in the run they made was because Hades was just taking souls.
He was huge.
He was dragging them down.
Almost as if the IGL is good at utilizing AWPers in some kind of way.
Oh, this is how we were returning back to that conversation now.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I wonder if Device is looking at this stat line right now and kind of missing him, like that Wolverine meme, you know? He's like a picture of Glaive. Maybe not.
I mean, listen, I don't really know where the future of Glaive holds, but I do think that he might have a higher credit score after this stint in ENCE. That's just the truth of it. Now, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I kind of have to. I think ENCE now is in a much different position than they were in Katowice, in the sense of, when you put a team together like that, at the very beginning, you don't try to play the perfect CS. You say, listen, guys, we're just going to try our best. I have a few ideas. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it fresh. We have a good mindset. Let's do it. It's all fun and goofy. No pun intended, I can see it from here. But then when you start trying to play the Counter-Strike and you start thinking about your mistakes, it gets murky, it gets complicated, need to address, need to have the hard conversations. I don't know whether ENCE is equipped to deal with that right now. I think they're in a completely different sort of trajectory that we've seen them in Katowice, so I'm not sure about
I will say this though, right? Like, if you're looking at the results so far, you look at a Katowice run, which was obviously a Cinderella run and everything, and just looking at how small little things in the way it works in this team. I'm talking about mid-rounding, for example. You got to understand there is still a language, I wouldn't say a barrier, so to speak, but for a lot of these ENCE players, they haven't really calmed in English at a high level of Counter-Strike. It's a new thing for them, and for Glaive as well, right? He's been mainly calming in Danish, and you can see there were a few rough edges, so to speak, in Kato, despite the good run they had. It has looked better, though, Maniac. It has definitely looked better, but I do agree with you. You know, they're no longer the the big underdogs here. There are some expectations. The question is, which version of ENCE are we going to see? You know, the Cinderella run, or a team that is finally going to hit their ceiling?
And there he is. I mean, again, we talk about legacy. Yes, we're entering into this new chapter, but I don't think people realize, you know, like, it wasn't just about Astralis with Glaive. He got so close to greatness even prior to that.
I know.
He's just had this hunger and desire, and to see him at another major, to see him tear up to even be here in that interview he did, I had a bit of a manly tear in my eye. I was like, yeah, go on, Luke.
And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? And you think about his last few weeks or months in the Astralis jerseys, they were rough to watch. Like, individually, he was way behind. He even said himself, he didn't really put the time he needed to, and it was a bit rough for him. I didn't expect this renaissance of Glaive's career in any shape. Not like that. Not international team, not with the ENCE boys, not with the 9 core, mind you. And here we are.
Well, I'm glad you said the word renaissance, because, you know, it's not just Glaive having a renaissance. Let's talk about Imperial and Henny, or N1. I always get it kind of like, people always correct me.
I think we settled on Henny, I think.
Yeah, we settled on Henny.
Henny, right? Henny in the club.
Henny and Lucas, not Lucas 1. Yeah. Anyway, there's a Lucas here. We do have a few veterans though, right? And as we pointed out, we talked about this Imperial lineup, and we're talking about, you know, it was that I believe the Last Dance lineup and whatnot. There were like a lot of changes that happened, and Vinny was the last guy remaining from that. He was just kind of like a leftover, so to speak. He teams up with Phelps with Henny, and there were 2 new guys decent in Norway. It's the first time at the major for them as well. And for Henny coming back to the major after 7 bloody years, that's a story in itself.
But it's the thing, Brazilian Counter-Strike history, there have been these players, that second generation that came in after the great ones. They're the ones that have had the strange careers, right?
Yeah, and thank you for saying that, because this graph in itself, you can look at it in a romantic aspect. Oh, it's great to see Henny back. But the harsh truth is, it's been one of the most wasted career we've had at highest level.
True.
We know what he can do. We've seen it in 2017, but then we saw in FURIA as well, when he had the double AWP. That was so great. He popped off at the RMR.
Yeah.
It's almost criminal that we've lost Henny for so long at the highest level. I've never come to peace with that. I've never been okay with it. And if this is going to be the Imperial that pricks him back on the map, I'm glad, because where the hell has he been for so long?
I know. I mean, considering it's a time where we're seeing so many returns to form, so many returns to greatness, so to speak. Like we just spoke about Glaive, for example.
Richard is back.
Richard's back as well. Well, yeah, I'm still around too.
Me, Henny. I don't get enough trouble online. Right, guys, real quick, I got to get us into the game. So, you know, we're going thick and fast. We're going to get into the action now.
Go.
Imperial versus ENCE. This is going to be a great one. Take it away, guys.
Thick and fast, just the way we like it. I didn't know Maniac was so thick and fast for Henny. He waxed lyrical about that.
Yeah, a shame he's going to get shut down by Hades in this game. But other than that, I like it.
Yeah, about to find out why he disappeared. Yeah, he does have one of the curious... I'm not gonna lie, I was actually stunned by that graphic that said he's only been at 1 major, and it was Krakow, because Henny's been around for so long.
Yeah.
And he's always been in the conversation of such a strong opper coming out of Brazil. And let's be honest, his career's had a lot of ups and downs in terms of his individual level. We've seen his op be incredibly impactful, like at the PGL Krakow major, helping to power that team to the 2nd place. second place finish. FURIA, they mentioned, he was obviously incredible. I had to compete against him as a coach of Liquid at the time. Very, very tough to handle in that regard as well. But we've also seen like little moments where his impact and his individual level has dipped, and we've seen a little bit of self-sabotage. His voluntary departure from FURIA to go play with his brother is one of the most curious decisions I think that you could look at in terms of decision making in your career. So he's hopefully going to have a big game here. They're going to need him to take on ENCE, and they're going to need some of that RMR form of Henny, and it looks like once again we're going to get a little restart in this pistol round. Team's backing off. You could see Imperial starting to slide out aggressively towards middle, and they just run all the way back.
Yeah, quick little reset here to get things on the way, but I mean, I agree. Like Henny's, we know that he's got the strength to do something with, but it's just like the consistency is definitely one of the big issues.
His opping style is like if you look at one side of the spectrum of devices, like a really strong fundamental decision making opper. Henny's on the other end of the spectrum, like a little bit crazy. At some point he's going to break out and try and do his own thing and try and just win around on his own. And that kind of style always has its sort of ups and downs, and it's always been hard to kind of work Henny into a system that's going to be consistent and reliable. I think that's part of it as well. Let's see what he's got in this game. Fast pace towards middle. They're going to drop right down into the canals and head towards the B bomb site, but it's all a fake. And they pulled mid right into that.
They got baited so hard. I really can't believe it.
I got baited.
Yeah, they not only open the email, they click on all the extensions, all the executables inside, Jason. It's miserable. They're completely wrecked here.
Oh my lord.
Oh, that's so sick. The double drop down, you hear it, you're like, oh my god, they're rushing the bomb site, let's go. And then there's 3 people waiting for you. Oh. We need that solid state discovery sound like that. We need that. Turn the corner and he's like, whoop.
Jesus. They pulled him right into that. Good little trick from ENCE in the pistol round, and that turns it into a very easy win. There was only one defender at the B bomb site, so you can kind of understand why they wanted to hustle to kind of help, But when they both go down in middle, then it really is just one defender with no one else coming. Easy round for ENCE.
Maybe they will buy it. We will see.
Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Those are the 2 options.
Yeah, I know, but when you say it like Glaive just did with a little confidence, it sounds awesome. Like you love that as a teammate. You're like, yeah, Glaive knows what's happening. They're gonna buy or they're not. He's got the read.
I can outsource my decision making, and that is true though. Like that does feel good, doesn't it? Playing with someone who's just very, very confident. Second round. Now we, in fact, have a little bit more information that ENCE do at the moment. We can tell they did not buy USPs. Everybody.
ENCE don't know that yet.
It's true.
Possibility's still there.
They are playing like they might, so they're respecting it. They're really making sure.
This ENCE team has been such like a fun one to follow in this project. I was actually really excited when they picked up the 9 core because I liked a lot of what 9 did, especially on a map like Anubis. I thought 9 had some cool tricks of aggression on the CT side. But I think what's interesting about it is talking to Glaive and having a chance to sit down with him in a podcast was him kind of saying, I've really had to like come into this team and learn, it's vastly different from his time in Astralis where they had the system, they had the structure, and everyone kind of knew what their roles were. Coming into this, he's like, I've had to like learn to give up a lot of control.
Yeah.
And he didn't frame it as giving up control, but he framed it as I've had to learn to like put faith and trust in my teammates that they know what they're doing and they have impactful and effective ideas.
Yeah, that's important, right? I mean, especially because I think like the disc we're talking about, it's not like Glaive came into this project with a ton of credit. Obviously, yeah, sure, you've won 4 majors and all that, but at the end of the day, people are still going to be turning around saying, yes, but you were playing miserably at the end of Astralis. Like, that's a long time ago now. Like, the game has changed. Who really cares what you did back then?
And also, remember, he came into this team expecting to inherit, like, a top 3 team in the world. That ENCE was with Sunpius, with Nerds. He was just like, I'm going to take over, and Snappy as he departs and still have a very strong team. And then it was like, oh.
It's really worth highlighting, like, how crazy it was what happened, right? Because it's true, he came into that, it was right at the end of the year, right? Like in Abu Dhabi or whatever. And
they were playing that event in Blast in Abu Dhabi and also trying to figure out who they were going to pick up because the roster lock was 36 hours away, 48 hours away, I think.
So he had literally, I think, less than 48 hours to try to make a new team and, like, get all the players on board and everything. It's such a wild story. So the fact that it's worked is just to underscore It's really remarkable. Now, just to recap this round, they did actually save a Galil, and they got a bunch of kills with it. So, you know, ENCE obviously sure to win the round. That's probably the most important takeaway. But still a little bit frustrating, I think, for ENCE to be giving that much away.
Well, the Galil really is the impact of that. I mean, sure, it can get some kills in this round, but if you look at Vinny's money, the fact that he's able to keep 1,600 in the bank, that's going to help him down the road. That could be an extra op for Henny. That could be an extra buy, an extra M4 dropped over to a teammate. So that extra cash is going to go a long way down the stretch. ENCE show presence in A main. They want to take control with the Molly and utility. It's going to force out counter nades early from Vinny, the anchor of the bomb site.
He's with the AWP, but in the middle taking a look. But on the Mac 10, which also could be an interesting thing to think about in this round. Got head armor on 4 people, but Henny is the only one without, so he runs into the Mac 10, could be a little bit of a different fight there.
It's so nice that they forced that utility out over at the A bomb site, though, because now they're essentially pressuring 2 sides. You know, Vinny has to be very cautious, thinking they have control of A main. Now you have Diha with a Molotov who gets control of Dark, and we saw Diha, in the previous ENCE lineup, he was a monster in this position with his impact coming out of Dark.
Look at the setup. There's 4 people at this bomb site. They've pulled, there's nobody in the middle, there's only 1 person at the A bomb site. They've pulled everyone over on this side.
Here comes
so risky.
And exactly. I'm worried that they're going to fall right back, though, and actually they push forward to see what they can find at this A bomb site. Diha gets checked, but Hades is there for a double kill, and now they can back away from A. They've pulled all the defense over here. Bomb is... Oh, they're going to commit. They're going right back in.
That could be the end of them. 3 people are here waiting. Grenade will land right on top, and they're not going to try and beat it, so they'll allow the bomb to go down to the very least. A little bit of a fight here breaks out. It's Hades coming out on top again. A 3rd kill for him. And Henny and Descenti, what did they do here?
Well, footsteps made by Kyler. Didn't realize they were going to fall back after that kill from Hades, so he goes down, but that's a nice win from ENCE, pulling him across the map. Good job between Diha and Hades to eliminate that push out of Dark. And it's 3-0. I think it's an important thing to note as well. We talked a lot about Henny and his impact and how good he's been on various Brazilian lineups over the years. Hades is the engine of this team on the other side. The Oppers are big pieces of both of these teams.
Yeah.
And Hades obviously in this round doing it with the AK-47. When his op gets out, it's super impactful as well. But Hades has been a main driving force of the 9 team previously, and now of this ENCE team. He's the guy you expect to put up volumes of frags.
I think he's one of my favorite Oppers at the moment. I think just as a in terms of how fun is it to watch him play, I just think it's off the charts. Like there are definitely times where he has way less of an impact on certain maps, but my God, like when he's really hitting with the shots with the AWP, it's so interesting.
Remember, he's got a cool story as well. Remember, this is his 2nd time in the ENCE jersey.
Yeah.
He was on the team with Snappy way early on before they brought in Sampaias, and he was actually dropped out of that line. Ooh, good push. That's the one way. And ENCE didn't even notice it was coming.
I think Diha might have saw it, but I think he had a grenade in his hand. He swapped from the grenade and just wasn't ready. Oh no. I'd love to see that again. Nice grenade blow up there, and Hades is deleted from the round. Imperial starting to look a lot more serious now.
Yeah, this is a good stop. Really good punish with the nade mechanic. Glaive and Kyler to try and recover the round. Glaive's got a headshot. They peek out from Temple. Kyler wasn't ready. I think he had utility in hand, and now he's taken down by Phelps as well. 3-1. Oof. Okay, there's a difference between when ENCE wins a round and when the Brazilians win a round.
Yeah, you could tell. Get him fired up early on. That's absolutely what we need. These are the early games of the major, but still. These best of ones. It's not going to get any easier the longer you move forward, my God.
Yeah, well, that trick will probably only work once. It'll be interesting to see when he brings it out again. But I think, that smoke, while it normally is also the alarm bells start ringing when you see that smoke, certainly no one from ENCE is going to take it for granted again.
A UMP has been brought into play by Diha, so it's interesting. Really rare sight these days, I feel like.
BP like to bring it out.
Yeah, there are a couple of people who will do it every once in a while, but it's rare. Double, or an attempted double push, it got denied. They kind of stacked on top of each other. Hades able to bring down No Way.
This split is looking more and more dangerous. Henny firing off shots into the smoke, pushing A main. Vinny wants to take back a little control and a little bit of information, but Goofy tucked into the corner is watching for it. Looks like Vinny wants to hard clear this. Oh, but these kills might take his attention away, and it will. Oh, he almost gets the double kill. Glaive and Kyler in a 2v2.
And Henny getting that one. Suddenly it's a 1 versus 2, but if Glaive can get this kill, he knows the other player is going to be very low on health. He's snuck in behind. Can he see him? Not quite yet. He needs that smoke to fade. 40 seconds. Backup is miles away still. Oh, and he's actually escaped. I can't believe it. Henny, how did he get out of the bomb site? There we go, shooting Glaive.
Muito caralho! Muito caralho! Bora, porra! Ouve não.
He found the perfect route to walk through the smokes.
Coitado dos caras, velho.
Glaive was so close to discovering his position. If that was a quick trade, Glaive had a real chance at winning it. Good round from Henny and Phelps defending against this split. They shut it down. Really not even access to the bomb site. The kills all come out before ENCE even enters the choke point. That is a strong defense and a good information push out of A main as well. ENCE is knocked back down to pistols.
Imperial with a chance to really make a bit of a run of it here. Shouldn't be too much of a threat. Maybe if they get a really strong opening to the bomb site, they get a bomb planted, but otherwise, they should be able to hold on to this one. Vinny and Henny just slowly applying the defensive grenades, which you kind of expect. Not even a flashbang on the T side to try and get through, so I think a bomb plant that'd be really nice. It's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, all you really have in this round is Hades Deagle. That can provide you an opening. There's a P250 on the board as well, but actually no, there's not. It's all Glocks around that Deagle. And already one player goes down, it's Goofy. And Vinny sees the unarmored pistol and he's like, I want more of them. I want more of them. He's only gonna get one, and he's here to pick up the pieces. AK-47 will be picked up at the end of the day as well, and Imperial's gonna tie things up at 3.
That's very hungry for Vinny. He was really feeling it. I guess it doesn't matter too much, but you know, could have probably played it more safely.
Yeah, he could have. But why would you? You know?
And the free kills are out there.
Ai, que cara lixo.
Having a great time.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun considering the stakes.
That's great though. I mean, like, that's the kind of mindset you want to be in. If you can laugh your way through the game early on, in spite of the fact that you lost the first couple of rounds here, it's still pretty important.
All right, 7-2 for Henny, leading the way for Imperial in the early stages. In the first half of the first half. 80s with 6, doing the same for ENCE. Guns back in the board, and there's the deep Molotov smoke combination that can activate Phelps for a bit of aggression, which we know he loves. However, the utility sequence is going to put ENCE at attention for this kind of a play.
Yeah, they might end up looking for it. We'll see if they're going to be aware. Deep grenades, Molotov landing in front there as well to buy a little bit of time, but player outside of the A-bomb side is real far away, so will be this fight on the bridge that's going to, I think, decide a lot of this round.
Well, Phelps has largely been left alone. Mid-player backs away. No Way's just kind of keeping... Oh, Glaive swings and I'm not even sure he was ready for that fight, but a big win.
He walked into it and he wasn't even running. I think he just walked right out. I'd love to see a replay from Glaive's point of view. That is real interesting. 4 versus 5. That looked like it should have gone the other way. And if it had, who knows? There would have been I think the Senti would have been able to swing in behind it. There could have been a bit of a collapse there in the middle. 40 seconds now instead, and they're making their way through ENCE, trying to see if they can open up the map here. A lot of fights ahead of him, and he's going to be traded. It's Glaive once again, coming in with the kill. Now Vinny, the only defender here at the bomb site. He sees the shadow and gets a bit of an advantage doing that.
Good smoke behind him as well. That's going to give him some safety inside A main for the retake. Imperial's going to go for this. Glaive's very low on HP. Henny's op is going to be hard to get involved in the action, but that smoke is buying a lot of time for Vinny, and now no way to step up.
Setting up Flash, going deep inside of the bomb site. It's actually a great flashbang, but they just can't swing deep enough to find anyone behind the cake there. Bombs ticking away, and a headshot from Hades making things a lot worse. The ult finally put into play, but it might have been too late. Kyler gets the shot. Now it's just, I don't think there's any time for it here, Henny. Even if you wanted to, even if you find one more kill, you can't find both of them before the bomb ticks. So ENCE, huge victory in this round. Really important that they pick this one up.
Yeah, but you're right. With two players going through A main, with No Way coming through the canals to join up with Vinny, it leaves Henny in basically an impossible situation with the op trying to kind of instigate that retake on his own. You wanted that second front, but because it's an AWP, it's really just so unwieldy with all the angles you have to clear. And good play from ENCE as well. I mean, Glaive is holding onto camera, holding onto the temple rotate. You had one player aggressive towards Heaven as well to watch for the beach retake. Good positioning. Once you realized Vinny was in A main, that could have been a confusing, chaotic round, and they handle it fantastically.
And this being, I think, still a, you know, fairly T-sided map, it's kind of important, I think, for ENCE to start to pick up some of these rounds. Even if 3-3 was leaving me a bit nervous, if they can win this next one, then it's no more money for Imperial, and it's a bit of an open question once again. If Imperial managed to win this run, though, I mean, it's going to start to make ENCE sweat a little bit, I think. Yeah, again, back towards that dark position. Some players have just decided to become experts at playing this, really on both sides, on C and CT side. You see them on either side of the map just playing only this one part of the map.
You can see the importance of gaining that part of the map from ENCE as well. Double Molotov, one in dark, one at the pillar just outside the entrance. So they really want to force that defense into a passive setup at the bomb site. Imperial's out of nades. They have a Molotov on Phelps, they've got a flashbang on Decency, and that's about it. And they really feel the pressure due to losing control of dark. 4 players going to be stacked up towards this B bomb site, which means Vinny playing way back has nothing to do. He's got no teammates to help him, no utility to activate himself.
Yeah, he's just listening in at this point, saying, yeah, the bomb site is slowly getting lost here. It's an impressive kill to take down Glaive. You had the AK on the other side, but the bomb is still going to get planted. What could they do to retake it? I'm not seeing a kit on anyone, so this is going to be quite difficult. Time's going to run out much quicker than you realize here. Kyler on the one side, Stier on the other one. A little bit of a swing, but he does go down. Good retake so far. Still, they are running out of players. Goofy having himself a bit of a round here. 2 kills so far. Hasn't reloaded yet. Makes it a 3rd one. And Henny, you miss a shot here. You're going to be dead. And he's trying to bait it in. There's the miss. And Goofy to clean up the round. 4 kills to his name.
Yeah, Goofy's actually the savior of that round. That's a disadvantaged post plant for ENCE. And the aggressive positions don't really yield them a whole lot. Just 1 kill coming through camera. The Heaven player got taken out for free. Kyler tried to get aggressive. It's all Goofy playing way far back, who's able to just clean things up. And the lack of utility, not enough flashes, no smoke, no Molotov in towards A main. It gives Goofy all the comfort in the world to just jiggle, to re-peek, to hold the angle and pick players off. Big round from ENCE.
Yeah, positively clowning on Henny at the end.
I mean, you had everything. I mean, a fantastic post plant from Goofy, but also Glaive called a fantastic round. Completely outplays them. Forced 4 players to shift over to the B bomb site, gets that bomb plant for free, even if he goes down after the fact. Tactically, he did his job. And that round is super important because there's not a lot of money.
Nope.
On the Imperial side of things. So they're going to have to sit around out. Everyone huddled right around 2K. Can't really invest a whole lot. And this is where, as you mentioned, a T-sided map, this is where you can really start to run up the scoreboard once you have economic control. So Imperial, I think, wisely don't invest anything. Losing bonus can't be all that impressive. 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's on the low side, isn't it?
They're going to get 2,400, so they won't have an AWP on Henny.
Look at DR behind the mate and guessing the economy, knowing that why not? He could be the scout to find any stacks. He can do whatever he wants in this round. It doesn't really matter. To find an empty bomb site, in fact.
It's not a bad weapon to use at dark. Even against guns, it can be super effective. How mobile it is, how fast you can be with it, the spray and pray factor. So Hades is left all alone with his AWP, and he's got to be careful. He's got to fall back if he needs it, but he can get swarmed by these 5 USPs.
That kind of sends them back. You
Yeah.
walk into the AWP, they're like, all right, you know what? Nobody else go that way.
I thought maybe they would just kind of bum rush him out the window, but obviously you got to deal with the Dark player after that, so Imperial just kind of calls it off. So 6-3 is going to be the score in the favor of ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really criticize them for what they're doing here, Imperial. It's not like there's a lot to be necessarily won. Pilot have a bit of a shooting gallery.
Deathmatching.
One kill, yeah. It's all right. They do a little bit of damage to the ENCE economy, but it is negligible. 6-3. Just curious. There's going to be a switch up in the style here for Imperial.
Timeout called by ENCE to talk things over for these final 3 rounds of the opening half. Gives Imperial a chance to have a conversation about how to work this defense moving forward.
See. A little bit more serious in the camp of Imperial. They were laughing at one point, having a really good time, and they should have been. Like, they won 3 in a row. It was looking pretty good. A bit of a different feeling at the moment. And to be honest, again, I think just more evidence that whatever it is Glaive is doing with this squad is actually working really well.
He's calling a really good game, you know, between the dark utility and the mid utility to force back the defense into positions where they can't get a whole lot of information, or to get them into the point where they're kind of playing blind on the CT side, really exploiting the T side advantage on Anubis. It has been a great game called from Glaive so far.
Worked. I'm seeing an orc that's been put into play. Vinny, the one to pick that one up, they cannot afford the AWP like you pointed out, so we're getting denied that.
And it's so strong, the AUG, in the position that Vinny has it in at the moment. And remember, he's been exploited a couple of times when Imperial has run out of utility by no fault of his own. Just tactically, he's always been put in disadvantages, so trying to use the AUG to even that up. And oh man, No Way is lucky to be alive. Phelps eats the bullet for him, and No Way gets a response, but he's brought very low, 14 HP. And you just know Diha's got to be thirsty to find that kill.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to try and swing for it. Senti in there in the middle, he's going to get found right away. It's a disaster. They needed that kill to go the other way to even still be in the round. Now, 4 versus 3 with No Way practically being dead already. Bleeding out on the B-bomb side. This is starting to look very, very tricky.
Yeah, and I think Diha's just kind of got freedom in this round, in this position. It's just, you're playing for yourself. Glaive calling for the other 3 of them. And Diha's allowed to pick and choose his moment from Dark with this MAC-10 when he feels like it's possible.
He's getting real close now. A bullet will do it. It's a jump up. And he will find the kill. He goes down, but it doesn't really matter. He's found 50% of what's left of the team for Imperial.
Yeah, the only thing that changes is that means the A main player's got to hustle and go for this trade. Glaive is going to lurk in middle, so Vinny, if he doesn't get it, oh, he's been spotted out. Glaive just barely missed the timing, but it gives Hades all the information he needs with the op. Bomb being planted, and Henny once again in an impossible retake.
This is working out so well. Glaive's understanding of the pieces that are in play in that round, like you pointed out, with Diha just hanging around the dark and the rest of the team playing for themselves. Absolutely sick. Henny, be magical if you get close to winning this round even. It's not going to happen. Kyla will take 1 more kill. He's 3 in this round, and ENCE are now starting to pull away in a serious fashion here. Imperial, they're hurting.
I think Kyler in this team is going to turn into a real cool piece that we talk a lot about for this ENCE roster. He's got some skills, and I think under Glaive, I think he's going to flourish within this ENCE roster. He's going to be a fun player to watch in 2024, and obviously all throughout this major. 4-round lead for ENCE, and back to a very rough buy for Imperial. MP9 on Phelps, couple upgraded pistols. Nothing to be super happy about.
For the 11th round and a half, you're basically being forced to do this. It definitely doesn't feel good at all.
And I love these little changes in philosophy from ENCE as well. Like these past 2 rounds, we've seen very fast challenges in B main. Seen ENCE more than happy to take these angles and peer into the bomb site, and it's a lot of time to have the pressure. Ooh, nice shot with the deagle. Kyler's going to be forced back as well. Hades is still here with the op. If someone strays a little bit too far.
Well, I guess you could say they strayed. They were forced into it one day with the Molotov. Landing right behind them is a good tool to use. He's aware that someone could be there. And they're going to be spotted
And he's so
from
screwed.
dark. Yeah. Oh, they stacked on top of each other. That's actually a bit of an unforced error. I don't think they need to do that. Diha going to get the one kill.
Dude.
Another good headshot. No way. He's so quick on the trigger here. A little bit of a peek coming into it. Hades doesn't want to take the secondary fight. It's Sensi with a lot of damage. Look at it. Almost dead. And Diha, he's missed the timing, and that's going to get him killed. Unbelievable. Imperial have no business getting into this round.
Give all the credit over to No Way. 2 1Ds. So spectacular. And ENCE, that round, more than any other round where they've tactically played the map, where they've thrown in some trickery, moved across the map, this time they just try and bash their head against the wall till it breaks, but the wall holds strong. I think Hades just has to save this. He has no HP, no time.
Yeah. I think the double peek from Dark was, I mean, if they just peek one there, Henny just dies, and at least they can get the round back. But
yeah, the team damage helped Henny out a lot in that situation.
It really did, and it just added a lot of chaos to the round that wasn't really necessary, so it's a kind of a small mistake, but I think it actually had a pretty big outcome.
There's that, and then the 2 1Digs from No Way. Like every time they try and turn the corner, and those are all advantage fights for ENCE. Swinging with the AK-47 against pistols, and just the Deagle hits some absolute bangers. So ENCE give one away here. They're going to be frustrated about that.
It's a really big deal.
I mean, look at all the factors. Like Diha checking behind him like twice and just missed the timing on Vinny. Even swings out a little bit wide and Vinny is just hidden. So I mean, there's like 3 or 4 different factors at play in that round that cause ENCE to lose it.
Think how this plays out. I mean, if this ends up a 7-5 half instead, even 8-4, I think 8-4 is still pretty competitive for Imperial. They're going to be maybe not in a great position, but they're going to be in a fine position to try and win the map. Nice little flick there. It's Hades beating Henny to the punch. Don't get to see that fight too often. And he pushes through. That's what I mean when I say that he's one of the more entertaining players to watch. I mean, it's a bit crazy. It cost him everything in this round, but you have to respect it.
Might have been a little bit too much, but it was there. The possibility was there. When this smoke fades, all decency. Flame's already kind of walked through, really tested it. He's got a double. And they'll recover the loss of Hades with 2 kills in mid. And now, once again, Vinny's just like, can I just get an execute or something? He's had to play so many rounds with his teammates falling around him, and once again, he's just got no good plays to make.
Yeah, Glaive even finding that kill against him. Such a lot to be said for the story of this ENCE team. We already went over a couple of these things. Diha finding the last one there with a great flash assist. 8-4 the first half in favor of ENCE, but you know, the fact that Glaive managed to qualify over the rest of the Astralis squad is just, I mean, that in itself is like a funny side story, you know?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
I think so. Like, yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It is funny.
Yeah. Fair play.
But I mean, also on the other side of things, like the desk went over it too. Glaive at the end of Astralis really looked like he was worn out. He just looked like he wasn't feeling it at all. So I can't really blame Astralis necessarily for saying it's time to move on. But now looking back, you're like, oh my God, what do we do?
How did this happen? How did this future come to pass? What a round from Glaive as well. He's done a great job. I mean, obviously, we've touched on his calling in that half. It was fantastic. But also, I mean, kind of, you know, he's leading the pack as well. He's kind of the guy going in first and really leading the way and being like, this is what I'm calling, this is what I'm doing, and I'm going to lead from the front.
Yeah.
And he's put some impactful opening kills on the board. Imperial switches over to the T side as ENCE takes the defensive positions. 2 players, including the bomb towards A main. That's going to be dropped in towards boats. First contact looks to be these dualies on Goofy. He's got no backup. It's just him. Hades can swing from the bomb site, but he'd be exposed to B main.
I mean, if his time to kill is low enough here, Goofy, you can stay alive. You can keep it going. But obviously, if it takes a while to get the first kill, you're just going to get absolutely swung upon. We'll see.
They're trying to bait a shift in this defense. They're trying to bait someone to peek. It's just Vinny committed. That's a nice kill. That might force Goofy to consider.
There we said it takes a little bit too long. He's engaged in the fight, and Phelps will take him down. Nice little flick there. Hades, you need another headshot, or it's going to be too late. They've picked up the dualies. No way we'll take him out, so the bomb is going to get planted, and it'll be Glaive Technically, could be one, but he needs the first couple of kills here to be really smooth.
And he's got no kit, so even if he wins the first one, any extended fight after the fact is going to be near impossible. Nice pistol. Both teams picking up the T-side pistol round. But Imperial can get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, really important round to get on board. Like we said, 4 rounds in the first half. It's not amazing, but it you know, especially I think in MR12 CS2, like it's enough that you can have an impact on the game. And now at 8-5, they're going to keep it going. We'll see what ENCE can manage to put together once they get the rifles. It's not yet. Not even a flashback. Not angry, I'm just disappointed, Jason.
Where would you do a flash peek here?
I mean, I probably set it up for the A-bomb side, like try and hide behind all the walls and just hope that they show up.
Wait for them to commit, or are you going aggressive? You flashing boats and swinging?
No, I'd wait for them to commit.
Okay.
Try and hold back. Like
sure. As long as you can.
But it's 200.
It's just 200.
It's just 200.
Been preaching that for years.
Almost always worth it, I feel like. Yeah, can't win the lottery, and if you don't
buy a ticket.
Yeah, don't buy the ticket.
Yeah, that's fair.
Say that all the time.
Well, your little A stack with a flashbang wouldn't have panned out in this round.
Definitely
so
not.
You would have wasted $200.
Blown up into the sky.
Yeah, then you would have had to save a flashbang, and you feel like a real dickhead saving a flashbang.
Yeah, that's true. You can throw it anyway, just for fireworks.
Just make it look good.
Listen, how often do people, like, you know, how many dollars do we shoot into the sky every New Year, 4th of July or whatever it is, you know?
True. You make a compelling argument, Anders.
Yeah.
I can't battle with the fireworks angle.
That's what I'm saying. Or when you're in the club, Jason, just pouring champagne into the sink, you know?
That is my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I've seen you do it.
Buy an expensive bottle of champagne at the club and pour it into a sink.
While the poor people are watching. Please, I need food.
Or
I don't know why
champagne.
they're in the club, but...
I don't know why they're looking for food in the champagne
That's
club.
just me. It's a little bit of a slaughter going on here. The Galil's having a field day. 3 kills. Goofy, I think, running under the site in the desperate hope that he could keep someone close to the bomb for them to go up with. It's not going to be successful, but it's worth the attempt.
All right, back to smiles.
Yeah. Let's get the celebrations going.
Yeah, exactly. It's a party over
This is
there.
the thing that I miss the most about Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Like, all the confidence kind of went out of the scene at some point.
Uh-huh.
But when it was good, like when they were really winning,
It was thriving.
So sick.
Yeah, fun to watch.
It
for
was.
sure. Well, Imperial's going to try and get some of that magic back. Down by 2, 6-8 into the first gun round. Hades has his op. It's glass cannon. No armor, no utility for Hades. That smoke is going to force him back.
It's fairly winnable at the moment. Noe at 14 kills, Henny at 13. Now, they got a couple of individuals that are fired up. They're only 2 rounds behind. Especially if they can win this first round here. Hence, finally some rifles are out across the map. Putting a little pressure on the middle. It's part of the fact there's just one player on the Imperial side that's really pushing it, but...
That's a cool smoke from Kyler. Flashbang in is going to force a shot from Hades, so Imperial has a little bit of information of where the AWP is positioned. They have mid-control up till the double doors. Decency has engaged with Glaive and doesn't really have a whole lot of HP, but they're committed to this A-bomb site.
So many Molotovs raining down. That's a good way to try and beat the AWP, is just make it impossible to really stand anywhere with all the flashbang around the corner as well. Yeah, and Hades, they know there's only a couple of places you could play from. They burned or smoked every other part of the site out. Now he's still gonna get a kill somehow. Tries to go for the flick, but he gets swung upon by Phelps instead. And that's enough. I think that's the round.
Yeah, Imperial had so much runway. Look at how, oh, they're going to go for this. They're going to go for this. They're challenging from camera. Glaive is very committed. They're boxed in from behind as well. Good kill from Glaive, but Decency is going to come in and ruin everything. First kill is his. Second kill is even easier. And Dia, you might just want to grab Hades up and run.
Surely, yes.
No kit.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have the kit, you could have smoked it off and tried to see if you can go for the defuse, but where is that AWP? All right, here we go. They're going to know, and they're already flanking him. Decenty's right there. On top, jumping down with a headshot on Diha. That's the AWP stolen back. It's a sick round out of him.
Yeah, and that's really nice. Despite, I mean, 2 players at that A bomb site. Hades was forced out of the site by a Molotov. Diha just shaking his head. A perfect flashbang off the pillar. Look how blind Kyler is. Can't do anything close up with the SMG. And Imperial take advantage of that real estate. There's no more resistance at the stairs, no resistance at the jump up. They get so aggressive towards Beach, where Hades is just trying to survive with the AWP and wait for his teammates. Early days on defense for ENCE, not looking great. First gun round, they get battered and bruised. And Imperial on the verge of tying it up.
Yeah, it's developing into a serious concern for them here. 1 round separating the 2. I think that the extent of the execute from even outside of the A-bomb side, you could see, I think Hades had to run away from 2 different Molotovs. He couldn't play the traditional high ground because there was a smoke there. So they don't have to check a lot of places. Once they take the first fight, they kind of realize, okay, you can only be in like 1 or 2 places.
And it could have gone differently. Remember, that was a glass cannon off with no utility. Ooh, Hades, I thought maybe he could have doubled that up. But if Hades has utility up with that AWP, he can potentially smoke the Molotov, right? He can put it out inside the bomb site. He can still play that position, still keep Kyler in a decent enough fight. He could have smoked a main at any point during that, denied access to him, made that execute harder to pull off. It's just the lack of resources is so limiting to what he could do with the AWP. So 8-8 is going to be the scoreline. Next round, we're going to get ENCE back with weapons. I would be surprised if we didn't see a timeout going into this next round.
Yeah. If nothing else, just try and cool down Imperial a little bit so that they can get all the momentum going. Isla's walked on there. Looking to find a last player at the last second here, but they see it coming. They're going to be able to get rid of him. It's all around well played as the game is tied up 8-8. Imperial not rolling over too easily in this game. Still doing the work on this side.
They've got so much money built up on the Imperial side. Look at the cash. Henny with 7,200 and AWP in hand. Picked up from Hades, a free AWP that he gets in this half. So here we go, round 17. This time Hades brings his AWP over to the B-bomb site. Molotov is going to prevent any aggression that he might have wanted to bring out. Flashbang is going to prevent him from seeing Henny, who's now got a deep angle with the AWP.
Just dangerous. No flick connecting there for Henny. How many people they've got here, ENCE? If they can't hold the bomb site with 4 people, they're in a lot of trouble.
And Vinny's, I don't think they'll expect Vinny. I think they would have expected Smoke and Dark. Now they'll know. Now they'll know there's presence there. Good flick over from Hades. Knows there's one more. It's Phelps. USP is out and Hades finds some safety inside Dark. Eliminates that half of the attack. And now things are under control.
He got the call and he knew that he was maybe a little bit tagged up and he just went for it. That is so bold. Again, really entertaining play to watch, but there is a world in which that backfires and the round is back on for Imperial. They're going to go for it immediately.
Yeah, it was almost like Hades felt so much pressure from B main. He thought they were going to be coming through that smoke. Glaive gets 1 kill through the smoke, so maybe that held them back, but that's just a nice stop overall, but a little bit of a risk taken. You're right, from Hades.
Which I don't mind. I mean, you gotta try something, right? They're starting to fall a little bit behind in this game.
Well, Decent T is going to listen to some music.
I don't know if he's enjoying the vibes too much on the camera, but...
No, he's not dancing. Saving the weapons, though, knowing that ENCE don't have the money to hunt. That's a good round from ENCE, though. 4 players survive, so they can build up some cash.
Beautiful. I wish you could see Jason dancing at home, but...
Yeah, I'm dancing.
It's a good time. Okay, a 1-round lead. It's really not that much.
Timeout called.
The economy is going to be the really deciding difference here for either team, but I think especially for ENCE, the way that they are right now, if there is a scenario where they get reset once again, it's possible for Imperial to almost get to map point at that point in time.
They haven't had the same level of tactical mobility around the map that we saw from ENCE in the first half, right? Everything seems to be like, we're attacking A this round, let's make it work.
that's
We're
true.
attacking B this round, let's make it work. And we've only had 2 gun rounds, so we'll see how this half progresses.
I mean, I can respect it. I think sometimes...
I think too, like, Hades sees the utility being thrown, right? He's
Yeah.
like, grenade just comes out, I have like maybe a second to make this play.
I'm going for it. He's that kind of player. Like his confidence, his own abilities is pretty high. Good reason. 9-8. I don't really mind it if Imperial are a little bit more one-dimensional in how they approach the game, because if you don't have the kind of calling that Glaive is going to bring to a team like ENCE, then it's probably not worth trying it. It's probably better to just try and be a little bit more direct. Speaking of calls coming out, it's a 3-man push. Now, Glaive will go down in the middle, but this could be a real shock. The bomb is quite far away, so they're going to find that immediately, but tactically, this is a huge position for ENCE to be in.
Well, I think at this point with ENCE in these positions, it's almost like you have, I want to say you have to shift somebody away, but you still got to be concerned about Dark. But certainly a lot is going to rest here. Hades looking for the follow-up peek, misses the shot, but No Way doesn't want to challenge that. Goofy finds the equalizer. And with that aggression towards B, Imperial don't want to mess with it whatsoever.
Hades gets that shot on the second player in the middle. God.
Surely you don't peek this. Surely you don't peek this.
He saw the elbow. He wants him to do it again. But Diaz on the other side. Yeah, they're going to call in somebody else. They know the AWP is down there now, so now they're definitely not going to peek it. 40 seconds left. Grenades being thrown into the A bomb site. They're flashing into A main as well. Really trying to put some pressure on, and now they come for Dark instead. Goofy on the great trade. Leaves Henny and Descenti alone. They didn't know what do you do here? 24 seconds?
Yeah, they're going to follow it right back up. They don't know what's going on over at the A bomb site. They haven't been there. Goofy's doing a great job. Hades is close by as well, but he's shifting back towards middle just in case. Timing is everything.
That's actually an ace. He got all 5 kills in the round. The timing could not have been better. Goofy able to save ENCE in this round.
That's magnificent. That's a very awkward, drawn-out round with the push out of B.
Yeah.
The tension of Diha and Goofy playing in Dark as well. Good kill here. Vinny's even aware of the possibility. But this is all Diha's distraction, allows Goofy to double up. And from here, no options left. And that last one is just like, yeah, I'll take it.
Just standing in the right position.
Yeah.
Just winning by being at the right place at the right time.
Well, it looked like Imperial was putting some good things together, but money's running low. If they can't win this round, they're in a ton of trouble. Goofy missed the player swinging in towards Dark, and he's going to pay for it with his life. Diha goes down. Phelps has hit Impact in round 19.
What a shocking opening to this bomb site. Phelps, and that's probably it. That's the round 1.
And that is just no frills Counter-Strike. That is get into Dark as fast as possible, challenging from B main, causing the defenders to panic just a little bit and finding a gap.
You're right, though. He missed the timing. That can happen. But the fact that he got Diha as well, that's so ridiculous. Like, how did Phelps know?
That was the B players calling it. That was the B players who saw him get there early on. That's due to the pressure they were applying from both choke points right out of the gate so aggressively. And Diha was just dumping utility to try and find an escape that wasn't there. And that's a beautiful round. Nothing special. It's just so massively important at a point where Imperial have no money if they're to lose this. 5 players survive, nice and simple, 2 quick kills, get the win, get out, and rinse and repeat. Let's go again.
I mean, they do that a couple more times, and they've pretty much got it, right? You don't have to overcomplicate it if you're on the Imperial side here. It's not strictly speaking required, especially if we got openings like that.
The only bummer about it is only the 2 kills. You don't dig into the economy a whole lot for ENCE. They still have cash to buy in this round to replenish. And moving forward. Now they want to challenge mid with a bit of aggression, but they drop out into canals.
Find the same opening towards Dark once again. Diha's certainly here. Little spam coming through on either side. And it's Phelps and no way to open it up. It's absolutely perfect once again.
Yeah.
Here
Similar round, just pressure out of the gate. And this B bomb site from 2 different choke points, they've got to give attention to each one, and it might be time to pull a 3rd player over to start these rounds. You have one player watching B main, one player watching Dark, and neither of them able to handle the pressure back-to-back rounds. And Imperial have just found the easiest way possible to even things up. And more importantly, with 2 clean wins like this, with 5 players surviving, they don't have to worry about their economy, essentially, for the rest of this half, it feels. They're going to have plenty of cash to buy as many times as they need to get this victory.
It's so fun watching the different philosophies play out because, you know, we really did see a very, very different approach in the first half with ENCE being on the T side and Glaive manipulating the defense, you know, forcing Imperial to rotate around the map and then exploiting those rotations against them. Whereas this is a lot more direct.
And it's got to be a little bit tricky and hard for ENCE because it's like you can't just like have a timeout and just be like, all right, guys, just hold the B bomb site better, right?
Try not to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean, I guess you can try and play further back, but obviously you give up a lot of real estate doing
that. But this is where we get to see the tactical boldness of Imperial and how they want to play this, because you've now abused that B bomb site and forced him into a position where really the solution is an extra player, which weakens somewhere else on the map. So now we get to see if Imperial is going to change things up, take advantage of that, call something towards the A bomb site, call something towards middle.
And surely also one of the worst feelings if you're Glaive would be to make the rotation to the B bomb site, to get the extra player there, and then that's when they hit A, and you're like, oh, well, now we've really been outplayed, you know?
Exactly. And I mean, that's the hard part for Glaive and ENCE to figure out, because that's going through Glaive's head, because Glaive's like, that's what I do.
Yep. Yeah, you know, you've got them rattled, they're a little bit nervous. Also, if you don't make the call and they do it a third time, you're like, God damn, like, why are we should have had more players here. Glaive in the middle, that might have made up for it, but he can't get the headshot. Good trade. It's worth it for the T side. They'll take this one. Phelps. Has he seen Goofy? If not, he might just see him in a second here. Oh, could be a free kill if he get the headshot.
They saw the deep Molotov at the stairs, so they knew the potential was there, which is why Phelps was so heads up about it. Now, this is the real tricky one. With that trade in middle so quickly, Decency has gotten very far pushed up towards Temple, and he's been quiet this whole time. And this has to make DHub really consider the timing of it. Utility at the B bomb site's going to pull him back, and Decency makes his move. This is starting to come together very nicely for Imperial.
Yeah, look at how they've wrapped their tentacles around the bomb site. Isla, though, it's a very important kill. Taking out of Phelps, it's a bit of a start, but they still have to worry about this potential backstab that's coming in.
They're not worried enough.
But they're not. Shot, what an opening. He's done it all. Taking down Glaive at the start of the round in the middle, and then wrapping around the bomb site again. They can't hold that B bomb. It's a very different way they lose it this time, but it's just as devastating.
Yeah, well, they knew there was the potential for that lurk, right? They knew the potential was there. Diho was looking for it for quite some time, but if you don't ever get a player to join up with you so you could actually go clear it, it's so hard to find that out on your own. There's so many timings you have to ignore and miss to handle that if you're Diha. And this ENCE defense is getting demolished. 3 rounds in a row now. 3 rounds straight for Imperial. Fast and aggressive each and every round. And this is the fun part of different philosophies in Counter-Strike. Glaives is a little bit slower, more calculated, tactically moving around the map. This is a lot more brute force, a lot more quick pace to it. See what you get on that initial contact and emphasize that opening trade and play the round out from there. And kind of improvise in the mid-round as you go along with what's been provided.
And once you hit the kind of flow state of calling like that, it's just very, very hard to stop, right? ENCE have got to feel like they're losing grip, and they are. 11-10 is the scoreline, 22nd round. No way, on top of the scoreboard on his side with 17 kills. He's tied with Hades on the other side, who's got 17 as well, but...
And importantly with this style as well, it's hard for Hades with the AWP to get in any kind of a position, right? When all the action is happening, it's when there's smokes and choke points, Molotovs in different positions, flashbangs raining over from Imperial. The AWP just tends to get neutralized a little bit by that utility. And also it's so fast that when it's successful with the opening kills the way we've seen, the AWP is more concerned about saving and staying alive than getting involved in trying to swing the round.
For ENCE, I mean, they played a great Anubis so far, but look at the money that they have. It's not super impressive. They end up losing this round. Will they have enough to keep the battle on and make it interesting? A little bit more of a default kind of setup here for Imperial, though, that we're seeing. Bomb dropped towards the A-bomb side. Sort of making sure that there's no real aggression happening for ENCE. They're checking outside of B, they're checking the middle. Yeah, much more of a standard play here. Which doesn't mean they won't end up at the B-bomb side once again. They could. You just have a different look to the start of the round, and then you kind of go back there anyway. It'd be really bold and kind of tempting at the same time, I feel like, to try and go for that same B play, just with a different look.
Goofy's out of utility. No smokes, no Molotovs. I think that's why he's getting aggressive. They spawn out no way. It's only one player playing it passively. Oh, and they want to get him. Here comes the double swing, a little bit of a jiggle. Flashbang is out as well. Oh, good shot. Dia goes down. Goofy is still here, and No Way's trying to handle it. Goofy under a lot of pressure, and he goes down as well. This B bomb site, they cannot find any solutions. It's Hades. Essentially a 1v4.
But a gut-wrenching feeling as well. You think you've got one player, well, not even think, you had one player isolated, and like you said, you want to try and kill him before anyone else can really get there to help him out, and they've just completely overrun the bomb site.
They've lost complete control of this map, and they're getting absolutely demolished, and I think now is when even hope is at an all-time low. Belief that you can hold on to this. Imperial have beaten them in a number of ways, and it's not anything complex. It's not like ENCE is getting fooled. They're just losing fights.
Yeah, like you said, it's devastating. How do you stop that from happening? Especially there, you've got the flash setups to go outside. You can fight him alone. There's no one there to help him, and it doesn't even matter at all. You end up losing the 2 players sent out to try and get No Way. He's got 3 kills in this round. He got another kill inside of the B-bomb site, and they're going to be finding Kyler at the end, 12-10.
Fucking go! Bora, bora, bora!
Can't say it any better myself.
No, let's try though. If you'd like.
Yeah, so setting me up. I like that.
Well, ENCE have 2 chances. And, you know, they haven't brought that 3rd player over at the start. They did rotate Hades here pretty quickly. But they have tried various things. They have tried being aggressive out B main a couple of times. They've tried being aggressive in Dark. They've pushed Dark, and nothing seems to be working. Imperial's able to find a way around every setup that ENCE bring out.
Okay, they're not as badly equipped as I thought they would be. Obviously, the glaring presence of the MP9, but still a pretty good weapon.
And this is one of those times I'm gonna point to the scoreboard. Diha with 7 kills, and I don't always like doing it, but he's had a lot of attention at that B bomb site, and he's really struggling to contain it. While we saw him have impact on the T side over towards Dark, here on the CT side of Anubis, he's not done a fantastic job of holding off these hits or finding the 1 kill that lets your teammate have the success.
No, I think that's fair. We said it in the first half, but that Dark position is such a crucial part of the map. Phelps throwing the models off and trying to burn them back for a while. 50 seconds on the clock here. Bomb being picked up now. This time, Dark is pretty unremarkable. They are keeping an eye on it, but...
This is probably the most different feeling round that ENCE have played.
Yeah.
In this half, because there's not that overwhelming presence in Dark and in B main. And it's not sending off alarm bells that A is going to be an issue. Kyler's playing behind the pillar. Glaive is going to turn around, but now the A bomb site will be tested.
They have Molotovs, but they're not throwing them at the moment. Glaive and Kyler just combining for an absolutely spectacular defense. I thought they were going to Molotov out the plateau up there because they had another 2 grenades still to throw, but they never really did, Imperial.
Okay, well, back to the B bomb site. Last round gets pretty easy to call if you're Imperial. It's got to make you feel terrible as well if you're the ENCE B defenders, because you're just like, oh, you guys had no issues.
What's even worse if it happens again and you still can't hold it. Like, the summary, if you can't do it this last time, is going to be something like, well, we could have won the map probably if the B defense had worked. Like, that's it. Like,
yeah.
It's just so many rounds where it just completely crumbled.
It's really been exposed. Let's see what they've got. Final round, overtime, or Imperial take a victory. Good job from Glaive and Kyler to get their team in this position. Actually, Imperial sent no one towards the B-bomb site.
Okay. Well, what have we got in store for us then?
They might just test it again with an explosion, I guess. Decency's gonna walk up and put some pressure on Dark. But Imperial poised, they want to find a timing where the second player isn't here. The second player this time will be Hades with the AWP as well.
Yeah, throwing down the Molotovs. He's scrambling to get back into position. He wants to help out Kyler, who's in a little bit of trouble here. Failed the jump, now has to be careful he doesn't get too flashed, and he will be. Phelps! That's the entry they needed. Looking towards the high ground here. It's Hades to bring him down. They're fighting for overtime on the ENCE side. They want to get rid of Imperial and try and see if they can keep the battle going for a little while longer.
Yeah, ooh, this is awkward. Decency, this timing is everything. Diaz playing behind the pillar, not exposed quite yet. There it is, there's the kill, and they're all coming back to Dark. They're all coming back to this bomb site. Molotov, they're gonna go right, oh no, they're not. Vinny, he thought he had the timing, he burns a lot, and Dia hears all those ticks of the Molotov. One hold, that's all you need at a bomb site that you've struggled to hold on to throughout this half.
And they really have. Diaz got beat a number of times. This time he just had the perfect timing. Knew when to turn around. 20 seconds here.
That smoke in B main is such a luxury.
Yeah, means he can commit to holding this position instead. Again, he's got such a tight angle here. What do? They can't do anything. Diaz on the quad kill, and that's how we get to overtime.
That's beautiful. And it ends, they just barely hold on. This is by their fingernails. That A defense twice. You get 12-10 by abusing the B bomb site. You try and switch things up towards A. One round you get deleted, the other round you get stopped cold. Hades, Kyler, and Glaive on that A defense were magnificent to bring ENCE to overtime.
And the truth is, right, if Dihad doesn't get especially that first kill, then they can open up the entire round once again, Imperial, but that first one with the MP9 was everything.
Glaive's opping. We've switched into a double off setup right in overtime.
Okay. Well, they have the money for it, so I guess why not? See if they can hold the B bomb site. It's a good start. Dihad taking down No Way. This is really what's been haunting their dreams for a while here, ENCE. They're trying to see if they can make it work. Goofy gets a headshot, and this is what they needed earlier. It slows it down. It makes it a lot more clunky for Imperial.
Yeah, those last 2 rounds of regulation allow ENCE to take a deep breath. And this time, it's like, okay, if you guys are going to try and brute force your way early on in these rounds through these choke points, we're going to have utility dump. We're going to dump Molotovs, we're going to dump smokes, jump nades, everything to make this uncomfortable for you coming through the smoke. And we're going to play tucked up right behind them. When you guys throw these flashbangs, when you guys try and come through the smoke, it's not going to be an angle way, way far away. We're going to be right up in your face. And they shut both the attempts down. Imperial spread across the map. Vinny with a lurk smoke over at A. Phelps looking for a Canals peek. And Henny obviously going for a kill. He's got the bomb in an AWP and he's got a pick.
Well, we introduced this whole game talking a fair bit about Henny. If he can win around like this with the AWP, then that would certainly reignite the conversation once again. But the grenades just making it very, very hard for him to find anything. Smokes and flashes, and it's buying more time than he has right now. 20 seconds.
And Vinny's calling the A bomb site's clear. He just got in, but there's no time to make that rotation over there. There's no time for Henny to get out.
He's so locked in right now. Oh, that's devastating. You're right. If he would have had 10 more seconds, it could have been really interesting. Nothing that they could do about it. First round of overtime, and it goes to ENCE.
Yeah, pressure on Imperial now. 3 in a row, where their defense struggled previously. Now they've rattled a bunch off in a row, and Dihad this round having impact as well, holding on to Dark, or Goofy as well, sitting behind the smoke in B main. Both of them hold on to their respective choke points. And Imperial don't get those opening kills or trades.
Still gotta say, getting killed by Goofy in any game is just, you know, gotta be one of the worst experiences.
Because his name is Goofy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd make me angry. I don't know if it's just irrational on my part.
That is a little irrational.
I'd be like, damn.
Like, come on, I can't get killed by a guy named Goofy. All right, well, Glaive's AWP is going to be put to the test. Got it in Temple. And that might be, I mean, we don't see Glaive AWPing very frequently. And I think part of the reason is that he hasn't had a massive number of bodies headed in his direction. I've seen him on the minimap take that engagement against Decent through the double doors a number of times through the second half, and I think he's just like, if you're going to take that fight, if you're going to slide in and expect it to be an M4, I'm just going to pick up an AWP and get an easy kill.
Yeah. It's a very different experience if you're peaking that and your awareness is a little bit closer, you're expecting to take a fight at a certain range, and you just get completely deleted. Hades here, Molotov down. It's a good little grenade, but there's nobody there to really capitalize on it. He's going to stick around. Doesn't even really move. I think he moved back into the grenade.
When this smoke fades, there's no more smokes for the choke points at this bomb site. Now, thankfully for Phelps and Vinny, or not for Phelps and Vinny, but they have no utility. So there's no flashbangs, no Molotovs to clear out dark to give yourself an advantage in this fight.
A decent grenade landing on Phelps. See what Goofy could do. He's got some backup. Is he even going to need it at this stage? He almost got the double on his own. Tyler just has to get worried about that he's going to get shot from main. Otherwise, he should be good to get this next one. Dihar gets a long-range fight, and it leaves Henny alone with 20 seconds. A 1 versus 3. And they know exactly where he is. There's no more surprises here. Should be ENCE winning the second round here.
It's so hard to be super critical of Imperial, but it feels like the decision not to continue leaning on the weakness of that B bomb site in regulation is really coming back to haunt them here. But again, like it's so hard to be critical of that because at some point you feel like you can change things up. At some point you feel like enough is enough. We've won 5 rounds here.
It's not that I've done it a lot, but you know, you rob the same casino like 2 or 3 times, you want to find a new one, Jason, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're not going to go back, you're going to be like, ah.
Yeah, you know, security's catching up to your tricks.
Yeah. If I was going to rob a casino, I'd definitely bring you, Jason, I feel like.
Yeah, you think what role would I play? Am I the driver?
I feel like just like in you know, the burglar, just like in The Hobbit, like we need someone who's, you know, it's going to be sliding like...
She's Hobbit-like? Is that what you're getting at?
Something like that. You know, someone that security cameras and, you know...
Sure.
I think you can blend into the crowd, Jason.
Okay, just your average Joe.
That's what I mean.
Strolling through. 14-12. Impressive from ENCE, a recovery right at the end of regulation, and now they're making it hurt. This time there's a MAC-10. No way you would imagine is going to lead the way through smoke, through fire.
Yeah.
And ENCE is, I mean, Goofy's just like, I'm holding counter nades.
Yes,
I know it's coming.
He's just ready. That is so funny. Dihar with the early headshot. The laughs have gone away from Imperial. They're not finding it funny at all right now. They want to abuse this bomb site, but they're not being allowed to. The magic has disappeared, and ENCE winning 3 rounds in a row to start overtime with. And they're laughing on the other side now. They've stolen everything, even the smiles.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Glaive, the guy who I mentioned had said, I have to learn to trust my teammates a little bit. You had to have a lot of trust in those defenders of the B bomb site to be able to figure it out eventually, and they've come out on top 3 in a row in overtime. And now you switch sides to the easier side of Anubis and the side where Glaive called a fantastic first half.
All they need is one out of these next 3 rounds, and they could walk away, sure, maybe a little bit beat up, maybe a little bit sweaty, but that's not a problem. Let's see, Hades. 19 kills, so it's been a pretty decent game for him, all things considered. No way at 20, but I feel like he's been stuck there for a minute now.
And remember, the magic of this T side from ENCE and Glaive in the first half was presence and utility to force back any dark players, presence and utility in middle to force back the mid player, force Imperial to play without information. That's what allowed them to move around the map so effectively.
Yeah, and then once Imperial got a little bit stressed, they started to rotate a lot, and then Glaive was able to guess the right rotations more often than not.
Good counter utility from the mid defender, though, from Henny. Delaying the progress, he's got the AWP now, holding the angle. He's got a second as well. Henny steps up to the plate and finds his impact.
Just that extra kill in the middle. You'd say Maybe it's ill-advised, maybe it's dangerous, you risk getting taken down, but when you're Henny like that, that's what we're talking about, that's the magic.
Well, yeah, but that's what activates it is the counter utility. Glaive throws a Molotov to prevent the peek from the mid window, and then all of a sudden, there's a counter Molotov to kind of neutralize that one, to equalize the timing, and Henny feels confident sliding into the angle. Good shot from Vinny with the op. He had a very rough first half by no fault of his own, just teammates constantly falling around him and leaving him alone and isolated at the A bomb site. Well, this time with an op, he gets a double kill as well. Henny's gonna clean it up. An AWP full house between Vinny and Henny. First round of their CT side in overtime.
And they need another 2 rounds like this. My God, that shot is so quick. Echoes of kind of highlights that we associate with Henny when we read his name on his roster. That's what we're expecting. That's what we want for this project to really work out. 15-13 now. We're moving into the next round rather quickly.
There's the punish. Henny tries to flex, and Hades shuts him down. 5-on-4 for ENCE. 5-on-4 for Glaive.
Ooh, yeah, fire raining down from above as well. To be thrown out here from Kyla.
This is just deja vu to the first half of regulation. Yep. Look what they've done. They got an opening kill. That's Henny, who supports the A bomb site, and then he forced back all the defense, pulled the third player over towards B, and Vinny's like, I got nothing to do again. I'm just gonna chuck out utility and try and survive as long as possible.
Kyla trying to find a timing, maybe a little bit early. And Vinny actually did get the kill in the meantime, so the bomb's gonna get planted here, but look at the quick retake, they're everywhere. This should be good. Hades, the last one left with the AWP against 4 players. He picks up one more shot and he's ready. He knows about that high ground position. This is where he's dangerous, but the smoke is the big thing to try and get rid of him. That is how you beat the AWP. Defusing inside, he's got the gun out, sneaking in front. He's got to know, and I don't think he can find it. He might have found the kill, but even then, the round was over. No way, just absolutely diffusing the entire situation.
Yeah, you could see him put the finger up as well. One more is what he's saying. One more, a third round on this overtime, and they go to double OT. ENCE cannot find a way to break through. Hades makes that very, very interesting, very close. But that retake is spot on. You're exactly right. I think a little bit too quick on that push.
Yeah.
Right when the bomb gets planted, trying to jump up. Vinny's able to take that one. I think that was Goofy. And the retake comes storming in behind the smoke after that kill.
It's down to really thin margins. You could tell a couple of things going slightly differently. And it might have been ENCE winning that round, all things considered. But we might go into double overtime if it keeps going this way. Ooh, the reload, the flash coming in, they're hunting for him. They know that he's back there somewhere, trying to do the damage, but not really able to find him. I'm surprised. He could have been dead.
Yeah, he could have been. He's lucky to get away with that, but ENCE, I think, too, is going to be very pleased. They've just taken mid-control very early on. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds to work with now that you've forced the defense away, now that you've shown that mid can be a problem area. Tempo mollied off. It's going to create a lot of real estate for ENCE to work with.
Yeah, we mentioned it several times. This is where Glaive done so much work in regulation when they were on the T side, so we'll see if they can do it again.
And remember, too, like, frequently in the first half, when ENCE got this position, the A defense got aggressive and tucked into A main very, very deep. Vinny is there again.
Glaive, he gets out, dueled, and another headshot comes through. I can't believe it. I thought for sure he was going to get traded. And if he had, it would have opened up this crunch towards the B bomb side, but now instead, it's very flat. It's very one-sided. They're all going to be trying to come through main here. You see the shadow showing on the ground for no way. He's able to pick up the first kill, might get more than that. It's a huge double for him, and that's going to secure that double overtime position. I need translations right now.
Immediate translations.
He's hyped up and I love it.
He said, I'm the shit. Don't test my spot on the map.
I love the attitude. That's exactly how you should be playing.
That's a nice double kill here as well. Glaive and Diha can't handle business, can't find the trade. Even No Way at B main sees the shadow, but just holds his nerve, knocks him down. Imperial rattle off 3 of their own, and we go double OT.
Okay, let's go. Glaive. A couple of tickets into the lottery in the middle, but I'm going to get what he wanted on the other side. Now thinking about it, it's Goofy that's going to be moving forward. They haven't really had many clean fights at the A main entrance. Sometimes you get that. Teams that are really good at just taking those fights. Well, they actually use that smoke to move forward in. That's the one way we talked about earlier, and it's no way again. Remember right at the start of regulation, they did this and it worked. And it did it once again.
Oh, and you could see Diha looking for it, and then the smoke gets blown open, and the fight's actually in dark itself. Glaive finds an opening. That's Decenty to fall down. 4 on 4. Op is discovered in A main. Goofy might slide into this. Vinny is still here waiting, and he can't win the fight. Henny's all alone. B defense has not budged.
The better, honestly. ENCE starting to pull back into the double setup over here. No way. Bit of an off angle here, but the elbow showing. I can't believe he's still alive. He's going to get traded. And it might not make a difference at the end here. I think Henny... Could you even do 1 versus 3? I mean, you show up and try and get the early kill. You never know if you can get the wall bang or something like that, but failing that is probably not going to be enough.
Probably not, no. And remember, the overtime rule is a little bit different at the majors as well. Money can be an issue, especially investing in the AWPs.
Yeah.
So Henny's just going to stay far back. He doesn't get any of the peaks that he wanted, any of the mistakes that might have activated him to move forward. And while ENCE, if they had just won this round in the first overtime, the map would be done, but they do find it in the first round of second overtime.
It's a classic, isn't it? Kyla, look at him go, and Hades both at 23 kills. Doing magnificent work. I love the fact that they returned to that same potential one-way. You're right, there was a bit of a switch up in the fact that they blew it open, but still like the same idea. Using the smoke to move forward.
And it's one of those tricks that can be so effective, it just, you can't bust it out that frequently. I think that might be the second or third, maybe the third time that we've seen it throughout. It happened really early on in regulation, and they've thrown it a couple of times and not used it, and that's kind of the conditioning that they're trying to instill is we'll see this smoke frequently, the potential for this one way is there, but we won't actually use it every single time. Dia was ready for the peek over the edge, not ready for the smoke being blown open.
You do get another timeout in overtime, so you can get a chance to talk things through. I kind of like that. August come out once again for Vinny. He said he's had a tough time playing the CT side.
It's just because he's always been forced into like crappy fights and situations, either like 1v4 being split from 2 different choke points from camera and main, or he's been forced, as we saw previously, to just play it so passive that you can't really have an impact on holding the bomb site. And that's just by virtue of the way ENCE has worked this map from the T side very, very efficiently. Phelps looking for a fight, blows open the smoke, exposes them to the flashbang. Goofy with the rebuttal. No Way comes in second a little bit late, and Dia's like, oh, you want to push B main? I'll slide into dark.
Yeah, instantly trying to take up that position. Senti coming in. Oh, that's a nice pick off Hades. They were throwing grenades from back there. They were ready to set up a bit of a grenade, I think, for Diha to maybe make a move, and he's lucky to be alive behind that one, and he's realized now he's also getting boxed in. There is someone walking up behind him. He's about to be dead. Again, the timing betrays him, and this defense is rock solid. Nothing that Glaive could do about this.
That's a great find from Decency. Good, bold push through middle. Hades was even looking for that push. He had his op scoped up on it, and you're exactly right. It was just the timing of the call of when to throw the utility, when to get ready for the execute, and Hades looks away. It started with this, blowing open the smoke. T's turn their eyes to it, and a flashbang comes over the wall, activates that initial kill. And this time, the shift in the defense gets everyone in the right place at the right time, and a victory for Imperial. We're all tied up at 16.
See if they can get one more. This is a little bit more straightforward. Hence, no messing around on this one. They're going to go straight for the bomb site. They got one opening here, and if nowhere goes down, it might be the side lost completely. Kyler able to catch him. He couldn't get out around the corner. This is very, very powerful.
It's a taste of your own medicine, isn't it, if you're Imperial? You're like, it's their turn to bully themselves into the B bomb site. Decency, oh, good shot onto Diha. Glaive is up on the platform, and he finds the spray down. Low on HP, so he falls immediately afterwards.
Yeah, he was trying to get out of that Molotov, so he just had to run for it. Glaive, I'm surprised he even got the kill to begin with. How do you get this defuse? There's no smoke. Sure, oh, there we go. They picked up one. Going to be throwing it in towards that position. Hyla, a little bit early in the cycle. He just goes straight for it. A missed shot from Hades on the other side. It's starting to crumble, and he goes down to Henny. They tap the bomb once. If he gets this kill through, it's done. But he's not connecting on the shot. Oh, he gets the headshot right at the end. A ridiculous way to win the round.
Oh, you can see just devastation on Vinny's face immediately as he realizes what happened. I'll tell you what, there's something with Hades and post plants with these off shots. Yeah. I was like, I feel bad because it's like PTSD just clicks in immediately, but he gets bailed out by his teammate. What a find. Right around the edge of the smoke, Kyler, first bullet.
Oh, that is so disgusting. Surely that sets up ENCE very nicely. 17-16. They just need a couple of more rounds here. First to 19. Ooh, they burn up Kyler alive.
Yeah, good nade stack. Nades and a Molotov in his position. Hades has to immediately train his eye towards middle in case they come streaming in. Meanwhile, Goofy and Diha getting aggressive. Excuse me. Goofy and Glaive. Glaive with the op just backs off the angle. They had to deal with this one early, this exact push. Goofy ready for it, finds the kill. Equalized at 4. Mid is still a pressure point though for ENCE's defense. Nobody's home and nobody's been home for quite some time.
Yeah, but do they realize? Doesn't look like they're moving a lot across the map at the moment, Imperial there. A little bit nervous to make the next move. Here we go. Grenades. I do like the counter smoke towards the cam position, but Hades is still here. It's a very strong position for him. Normally, he does just get hunted down. Phelps relentlessly chasing him.
It's the bomb though. Bomb. Oh boy, Diha not ready for that fight. Didn't know when it was going to come in. You get that kill, maybe it can slow things down. But this is a round for Imperial 100% of the time. Glaive and Goofy back off.
I'd love to ask Phelps about this particular round because hunting down an Orber like Hades to me seems like a very, very dangerous idea. He's one of those players that will, you know, come back for more. He'll keep fighting you. So just Phelps saying, you know what, I'm just going to put the pressure on and you're going to crumble.
I think he was the second player, right? One player kind of slid out, took some shots, Hades fired, and Phelps was the second player swinging wide after the fact. So just being bold. And I mean, that's the style that Imperial have had throughout all their T sides is the emphasis is always on that trade.
Yeah.
Hunt down that trade kill.
That's sick.
I think actually, for me, I was watching Hades and I understood the positioning when mid was such a problem, but when Diha puts that smoke down, it's like Hades was still stuck in that mindset of not having any coverage from middle, so had to stay aggressive. I thought there might have been a timing Hades could have repositioned back to the bomb site, play the pillar, but he stayed at a more aggressive angle that provided less cover on the fallback. 17 all.
Oh, it's going to keep on going. There's another chance now for even triple overtime. Why not? First ever CS2 major. Why not get the maximum out of it?
Yeah,
get
all the rounds.
Had to change the format to MR12, but it's going to stop us from playing a long game. AV hoping that someone is going to be a little bit careless in the middle.
Well, they're going slow and quiet, right? They're not using utility, so he might get a freebie.
It's an opportunity at the very least. Let's sound off that AWP, and they're going to know about it. A lot of grenades It's being exchanged here in the middle, really, from both sides.
They're trying to bait out a peek, a response from this defense. It's not happening. Kyler's even come back. They're really trusting that smoke in A main because no one's paying attention to it. It's just now faded. And Glaive's gonna have to fall back and take up that position. The op has been shown in middle, and now it's 2 M4s defending. Make that 1 as Goofy rotates away.
They've got to be worried about this B defense, even if they kind of solved it.
This is all down to the training and regulation, right? They know the B bomb site has been abused. They're actually coming mid. They're gonna split the A bomb site.
Smoke is down, but they might just go straight through it. A little bit of an aid. Kyler playing in front. Glaive burns alive, and now the lineup is ready. Kyler finds another headshot. He spins around, picks up the quad, and he's ready. The spray is through. It's an ace.
That is so perfect from Kyler. Did he drop his mouse after the fact as well? This guy is nuts. That is a sequence and a half. Look at him go. Steps in front of the Molotov, spams down 2, swaps to the AK. Third one's a little bit of luck, but this from here is all skill. And trying to force your way through that smoke, individually shut down by just one man.
God damn.
30 kills now on Kyler.
That is quite something. Without him, to be honest, even if he got the triple and then died, they could have still lost the round quite easily, right? That's so crazy.
He does everything. That's given ENCE a chance to close this out one more time. They've got 1 round. And what a contrast for Imperial to regulation. Their rounds have opened up much more calm and slow and passive. Yeah. The pressure of losing this map.
Yeah, maybe it's getting to them.
I think it's given ENCE a lot of breathing room. They're loving this. They don't have to do the panicked utility dumps. And fair play. ENCE started sort of figuring it out towards the end.
I gotta say though, the call from Imperial in last round was really good, right? They had the right idea. They put some pressure on. They killed Glaive before anyone even really shows up with the Molotov.
They're kind of rinse and repeating the previous round as well. Oh, Hades. Is he ready for the flick down? No. Goofy is pushed out. Good trade, important trade. And he can't find a timing to fall back. So Molotov to delay things, but he's fighting to the death.
Yeah. Oh, flashed out from a teammate. If he had the rifle out, he might have got that kill, actually. Instead, Vinny will find a way to take him down. Diha alone at the bomb site. 2 versus 4 here. Glaive started to get there ever so slowly. 15 seconds. Actually, the time, it's not going to work against them here. Glaive getting hunted down. It's triple overtime instead. We keep it going.
Oh, they're back to laughing and giggling. It's going to feel good for the moment. Triple overtime. This Imperial team is a hard one to put away. That's the 4th chance that ENCE has had to actually close out this map. Imperial had 2 of their own in regulation that they lost up 12-10. But man, ENCE is really struggling to find that final round. 18 all.
Oh, see if they've got any more left in them here.
This is new, this mid push from ENCE. We haven't seen this yet. Great double flashes. Catch him completely off guard, and it's a 2-for-1 trade. It's worked absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I'm stunned. 32 kills. It's Kyler again with a double opening. Hades not going to miss this shot. Taking down Phelps, who was trying to sneak his way through the smoke there. And fair play to Phelps. I mean, it's a desperate round anyway. You've lost the opening 2-1. You feel like you have to try something. 2-on-4 here. Unfolding. Molotov not going to make a big difference at all. Kind of need a huge mistake to come out from the ENCE side, and I don't think Glaive is going to allow that to happen.
Shuffling utility as well. That smoke is not going to do anything. Nobody's in that position. B players for ENCE are starting to push forward to get a quick rotation, a quick flank, a quick backstab. Vinny's going to try and do everything he can to open up this bomb site. Hades shouldn't be forced out, but he smokes it anyways, and that's a quick shot. 1 remaining. No way gets the trade, but there's no way into this bomb site.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. They peek him at the same time. It's Kyler with another kill at the end. Triple for him. He just can't be stopped. What a time to really come alive. You can see we went back there a little bit excited.
A little bit nervous, I would imagine. After everything that's gone down in this game. He watched his team almost crumble under the pressure in regulation, force their way into overtime, watch them lose 3 map points. Never comfortable as a coach. Goofy's gonna go for the push. I think Molotov might have been a little bit late. Henny steps into it. Takes a little bit of damage, just 1 tick, but finds the opening pick. That kind of aggression netted ENCE a huge advantage in the previous round. This time it betrays them. Leaves Diha alone at the B-bomb site.
You could see though Imperial have really slowed down. Even if they got the kill, they're like, well, let's just see if they get even more aggressive. And it's not a bad idea, because they kind of are in the middle here. Glaive, ready in case anything happens with the fight, and they still can't get away from nowhere. This is crazy.
Well, I think Kyler's going to be a little frustrated because Glaive on the retreat ran in front of him to fall back towards double doors, and that made Kyler kind of hold his trigger for that initial battle, and unfortunately Kyler eats the bullet.
49 seconds here. Getting back towards the B bomb side. Looks like they want to try and do a little bit here, although the bomb is still on the other side, so it might just all be a bit of a fake.
Opening pick.
No way picking up the shot against Glaive.
That kind of aggression netted ENCE a huge advantage in the previous round.
But he does take down No Way, but again, the bomb's being planted over on this side, and Hades would have had to get some really stunning kills to even get close to that round.
Yeah, that was all gonna just be on some Herculean effort out of Hades. That just wasn't possible. Good job from Imperial. They know where Diha is as well. He's gonna go for it because they got plenty of money considering overtime. Deep nade, good damage, but too many players to find. He's pulled Vinny out. But again, these kills need to happen right now, and Vinny's gonna peak on contact. It's 19 for everyone.
A chance for quadruple overtime. We're really doing it. It's great consistency in terms of the scoreboard over in the Imperial side, and I guess to some extent the same is true. Maybe Diha's a little bit further behind, but it's not devastating. Yeah, this is obviously a very competitive game.
Imperial's starting to show in this, especially in this triple overtime and even double overtime to an extent, some more strategic depth than what we saw in regulation, just by virtue of them having so much success at the B bomb site. But now we're seeing them kind of prioritize mid as the first part of the map they want to challenge. Gone a couple times towards A main, starting to show the different ways they want to attack different parts of the map. Once ENCE's defense really figured out good ways to counter the fast aggression towards B, they've had to throw a little bit more creativity into things.
How much they have left? I mean, you're running the playbook to play, you know, an MR12 now. You're expending all of it. You're into the triple overtimes. It's how long do you stay creative if you're an in-game leader in one of these two teams here? How long before you start recycling something that you thought maybe worked in the past?
They can creep behind these smokes in A main. They have the lurk smoke up. They can actually disrespect the choke point smoke, and Phelps is doing just that. Glaive, oh, you better be aware. Kyler is gonna have a big job over the smoke, and he can't do it. Glaive stands his ground, but there's the backstab from No Way. And it's a man advantage for Imperial with control of the bomb site.
Could be another backstab coming in. The FAMAS making its way slowly, but yeah, Phelps is ready. Guarding the beams with the AK-47. He's not gonna look anywhere else. His teammates got his back. There's no reason for him to ever look away from this one. Oh, I can't believe it. He still wins the fight. That's the first step in the right direction here. Imperial should still be winning this round every single time. Henny, he's quick with the AWP, and I think there's no way for him not to be exposed here. It's Henny to take him down. It's a slight lead for Imperial going into the second half of the third overtime.
Yeah, 2-1 as they switch sides again. Gonna put a lot on Glaive for calling, and you're right. I mean, you talked about, you know, Imperial going deep into their playbook. Now Glaive has got to kind of, this is the stage in the game certainly where you start improvising a little bit based off how the map has gone already. You've run a lot of the things out of your game plan, but I mean, you have to give some credence to the thought that that kind of leans in the favor of ENCE and Glaive. There's no more experienced in-game leader than Glaive, so not exactly going to put him on the back foot. He's been here many times. Deep smoke towards the stairs, no aggression with it. Kyler's going to take control of A main quickly. Vinny with a counter Molotov to slow things down. And this is ENCE showing they want to hit the A bomb site. Molotov camera, Molotov behind the pillar. That lures a lot of players to shift away from B.
Yeah, double in middle, double on A. Just a single player on B for a good 5-10 seconds there. We'll see what they do with it. The bomb is suspiciously close to the B bomb side, though, on the minimap, so I guess that is something to consider as well. Seems like they've frozen across the map here on the ENCE side, expecting a reaction from Imperial.
It's that next step, right? It's that second stage of map control for ENCE. Glaive takes dark, they have utility in middle, presence in middle now to clear out the double doors. AD's looking for this push, and it's coming.
But unable to capitalize. Yeah, he had the right idea. He's got some backup out here as well. Away very confident in taking some of these fights. Flash around the corner, but his accuracy is deadly, and he's ready. Taking down Hades as well. 2 versus 4 now, 30 seconds. I've rarely seen a player with such confidence.
Yeah, they could never clear him out, and the bomb's all the way back. Even if Kyler and Goofy wanted to do something towards the A bomb site, they have to hustle to pick this up first. This is going to give Imperial 2 more chances to close out the map. There's only 12 seconds. This round's done.
Yeah.
And it's going to be 21-19. It's been a long, drawn-out battle of 3 overtimes, and Imperial, once again, just like regulation, 2 chances to win the map.
It's kind of sick, like you throw flashes and grenades at No Way, and instead of responding by being pressured, he seems almost just annoyed. He's like, all right, I'm actually even more angry now.
It's really hard to clear him out. Hades created the opportunity, right? When he sees the push, he sees one player peeking from the choke point. No Way's already swung out far to the left. He puts the Molotov down in B main, and that should isolate No Way, but because he has an AWP, he's got to wait for a rifle to come up, and when that player dies, it's like, what are we supposed to do? The AWP isn't the guy who wants to get aggressive, and he's not interested in that kind of a fight. But No Way takes it to him.
First to 22. It's Imperial. 1 step away now, all of a sudden. What a grueling match this has been. Glaive wants to hunt it down, and he will. The Senti goes down in the middle, and Henny back here. Flash, Molotov burning him alive in the corner. He got very, very low. Could have been dead, but he sticks around for the kill against Diha. Maybe a little bit reckless there on Diha.
Yeah, I guess he might have thought that Molotov would have cleared out that angle. That's the only thing I can think of, that Henny had no chance of being there because of the flames, and Henny found the one safe pixel to stand it. Equalizing things into a 4-on-4, but they're not done yet. ENCE starting to pinch onto this B bomb site.
Wow, No Way. Saw it coming, takes down Glaive. And he smoked off for a minute here, and they're going to take down No Way. It's a good kill for Goofy, and Kyler back in the saddle now, taking down Phelps. 2 versus 3. They're fighting to stay in the map here, but Henny, close range. They do bait out the shot, and they're going to double team. Oh, there we go. Vinny took an extra 5 seconds. Doesn't quite get the flick. The bomb is picked up. It doesn't matter. Vinny, the unlucky AWP player to bring down ENCE.
Unreal. A triple overtime victory for Imperial. ENCE have got to be shocked and stunned. What a start to the major for the Brazilians. Beautiful work. And they had to do it with a lot of different styles.
I was so confused when he didn't fire the AWP at the beginning. I thought, what's going on? Like, have I missed something here?
I know. I think ENCE slowed down. They got a little bit nervous. They gave Henny a second chance at it, planning on the backside. They never had information of where Vinny was coming from, and they know that A anchor. They're like, could be a canals flank. We have nothing to stop for that. Triple overtime victory for Imperial, boys on the desk. What do you think?
What do I think? There's no point in talking about any of the early game at all, is there? It was an epic. It went on for so long. So I guess we'll just focus on the overtime. What I will say right out the gate is obviously just what an incredible comeback really from Imperial, because it looked like ENCE were going to turn the screw when it got to overtime. I thought Glaive was calling a masterclass, and then No Way. What a game.
Yeah, he popped off. Incredible game from No Way. I really absolutely love his ability to take risks. And yes, sometimes he get burned. But that's how you should start as a rookie. That's how you should do it. You should try, you should dare, you should be out there, you should be ready to make mistakes. You mentioned leaders. The fact that Vini was able to kind of find a solution to the puzzle, whereas at the end of regulation, Glaive had everything on lockdown, that itself is incredible. I thought Imperial were done for. They missed the mark in a couple of the rounds in regulation, but they come back into this, and this is a victory that means a whole lot for the Brazilians.
This is his first, by the way, just touching on Norway, it's his first international map ever in his career. He's only 18 years of age, and I have to agree with you, like an incredible showing coming out from him. Because I was looking at Henny, I was thinking some of the veterans to be the ones to kind of shoulder the responsibility. But I do also want to touch upon, yes, the more tactical side of things over here. Imperial near the end of that series, they seem to have the answer. The B bomb site was a chink in the armor of this ENCE defense, and then I felt like they let it slip away, heading towards A, where Kylar was the best player for me for the side of ENCE. He was shutting it down again and again, and I felt like at that moment, considering how fiery and how feisty Imperial can be, you know, they kind of let it slip away, and they're probably gonna capitulate from this, especially from a round like this.
Imperial survived that round.
And they came back and won.
Yeah, that's how strong, like, mentally they were in this game. They survived an ace from Kylar in that situation. They completely fucked up this round. One of the biggest mistakes I've seen today from Imperial, and they bounced back from it anyway. And they push it to a fourth overtime, and they still win it. If that doesn't tell you what they're made of mentally and their resilience, I don't think anything will.
And the beautiful way in which they were able to close it out as well, the final couple of rounds, they didn't turtle up when they had the lead. They didn't play scared. No, it was still being a nuisance, just running in. We saw decency as well. There were times where, sure, maybe some of his plays weren't ideal, but just the confidence given by Vinny to these youngsters to pull it off is great.
There. 13 unlucky for ENCE. I mean, there were so many times he just went and got double kills he had no right to get. You know, it should have been a one and done, but he was able to get two, reposition, sometimes three. And this needed to happen for such a long time, I think, having these new wave of talent come out of Brazil. Stop recycling these veterans that have had all the opportunities, and what are we going to do for the next great generation of Brazilian CS? Players like this are the future.
I feel like today, here in Copenhagen, we get to meet some of that new generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And almost you would think that with all of the talent that there is, surely a team can come out of it and be successful and be strong. Would it be Imperial? We're going to have to see. But this is an incredibly good start for them. ENCE was not an easy draw to have in the first, in the opening here in Copenhagen. You get that +1. You're in the 1-0 bracket now. The Buchholz score is going to be in your favor as well. ENCE is a big team to take down. That's just the best start I could vote for.
Because that game was so long, we're probably not going to get a long segment here. So what I am going to do is I'm going to get this one out there. Right? There are some players that just seem to evade criticism, you know, they're John Wick in, they just seem to get away on reputation. I don't think Dika can really justify that level of performance with the positions he gets in this team.
If you're talking position, he's playing towards a dark position, right? And we saw how on the B bomb side, it was such a mess for ENCE on the defense. That's where Imperial able to steal away a few rounds on the T side, take it to OT and eventually win. And for someone like Diha, if it was just those one-off map, understandable. Everyone has a bad day. But you look at the numbers, and I feel like he has been getting away with this because of the success that ENCE have had. It's been kind of glazed over. But I have to agree with you. I think we all agree that if he continues to kind of be flat throughout, ENCE making it to the next stage, the questions start to arise.
Final thought?
I agree with you. On position-based, the amount of resources he gets and the freedom he's had in this position, this is supposed to be multi-kills. He basically had none in this game. And there is the veterancy aspect as well, right? You're expecting from this guy. He was already at the very top. In fact, arguably, prior to this roster being put together, he is the one that played at the highest level. He's in the old ENCE lineup. He's having the success. The core of 9 joins in. Glaive is recycled. He's supposed to be a star. He is being put and he's been placed to be a star and has been nothing short of that, or rather nothing close to that in this ENCE roster. That is an issue.
Yeah, and we're going to find out how that plays out with the rest of the major. But for now, a break, just a short one, about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with the next game of the day. So make sure you join us.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
A wild situation we find ourselves in as GamerLegion are replacing Nine Pandas. They couldn't get their visas, and Snacks, you're coming into this with not really knowing what was going on until, what, you told me 7 p.m. yesterday you found out?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a first info, so it wasn't like fully sure about that.
And what happened when you got the news? What was the feeling? What went on inside the team?
It's nice to be on the major. Maybe it's not nice this way, obviously, as well, but life is life.
Life is life. I like the attitude you have there. I want to talk back to the RMRs and when you went through that last chance qualifier and just how crushing, how devastating was that loss and that situation for you guys?
Yeah, I think it was devastated. I think that's a good word for it.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm glad you touched on it because the performance we had seen from GamerLegion was we were seeing improvements. It looked like things were turning around, and then not making it to the major, it all comes to a big close. And then even after the major, we see this situation where you go to Blast Showdown, you lose to Big in the way you did as well. Was it just feeling like hit after hit, things were not working?
I would say it was just not a good time for us, obviously, after the RMR, when we were actually pretty close to qualify from the last chance qualifier and like the main stage as well of the RMR.
How much though are you taking into the mentality of this opportunity? How much are you going to try and thrive in a strange situation?
I mean, I would just try to do our best. I think like before the RMR we were like pretty prepared. So if we can do like on fly some small changes to the things we have and just play our game, I also think like whenever you have small break from CS, you actually go with some hunger to the game. So it might help. Like in all days in VP times, we always had like 2, 3, or 4 days before the tournaments that we are not playing together. It was like some individual stuff, but it's like we wanted to always come to the tournament with hunger of the game and just not to be in the situation that you know, you just get used too much to the players and just the guys we were playing with. So I don't know, like I think it's 50-50, yeah.
Okay, so 50-50 is how you're looking at it. Preparation-wise, is it now just a last-minute scramble? You and Ash trying to do some work and find out what's going on?
I think more Ash and Adrian than me. I mean, I mean, obviously I will do my work, but I'm pretty confident what the guys are doing in our team, and it's always solid work.
And how confident do you feel for the whole opening stage? You've now got a shot to perform at the major. A lot of people thought going into the RMR that you would make the major, so is this a proving point as well?
Yeah, it will be nice to go through, and it will be like good proving point that we actually can do something. Like I wouldn't say like we lost badly on the RMR. Some of the other teams, being favorites, lost before us, and I think whenever we are like fighting good teams, like the matches we lost, we are putting like good fights. Even with like, I would say mostly on some of those matches we had crucial errors on the runs. So I wouldn't say we are dark horse to actually win the major maybe, but I think we can just do damage on the tournament.
You can do damage, and that's what it's about. Well, I wish you the best of luck. It's a strange situation, but make the most of the opportunity in front of you.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, welcome back to the Major. We're here in Copenhagen. This is going to be one of the fastest death segments you've ever seen with Player Maniac. I hope you're feeling swift. Yes, we've got the next game. Let's start. GamerLegion. We all know they're here on a wing and a prayer.
Yeah.
Weren't supposed to be here, didn't qualify. Let's talk a little bit about the mentality, because I think this is an interesting topic. A lot of people online have said, well, it's a good thing because they get to go, obviously, but the team might have been set to make changes because they weren't meant to be coming. So where do you think they're at?
Yeah, it's much more complicated than that. You know, firsthand you think, wow, it's amazing they're going to the major.
Yeah.
The truth is, obviously the RMR and the defeat here was a catastrophe for them.
Of course.
They probably had in mind possible changes, where to go, and then suddenly you get this invite out of nowhere and you cannot possibly refuse it. Nobody in their right mind would refuse the major.
Of course.
But it is almost impossible to ignore all of the things that led you to not being at the major. So we talked to Snacks. Snacks is talking with Banks and he's having a bit of a somber attitude. I can understand it. It's not that easy to just motivate everybody and just say, you know what, let me do the Men in Black, fucking zap your memory, let's go into the major as if we had won. It's not what's happening here. That's going to be a big effort.
And I completely agree with you. And on top of that, compounded by the fact that there is a little bit of an imposter syndrome coming in as well, right? You're like, all right,
yeah,
we're here right now, guys. You know, we got the opportunity. That's great. We can't say no. But can they kind of mentally reset and get into the mindset they needed to be like?
Exactly.
Like the way they went into RMR with the mindset, hey, we're going to win it. You got to get to that point. Can they do it? That's the big question mark for me.
Well, sure. I mean, obviously, we have no idea what's been said, what promises have been made, what's going on. So they're in a very strange spot, I would say. Taking on AMKAL, who, listen, someone tried to troll me the other day and go, I bet you can't name all the 5 AMKAL players. And I went, yeah, all right, I can't. You got me. You got me in the first half, right? I've been out of the game for a while. But I will say this, I do know the core, and they're a deceptively experienced team, even if you haven't heard the name AMKAL and it doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think AMKAL as a name is a little bit unknown, but you have likes of Forrester, Crad, Nickelback.
Exactly.
These 3 have been around for quite a while, and I have to say, a little bit of IC, a little bit of Travis. It seems to be a recurring theme here at the major that we get to have the new players who take a little bit of the spotlight and who actually perform. Loved what I saw from IC at the RMR. Was it perfect? No. Hell no, absolutely not. There's still a long road to go on the T side specifically, but CT side AWP, holy hell, he's ready. He's gonna punish you. He's gonna clear and make all of these long distances safe. I like what I've seen from IC.
It's a classic, another CIS opera just coming out of the woodwork.
Number 52.
Number 52 coming out right there. And I agree with you. I will say this though, from what we saw from AMKAL, firstly, you know, they got the win. They actually took down 9 pandas to qualify for the major in that 2-2 matchup, right? Some of the CS we saw was a little messy. It was a little too loosey-goosey for my particular liking, but they've had a little bit of time to tighten things up. And if they do that, for me personally, I feel like they do have the tenure as well as some of the star individuals coming up, like an IC, to maybe, if not qualify for the next stage, maybe Maniac.
I like
surprise all of us.
I like
here.
how you're trying to tiptoe around the fact that the NIP game was one of the worst games.
It was the worst game I've seen all year. Right? It was terrible.
It just is a fact.
It was dreadful.
But within the darkness, there's a little bit of light because
the later games were better.
They could,
okay.
and the map is going to be the same one.
Oh Lord!
So they know what it is to get down and dirty on overpass and play these weird rounds, still bounce back on there.
I'll say this very quickly right now. Here, obviously AMKAL would be the favorites coming up against a GamerLegion here, but
you think so?
Favorites? I think so. I mean, I'm not favorites. I'm going to be leading their way.
That, actually.
I'm going to be leading their way.
Back and forth.
But here's the problem: the fact that they picked Overpass or allowed Overpass through against a GamerLegion, who has a very kind of weakish map pool, and Overpass is their map. That's the map they like to play time and time and time again. Allowing that through, suddenly for me, it sways it back in the favor of GamerLegion. I'm a little surprised about this from AMKAL because I feel like they have a deeper map pool overall, and they're going to go for somewhere else where GamerLegion maybe are a little uncomfortable on.
You got a few seconds to squeeze something in.
Yeah, I feel like I needed more than a few seconds just to make my choice for a favorite, right? It's hella complicated. I tend to GamerLegion. I tend to GamerLegion just because the quality of Counter-Strike AMKAL was really, really rough when I saw it at the RMR. I have to go with GamerLegion.
All right, well, we'll see. We're going to get into the game now. I'll throw you back over to the casters. Can't give me your thoughts, guys. Who's winning this one?
Well. Jason, I've got to say, on the GamerLegion side, I don't know what happened during the last chance qualifier or whatever, but I feel like GamerLegion have got a pretty good lineup. I'm going with them.
Okay.
I know you love AMKAL, so...
I'm mentally preparing. I'm with Maniac. The overpass game against NIP was some of the worst Counter-Strike played. AMKAL came out on top of that in a couple of overtimes. We'll see what they've got here. Travis is going to find an opening pick as GamerLegion tries to get aggressive, and they're going to start wrapping behind this as well. They've already got control of short, so the defense kind of has to back away. Krad's waiting for him here, so AMKAL's in perfect position and should be able to punish this retreat. Misses his opportunity and is subsequently punished.
Nothing worse than that feeling when you fire your gun and you're like, oh, I just revealed myself and I have nowhere to hide. I'm just out in the open. Oh, nice little shot from Kios there, but Forrest is going to be able to take him down. It's still the trades going back and forth. Volt will find the headshot. Icy, a little bit. Oh, isolated. That's gonna be.
You really stumbled into that one, didn't you? You didn't even mean to do that whatsoever. Travis is left. I'm taking it from here. I can't allow you to be like that. Travis is going to push forward 1v3. He knows Volt is low, but Snax is shifted all the way around. This around for GamerLegion. Pull yourself together, man.
You know what, Jason? I deserve some credit. You know, I was gonna call Kylark and say that he was flying high in the last game, and I didn't do it for you. I said, you know what? It's the first day, like, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna
hold it
cool.
in?
Yeah. So I thought, you know, I'm not doing that to Jason.
Well, then you ruined it. Right in the next map. You really took it to a new level. Good pistol round for GamerLegion managing things. Got a little bit of a gift. The retreat up the stairs. That was Krad who missed an opportunity with the Glock. So look.
I love that NIP game, I've got to say. Like, it was
Shut
one
up.
of the funniest.
Stop. In that game against NIP,
Yes.
the real struggle of it for AMKAL and their T sides was just everyone playing so passively across the map to start rounds, slow to progress upon it. It felt like there wasn't really the knowledge there for AMKAL and even NIP on the other side of the map on their T side as well. Not really the initiative or the knowledge of how to create opportunities for themselves on the T side of overpass. So it just felt very boring. It was both teams calling kind of like a stalemate for 40 seconds and then pushing forward and seeing what they could get in the last 40 seconds or so of the round, 30 seconds or so of the round.
Yeah.
We'll see if that changed. They obviously had a lot of film to go back and review. Bled brought up the point that, GamerLegion, this is a map that they're, of all the maps in the pool, this is one they're going to be comfortable on. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I just don't have a whole lot of faith in what we've seen from AMKAL at the RMR.
Yeah, I think that kind of indecision when you're just seeing a team not make any choices, it's very, very hard to be excited about that.
And if on the other side of the map is a CT side that takes initiative and feels a little bit more comfortable with timings and start pushing, because Overpass is a huge map, that kind of like slow, patient, like undecisive play is really going to get punished. And with a player like Snax and someone like Volt as well, and Acor who's so proactive, I feel like that can be a real factor in this game and how it ends up.
Yeah, I definitely want to double down on that. Like, I think, especially Snax mentioned in that context, like, he's not the kind of player that's just going to let you hang out and do stuff. Like, he's going to come eventually.
Yeah.
And also, like, if you leave space for him to creep in behind, like, this is one of the wildest thing about the Snax comeback is that was obviously like the highlight of his career was like, playing inside and around all the smokes, just being an incredibly hard player to read.
It felt like he showed all the pros how to do it.
Yeah, it really did feel that way. And then, coming back into it, you would have thought, well, that was in the past, like, surely he has to do something. He's done it in, like, at the RMR, right? Like, he did it again. It's really wild.
And never forget, too, the mentality of someone like Snax, who's won a major as well, who didn't qualify for this major and is kind of brought in on a technicality. The mindset is, I'm going to take advantage every moment I can. I'm going to find a way to prove that I deserve to be here.
That is a wall bang headshot from the other side. That was from the tunnel. They blasted Snax. That's pretty brutal. How do you do? I was expecting that to do way less damage. Fair enough.
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
The bullet holes perfectly lined up.
Got the evidence.
So a little bit of aggression is forced back by the kill, but Kiaz is going to take the opportunity to push forward. He's got 2 players waiting for him at the top of these stairs. Timing is everything. Good fortune is everything. Forrester wasn't ready for the fight, otherwise Kiaz might be dead, but that little bit of presence is going to force them away from the B bomb site. That's a lot of information. You can see the second B player has shifted over to the other side of the map. Kiaz is just like, I have B. I've got the intel. I've got a smoke for Monster. They're going your way.
I'm surprised by AMKAL sticking around and trying to take that fight. Like you said, they know that they're not going to be coming B for a long, long time. Feels risky to try and sort of peek into the one location on the map you pretty much know they have to be at.
Well, they're coming back to it now, or at least going to throw out utility. This could all be a fake. Again, they have complete map control.
20 seconds.
Volt hasn't moved. Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah, the time is running out. That's the only thing that can win this round. Maybe GamerLegion Volt. It's a good headshot. 14 seconds left now. It's running real low. A flash to slow them down, but Isaac, he just can't find that shot. If he had, it could have been the round. That might have been enough.
Volt needed a double in that position. Needed to be able to clean up that first kill, but good spacing from AMKAL in that approach. Really baiting the low HP player, and Kiaz has no business shifting over to try and win back the round in a 1v4. So AMKAL pull it off. Moving around the map slowly, just find enough kills, enough trickery. Actually, they didn't even really fake GamerLegion out, to be fair. That little execute at the B bomb site didn't pull anyone over. Just good trading as the round comes to a close, and first round on the board for AMKAL's T side.
Yeah, and importantly, happens really, really early on here, so GamerLegion not being allowed to build up any kind of money. Could be celebrating that.
Remember, they lost, what, 3 players in the second round? Two or three players? They don't have cash in this one. They're going to have to sit back on the pistols. They're really hurting for economy really early on in the game, so there's the spam. When his teammate calls out, there's aggression. Just laying bullets into the wall, and this one right here, that trade from ENCE is everything. And that's an important thing to note as well for this AMKAL team. We've, you know, obviously we talked about some of the team Counter-Strike they played, but I think ENCE's got some talent as a player to see what it's going to turn into. He's kind of like an interesting player on this team to just keep your eyes on.
You're doing that. Forrester, I love that play. No grenades, no warning. Just a clean walk in through to try and get a kill against somebody. It's a particular demo that I watched once, many times over, where Flusher was playing against Astralis on this map, and Flusher would just walk through the monster tunnel, and I swear he killed Glaive like 5 or 6 times over and over. Like, he just kept doing it, no flashes, no warning. He just confidently took the fight every time. Like, there's something about players who can do that. It's such a luxury to have.
Yeah, some players just really love that monster fight going out, and you can find timings with it as well. With if you know, like, the utility tendencies and the angles that the opposition likes to play, get a really good read of how they defend monster and understand where your openings are going to be in the game. Akor's got a Zeus inside the smoke.
Yeah, why not? Shot in the back, unfortunately. Trav is in a good position. He's picked up the Zeus in the meantime, so maybe it'll live on. Still haven't seen anyone get a recharged Zeus kill, have we?
No, that feature has not really come into play and had impact quite yet. But you never know, maybe at some point we lower the recharge time.
Yeah.
Get a little frisky with it.
There's gotta be a way.
First time it happens is gonna be spectacular though.
First time it happens, we'll probably all miss it. We'll be like, wait a minute, what's that? Oh, here we go. No more kills in the round for the CT side. They only lose Crowd there on T side, so that's pretty good. Definitely in terms of making the money. And GamerLegion, whatever start they might have had, it's been slowed down. Not feeling nearly as exciting as it did like right at the beginning.
The initial like harsh reset after taking so much damage in the second round really kind of sucks as well. It makes it feel a little disjointed on the CT side. They're going to buy up here, but MP9 on Isaac. Akor has his AWP, but pretty light on utility. No kits across the board for the CT side, so they're still missing a lot of features, a lot of nades that they'd like to have. But Akor's AWP can get him going. Spots one jumping across, missed the timing for the shot, but he's got the information.
Already that much. Long spray while standing inside of the flames there for Crad, but he'll get the job done. It doesn't really matter. He'll take it.
That's a mistake, though, from the GamerLegion side. That Molotov not going as deep as they would have liked to prevent that kind of a peak. Now, Akor kind of stuck halfway up bathrooms at Divider and felt like he had to get aggressive to take that fight. No clean escape and goes down.
Yeah, particularly good angle to be held there from Icy. That's good to see. I think maybe AMKAL wins the battle against the rifle if it's just a straight up 1 versus 1 there, but kind of got lured into the line of fire. But a minute on the clock here, so they're just frozen. They're saying, let's wait and see. Are we getting a jump? Are we getting a peek somewhere? Maybe out long. Yep. It's going to be Crad to pick up the kill. No problems here. His defense is not looking that impressive. Nickelback.
Bang.
This is how he reminds them, Jason. It's crazy.
Nice. That one was good. That was your best work. Really well. Yeah, good find. A little bit of miscue on some of this aggression from GamerLegion. You know, I'll bring it. I like this point that that Janko made at on Twitter earlier. Or I think he made it on Twitter. The point about GamerLegion just saying the fact that they didn't manage to qualify through the RMR, you have to imagine there's a conversation about roster changes, a conversation about retooling the lineup if you've shown you're not good enough to qualify for the major, and then all of a sudden getting the call up when you've potentially already had those conversations, right?
Yeah.
There is perhaps a little bit of that element within the GamerLegion camp that can make it difficult to kind of come together as a team the way you need to have success and qualify for the next stage of the major. So there's a couple of different elements that GamerLegion is going to be fighting against within this matchup.
Yeah, that's a really interesting angle. I wonder how that plays out. Probably not something they're going to be able to talk about right now, but in the future that could be a fun thing to write down. These are some great shots. My God.
Yeah, that's a beauty from Nickelback. A little bit of knife out of spawn onto Crad. He's brought down to 70 HP, but thankfully it's P250, 5.7 Deagle on the GamerLegion side of things. Just pistols, not even armor.
Oh, wow, look at Forrester. He did it in the Monster Tunnel last time, and previously now he's doing it towards the L-bend. They know that he's here, so it's not a complete surprise, but it's a very, very similar theory of how to play the game. Just get up, take a forward position that maybe they're not expecting. This time they definitely were close enough to hear him run, but there are a lot of other rounds where there's so many nades landing at the B bomb side, you don't realize what's going on.
He's going to call that out, though. It's a good piece of information gathered without taking too much damage, saying, okay, spotted 2 players, pushing short. They were trying to be aggressive at the B bomb site. Once again, AMKAL happy to sit and be patient. Going to shift around the map. Leave the B bomb site entirely.
Just the pistols from GamerLegion here. Travis knows. Squire's got the MAC-10. See if he's going to get anything for it. Jumping around the corner, not at all. But again, even if he didn't get the kills, he functions as great bait for the rest of them to pick up a couple of kills here, and they only lose the MAC-10. That's absolutely fine. AMKAL, they're doing work.
Yeah, they baited that MAC-10 just perfectly. No one swinging too far to get the trade kills. No one being overcommitted to any kind of a fight. Just picking off the follow-up peaks and staying poised. They've got a good solid lead going in the first 6 rounds of play so far, 4-2. And GamerLegion have yet to plant their feet. The op is out again for Acor. Got 1 kill the previous time he had it, and that was all. Not able to build upon it.
They definitely don't seem quite themselves here, GamerLegion. I know they didn't qualify technically speaking, but I'm expecting a lot more out of them here. Volt is a good return. Gives them a 1-man advantage. Travis getting taken out early in that round.
He's got 1 HP, Volt, so it'll be interesting to see where he decides to position himself to provide some value to the team throughout this round with very low HP. Acor was pushed out towards long with that op, and he's going to back away. Hasn't seen or heard anything, so over towards highway he goes. But if he tries to shift back towards dice boxes, Icy's got him locked in.
Yeah, one slip up here, you make a little mistake, you think, oh, I'm just going to go take a look, and it could be the end. You know where he is now. It's Crad to go down. He walked into the shot. Acor having a little bit of a say. Should be a good half here for Acor in terms of the map, but somehow he gets found.
Yeah, that's, I mean, he's a little lackadaisical. He thinks Volt has that covered, but Volt's, hugging the wall with 1 HP. So Acor just kind of assumed that he was safe and in the clear. And now Volt's making a very good play. He's found a perfect timing for this flank.
He knows everything. Timing is the only thing that can betray him, but it's going to be absolutely fine. Great work from Volt. Picks up the triple. And will be GamerLegion to pick up another round as well, importantly. Guessing somebody else must have saved the AWP?
Yep, someone else picked up the op, so he shifts back to the M4. Going for a flash mid. Sounds like we're going to get a little bit of a peek over at Fountain early on. There's the trade from Volts in the early stages of the round. Acor with his single kill with the op. And Volts flank at the end of the day. Round 8. Acor hustling to take an angle. Volts going to be there with him, both pretty committed. Deep smoke as well.
Okay, I kind of like that from Crad. He's running through the smoke, putting out the Molotov, but not so far that he was going to get exposed to long. Oh, are they going to get flashed in, or are they just going to walk through? Could throw some really mean flashbangs from inside of the bomb site, but no, they'll just take the fight straight up. IC goes down.
Yeah, an immediate Molotov as well from the defender still inside the bomb site. That was Snacks. Throws it towards short to allow them to have safety to fall back into the site. Isaac takes an awkward engagement. 2 players spamming at him through smoke.
I think Volt got that kill from the sniper position. Wall banging down Nickelback.
Okay.
Yeah, look at how far he is. Like, I think he was up there.
Yeah, a little cheeky. Volt's having a couple good rounds.
Yeah, look at it. Do we have the evidence? Do we have the bullets on the wall? Where's the CSI crew?
Yeah, bring in the forensics team. So things slow down again for AMKAL as they move around this gigantic map. Travis going to be out towards long. They've got a lot of space to work with towards the bomb site. GamerLegion in a 5-on-3 is happy to play it passively. Lure them into crossfires at the bomb site. You have an op at the truck. Bolt behind dice boxes. And Snacks at the headshot angle.
20 seconds. I mean, you need some of the cleanest entries we would have seen yet at the major to try and even get close to this one. I think they've realized that's not going to happen. Give up on it instead and tie up the game. It's 4-4.
Yep, they've got plenty of money to replenish nades and utility. They don't want to have to rebuy these AK-47s, so they'll come back into this with a full buy. They got plenty of money to drop an AWP or an AK-47 over to Icy, whatever they choose. And GamerLegion's tied things up at 4.
Well, there is Volt, who was been instrumental in some of these rounds they managed to pick up. It's AMKAL taking a timeout to discuss what is going on. Obviously, given the same chance to GamerLegion on the other side. They've got Ash behind them, so going to have a little bit of a say. He's been with the team for a while. I mean, they're doing pretty good, right? Tied up game, it's 4-4. They're on the T side, it's overpass. I think if I'm AMKAL, I'm okay with how this is playing out.
Yeah, I think both teams are really kind of okay with how this has played out. GamerLegion have kind of like stabilized, won a couple rounds in a row, have some money beneath them as well, getting a little proactive on the map, feeling a little bit more confident. I mean, both teams understand there's plenty of rounds still to play in this half, 4 more to decide what things are going to end up with at halftime. Here we go, round 9.
See with the AWP, smoke gonna make it just a matter of luck if you can find anything through it. There is an op on the other side. It's Acor. We've seen him in a couple of different places. This time he's gonna be straight in the middle of it. That seems so risky. Even if they blow it open, oh, it's just as it fades. Travis gets taken down at the start of the round. That is unfortunate.
Back-to-back rounds where the plan and monster from the defense has been to exploit the fading smoke.
Yeah.
Last time was 2 players inside of it to pick off Icy with the op. Now it's Acor's op that finds a kill at range, and that is very close. He's gonna go back into it. Too much from Acor. A gift of a rebuttal of an equalizing kill.
Didn't look like he was expecting Acor for there to be an op on the other side. It looked like he was assuming that it was gonna be just some rifle fights.
Well, that's twice now his assumptions have gotten him killed, so he's got to be careful moving forward. That op is a big piece of the puzzle and super effective on overpass.
Nickelback's been waiting out long, just listening in any footsteps, but haven't really heard anything yet, I think, so that's the best he can probably call in for his team. Look at the rotation coming out here. Maybe even more now that they hear the sound of that AWP out towards the bathrooms. 23 seconds. Volt, an amazing timing for that smoke. It's going to buy a lot of space. Hard to swing against Snax when he's in that corner behind him, but they get the kill on Volt anyway. 13 seconds and they trade up Snax. Forrester with a huge shot. Isaac and Kios here. Bomb's been planted now and they're in some trouble.
Oh yeah, this might be done. They're going to investigate a little bit once this smoke clears here if they can find a gift. Another one's coming in. And that second smoke pluming might be a call to just back away from this. They still have the AWP at the B bomb site that they can recover. They're going to lose one more. Kios goes down. And for sure now, Isaac has no other options but to back away. And AMKAL slowly constrict on this A bomb site. And they've got a 5th.
Couple of rounds right now where I feel like it's so close that GamerLegion should be able to buy a little bit more time. But maybe it's just, you know, we're in that third perspective. It looks like they just need one kill in any of these scenarios, and AMKAL run out of time on the B bomb or the A bomb side. But
I mean, that one's really hard. Volt and Snax probably feel like they should have had a little bit more. That smoke Volt throws right atop of the ledge to kind of help protect anyone from swinging close to Snax, forcing those fights at like a medium and long range. Also blocks his vision out towards long, so that player kind of gets out for free, forces Volt to be aggressive on the other side of Dicebox, is a fight that he doesn't really love. So I mean, it could have been stronger.
Well, gives a lead to AMKAL. Again, slightly less favored side here, playing on the T side of Overpass. So count to the end. Hold again, it's a very powerful position.
Yeah, well, Krad knows there was aggression. He doesn't know the numbers. It's a lot of bodies. It's 3 players essentially, 1 in con. They've got 2 pushed up towards Fountain, so this B defense is pretty weak. It's Isaac and it's Acor, and they're going to try and exploit it.
Yeah, beat the timing before anyone can rotate in. Nicely done from the Swede, and it's Acor down below. It's a great flick to take down Forrester just as he was crossing into the smoke. Acor keeps it going. 3 kills. It should be enough, and it will be.
Yeah, beautiful round from Acor. That's really most of what we've seen from him has been some isolated kills. This time he's ready. He's prepared. A nice flick up for that second kill, and he just plays it perfectly, hunting down a 3rd. Really well done right here. That's a nice shot as Forrester comes swinging out. Tied up at 5. GamerLegion not done yet. 2 rounds remaining in this opening half, and finally the money's starting to get a little sketchy for the AMKAL side of things. Down to a Galil on a couple of players, down to a Mac 10 on Travis. This is everything invested here in this round.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal, isn't it? Imagine if they lose this one and it ends up a 7-5 just because they can't actually afford anything else. That'd be disappointing for AMKAL, I'm sure. Again, a lot of forward grenades from GamerLegion. They're really putting the pressure on. Could have easily been a trade. Icy, he's a bullet away from death here, but accurate as hell with the Galil.
Yeah, 2 for 1 on that kind of a push. AMKAL's super happy with that. Snax, though, we mentioned, he's going to be relentless. He's pushing up behind it. You've got Isaac. You put a lot of faith in him. He's only got 1 flashbang. When that smoke fades, he's really, really exposed. And AMKAL's going to try and hit this timing on the B bomb site. Flashbang coming over. Isaac's got to back away.
Yeah, just feeling the pressure. Oh, comes back in maybe a little bit early. Acor got the triple kill in the last round, but this is asking a lot. Snax is walking up behind to see if he can get even a free kill. Maybe that would be something. Snax, yeah, he's giving away a footstep. I think Icy heard that right before it happened, unfortunately for Snax. They're going to be trying to save the AWP instead.
Yeah, and if you're AMKAL, I like this. Get on the hunt. 4 players alive. Even though you don't have a whole lot of cash, AWP is a big weapon to take away. Money on the GamerLegion side isn't that pretty either. So I see an Acor on the other side of the walls. 1 noise, 1 indication of Acor's position, and they will pounce, and they are still hunting. He might get killed from behind.
There we go. All right, you're very measured at the moment.
Yeah, calm, collected. Stoic, even.
I would say so. I would have thought that they would have been celebrating maybe a little bit more, just again, some great rounds that are being won here by AMKAL. Icy, I think, got a triple in this round, so yeah, finding Acor right at the end. 6-5 the scoreline going into the last round of the half. Not that much to work with on GamerLegion. Especially not in terms of the grenades. See if that's gonna force them into maybe even more aggression. It's not unheard of. AMKAL trying to land that flick. And trying to get out now.
That was a really good opportunity to find an opening kill for GamerLegion, and AMKAL's not able to pull it off. Second chance, a creative little boost. Peering in at the stairs, Snacks watching the short tunnels as the bottom totem.
I mean, I like this forward push outside of the B bomb side. It's going to allow them to have way more people at the A bomb side, and I guess that's the kind of risk you want to have to take here because you don't have the grenades, right? You need the manpower. You need to have a stack somewhere for this to realistically work out. And I think the position that Kios is in is what's allowing them to do this at the moment. For as long as it lasts, we'll see if he's going to be allowed to stay. Looks like they are coming back. This could be a really ugly fight for him.
Well, the question is, can he get one or does he get traded? Forrester's way far ahead of everyone, so if he can get this kill, he can't. Blowing out the kneecaps, not enough damage, and AMKAL's got to pick it up. With only 25 seconds, they have to hustle into this B bomb site. Rotation is shifting over, but as you mentioned, it's a little bit late to stop anything. This is a recovery mission now.
Yeah, and it's one with some nades, right? They're not able to get a couple of free kills by just throwing in the right Molotovs and HEs. All they have here are the AWP and maybe some rifles to follow it up, but it's not really that much to work with. AMKAL might have found a way to get this one. There is a kit, curiously, in play on Volt, so I guess if they get real close, they can try and do it, but they're not even anywhere near this defuse at the moment. Nickelback and Crad coming up with a couple of shots, and it's just Volt left. Missed opportunity for Icy. That is funny, but ultimately, he's still going to be able to win the round. 7-5.
He gave it like a quick blink as well after he gets the kill. He's like, why did that first bullet not hit? Oh, why did it not connect? Good T-side from AMKAL, 7-5.
I think that's really respectable. I think that should make
it's excellent.
GamerLegion a little bit scared.
Excellent for T-side overpass. I think the big difference between watching this T-side, in my mind, because that AMKAL nip game just kind of lives on stuck in my brain, unfortunately. And we criticize them quite a bit for their T-side. I think it looks a little bit better here because we see more aggression out of GamerLegion on the CT side than we did from NIP back at the RMR. So there's more opportunities for AMKAL to find some of those picks, and like the options and ideas almost lay themselves out for AMKAL in this game. You're able to get some picks front of bathroom, able to get some picks on some B pushes, able to find some openings that you didn't get otherwise against a very passive NIP defense back at the RMR.
I think it's good. It's good to see that they're improving so soon, unlike NIP who are looking to improve in 25.
Nice.
Yes. Second half is coming up. We've got AMKAL now on the CT side. We've got Dualies in the B bomb side. Jason, I know you love them, but they're going to get shut down. They don't even get a chance to do anything. The flashes are just too good.
Bro, I don't know what conversation they had during halftime, but it was not about the CT pistol.
No.
They were not prepared for a B rush at all.
Let's go to the B bomb side, guys, and just hang out and just chill. Just
you got Dualies? Cool. I'll play USP. That's sweet. I can get a kit.
Yeah. Let's see what maybe it'll just be a sunny day down here. Nothing will like, oh damn, there are flashes everywhere.
they're here. Wow.
Oh, surfing into the headshot. Let's go. Crad.
Gotta win it now.
Yeah, you have to.
It's required.
Right back into it. Oh, they double peek him, the bastards. That would have been sick if they could. He almost had it. I wanted to believe.
Yeah, I know there's like no time left in that bomb, but if you're one of those two CT players still alive, or CT players still alive in the bomb, so you're like, guys, not like this.
Don't lose this round.
Why have you put me in this position?
Whatever else happens, just don't do it.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say. They were not prepared for a B rush whatsoever. Everyone was passive. Nobody looked like they were really all that convinced that, a monster play was even going to come in whatsoever. So pistol round to GamerLegion. It's both pistols in the game won by GamerLegion.
And that should at least give them a little bit of confidence. But again, we've seen in the past, I mean, not enough to just win the pistol rounds and kind of try and get a couple of rounds to follow that up. One smoke on Crad. That is interesting. See if there's a particular plan in mind, or if he's just trying to make life hard on them, make them use more grenades to try and hunt him down eventually. Smoked up on one side. Try and play inside of it.
Oh, they hear him. They know he's in there.
They know. It's the worst kept secret.
One player's walking around bathrooms, Travis. Icy's getting close up to the end. They didn't know Snacks was here. He'll have an easy double kill. Travis is going to dink him and take him down. Oh, and Kia's lost track for just a moment, but no big danger. Nickelback, the last one left. 7-7 is going to be the score. After GamerLegion plants the bomb, this round is out of reach of old Nickelback.
Yeah, unfortunately. What's your favorite playground equipment, Jason? The slides, the swings?
The monkey bars.
The monkey bars, obviously. Yeah, classic. All right, so good choice.
It's a versatile playground equipment.
Yeah, real potential for danger too if you screw it up, which obviously is more fun that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can respect it. Well, this is starting to become a little bit of a game again.
Yeah, it's close. We haven't really felt a team like take control while we saw like in the opening Cloud9, Ecstatic, like teams going on massive runs and kind of seesawing. You know, in the Imperial ENCE game, you saw, you know, ENCE have like tactical advantage, and you saw the brute force philosophy from Imperial kind of come into play as well. This game doesn't really feel like one team has kind of separated themselves in any facet of the game from the other quite yet.
Yeah, you're right. We're missing that team that can really run away with it at the moment. I mean, some of it could come down to the economy here, especially if you're AMKAL early on. If GamerLegion wanted to make a big run at it here, then now is the perfect opportunity. They're not going to have a lot of money to work with.
Keeping things quiet as well. Going basically full contact through bathrooms, up banana towards the A bomb site. You could see this defense is shifting a lot. They don't know really what's coming whatsoever. And now all of a sudden GamerLegion is knocking on the door.
Yeah, they're right on top of them. This is a bit scary, but they've got their guns out just in time. And look at the three-way crossfire to shut it down. I think GamerLegion had a moment there when they had the element of surprise and nobody knew, but once they started losing some of the first duels, it's a different question. Isaac, though, cracking skulls at the bomb site. AMKAL coming in at long, and just like that, it's spun around. 1 versus 2 now instead. Travis on his own with the M4, looking to see if he can touch it back for his team, but he cannot. Instead, Isaac to save GamerLegion. 4 kills for the Swede at the end.
Yeah, that's a 2v4. And that one really hurts if you're AMKAL, because you played that just about perfectly. You got a little bit surprised, but you had such a sick triangle setup. Look at this, one at the truck corner, one at Dice, one hiding in the smoke out towards long. There's so many crossfires that get sprung when GamerLegion initially attack into this, and some brilliant shooting from Isaac, smoke clearing at long for the worst timing for Krad. And man, AMKAL lets one slip away. And as you mentioned, that's a huge momentum round considering the economy.
Devastating. Now, I don't speak the language, but I'm pretty sure the coach is saying, just calm down, chill out now, because it's one of those rounds that really can spin the team, right?
Yeah, a 4-on-2 advantage, and those kills come out so quick, you're almost scratching your head wondering how we lost it. Like, how did this occur? Great shooting from Isaac. He's 10-7. It's Volt leading the way with 12.
I mean, I've always been a bit of a fan of AMKAL, but I really have. I think Isaac is a little bit underrated. Like it's just you know, one of those players that escaped the Swedish scene. I just like him. I think he's got some potential.
Okay, that's fair. Snack's gonna lead the way up short, over by Sandbags at the moment. Oh, Krad gets caught by Kiaz. And this boost up missed the timing to exploit the advantage. They might get it late in the round. I don't think Kiaz and Snacks at this point are going to check for this at all.
Definitely not aware, but they are lucky to come out alive on that one. Hard to get the headshot on someone who's jumping like that, so maybe the only downside to it. Kiaz back at it again.
This is great. If you're GamerLegion, you're loving this right now, because I mean, this has really been the only thing you've done on the map this whole round, is just kind of get Sandbags in short control quick and let Kiaz have this angle to fight anyone crossing over, and he's found a pair of kills.
And you have time. You can wait it out. Finally going to send someone towards the A bomb site, but
and that's information too. They know there's at least 2 more at this B bomb site, so that's going to give Volt all the confidence in the world to just stroll in towards A. And surely now you realize where the last remaining members are.
Wow, it's a very, very secure round here. All right, nicely done.
That's the bomb going door, though. That's a little sketchy. 20 seconds. This is getting weird. It's getting really weird. Acor holds on. Spam damage, and that should be the kill that seals it. But it did get a little sloppy there towards the end.
Yeah. What a finish, though, from Acor. He actually got the wall bang through. But you're right. Imagine a world in which the bomb is the next victim of a headshot. That would have been really awful for GamerLegion.
It could have been really uncomfortable.
Well, they avoid that that fate. I guess that's good news. Now they have a bit of a double lead. They're actually starting to get there. It's slowly accumulating in their favor. AMKAL still with the potential money problems, although this round is going to be fine, but the next one...
We've just had the first initial gun round where they were missing some utility. This one should be a little bit stronger from them. We'll see if they can put a stop. And remember, that first gun round was completely in their favor up until the moment where it wasn't. Due to Krad and Isaac, or excuse me, Kiaz and Isaac. Krad at divider. Icy out towards long with the op. This time GamerLegion using a little bit more smoke as they take control of bathrooms.
Whoops. Not exactly what they were trying to do, but fair enough. Nobody was there anyway.
Thankfully.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We'll you know, forgive and forget. Running their way back. I don't know what they saw out there that made them rotate, but...
Nothing. I think they wanted to show AMKAL that they were taking control of bathrooms, which they kind of did with that front smoke. No one's really presented themselves, so there's 3 players still shoring up this B defense. Still going to be a tough execute, especially with utility in the choke point. Allows AMKAL to remain aggressive behind the smoke. Travis playing anti-flash. Nickel back in support.
Imagine if he had just sprayed that down. It could have been the end of the round right in there. 35 seconds. Travis getting knocked down. It's chaos on the entry. Keeps it going. Look at the pressure that they're putting on here. The B defense just cannot hold up any longer. Molotov down on Forrester as well, so you had to try and do something. That is very, very efficient. And again, I've got to remind you, if Travis just commits to the spray, not that he could have necessarily known, but
gets 2 kills.
Yeah, that's it. That's probably a double.
Acor goes for the fight. He's found the position of Icy and still swung into it. I thought he was going to call some teammates over and just keep them pinned down. They want this AWP for sure.
Gonna have to go hunt for it a little bit deeper now. Just hanging around, moving closer to the bomb site, and looks like they're walking the other way. So
yeah, wrong direction.
Fine.
Yeah, Icy will be good with the AWP. So at least there's that. At least there's that for AMKAL. But with the money the way it is, some half buy armor and pistols around this AWP, and you're really trusting Icy to have some impact and change the nature. This is where you almost want him to get a little aggressive. We haven't really seen them go for any, aggressive peaks, aggressive plays. They've only had 2 real gun rounds, but this is one of those rounds where you take the leash off and you say, Icy, what's your favorite play to get a pick on this map? Like, what do you want? You want to push fountain? You want to take that peek? You want to go down the stairs, try and find someone there? You want to take it to the B bomb site? Give him a chance to have impact.
Whatever it takes. A lot of pressure. Last time I've been called here from AMKAL. See if they can find a way back into the second half. It's really been brutal.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big round, there hasn't been a whole lot of swing rounds in this game, but really the one that you're going to point to is the lost 4v2 in the first gun round of this half. That's changed the entire nature of this game.
They're going to have a couple of pistols being upgraded here and there. It is going to be on that AWP. See if they have any cool tricks that we don't know about. Doesn't look like it. Just going to be sending IC forward. Full push in front of it, okay.
He's taking the risk that someone might have already crossed the playground. He wanted that delayed peek. You could hear him listening for footsteps for someone along the wall for him to take that really deep swing. Opportunity didn't present itself, but the idea was there.
He's still out looking. I do like this, being proactive, actually looking to hunt down the kill instead of waiting around at the back of the bomb site for somebody to show up. So it's risky, sure, but
I have to say, it's also a smart round from GamerLegion too, in the sense that they're still 1 up on the board. So instead of actually challenging for playground on those angles the op likes, they go for kind of the bathroom smoke and have the presence come from the stairs. Meanwhile, Snax finds an opening with an aggressive push at B. That's Forcer to go down. He had flashbang from his teammates. All 5 players from GamerLegion are lined up around this B bomb site. Icy is alone with the op. And he's just saying, I can't really do anything. No one's here. But at least he's got the information.
Very hard to imagine the pistols are going to be holding back this one. Again, the flashbangs are just really impressive. I think it's something that worked all the way in the pistol round for GamerLegion, just having those flashes that touches the entry to monster and behind the pillar. Like, those flashbangs are just so brutal. 11-7 is going to be the scoreline. It's 2 rounds away from GamerLegion picking up the map here.
Acor could just not win that fight at the end of rounds.
But this time, I think Icy's going to have a real hard time holding on to the AWP.
Yeah, it might actually just straight up be impossible. 2 players in front of him, one coming in from behind. Now he's in T-spawn, jumping around, trying to line up the shot. And Kiaz is just a distraction. 11-7. AMKAL have yet to put a defensive round on the board.
And that is an issue.
Thanks, Madden.
You have to. Unless you're going to get all the T rounds and play overtime forever. At some point, you will need to win at least one.
Well, it sets it up. There is money for an op again onto Icy. And the half-buy sets up nicely 4 M4s and full kits of utility around that as well. Missed Molotov towards short. And Forrester's going to take advantage of it. He pushes in with an aggressive molly of his own.
It's do or die time, isn't it, for AMKAL? Now, if they wanted to change this and have a bit of a comeback, it has to start right now. They have run out of game to play with here. A little bit of a push going towards the birthday party and restrooms on the other side. Oh, if he committed, it looked like that could have worked out, but again, it backfires on them. I can't believe it. AMKAL, it looked like they had the better fight to begin with.
Yeah, the drop down and the spam from Travis was actually, excuse me, Nickelback was actually perfect because I was worried. Travis was kind of isolated on his own playing in that little cubby in that little corner. Wasn't really an angle to double up, but that drop down, I thought that hit was going to get deleted. Smoke fades and GamerLegion come out on top, and now it's hard. Because now there's still so much time on the clock, and GamerLegion has actually done a really good job of hustling over and changing the position of their attack to the A bomb site. No information, no presence at A, so Krat has to be really careful.
That was not the smoke that they were looking for.
No, but I mean, in one sense, it didn't give away the idea of where the hit's going to come from.
Yeah, that's slight silver lining, perhaps. They blow with the smoke and it's Krat to get completely caught with his pants down.
With no information, how do you bring a second player over? Like, you know there's a universe where GamerLegion is just sat huddled outside B waiting to re-execute. You know there's a universe where that's just a fake, where utility's thrown at A and they hit B. It's so hard to like commit to that cheat of that second player. And funnily enough, I think if that smoke lands, that second player is at least close by.
Yeah, they might hear it bouncing on the roof or something. There's somebody else that can kind of get a little bit closer. That is interesting. 0 rounds on the CT side so far. AMKAL just getting blanked in the second half. Snax out looking for an adventure. Already getting the kill that he was looking for yet. Bolt's about to have the bomb just go off right behind him. That's absolutely worth it.
Absolutely. Another rifle out of their hands. AMKAL have to buy everything they possibly can, so we're likely to see some SMGs, some FAMAS. Timeout being gestured and called. That's from Ash. He's got his team in a position where they have 5 chances to close out this map, go 1-0 in the opening stage Swiss system. And he wants to have a little chat first.
I feel like they've had many things go their way on this T side, that there's a lot to pick from, right? But obviously winning those fights down at the B bomb site, flashing away through, and just having those flashes connect so hard against the defense, I mean, that in itself is, you can probably keep calling that and come out on top. It's been an efficient run for them here.
And this goes back to the point Blend made on the desk in the pregame as well, is, you know, GamerLegion doesn't have the most spectacular map pool But Overpass is a map they certainly like playing.
Yeah.
And in a BO1, you've banned down to give GamerLegion a map they would absolutely love to play.
12 to 7. 5 rounds. AMKAL, they need to win 5 in a row to get this one into overtime. GamerLegion know it. One slip up, one little mistake here for the CT side, and GamerLegion can walk away with their first victory here at the major that they weren't even really supposed to be at, but it's just life, I suppose.
Yeah, you just got to take advantage of what's in front of you. GamerLegion doing that at the moment. Now, they've been spotted pretty early on. Krad saw 3 bodies, including the bomb, coming long. So he's readjusted and changed his position. He's called 2 teammates over. There's no presence for GamerLegion outside of B, and short, and stairs. They're going to call this all the way back. They're going to give A-Core all the freedom in the world to find a pick.
You saw somebody jumping back there, I think, and it's a lot of freedom for the AWP to have. Look at how strange this is. Alone with the orb on long.
He's got utility to throw a little bit of a fake at some point, right? He's got Molotov, smoke, flash, so if he knows his nade's out towards long, which it looks like he does.
Yeah, maybe he can sell it.
And AMKAL's kind of been trained to not take any deep peeks in towards Monster. FAMAS wins out in that fight. Isaac's going to go for the trade. He's going to get it. Molotov will hold him at bay for the moment, but just for the moment.
He's going to find ENCE, sneaking around. Another good flash lands the bomb side, and one more for good measure. Forrester, he almost got the kill there, and a headshot comes in. Nickel back to help out. Maybe it could still work out. The grenade will blow up Snacks, and it's just A-Core miles away. They should obviously be able to get the defuse here. They don't really necessarily know exactly where he is, but they should be able to commit to it. Ooh, inside of the smoke, he had the right idea. Could you imagine
if he got that kill?
That shot?
If he got that kill, man, I would have lost it. I would have absolutely freaked out. 12 to 8, still 4 more chances. AMKAL hold on just barely. Kind of a cool round, but the defense does just enough. Initial kill from Travis, the follow-up Molotov delays them. That allows the flank to come down the stairs from bathrooms. It allows the entire rotation over towards heaven as well. And they never found Forrester.
I mean, still a kind of a scary round in a bunch of ways there for AMKAL, but great job. Their first round on the CT side, finally. Chaos moving forward. They're going to be boosting right on top, and he catches them. Oh my god! He knew, and he did even more damage to Forrester. I don't know how he expected a third person to be there. Maybe at the jump, but either way, that is a sickening play.
That transfer down is a thing of beauty. Now you just can't lose too many players. This has to be... Oh, wow! That's a spin from Volt. I did not expect him to get that kill. Krad goes down, Volt's got another, and that's it. GamerLegion confidently and emphatically close out the map. They weren't even supposed to be at the major, but at least in this opening game, they've taken complete advantage of the gift they've been given.
No question about it. ENCE knows there's no way to get back into this round. It's just not possible. Bomb finally getting planted here. Ecor needlessly out there hunting.
It feels like he's allergic to killing ENCE.
Yeah. You just can't do it. Don't slow it down, ENCE. Just, you know, just keep it going. Run forward. Keep playing. Isaac to find his skull at the end. 13 to 8 as GamerLegion will pick up the victory.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you have to say, good T-side, obviously, from GamerLegion. They just steamrolled the defense of AMKAL, who only managed to put up 1 round after a good T-side as well. We left that T-side being like, they got 7. That's not bad. That's something to be happy about. And just couldn't put anything together on defense. So well done from Snacks and the boys. They're going to take a victory over AMKAL. Richard in the desk. What's up, guys?
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I mean, well, look, we've answered some questions there as well about the GamerLegion and maybe AMKAL's suitability as an upset team. I'll just start by saying it was good to see GamerLegion do what music fans have wanted to do for a long time, and that's beat Nickelback.
You had that one in the chamber, didn't you?
I've had that one in the chamber for about 4 years.
Wait about
mate.
10 years.
I don't get work. So now you know why.
Well done. Well done to GamerLegion as well there. Look, I had my trepidations because I didn't want to be like, I told you so, but I will say
Sometimes
I told you so. I was right once in a while, and this time I was right. Like GamerLegion, we preface this entire game saying, they have to reset themselves in mentally speaking. There are talks of a couple of players being benched, new blood coming in, so they didn't really have much time to prep. And then AMKAL allows GamerLegion's best map through in a best-of-1 right there. GamerLegion like, guys, we've had enough reps on this map, and despite the fact that we're just coming in last minute with lesser prep, we should be feeling pretty comfortable. First half, I thought I was wrong. The T side from AMKAL, 7 rounds, especially on the side where they usually struggle, you think the job's done, and then the CD side completely falls flat. And I want to give credit where it's due. I think the T side from GamerLegion was very, very well constructed.
Yeah, when they won the game, I just heard them when they stood up, they say, hey, we don't lose overpass. Yeah. That's literally what GamerLegion said, like, was verbatim put out there. I'm a little bit confused by the frailty of the CT side from GamerLegion. I had higher expectations, but I gotta say, once they moved on to the T side, they really exposed all of the flows of AMKAL.
Yes.
I think the calling coming out of Snack was great. He sort of navigated his way around and avoided IC, which I think is the strongest weapon in the sort of the armory for AMKAL on the CT side, and Snacks just called around him. Probably a very frustrating game for the sniper who could never really get it going. He was always being outmoved. We are going to highlight a couple of moments where I think really AMKAL dropped the ball. There's like a 4v2, that's a massive issues on the A side. But to be fair, GamerLegion was the better team. This wasn't really a question.
Look what we're seeing on our screens right now. Usually we just talk over this, but I mean, it's the same thing happening. It's T's just walking up onto these bomb sites and just getting entries, and it's just too easy. I agree. I kind of felt, ooh, AMKAL. You get 7 rounds, looking good. But yeah, that CT side was weak.
Yeah, and I just feel like they're weak on this map in particular, right? I've seen some better CS coming from AMKAL on the other maps. Sort of the moment I saw Overpass, I had my question marks. Also, I want to give kudos to the other players of GamerLegion, because whenever we talk about his team and the games they've had recently, I'm looking at Snacks as the IGL is doing the majority of the heavy lifting with the rifle. I'm looking at Acor on the other side with the AWP. But I look at Volt, I look at Isaac, I look at Kios, and no one really seems to stand out. Every single one of them stood out here today on this map, especially this guy you see on the screens right here.
Yeah, he had a lot of very inspired moves. And I think this was the strongest difference, the strongest contrast you would have between these two lineups, is that in moments, Volt would have that little bit of a move, an initiative that gathers information, that lets you, okay, put the pieces together, this is an A hit, because I'm right behind him. I've retaken connector, I've re-pushed the monster. He was doing that, AMKAL never did. The fog of war for AMKAL was so thick, they could never see through it. We've even had situations where GamerLegion have the luxury of executing on B while having left A core with an AWP lurking on long. You basically own the entire map.
And nearly won the
And he almost won the map the round as well.
Exactly, he could have won it.
Paying off. Here's something that definitely paid off. We got that round 15. This is just a disaster.
The crossfire here from AMKAL is perfection. It's great. Look at it. It's a trifecta of doom. They shut it down at 2v4. What happens? They completely capitulate. Huge run from Volt.
Yeah, huge from Volt. I mean, this is criminal from Nickelback here. His position is basically untradeable. And as they fight, maybe a little bit unfortunate that the smoke blooms or rather fades off and Krat finds himself with his pants down. I still think that Nickelback peeking from truck at that point in time is criminal.
Yes.
Like, there is literally nobody that can help him. And it might look like nothing at the time because it's 7-7, but the truth is from this moment on, they don't win any round anymore. That said, GamerLegion break their back. IC has to wait 3 rounds at least to put an AWP finally in his hands. And when he does, he doesn't see anybody. So this is the beginning of the end for AMKAL. It's a 4v2 that they had so well started. Like, you intro this round complimenting them rightfully.
Great.
And then after that is just like Nickelback.
I want to flat as well.
I also want to give a little credit in that final 2v1 which GamerLegion found themselves in, right? They had 45 seconds to work with. They're like, we have time to work with. There's no panic. We got 3 kills. Let's slow it down, wait for all the smokes to fade, and let's see what the final player does. They played that so very well, and I feel that kind of exemplifies how they conducted themselves in the second half throughout altogether. They seemed like they were in complete control.
And I think this is one of the byproduct of having Snacks as an IGL. Like, you can argue that they might not have the strongest lineup out there, and maybe in terms of meta, some of the map pool can be a little bit complicated, but when Snacks is in a favorable position on the T side, he knows how to play around it.
Yeah.
He knows, he's got that game sense, he's got that intuition, he understands the timings perfectly. And it doesn't really take you 10 years as an IGL to know that, hey, 5v3, let's take it easy, 2v1, we have 50 seconds, let's be level-headed, cool-headed, take our time. He can do that on any map at any point, which is why it's always sort of a selling for GamerLegion, and here it was enough to beat AMKAL.
Yeah, they got handed a miracle to be here, and maybe the miracle will last a little bit longer. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, this is the one I'm excited about. The Master is going to take on the Student when Fallen's FURIA takes on coldzera's Legacy, quite literally. We'll see you in a few moments.
You might have fallen
back on. I don't think so. Nice. Nice.
Let's go contact toilets now then.
Yeah, let's do it.
One more B.
He could be con, right?
Yes,
He was con in beginning. He smoked banana.
Like 2B right now. They smoke monster right now. Come Isaac to us then.
Yeah, I'm contacting. I'm grabbing bomb. Keep that.
Nice,
let's go.
Yeah,
I'm grabbing bomb. That's A guy.
Yeah, I'm smoking deep bank. Small stairs.
Flash.
Nice!
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're de-quizzing the bomb once again. This time I've got Quesarado from FURIA. He's ready to rock and roll. He's keeping her hands warmed up. You know what this is about. You feel like you're ready?
Yeah, bro, I'm ready.
You're fully ready. I like it. I like the attitude. Put your hand on the mouse. Make sure you're comfortable with the sensitivity, you know, how that's rocking, how it's feeling.
60 hertz? Just kidding.
I hope it doesn't matter for the bomb, because you got to save us right now, Quesarado. Press the button when you get started, read out those questions to me, and let's see what you're going to get.
Okay. The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill SCT without Kevlar on a piece of rounds. 5. How much money do you have to get a kill with knife? Oh, that's it.
Easy.
Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20? Holy shit. I'll go with Magisk. Device? Who is the only player from Turkey to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? What the? How much money do you have to get after? Oh my god!
How is the top ranked player? This guy. Who's the top ranked player in CS2 player in... Holy shit, I'm choking. Should be here. What's the capped damage of a Molotov after the first 30 seconds? Holy shit, this is like this one. Oh wait, oh shit. Which CS player active or inactive has the most major one under his belt? This guy. Which team has the most major titles in CSGO history? Which player has attended the most majors? Who was the top ranked player in 2019? Oh shit, this is April. It's not Zayu? The first major, first rank. Yeah. What's the reload time? Oh, the f is that? Oh, this is the second? With Clever on. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Fuck, 7. 8. Here. He's marked.
Oh my god, I was so worried.
What is the minimum amount of the first shots the body to kill a terrorist on pistol rounds if he has Kevlar? The minimum. Yeah. This one? No. Boom.
Well, we were almost there at times. You got up there.
I nailed it. Easy. Man.
Not as easy as it looks, right?
No, man. This timing going down is...
You start to stress out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Pressure. It's a good pressure training activity.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god. Send this link, please.
Yeah, we'll start playing with that. We'll get used to it. Thank you very much for trying, K-Sword. I appreciate you.
Thank you, guys, and sorry.
Sorry, you didn't save us.
Welcome back. The beauty and grandeur there of the city of Copenhagen, where we are for the inaugural CS2 major. But now our attention turns to Brazil, because we have got pretty much a Hall of Fame lineup going against each other. It's actually crazy. FURIA taking on Legacy. I want to start by talking about FURIA. I have not been a believer since the great Fallen and Art kind of came together and they were like, we believe in Fallen as a player. We're going to pay $750,000 or whatever it was to bring him in, and we're going to keep Art as the in-game leader. And I think they had a lot of disappointing results, but then when it mattered at the RMR, magic happened.
But does that make up for it? Does it really make up for it? You can argue, of course, the importance of being at the major, and I will admit that the RMR stint was great from FURIA, but here is my issue. If you consider yourself a true fan of this roster, you cannot be satisfied with the state of the results that they've put together. It has been one of the most disappointing, flat, tragedy-ridden team I have seen in the recent history of Counter-Strike, and I believed. You were doubting them? I believed first. I thought I can see a wall which is working. Fallen's experience, his veterancy, coupled with K-Serrado, the best player that Brazil has produced in the last 5 years, easily, and he's being robbed from trophies, from good results. He has been for years now.
Just on that
I just
point,
cannot
though,
be okay
brother,
with
he's
that.
probably looking over at that Team Liquid deal he said no to and thinking, okay, well, I dodged that bullet, at least I'm here.
I mean, that's a pretty low bar right there. You know?
Well, yeah, also, yeah, NACS,
at least he's in the major here, and I 100% agree with you. The heights K-Star was hitting with his rifle prowess in the past couple of years, and the fact that the first big, I say, quote-unquote international tournament, the one was the one in Elisa in Finland.
That's
right?
the highlight of this roster.
That's the highlight of this roster, which is ridiculous. This is a lineup which is supposed to be contending for some of the biggest trophies out there, and it hasn't happened. But that being said, while Ecstatic has struggled a bit, I am seeing some few signs of life from this team. Yuri has been stepping back up. He seemed to kind of disappeared last year.
I want to know who's the next name you're going to put out.
Yuri's stepping up right there.
Pretty great.
That's about it.
I've been true of FURIA for a long time. I feel it's always been them two.
I mean, of course, Ecstatic and Yuri, they keep on delivering. And Yuri had a moment where he was a bit more absent and he's back to life, and that's great.
Yeah.
But there's two issues. One is obviously sort of the collapse of a philosophy in Counter-Strike when you try and play with both Art and Fallen's way, which I think is absolutely idiotic. And then there's a skill issue because neither Fallen nor Art are really providing huge numbers right now. I believe in Fallen's ability to step up here at the Major. I think he's proven that time and time again. He can overperform compared to where he usually is. Art is not a carry. It's over. If it happened in 2018 through a few smokes, that's over. It has not happened anymore. So these two players together, in terms of skill, is a little bit complicated right now. You try and compete against the very best. I'm running out of ways to excuse and justify this roster in the way they go together. I just cannot. Now, the RMR, they did the job, and I'll shut up and clap. But the rest...
Are they the best in Americas? Yes, but that is a low bar.
That's fair.
I don't even know if they are the best in Americas.
I mean, they did a bit of complexity in Liquid.
Yeah.
I stand by my statement. I don't know if they are the best in the Americas.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Liquid is a reference
point. We're going to get the map
point.
veto just coming across the bottom of your screens. Don't worry, guys. We're not going to talk about the vetoes. What it is. I want to talk about Legacy. And I want to talk about coldzera. You know, picking up this AWP, coming back. You know, we haven't seen him be himself for a while. I think he's been out there kind of in this almost like nomadic, you know, moving around, lots of teams. And yet this is a guy who's given us, you know, 2016 coldzera, just incredible. You know, one of the best players to watch for me personally. I saw him in Columbus. You know, I couldn't believe my eyes. And, you know, everybody has been rooting for this guy to get back here and prove what he can do. Doing it in a different way on the AWP. And, you know, is he going to be able to sustain that here?
I mean, the numbers have been decent so far. Granted, the sample size is small and the opposition wasn't that great.
Yes.
It's just a game of trying to recycle yourself and find a way to have impact. You know who was at the very top at the same time as this guy? Shox. Shox disappeared, and coldzera is trying to find a way to make it work. So I'm not really going to step on him too much. I think he's got the game sense to be in good positions to grab easy kills with the AWP, but when the flicks are needed, I cannot believe he's got it in him. I just don't think so.
I agree. I feel like if you look at the two offers in the server right now, they're not really at the level you kind of expect from a top-tier offer. But very quickly touching on Legacy, though, obviously the coldzera story is obvious, right? Winning, having won 2 majors with Fallen, all the legacy behind him, no pun intended. I want to talk about actually Barton, Nekis, Lato, and Domal. These are names, if you watch Counter-Strike in the South American Counter-Strike, you know these names, right? But they haven't really achieved much. Can they go even further, or at least for the very first time in their careers with Cole? That's the question.
We're going to get into it. This is going to be a big pop-off game, so I'm throwing it back to the boys. Anders, Moses, you must be loving this one. It's like, with me being back, we're back in the day. It's good.
Back in the game.
Nostalgia.
Rolling back the years, I think we call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick up.
Yeah, we really are, aren't we?
Get out there. Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say.
I love it. coldzera's back. We got Fallen still playing the game like 5 decades later. It's amazing. And we're on Ancient, so we all love that. It's going to be FURIA starting on the CT side, trying to defend towards what is attack straight down the middle of the map. Jason, have you ever seen anything like it?
Yeah, right through the red room smoke. They're leaving a lurker as well. There's some utility being thrown from A main, so 3 players have made their way through, including the bomb that's going to wrap around Temple, and it's all on Fallen. He's positioned himself inside the bomb site. They, I don't think, will expect this whatsoever. They've got the positioning legacy, but they can't get the bomb planted immediately.
Yeah, they got interrupted.
And this strategy is predicated on shock and awe, and the shock has been taken away.
Yeah, you're right. They know what's coming next. Art will sneak through, find a kill on Nekis, Lato, and coldzera. 2 versus 3. Now, there's still a way to get back in here, especially with that P250 in play. You never know. You could see he's hoping for a fight here. Give him a headshot, and we can maybe recover the round a little bit. coldzera feeling uncomfortable, but only for a second. He's still going to move forward. Wants to close the distance against the USP on the other side here. Oh, they can't find each other. Finally, it's a kill. And it's coldzera getting one. A lot of pressure on Ecstatic, but he'll stand tall. Get the kill. And now it's a 1 versus 2. 25 seconds here. Lato feeling very uncomfortable.
And coldzera just disappears at the perfect moment. Or Ecstatic disappears at the perfect moment. Gonna try and get that bomb planted. He's got to force Art out into the open. Art's staying calm and collected. There's the headshot. It's all on Ecstatic now.
Well, he's actually done it. He's bought a position. He got the bomb planted as well. That's half the battle right there. Hasn't reloaded. 6 bullets looking for the headshot. He can't find it. Ecstatic will take him down. So FURIA, sure, they win the pistol, but yeah, you got to do that. make it spicy for us.
I got a little spicy down the stretch. I thought Fallen killing the bomb planter, I mean, that was a huge factor in the round, but I thought that would have sealed it and made it a little bit more comfortable. The awkward nature of that was in the 3-on-2. I mean, you have Art kind of isolated in Donut. You have, in Quesarado out towards Temple. You have one more player kind of in the main choke. None of them could actually like work together. They couldn't find any 2-on-1s, you know? Like they couldn't find, you have to say Legacy did a really good job of taking fights against two players that really didn't allow Art to get activated from Donut.
I did love the initial, sort of the overall architecture of that round from Legacy, like pushing down the middle and leaving lurkers behind, like breadcrumbs, like the Hansel and Gretel strategy here, you know?
Yeah, we've seen kind of like the fancy strategic pistol rounds have really kind of gone away. And that was kind of a throwback to having a little bit of a fancier pistol. You can just tell there's always a lot of things that can go wrong in rounds like that.
Ooh. Speaking of things going wrong, they give up the bomb plant. As a result, they're fighting Galils in this round. They lose both the Bandles in the middle. Fallen and Art get blown up. Cold Zero here. Perfect position for it. Tech9 gets traded, but still, that's absolutely fine.
They find a really good timing coming through that mid-smoke, just as Utility's being pulled out to activate the B lane peak. And man, that makes it look clean and easy. Double kill, or excuse me, a kill from Nekiz, Dumao, and Barton all have one. And you could, I guess, try and recover this if you're Furia. 2-on-4, see what you can get. Cello's close by, Quesarado's close by.
I feel like the defuse kit is tempting. If they had a smoke as well, I think you definitely want to try and see if you can get that smoke defused. But again, even if not, you're just thinking...
You have a Molotov, though.
You have a Molotov? Is that going to be enough to block all three of them off? It's right down in front, so they should be able to see that range anyway. Okay, Serato, if you wanted to get a chance, then now is your time. He's going to throw it in deep, pushes out. One person does get the kill there, taps the bomb, but yeah, Barton's definitely going to be coming for him. So a lot of kills going the way of Furia, but they're not going to be able to win the round.
Yeah, that's actually, he makes a really good round out of that case, Serato, in terms of getting those frags. And even, I mean, I think his only chance of actually winning it was sticking on that first tap. He would have had to, but obviously felt like the swing was going to come in. That Molotov wasn't going to hold his opposition at bay long enough to get that defused. So nice win from Legacy, but good damage done at the end of the day for Furia.
Yeah, and it's a round where they lose two people right out the gate, so it's got to be very hard to be competitive in a round like that, no matter what. The game is tied up 1-1. Got that one M4 on Art, MP9 on Cello. Oh, and they're going to be rushing straight in the middle. This is where they lost the fight last time. Fallen making up for it, and then some. 2 kills with a 5-7.
Yeah, that's huge, because the M4 hit the deck. That's an M4 provided by the bonus money from Quesarado's SMG in the last round. They can now recover it as well. And Legacy haven't tried to take advantage of anything of that mid-push. They haven't gained any space elsewhere. It's 3 players huddled around the double doors.
So much time in the round here. Legacy, a little bit frozen.
Furia doesn't have to be nervous in the sense that they have to go for information peaks. They're playing with the advantage. They don't have to go hunt anything down. Still, Cello's going to get a little aggressive behind the box. SMG, you turn that corner a little bit lackadaisical, and that's going to chew you up. Legacy still have not budged.
50 seconds here. Cello just waiting for his timing window. Going to be a Molotov thrown. Is he going to peek behind it? He'll certainly hear it. It's a big clue. Yeah, he peeks right away. He doesn't see anyone. We'll fall a little bit further back into the bomb site. How do they break through? Sure, they've got the grenades down, and that's cool. They can clear out the tunnel. They can kind of get a little bit of a sense of what's out there. Oh, nice shot. That might open it up even a little bit. Lato going to get the shot on the Yuri. Suddenly, it's spun around. They're not out of the woods yet. Fallen is out here. He's got the Galil. Can he see anything? No, not quite. He's sneaking close. There's the shot, and he was ready. But Cold Zero beat him to the punch anyway. Quesarato now, 1 versus 2. Should try and clutch this, and he's going to take down Cold Zero to begin with. Barton just on the ramp. Looks like Quesarato has the idea, but he's going to check anyway. No kit this time. It's a really, really long time to be sat here. 10 seconds staring at the ramp. Going to go for it.
Oh, he's sticking it.
He's just holding it in, doesn't come off. Barton, he's going to be there last second to pick it up. My God, it's close. And that's going to be the round for Legacy.
Good round from Barton. Way to hold your nerve as well. He's making the assumption that there's no kit in play, so he's allowing a lot of time on that defuse to go through before taking the peek. In Caserado, he only had really that headshot angle to look at with the AK-47. Good win from Legacy, good recovery. A nice round once again from FURIA in a losing effort, and this is all Barton. Even that opening kill, that's the first kill in the 3v4 that really activates things, and the lack of head armor for FURIA really comes into play against these Galils. So this time, just USPs.
Yeah, into the middle. A couple of kills here would be nice. Again, just try and make it a little bit expensive for the C side. Bomb is at the B bomb site, so they're going to win the round no matter what here. But yeah, if you can steal something away, if he would have waited another second, Caserado, he probably would have had that kill for free. Nekis realizing where the rest of them are, they can call in for backup, go on a bit of a hunt.
This is really, I mean, look, in these rounds that FURIA is losing, I think there's a little bit of information they can gather from him, right? This is 3 rounds in a row where we've seen Legacy challenge that mid-smoke at elbow. Like, you know, the first time they just busted through it in round number 2 to get those 2 kills. But ever since then, they've kind of been exploring and investigating, turning into the corner, looking over the edge of the smoke to the player jumping up ledge. That's information for those mid players once the gun rounds come out of what kind of fights these guys are looking for.
Yeah.
And you're going to be aware of that potential.
And we saw in the first Ancient game of the day how sometimes you can use that to sort of double nade that, you know, if they're going for those really fast pushes.
Yes,
on
off the wall,
side. Yeah,
damage him in the run-up. Well, Fallen's got the op now. Deep Molotov from Art. Instant smoke is already there for the CT side. Molotov is extinguished. And Caserado's just going to jiggle with a molly out towards A main. He'll have some attention. Coldzera being boosted up.
Look over, right. Caserado, he's been studying. He knows what was coming, but that seems like a very cheeky way to take that fight. All right, that's all they wanted. They were like, let's try and see if we can get the boost up.
That's also utility taken out of Caserado if you want to eventually, if the mid-round works out, that you can go back towards the A bomb site or go through Donut. You know, smoke molly has already been used there. There's not a whole lot to delay in the late round if Legacy ever have to call an audible.
Doesn't see anything through the middle. Fallen can't really call it clear, but get the kill that he was looking for. Smoke towards Donut. That's suspicious if you're Fallen. You've just rotated back through CT spawn. Now you're towards the Donut position. You're gonna be like, all right, they smoked it off, so probably something's going on in the middle. I just can't see it. And
with the setup that's being run at the B bomb site, FURIA can't afford to have any of these players drop back and cover middle from behind the cube. Art, a little bit high on the aim initially. Nekis has that kill, traded off by Cello. Yuri's up next, he's in the open. B-ramp is smoked off for the moment, so he can't get spotted, but he's in a little bit of a dangerous, awkward position, and here is that adjustment in towards Donut, and Fallen misses the shot.
Yes, you needed to hit that one every single time. Caserado, he's going to try and make up for it here. It's still a 3 versus 3, 10 seconds. What a flashbang and what a position to take. Caserado surely has won the round based on that.
Yeah, they can't plan anymore. It's done. It's over. What a heroic flashbang and swing with it. As he's swinging, he has to turn from the flashbang as well. And that is an individual effort from Caserado that nets FURIA a second round.
That is a really, really impressive maneuver.
And it's really the only option he had.
Yeah. Yeah, because once if they get the bomb down, they can air around Donut, they can fall back to that position. Very, very hard to dig them out of that one again. Okay. Got a real game on our hands early on here. 3-2.
Tell you what, though, even in a victory, it's worrying seeing Fallen miss that initial up shot.
Yeah.
That's when you expect to someone with his history and an upper of really any quality to be able to nail. Cello gets into it, a bit of an engagement. They're challenging at B ramp, and he steps forward through the smoke. Very dangerous. A lot of pressure on this B bomb site, and now it comes in full force.
Speaking of Fallen, he did hit that one through the smoke. Neck is going down. Might be hard to put the ult back into use here, unless they come right through. They're thinking about it. There we go, Coldzera as the smoke fades and a flash around has Fallen. Exactly what we know and love about him.
All right, all my concerns will take him away. Nice shooting from Fallen. Triple kill in the round around Cube. Negating a lot of that danger. And it's all tied up at 3. No bomb plant, no bonus money for the Legacy side of things, and they're going to have to sit back onto pistols. So FURIA feels like they've gained control. Smoke blown open. Nekaz goes down easy. That Molotov was thrown by Legacy as well. It's almost like the spread prevented them from pushing around that corner to putting Fallen in any kind of a danger.
Yeah, it worked really well. And Cold Zero there was trying to, I think, play with the timing. Oh, grenade on top, and Cello! That is devastating. 3 kills, 2 of them, and then the wallbang at the end from Arts back here, because why not?
Nice utility work. Nice and easy with that rush on armored opponents. At least Legacy got it done with quick. Yeah, bad feeling. Bad feeling as you're running through a Molotov to catch a grenade like that.
Okay, well, these are some really quick rounds.
And I don't think, Legacy did obviously losing the pistol, but winning that second round and winning, the one after it as well. I don't think they did enough with a kind of early economic advantage over the CT side. I don't think they got enough production out of that kind of early advantage that they gained.
Yeah, that's maybe true. Oh, it looked like they wanted to do it again, but slowed down temporarily. This is still a really sick position to be in on the C side. It's also dangerous, but if the CTs make one mistake here, you find one entry, that's it. Like, you're through on the bomb site. Right on the lip of it. But slow down behind that smoke. Now that it's fading, let's see if FURIA are going to be keeping an eye on it. Yeah, they surely are. There's a real opportunity, but it goes the way of Cello instead. He's stolen that AK on the CT side, and he's going to win out against Barton.
Yeah, actually a pretty awkward engagement. Extended fight. That Cello was probably getting a little bit nervous that he was going to be the one catching the headshot. Art just hanging out. Lado jumping for information. Art's not budging. He's got a teammate, Yuri, now joins paired up to do a little bit of bait. A little bit of damage back away. Art peeks, gives away his position, but all is not lost. Held the attack at bay, and that smoke can cover his fallback.
Just a guessing game here on either side, but it's at the cost of Legacy because they're running out of time. 27 seconds at the moment.
And they have no flashbangs. They used a lot of flashbangs to try and activate Barton from his position on B ramp, so they only have the 2 smokes.
Speaking of flashes, that's a really nice counter grenade coming out. Cello's absolutely wrecking them on approach once again. They just can't make their way through. A little bit of a sloppy spray there from Art, but it doesn't really matter.
That's actually disgusting from Cello. That first engagement was a little extended. It's almost like that got him lined up, that got him calibrated for the ramp peak, and those 2 follow-up kills are absolutely beautiful in contrast. 10 and 5 for Cello.
A 5-3 lead for FURIA. Also denying some bomb plants here, which again is taking a little bit of extra cash away from Legacy. Speaking of money, my God, there's a lot of money on the CT side. It's actually disturbing.
Yeah, they've had some very clean wins in the last few rounds. B-Rush again, this time with Tech 9s. Nade again is going to soften them all up. And another nade kill for Cello. Yuri's blinded, but into the smoke, Dumal loses track. And this is no problem for FURIA. They'll handle this kind of a push all day long.
How much utility damage does Cello have at the moment? I feel like it's got to be so much. Somehow, inexplicably, the bomb got to get planted. I don't even know how that works, but at least they get the $800 bonus on each player for doing that. 6-3 in favor of FURIA.
Utility damage for Yuri is the highest. He has 496 utility damage on Yuri, 200 on Cello. That ain't bad.
It's not bad.
Well, in fairness too, they have gotten 2 B rushes. One with unarmored Glocks, one with armored Tech 9s.
Yeah, that's how it works, I guess.
It's going to pad the utility stats quite a bit.
Round number 10. Tactical timeout being called here from Legacy to try and salvage things a little bit. I can't really blame them. I felt like they were doing a good job winning some of the mid-fights early on. Maybe it's worth going back to check if you're going to be able to do that now. You need something. 6 rounds here is... It's looking pretty decent for FURIA at the moment, isn't it?
In kind of the early rounds, like rounds 2, 3, 4, the ones that Legacy won, a lot of it was trying to exploit some of those aggressive mid pushes. And I feel like those opportunities haven't even been there ever since Fallen's gotten the AWP on board. He's kind of taken that responsibility in the early going, and obviously with the op, he's not going to be the only one pushing down whatsoever. You could see even him and Art playing behind the red room smoke at the moment. Yuri does fall at the B bomb site. That's a push down B ramp. And FURIA has got to be really cautious about what their next decision is, because Cerato's now been pressured, dumped his utility to block the choke point upon spotting an opponent. Yuri's fallen at the B bomb site. They need to be very careful where they position their players, or else they're going to be spread way too thin.
Yeah, that's always a big risk, isn't it?
Priority's got to be on getting a player in towards Donut, which is where Art's headed right now. That way you can keep eyes on middle, at the very least have information of when they're smoking off Donut, when Red Room can actually be crossed and exploited. And he's also close by to help Cerato, so a strong position for Art.
Yeah, it looks like they are putting some pressure Legacy on middle with the intent to go towards the B bomb site eventually. They're just clearing up the entire lane outside of it. Fallen quite far forward here. Cello as well. Dumao trying to sneak right under. There is a second player there, but they still haven't run into Fallen yet. Oh, it's so close. I think that shot went right over his head. But Fallen unable to get the job done. And I think that should be enough to persuade the rest of FURIA to walk away from it. 2 versus 4 here. They do have a lot of money in the bank, obviously, but still.
Yeah, maybe if Art gets that kill, they can build upon it. They feel like they have some standing. Maybe he can get some information, but it all falls flat. But you're right, with the money in the bank, the risk isn't the worst thing in the world. Legacy find a way to get a 4th round on the board, and that's helped out massively. Remember, they picked off Yuri in this round. He was the first death. That was through smoke, so they get a little bit fortunate with a smoke kill on the aggression from FURIA initially. But good mid-round moves to force this defense to split on each bomb site 2 and 2. And with complete control of middle, you can just shift whichever way you want.
Finally, something that's worked out for Legacy. My God, it's been a minute. They really, really struggle to get anything going for them. Barton, not with the most impressive kills. I think Nekus is top fragging at the
In terms of numbers, yeah, but remember, Barton had that really, really big clutch against Cerato. The 3v4 they recovered. Barton was the main man who got the entry kill, who got the final kill in the 1v1 as well. So the impact of his frags have been pretty massive for the Legacy side of things, even if the volume isn't there.
Fallen. It's good to see him hit some shots. Nobody in the server with more experience than him.
It's fun seeing him play off against coldzera, obviously, and you know, coldzera had some words about Fallen in his opping, and kind of I think it was on the Thorns podcast, Reflections. Just kind of mentioned, you know, the question of Fallen's kind of drop off, and his big thing was, you know, Fallen's a player who really needs a lot of individual confidence and needs, you know, to know that his teammates have a lot of trust in his decisions, and sometimes if it's not there, individually it can be a struggle sometimes for Fallen to get into his groove.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been, I think, a question mark ever since he joined this FURIA roster, was whose philosophy we following. A-Rush, hold the thought. Cerato stuck on the wall, just backs into safety, but the A-bomb site entirely overrun.
Yes, it is. It's a good job. They're making good headway at the moment. Bomb being attempted right now, and they'll get the bomb planted, but it almost cost them everything. Art with a double spray down. Cerato to follow it up, and it's Cello to take down coldzera. Dumao, he's the last man standing here for Legacy. And they need to win this round. They absolutely need it. They've already fallen very far behind here, and the retake is looking solid for FURIA. They're eliminating all the possibilities, and as a team kill, it doesn't even matter. They've got so much money, they're not going to care about that.
Nice round from FURIA. And all the chaos, who else but Art to send him through a smoke, through a Molotov, and he gets a double kill. A last bullet double kill.
Yeah.
Right before he goes down. Didn't even see the second player. Saw him jump back into smoke, but lost track. And that activates everything. This is like deja vu to the Cloud9 game and the retake they had in a 5v5 at the A-bomb site. This time, once again, it's the CT side that comes out on top. Cello's got the shadow advantage in that fight against coldzera. And nothing Dumao can do at the end of the day. Last round of the first half, it's 7-4 in the favor of FURIA. Ooh.
Serato, he saw it coming in pre-fire at the corner. Barton is dead. I can't believe it. What a disgusting play.
Yeah, that's a nasty little transfer over. And Cello, we saw his prowess on this kind of a fight. Deep nade is going to do good damage. Not as much as I thought it would, but Cello swings out wider and this time punished.
Okay. Fury back here. Molotov on top of him. Burns him alive, and he's going to have to try and get on out of them. Art sending some shots through, but not really connecting with anything. And fallen all the way at the back. Hoping for a mistake from anyone, but so far no one's given it up.
coldzera is going to wrap around and take down Yuri if this takes too long to come to fruition.
Runek is going to get traded. Couldn't get back in time. coldzera, like you said, long flank around, and they did spend a little bit of extra time. See what they could do. A last round here would be huge for Legacy. Get a 5th one on the board. They know that coldzera is here somewhere. Doesn't even matter. He's still going to be getting the kill at least. Serato goes down from behind and falling. He can't find that last bullet. So it will be a 7-5 first half in favor of FURIA.
Really well done from Legacy, I'm going to say. I mean, losing the pistol round, you convert the second from the T side. Getting 5 rounds in that fashion on Ancient is nothing to be unhappy about. Well played from them to scrape together what they can. FURIA with the lead, not going to be super comfortable. They get to switch over to the attacking side, or they have to switch over to the attacking side and see what they can muster up.
It keeps it competitive. You know, this is a huge showdown. It's a Brazilian battle, so we want to see them go toe-to-toe. When you see them go all the way, I'd be sad if they just got completely wrecked here on the Legacy side. FURIA, obviously, with a lot more name power behind them, but that's not always going to make the difference.
A lot of name power behind him, but let's be real about this FURIA roster. It's never really felt like it's gotten clicking the way they would hope for it to. And I mean, that's been true of a lot of FURIA lineups over the year, but obviously bringing in Fallen, bringing in Cello, like this was meant to propel them to newer heights, and it hasn't kind of gotten them there. This is a really big event for this FURIA lineup as well, much like Cloud9. If this is a disappointing run at the major for FURIA, there's going to be a lot of questions to answer and kind of figure out internally about how this team is geared for the future.
Yeah, really, I don't disagree. Big testing ground for both NA teams.
Why have you done that to yourself?
I'm just making memes, Jay.
Oh, that was a thing of beauty from Serato. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on it. I think Cello might have been a little overconfident from his fights at that angle earlier. And you have to say, that's a pretty heroic death from coldzera. Knowing he's going to die inside the fire, but wanting to just turn that into a 1v1 for his teammate. Here we go, pistol round second half.
So much on the line here. Best of one. If you want to cause a bit of an upset, if you're Legacy, it's a pretty good position to be in. Cello looking towards the blue skies up there, is setting up the smoke, I think, towards,
Whoever discovered that smoke for the first time is a nerd.
Super nerd. We're judging them right now, but also it's beautiful.
It is kind of cool, but nerd.
Wow. There's nobody here. 5 versus 5 with a pistol round for the retake. They do not have a kit. They do have a Molotov. I don't think that even helps them that much. Obviously, in certain circumstances, it could, but the problem is the time that it's going to take to defuse here. They need to be really fast with the kills coming in on the CT side, or it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. Arts, good headshot to begin with. They just need to buy time, but Barton is just powering through the bomb site. Already getting 2 headshots like that. And Cello gets overrun. Dumal goes down, and it's just fallen. Barton keeps it going. I still think they might not have enough time for it, but my God, Barton's made a great case for himself. 3 headshots. Has he really got it right at the end? I can't believe it.
That's one of those retakes that I want to see about 3 more times before I can confidently say what went wrong. But I will say, 2 players on Temple defending that for FURIA, and I think they only netted 1 single kill.
Yeah.
This little off angle behind the box is so strong, but once you swing, in fair play there's a Molotov, but once you swing it, I feel like it gets so weakened. Some fantastic kills coming out of Temple, and that allows all the other players to come through the smoke. That is a brutal way to lose a pistol if you're FURIA. That's the 3rd 5-on-5 we've seen at the A bomb site. Those executes that get him in so clean, and none of them have actually been won by the T side. They've all been retaken.
It's crazy. I mean, again, if they'd spent a little bit more time hiding, anything goes wrong there for Legacy, and the retake is going to be too late. But I mean, well played. They understood that it was a question of time, right? They didn't really waste any. They just went straight for it. Good to see. Barton, the hero of that round, no question about it. All right. Smoke up towards the donut position. Investigating what's happening in the middle.
How different it is from Legacy's second round in the first half, where you don't have the gift of a double kill right out of the gate, taking control of middle.
Yeah.
Instead, you've got Ecstatic with the Mac 10 at 3 HP. He's basically useless in this round. You don't have a lot of utility. Legacy is playing it far back behind the bomb site, behind the cube. And Ecstatic with that HP is just praying they don't clear this angle.
Did he not see it? I guess he didn't. Ecstatic. How much of a gift is it? We don't know yet. There's also a pusher from the CT side over at the A bomb side. But yeah, range, he actually wins the fight. He just keeps it going. Finally, they're going to be able to hunt him down, but it's not done yet. Look at the C spawn position here.
Yeah, this is huge. Cello, almost looking for it, has to transfer over. Wasn't at the exact angle, and Noah fallen with the Tech 9 inside the site.
Yeah, big issue now. This time there is a kit in play. They're going to be a lot quicker with it now with the defuse. Lato does go down. Fallen traded immediately, and now the double setup here towards this position. They do get the wall bang, and even a dink on the Cold Zero. My God, they could have won that round with maybe one more bullet on the Cold Zero, but it's not going to happen. Legacy will win this round.
What a retake. Nice attempt from FURIA, as you said, so much damage, that final dink from Art. Even Ecstatic finding a way to have impact with 3 health in that Mac 10. He found a perfect timing on the flank, just listening for footsteps. And I'll say this too, good on Cold Zero for aggressively going and hunting down that kill. Could have been very easy to just kind of sit and wait for the follow-up peak, and Ecstatic might have had a chance to toy with you and delay things, but getting that kill as quick as possible and allowing all their focus to be on the bomb site. FURIA's bought up again. A big risk. They got 3 kills in the previous round. They know the money is low. The winner of this economic struggle is going to be in such a prime position.
Yeah, that is surely worth keeping in mind. Think about the money that's behind either team. It's not really that much.
And I mean, FURIA have done a pretty good job of keeping some money in the bank. 1,900 on Ecstatic, 3 other players over 1,000. And still having weapons to make this dangerous and actually controlling the aggression, but the counter flash is perfect. Barton with a perfect flashbang sets them up to clear out cave.
And it's so smart because even when they hear the Mac 10 pushing through the smoke, it's probably pretty tempting to go and fight it because you're like, I have a better weapon, like what's gonna happen? We all have helmets, like it's gonna be fine. But the added step of falling back, calling in the flashbang, and then absolutely clearing it out takes it from being probably still like an 80% chance to win to way higher than that. Tied up game, but it looks like Legacy are about to take the lead.
This is really the only play you have is allow Cello with his AK-47 to try and get something going. Smoke out towards long. Fallen leads the way with a Tech 9. There's the kill, there's the follow-up. Cello and Fallen have cracked open the site, but they've still got plenty more to contend with. Cello does eventually fall.
Oh, it's another dink. Fallen, he actually finds the kill, and now it's just Cold Zero left. The bomb's getting planted. Last couple of seconds, there we go. Fallen up against Cold Zero. And this time it's the student coming out on top. Legacy with a 1-round lead.
And how good he is in clutches all throughout his career. Cold Zero brings out another one in 2024, the Copenhagen Major. That's a well-done 1v2. Fallen and Ecstatic doesn't even let him get off the bomb. I was waiting for the world in which they just double swing on each side of those boxes, and there's just not even the time for it.
Yeah.
Again, though, this is another round. It's got to be so tough for FURIA. They get a ton of kills. They get some beautiful shots. But how many times in this map, that's like the 4th time we've seen them get fantastic kills and so close and just lose the round at the end of the day. But here's the thing. They're kind of committed to this economic war. Like, they have to go for it. Losing bonus is building up. They get the plant bonus. They've gotten 4 kills. They're buying in the next round. They have to eventually break Legacy or else this all goes to waste.
Yeah. For Legacy, it means there's no real ability to sort of relax in some of these moments, right? Like every round is a struggle.
And compounded because you're playing with an MP9, a FAMAS. Now this round is one of the better buys we've seen Legacy have throughout this half.
Yeah, it is.
But there's still nothing left in the tank. No money behind this.
Oh, there's a little bit of a nade landing on with a quick boost in the middle. Dumao gonna get the kill on Yuri, jumping down on the other side. So another strong start here for Legacy.
Yeah, that's a good way to jump over onto the railing and negate that Molotov that's thrown on the boxes. So FURIA might have thought they wouldn't have to contend with the player peeking lane from ledge, and it's just not the case.
Some bangs coming out. Feel like it's worth it every once in a while to give it a shot. This is actually starting to look a bit worrisome for FURIA. If Legacy can win this next round, deny any bomb plant for FURIA, maybe they can start to convert and make a little bit of bank. Dumao getting a kill there, but Next does get checked really hard. Caserado takes him down. Still a one-man lead for Legacy though. 45 seconds. Is he walking through the smoke in the middle? Not yet, but he might just take a look.
They're doubled up over in Cave at the moment, and no one from FURIA is heading there. So when they get in and see no resistance at the bomb site, nobody peeking out towards these long angles, I think that's got to be the alarm bells that Cave is going to be a point of contention, that there's going to be some danger if they turn this corner. So while Legacy aren't stopping them from planting the bomb, they're in position to wrap around in this retake.
3 versus 3 is the wraparound is been called upon now. Old Zira coming in from the back line here. He's got the M4 in hand. Look at to see if he can find an opening. No kit. Oh, there is one on Cold Zira. He's going to get found right away. So Martins picked up one in the meantime, but they run right into Caserado. He got 4 kills in the round. He's playing lights out at the moment.
Yeah, he took off the flank as well. That was a 4-on-3 in the favor of Legacy, and Caserado evens that into the 3-on-3. And obviously, fantastic cover of his teammate who's stuck inside the bomb site, just playing by sound cues. Wonderful round from Caserado, and that's finally the breaking point. That's finally the round that FURIA has been searching for this whole half. It takes all the money away from Legacy, and they have to force up 5.7s, P250s, nade stack coming in. But FURIA now have economic control, and as long as they don't stub their toe in this round, they should have a huge advantage to get up towards 10 or 11 rounds before there's really a whole lot of fight back and resistance from Legacy.
Tied up game. The money just breaks immediately for them. Yeah, this round is almost done already. Double setup towards the donut position, but FAMAS smokes are going to be coming up here. They're going to try and see if they can run their way through. It's a pretty interesting headshot, but it still shouldn't be enough, really. Clearing it out. Bomb's going to get planted. They're not able to find anything through the smoke, unfortunately.
I don't know, we've seen some pretty crazy retakes, and there's only 3 players here. Art better be fantastic, but he gets distracted. What is happening? No, 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 no. And they know Yuri's position as well. This is a catastrophe.
Absolutely so. How did they give it away? This should have been no way.
Bro.
This is a certified bro moment. I can't believe what we just saw. Oh no, FURIA, they're gonna remember this for a really, really long time.
Dude, they worked so hard to get this economy broken, to finally win the round. They do it, and they lose to 5.7s. First of all, there's a MAC-10. Cello's going first with the AK. Art, turned around to look at Caserado and then gets swung, not prepared for the fight. Yuri's on a long flank that all of a sudden has to speed up. He has to give away the advantage of surprise because his teammates have all died at the bomb site. That is a disaster on about every single level you could think of.
Timeout called, unsurprisingly.
They probably wish they had another one.
Just to talk everything through.
Figure
out whose fault is it?
Well, the importance of this timeout is this round right here. FURIA's in so much trouble if they lose this.
Oh, God, that's
I mean,
that was hard to even watch.
I highlighted the mistakes, but give some credit to Lotto with that 5-7. Look at these rounds. 4 to 5 rounds have been defuses. Furia's just been banging into these bomb sites, desperately trying to overcome. They finally do, and it's let's not relive it. Let's move on.
Yeah.
This time MAC-10's going to lead the way. No one's home at the A bomb site, but as we've seen, getting a free A bomb site is not exactly a guaranteed victory.
No, it's a big step in the right direction, but still need to win the rest. Fallen taking down Cold Zero. Headshot through the smoke. And Art running wild, aggressive as always, taking down Neckers.
Time to save.
Yeah.
They're going to win it with that aggression. The good fortune of Fallen to get a kill through the smoke, and then the push through with Art with the MAC-10. Off that gap that's created, and Legacy have to just back away.
Yeah. No chance. I mean, again, the money in the bank, just making it, if they had a little bit more, maybe you try and go for something, maybe you try and make FURIA pay a little bit more. But finally, FURIA actually doing something with these bomb plants.
Loss bonus isn't built up for Legacy at all. They're only getting 1,400, so it's going to be a real crappy buy. You're going to have to drop over some MP9s or FAMAS over to Coldzera and NECAs just so they can buy up with armor and utility. So FURIA, despite that hiccup, that rough round, we'll call it, still have a chance to take a pretty commanding grip of this map.
Tied. Here's the kind of back and forth. This is the kind of slugfest that we're excited about.
It's these regional matchups, man.
Yeah.
They always get weird. Throughout all of Counter-Strike, it feels like, sometimes no matter what the level of the two teams or how much they seem like one team is 5 steps ahead, 4 steps ahead, they always get a little bit grimy and close.
It's true. Oh, he was banking on the reload, or at least the retreat once the initial burst was coming out from the AK on the other side, but couldn't find a player back there.
It's a lot of utility spent by FURIA to get this mid control. Out of flashes for the rest of the round. 1 smoke to work with.
Yeah, they are on thin ice when it comes to that stuff. A lot of corners here to clear that you can't flash your way out of. Boy, look at this mid. Okay, Serato, he's waiting for it, and he will be quick on the trigger. My God, he's been playing well in this matchup. Now he's locked in, and he can't really get out. That's where, if they had a flashbang, someone else could have maybe thrown it for him and helped him out, but they just don't. Instead, they smoke up towards the B box.
Oh, miss smoke.
Oh, it's a huge miss smoke, but maybe it doesn't even matter. Fallen will take it as an opportunity instead of an obstacle, and will take down a player. Cello drops next, still a 3-on-3. Another bomb plant here for FURIA, and and a grenade onto Lato at the corner.
This flank is everything, though, especially with that grenade kill. Fallen's not aware of it just yet. Back turn, Coldzera's got that. He's found another one on his former in-game leader, and now the retake is on. Art steps out of cave.
Fury ready for Coldzera, but didn't get the kill anyway. Now it's just Art left. Playing around, the smoke comes out, but Coldzera gonna be able to find him, and they have the kit as well. They're gonna be able to get the round. Legacy up to 10.
Homeboy's clutch as hell, still. He's got the clutch factor still.
He reads it so well.
What a wild triple kill to do, and Coldzera keeping Legacy alive in this, a deep breath.
Yeah,
it's not done yet.
Flanks Fallen, reads Yuri coming, catches, was it Art coming out of the smoke?
Yep.
That's so many things.
Won a 1v2 as well in the first half. This is, he's playing such a fantastic game. Excuse me, actually earlier on in this half.
Yeah.
10-9.
Lost his sidekick in Taco, but still doing great work. 17 kills on Coldzera. 1 round difference. Legacy. They're getting there. The money's not great, but somehow they're keeping toe-to-toe with FURIA anyway. Mid control in favor of the CT side here. Probably that's a big problem for FURIA if they want to go for this B attack, right? They kind of probably need to clear out some of the middle at least. Yes, feeling uncomfortable. A little bit more time has passed now. Out of the slip out of the mid position in FURIA. Are they just gonna go straight up the ramp? I feel like at some point they have to check the middle. Yeah, there we go. Molotov's in the middle.
Just throwing a little bit of presence there. This time the smoke hits. Cello's poised and ready to be activated. Art spotting a jump. It's tense. FURIA are dedicated to this B hit up the ramp. Cello blinded. Lado swings out. A double kill from him. Kserato finally trades it off, but the damage is done.
Nice. Barton back. Looking for another headshot here. It's a long spray. I don't know how, but Kserato comes out on top. Not just get Barton, but it gets Zumao, who is right behind him. He should have been traded right then and there. coldzera wrapping up behind. Look at it, see if he can maybe hunt it down. It's fallen on the other side. Let's see if coldzera can go 3 for 3 in terms of beating his old captain. He may not even need the help. There's fallen on what? coldzera! He's got him again!
Tá correndo, Falezão! Tá com medo de mim, tá?
Yeah, I got some words for the old boy, and he should. That's clutch after clutch after clutch from coldzera. And this one even spotted out. That's such a tense situation to be in. When an AWPer peeks you and sees you with that little jump over, it's really hard to work into that. But again, gave his teammate time to activate, just recognizes when it's his turn to be the aggressor. He's been spotted. He knows he's a distraction. He knows there's, they're considering his position, and he's got to let his teammate play. And just a perfect peek after the AWP shot. 11-9. coldzera is being the difference that Legacy needs.
11-9, you're right. They're 2 rounds away from doing this. FURIA wants to put some speed behind this round, but they've been slowed down. I think the grenades have persuaded them otherwise. Smoke goes up. They're going to try and throw in all the grenades that they possibly can to the bomb side. It's Cello with the opening, taking down Barton. That's what they needed. Dumao here should be able to catch the kill on Kserato, and he can, but look at the pressure that's being applied anyway. It's going to be another bomb plant here for sure.
Yeah, but they've won a lot of retakes. Oh, maybe not this time. Nekas tries to come through the smoke, and you can see all of Legacy starting to back away. coldzera with that AWP. Gonna tuck himself along the wall, look for someone to push into his position. He's got the first. FURIA not giving up just yet. They're gonna hit double digits, 1 round back. And coldzera can't make it.
What a catch. That is huge. Lado, not enough health to really do much of anything here. Otherwise, I'm sure he'd love to fight for the AWP, but I don't think that's gonna be very successful at the moment. 2 people waiting on the other side. FURIA will get a 10th round. And they steal away the AWP. So, yeah, Lado probably the best that he could have done here. Just stay put.
FURIA's having to work hard for this one.
Oh yeah, they are.
It's actually quite funny. It's so tense at the moment. And the nice thing about it is because of the style of game that they've played, constantly buying, there hasn't been any real save rounds in the second half. It's just been Legacy holding on with what economy they're given, isolated round wins. The bomb has been planted in every single round of this second half. 6 of them have been retakes into defuses.
What a game to have between just 2 Brazilian teams. And it just drags out this long.
And think of the implication of that too, because it's like FURIA keeps having the economy low, but Legacy has to buy every single round. But because FURIA is still losing them, the losing bonus is built up. They're getting bonus money from the bomb plants. They're constantly being able to buy, constantly getting fantastic chances to actually take control of this game because they have the most money. It's just this clutch factor of coldzera. You cannot underestimate or understate how important it's been for him to have these late round performances.
Get a witch. Are they going to hear him? Huge roof farm really into it. Yeah, Kserato going to be found as well. And Nekas lands the shot against Art. Now, luckily for them, the bomb is on the other side. That would have been the real disaster here. And maybe Lato can secure things. He's going to get a couple of kills. Another spray down, a triple as Legacy pick up a 12th round.
The snake in the grass. I think FURIA, they made a big assumption there with all the pressure, the push in middle, the push in A main. They did not clear their corners as well as they thought they would. Oh no, Lado, that is soul-crushing. Triple kill with pace and quickness. And a third timeout called by Legacy. FURIA has been out of timeouts for like 5 rounds. They've got 2 chances to upset FURIA.
And they need to take them right now. Obviously, you don't want to go into playing overtime here. There's already been a grueling matchup. I haven't seen coldzera this laser focused in years. You can tell.
In all this conversation about him becoming an AWPer, he hasn't been able to afford it. I think we've only seen him with it once in this half.
Yeah.
His work has all been done with rifles, all been done with SMGs on flanks, and all definitely been done in post plants.
I'm counting on the Portuguese-speaking community to translate a lot of this stuff for us, because I need to know what's being said and yelled back and forth. It's very exciting. A couple of grenades in the middle, and a little bit of posturing outside the B-bomb site once again. Legacy, 1 round, 1 domino falling their way, and they're going to be good to go, but FURIA, they must be thinking the same thing. Like, we need a little bit. They're not going to have a lot of money in the bank. Those 2 rounds could go quick. Fighting for overtime. Oh, he's finally got the orb out. So it's got Fallen on the other side. Double setup.
Oh. Good wins from Yuri. And Art with the opening kill. coldzera is going to step up. Said we haven't seen him with the AWP. Well, he missed his chance there. And if you're Nekas and Dumao, you have to save.
Surely, yes.
You have to with the money that you've got. You're going to need to drop over a weapon to Barden and Lado. Both need one.
If you're Nekas, you could try and defuse the bomb if you're feeling super crazy about it.
No way.
I think that's the only reason I think he maybe could be here. There's a bit of a kill.
Okay, if he'd cleaned up that kill, things could have gotten a little interesting. I think Dumao is too far away to get involved even at that point, but you know, who knows what weirdness comes out if that second kill goes in his direction. 12-11.
I love the idea from Nekas. Fair enough. Fair play. But you're right. 12-11. It could be overtime here for FURIA. Not impossible. They can fight their way there.
Terrorists win.
Looking at the money. They can buy a little bit there on Legacy. It's not as terrible as it could have been. They're still going to be able to put out a bit of a fight here.
Well, this round is everything. For 2 teammates, coldzera and Fallen, who won 2 majors together, who established a Brazilian dynasty in CSGO. There's no bigger stage for this head-to-head matchup. The major. And it all comes down to this 1 round. Can FURIA force overtime? Or does Legacy cause an upset?
That'd be quite the headline for the day, wouldn't it? It's coldzera taking down his old captain. He's certainly doing everything in his might to try and get that result through. A bit of a trade early on here, but Cello and Fallen fighting their way back. Takes a lot to try and get rid of the legend that is Fallen.
I think FURIA is so happy they just got that kind of an aggressive push. So very happy that that Legacy came to them on this CT side.
He's got a 5-7 pushed up forward into the A hallways. That leaves Dumao lingering around the middle of the map.
Well, they're coming back to coldzera. If he holds his nerve.
He can't beat Fallen again. He's already done it 3 or 4 times in this game.
Fallen's waiting for an AK.
Right on the edge. Can feel it on the other side here. coldzera. He wouldn't, would he? 3 people coming his way. Oh, they've already seen the shadow and Fallen this time. He comes out on top. Oh, that's got to be a satisfying kill, having lost that many battles to coldzera. It should be enough here. 1 versus 4. Dumao has been playing a good game, but this is asking more than you could expect. Shot in the back, and it's overtime.
All right, FURIA barely managed to keep it together. Here's the nice thing if you're Legacy, though. Here's the conversation you have if you're coldzera leading this team. You just say, we just played that entire half essentially to a stalemate with FURIA. Head-to-head, we were struggling with money, played rounds with MP9s, with 5.7s, with light utility. We go to overtime where everyone's got cash. We don't even have to worry about the economics of it anymore. Where we've struggled with that all throughout regulation, now it resets. And let's prove we're the better team. AWP is out in the hands of coldzera. Kits, Molotovs, smokes, every nade you could want if your Legacy finally in your grasp.
Patrol outside of the bomb site. Bit of a forward position for Barton in this round towards A on the CT side. I kind of like that. Dumao, it is risky sticking around once you've been exposed like that, but yeah, he's going to get away from it there. This position for Barton, and he's got coldzera behind him with the AWP.
Yeah, which is interesting because we haven't really seen FURIA give a whole lot of love to A main in the early rounds as well. Now what it does do, it sets up Barton to be able to go for like a mid-round push. If it feels like there's no presence outside A main, if there's a lot of attention elsewhere, he can have a fast flank. It's being watched at the moment by Ecstatic.
Wow, more people keep streaming in. That was pretty aggressive. Barton's going to get completely caught there. 3 people taking it on themselves to try and clear out the cheetah cave and coming out short. FURIA looking real good to take the first round of overtime.
And now they're just paused and waiting for any kind of response or rebuttal. Fallen with his shoulder peek sees one in red room. They know coldzera's alive as someone who plays the A bomb site, so just going to shift immediately into attack B. And it's all on Dumao, and he gets nothing done. Cello, beautiful headshot. He's up to 21 kills on Cello. Bomb planted. FURIA's going to take a 13-12 lead.
Yeah, coldzera, best he could do. Unfortunately, it's just to save the AWP. There's nothing else to it.
Can't even do that.
That is going to be, yeah, difficult. Ecstatic, he's got 26 kills. And he's been playing like this the whole game, right? It hasn't really dropped off. That in itself is quite impressive.
No, he's as we've come to expect out of Ecstatic, just playing so fantastic.
See if they can finish what they started here, Legacy. They had 2 chances in regulation at a 12-10 scoreline to close it out.
Fallen and Ecstatic are combined 7-0 in opening engagements.
Damn,
that ain't bad. We take those. Oh, Art's in some trouble. Molotov extinguished by a smoke might have just saved his life, but he got caught in a trap of utility.
Yeah, as kind of often happens outside of the bomb site there. It's a bit of a haven for grenades raining down really on all sides. Bomb being brought back on the Fallen. Looks like they want to create a bit of noise towards A. Just try and sell the idea. See if they can keep the 2 people on this side of the map. Still need the entry over at B, but we'll see. Giving up. Yeah, it's close, but
there's not a lot of like utility. You have to like sell this with a body, right? Like there's one smoke, there's the one Molotov spended, so they're showing that they're just progressing to take A main, a little bit of a lurk smoke to cross over to big box. But no one from Legacy biting. In fact, they just drop a piece of counter utility at the B ramp, which completely negates what FURIA want to do, is build off this A fake with this ramp push.
Blowing it open right at the end. coldzera, it's a great kill and an even better follow-up. They line up for Dumao, and I mean, it looked like it should have been a double kill as well. Taking so much damage, Fallen. No chance to escape. The bomb is on the ground here.
That's such a sick round from Legacy. That's such a perfectly timed smoke at B ramp. And I mean, you can just see it stalls FURIA out to the point where it's like Legacy who get to make the play. Like FURIA just have to wait for that smoke to fade, and Legacy's like, nah, we're gonna spring the trap a little bit earlier. We're gonna blow it open. We'll be the ones to be proactive on the map, and that like little limp fake doesn't do anything. 13-13. I say keep the op out of coldzera's hands. he's doing, keep him on the rifle, man.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with, but guess he's got to roll the play. A timeout has been called from FURIA. They get a chance to discuss a multitude of rounds that have already been played.
Well, remember, they used their 3rd timeout, like maybe 4 or 5 rounds into that second half. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Where Gary hasn't been able to be involved in the conversation. Double kill from coldzera on the breaking of the smoke. Dumao not deterred at all by any kind of a fake at the other side of the map. And we run it right back.
Nekkes is kind of been overshadowed by all the conversation about the battle between Cold Zero and Fallen, but he's been playing really well. It's been a good game for him too. That's a lot of grenades at the start of the round. Towards the middle, outside of the B-bomb site. So far, Legacy haven't really got anything out of it, maybe except for a bit of map control, but Jumao hoping to change that. He did see somebody up there, but nobody spotted him. It's unbelievable. Grenade will land way behind him.
He's in trouble if this smoke fades before he can get a chance, though. He's going to go down. The question is just how many he can take with him if he sticks here. There's the first. Fallen had just switched to a grenade, but Yuri's there to cover it. And the spam comes through from Lotto to clean him up. But Furia's punching right back with Cello, cracking open the B-bomb site, but it's Lotto once again in response.
Yeah, he trusted in the flash that was coming over there. That's really sick. Okay, Serato and Yuri, 2 versus 3. It's on the back of Yuri. A little bit low on health, so he's picked up the AWP, hoping to get a quick kill on somebody. He's no real target here that he could easily find. I do respect this from Legacy. They're really far back. I mean, obviously, you're stuck in the middle there if you're Nekkes, but the rest of them, they're quite far away from the action. They're not trying to get involved in anything early on. Ooh, except for Nekkes, I say it. He loses a bit of patience.
That's going to force Lotto to make a move, and that one's well-timed. Okay, Serato looking the other direction, and they obviously know the position of Yuri. Lotto just has to survive. His teammate is hustling to get involved. P250 is out, and Yuri now has the safety to plant the bomb.
Yeah, some shots ringing through, but it's not quite enough here. Cold Zero's coming in from the other side, and he does actually have an HE, so there is a chance to find him with that alone. AWP right in the smoke. It's Cold Zero to find him.
And think of how many times they've seen Cold Zero wrap around to ramp room, right?
Yeah.
Or not ramp room, but just the ramp in general. He's gone down B lane, he's come from T spawn, but he's always sort of flanked towards that ramp, and this time going in towards cave, Yuri's just trying to find an escape route in an impossible situation. But once again, an integral frag for Cold Zero in a post-plant scenario. They take a 2-1 lead in the first half of overtime.
Another heartbreaking game that we might have here. Every time it goes into overtime, the stakes just get that much higher. Legacy. They need 2 more rounds. They're on the T side now. They've tried a bunch of different things in regulation. They had some really fun, aggressive plays towards the B-bomb site that were fast. Potentially catching FURIA off guard in some of these rounds. Trying to do it here. A little bit more slow. Do like this boost up from Fallen though. The kind of trick that probably works like, you know, once or twice per map.
We've seen him use that with FURIA a couple times. I think that's got to be, when you play FURIA on this map, you kind of have to know that boost is going to come out once or twice. You got to be well aware of it. You could see Cold Zero just jumping across, more than happy to bait out the shot. Fallen's come back towards middle. Smoke is blown open and broken open. Nekkes just gets into cover. But mid control the way of Legacy.
$50 seconds. Bomb over this way. They've got some mid control. Nekkes. If he can stick around here, then all they need is a distraction attacking the B-bomb site, and he could either catch a rotation, he can walk up behind them. A lot of ways to play this.
This isn't going to be a commitment, though. There's another player, right. Jumao, just waiting outside of A main. So they've just thrown the execute and the utility, listening for footsteps, and they're coming right at Fallen.
Yes, they are. 20 seconds, though. He clips Lado, takes him right down. Oh, this is a big problem for them, Legacy. They don't have the time to find him. They need to go right now. 14 seconds left, and they will get the kill. They open up the bomb site anyway. It's a bit of a shot. 9 seconds here. He wants to swing to try and stop the bomb from getting planted, but he can't. Instead, Barton takes him down. It's on Yuri. They're very low on health, so there is a way for him to find this clutch here, but he's not quite sure where Barton's gone, and he doesn't check the corner. Barton takes him down instead. A triple for him, and Legacy, they're 1 round away.
Yo, that's a huge kill, because Dumao was taking the long route all the way around to Donut to kind of confuse Yuri. If that kill doesn't come in quick, oof. But again, it's like the first layer of that defense was fine from FURIA. It's the fallback and the reposition. Legacy just breaking open that A bomb site. 2 chances again. They had 2 in regulation, 2 now in overtime to close out this map. FURIA have not had a shot at winning the map. It's always been recovery. It's always been about forcing overtime.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do again now. See if they get into double overtime, but Dumao taking down Ant. It's a big start.
There's that fight over the edge of the smoke. They've tucked into that corner a number of times throughout their T-halves to find kills, and once again it nets them an opening. 5 on 4, and look at the nades left for FURIA. That's their last smoke being thrown right now. Deep towards the double doors, trying to keep Legacy at bay, trying to posture like they have aggressive control.
Bit of noise. Olin keenly aware that something could be happening out there. It's silent outside of the B bomb side still because the smoke is down. We'll see if FURIA are going to get any information. They really are quite blind on the map, maybe except for the middle. Got Quesarado jumping around, trying to see if he can see anything at the bottom of mid, but he's going to get smoked off in that mid position. If they hear that, yeah, he has to come back. He has to think about it.
Yeah, they got to be worried and concerned about the donut split. That one smoke has just pulled so much of the defense away. I like what FURIA's done, though, at the B bomb site between Cello and Yuri. They've shifted in towards Cave and Jaguar. They realize they don't really have enough resources to actually defend the bomb site. So in a man disadvantaged situation, they're going to play retake. And that's a good find from Yuri.
It's absolutely huge. Before the bomb even gets planted, brings it back a little bit more evenly. A 4 versus 4 now. Good grenades landing on Quesarado. This one could be for the map here. Legacy, they're close now. The defuse has to come in for FURIA. They don't got any choice this time. Lado swung into it. My God, what a spray down. That's the instant headshot. That is absolutely it. Yuri, 1 versus 4, and coldzera. He's clutched so many rounds. He'll miss the shot on this one, but he's been instrumental in winning this upset against FURIA.
Oh, that's gotta feel good for coldzera, letting out a yell. He's taken down his old in-game leader, his partner, to establish the original Brazilian dynasty, and with some young guns, he's overcome FURIA. The hands-down strongest players in Brazil fall in Ancient. And you're right, coldzera, clutch after clutch in this game. He's the only reason they survived it to get into overtime. A monumental performance from one legend over another. Down to the desk, Richard, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. How's my pick'ems today, dickhead? It's been absolutely wrecked by coldzera in 2024.
Who would have thought?
Believe it. What a game.
Now, who would have thought coldzera at this stage? Like we were talking about, this legacy team. They had a pretty good run at the RMR. They make it all the way here. Surely this is where they fall. But it was incredible. Like coldzera just rolling back the years, the man, the myth, the beast himself, and even decided as well to screaming at Fallen, why are you running away from me, brother?
That's beautiful banter.
He was just yelling at him straight up.
Great banter. The banter of the day, no doubt. But I mean,
absolutely.
Look, lots at stake. We're going to run these. Let's just talk about, first of all, what Legacy did well here. I think that's fair because, coldzera did drag those players, I think, through some critical rounds with some clutches early on, but they all started to raise their game as the match continued.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't think we should make this segment only about coldzera, although some praises have to be given towards his clutching abilities and his late round abilities.
Sure.
We know that from a skill standpoint, he might not be the coldzera of 2016 who was winning major MVPs. But the fact that he knows exactly what to do in late rounds, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't stress, he plays the clutches very well, very cleverly. He had a bunch of those, 1v2, we're looking at it right now as well. He knows how to decompose his angles. stay calm here, punishes the swing from Fallen, who was screaming around. The late round in general, these post-plan from Legacy, they were having ideas. They were having well-thought-out initiatives. In the last 20 seconds, the nade into the smoke for the Cold-Zero multi-kill. That flash right here to allow Lado. Like, this is what great Counter-Strike is made of. Good decisions, good timings, and keeping their nerves, beating what is supposed to be the superstar team of Brazil. But what about today?
I mean, look at this. If you look at the second half, the 7 CT rounds that Legacy were able to win, 6 of them came down to defuses. The bomb was getting planted by FURIA, but the retakes every single time, 2v3s, 3v3s, and as Maniac pointed out as well, sure, Cold-Zero had some huge moments individually, but as a whole, they were so proactive in his late round situations, which is what I expected more from FURIA rather than Legacy, which is crazy.
I mean, while Cold-Zero, you can see all smiles on your screen, as well he would be. Less smiles. FURIA fans, turn the segment off now.
It's time for
FURIA, it was the story of what FURIA did outside of the RMR. They have Queserato popping off, right? Great. But then it's like over the course of a game, they just break down and their fundamental problems become very, very clear.
Yes, and I would say it's even worse than that, because Queserato popping off at this point in time is pretty much a given. Like, we know he's going to deliver, and he does again here.
Yes.
He had a bunch of late round clutch situations a la Cold-Zero. I think they are two generational geniuses of late rounds, right? He after a little bit Cold-Zero. But the problem is, you have Cello, who's actually delivering you a better Counter-Strike than usual. Super strong on his B anchoring. Multi-kills after multi-kills.
Aggressive
quick to 15.
as well.
This is supposed to be it. Fallen is doing great, Cello is doing great. Then Yuri decides to have a little bit of an off game, and Art is in trouble anyway. It's like, I can't make it stop. I can't make it up. Like, this is another game where FURIA disappoints, although you have stars delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, even some of the ideas they had. Okay, let's take away the individuals, right? Sure, Yuri had a bad day. You could be like, yeah, Yuri just had a bad map, so to speak. Fine, take that away. You're talking about some of the rounds in which, on the T-set, for example, the way they're approaching it, Legacy had the read. They had such good reads on what they were trying to do. For example, an AFA coming in with like one smoke or one molly. That's not convincing at all in any way, form whatsoever. And they weren't falling for it. So overall, yeah, sure, the individuals couple that didn't show up, but I feel like Legacy just played that little bit better overall as a team, despite the fact that Botan and Dumao, even they struggle as individuals, right?
Yeah, and look, it's not good enough. I mean, they are the #1 team in Brazil, and
okay, I'll let you have that one.
Yeah, you wonder where I was going to go with it, and obviously people rightly expect a lot more from them. So for me, I don't know, tough start for FURIA.
Yeah, absolutely so. I don't really know where we go from here. We're going to have to see the draw and what kind of opponents they get. But I think their story hasn't changed. It's just gotten worse. That's how I see it, right? An elimination at the opening stage would be, I don't even want to name it. I don't even want to go there quite yet. But this is not how you want to start your campaign with that regional matchup. You lose to Legacy, now you're in the 0-1, and there are some contenders out there. I mean, are you playing the Magician with the
No, I'm not the Magician. I'm just looking at
here you go. Well, let's look at the other results before Blair starts doing magic tricks on the desk, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. We can see here, we had a crazy day of it. We were like really trying to keep up, and you can see these are the results from the secondary stream. So we'll start, with Eternal Fire Mongols. Obviously, Blair, heartbroken.
As usual, as I'm used to.
Yeah, you should be used to it by now, brother.
I'm pretty much used to it, but, hope guys lost, as I say.
And then, what a great day for Brazilian Counter-Strike. Pain Gaming got a big upset over Apex. I think that's a huge story. Again, you look at what people were putting down in the pick'ems. Pain Gaming, people thought they were a little bit of a fugazi, because they didn't really play anyone in the RMR. Great win there. Heroic, again, they done what they're supposed to do, I would say, but in beating Linvision comfortably. And I'll tell you what an absolute nightmare for the Movistar Koi Saw game. Why are they playing Saw on Nuke?
Yeah, that is a little bit complicated. It's a map where recently they've had so much success on it. They have a very diversified sort of strat book they can use. They have individuals can pop off. Mutir's outside is great story, just style on them in this game. Like, he's styling them purely.
They could have been playing on Ancient. It just blew my mind that way.
They could have gone any other map except Saw's best map, which is kind of nuts.
You mentioned the Pain versus Apex. I think it's one of the upsets of this round one.
I agree.
Definitely Apex showed up as favorites, and Pain Gaming, another team that has been sort of finding new talents in the Brazilian scene, right? We're here trying to do CPR on FURIA, trying to make them work. And then you have teams out there who are trying. Imperial is bringing the No Way and Decency, and you have Lux and Cow is now in Pain Gaming with Biggers that are helping them out. Like, there is a next generation of capable players, and that feels great after having tried to make it work for quite a while.
The irony of us, you know, just talking about the woes of FURIA. The other 3 Brazilian teams have won. Legacy, Imperial, and Pain. The 3 teams we thought was going to be 0-1. They pulled it off.
Legacy and FURIA, they had to be a Brazilian winner, right?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Okay, taking that aside, of course, we had Imperial and Pain pull it off as well.
Let him have it. Let him have it. Right, okay. This is the other results that we had on the mainstream. These are the ones that we talked about for about 4 minutes. It was great. Just to cast your mind back to the start of the day, Cloud9 struggling against Ecstatic, and in many ways our assessment was Ecstatic kind of threw that one away. Early heartbreak. ENCE Imperial, for me, the game of the day. Out of all the Counter-Strike I saw. A calling masterclass between, you know, Vinny, Glaive, back and forth. Imperial winning in that overtime situation. GamerLegion AMKAL, not quite as spicy, not quite as much.
It's lower quality. Let's put it what it is. It was a lower quality game. But the consequence of which isn't any different. It's still a 1-0 situation for GamerLegion. They weren't even supposed to be here. We're going to have to see the draw, but this could be the beginning of a miracle run a little bit for the GamerLegion side.
Yeah, and then obviously confirmation of Legacy FURIA. I'll pick your thoughts just about GamerLegion here. I mean, you know, there's a lot of speculation going in that they might have took their eye off the ball because they weren't meant to be here, and then they were, and then maybe someone's getting kicked, no names, but are they not? And then actually they were pretty clinical in how they dealt with AMKAL, and they got up and they seemed happy and said, we don't lose on overpass, right?
That's the one I want to touch upon there.
Are the jitters over now? Like, can we look to GamerLegion?
I don't think the jitters are necessarily over, in all honesty, but you know, we've said this about a couple of the best of ones we've seen so far. The Movistar game, this AMKAL game, I think Lawrence made a tweet saying, I wish I believed myself as much as AMKAL believes in their overpass, right? I think they got gifted a bit of a freebie there for GamerLegion. It's a map that they have so many reps on, they're very, very comfortable on it. They said it as well as soon as they won the game, that we don't lose overpass, and I kind of feel like they got handed a freebie. I don't think it's quite over yet. I still don't want to get too hyped about his team, because all the points we made before the game, I think it's very valid, despite the fact that they won their matchup.
Yeah, and what about Saw? Are we believers?
Ooh,
I had them going in.
Yeah,
I had them. I had them going through as a 3-2. This is what I had saw at the beginning of this event. I had them winning against Koi. I just think they are a better team overall, and they have this momentum. I do want to see best of 3s against higher caliber, right? Because some of the wins rather that they've had at the RMR, no disrespect, but being NIP doesn't mean, you know, jack to me. Beating Enterprise, not exactly a lot as well.
Doesn't mean anything to NIP at the moment either, mate.
It's just a fact. So I'm waiting to see this confident, momentum-filled Saw in best of 3s. I want to see what they're made of, because there is definitely interest. They've peaked it. I have them going through, but it's going to be a battle.
And I think Movistar are better than what they showed in that game. I will say this. I think it was just a bad veto, and I think that
how can you have a bad veto in best of 1? Like, is Xist doing the veto for them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's like, oh, we'll
he's just catching strays. Poor
guy. Just pick their strongest map. Is that okay? It's like, Xist, please stop doing this. You're killing me. For years I've been saying it. Anyway, we are getting ready to show you the schedule of what we've got coming up, which I'm excited about. Hopefully, we haven't had to do too many different permutations.
Yeah, because we were all playing playing Magicians, thinking FURIA was going to win. So we were discussing matchups. Like, okay, this is how we can attack, and then suddenly Coldzera said, no, there's going to be different matchups coming up.
It's really thrown a wrench into things for me. So I think, do we have that yet? Not yet. They're telling me they're literally building it as we go.
They're creating it right now.
Well, that's fine. We can continue to rap about some of the other teams that we saw. I mean, you know, AMKAL, I kind of think in retrospect, a disappointment. They're better than that.
Are they really, though?
Yeah.
Do you think they're really better than what we've seen against GamerLegion?
That core has been around.
Yeah, I agree. Look, here's the thing. I think they're better than what we saw from them today, but better doesn't mean much. I did not have them going through to the next stage. I'll be very blunt about that.
I think they're one of the weakest team that we have here at the event.
I agree.
Wow.
I think they are.
You didn't even put them 0-3, you fraud. Right. Let's look at the schedule now. We've got it ready. They've been building it. I'm excited. Here we go. Yes, Ecstatic versus Mongol. Oh dear, Blair, are you going to be okay?
I don't know. I'm going to sit this one out. Lads. I'm just going to sit this one out.
And Apex AMKAL, I guess we'll find out, you know. Maniac Spin, he gets a few right.
Apex cannot lose that one.
Apex looked very rough in the first game today.
Then ENCE versus Movistar Koi. That's interesting.
Yeah, but it's a good matchup to bounce back for ENCE. Like, let's be real.
Should be a freebie for ENCE.
It should be, but then should is the operative word. And then FURIA versus Linvision. Okay, so how can FURIA lose this? Like, maybe playing Anubis?
When was the last time? When was the last time FURIA or a Brazilian team beat an Asian team? 2021. I'm lying. I don't know. I don't even remember.
You're supposed to have the answer.
I don't remember. It's been so long, no one remembers.
No.
So I'm just saying, you know, anything can happen.
It would be a disaster. Like, I mean, talk about getting a gift. No disrespect to Linvision. You know, they were very good. To even be here. You think about some of the teams they beat out in that region, to be here, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, look, best will in the world, enjoy the show, enjoy being part of a major. If FURIA were to lose that, you know, we've used the word twice today, catastrophe.
Yeah, definitely. Isn't there, though, a little bit of a history with, like, the IHCs and the Mongols and all?
That's the Mongolian team. Listen, no matter how much
I know it's not the same country, I'm aware of that.
Hopium and copium you inject into my veins, I'm not going to put Linvision over the side of FURIA, right? I don't think they have
Cannot believe you would turn your back on Asian CS.
I'm not a lunatic yet, maniac. I'm still a little sober. If it was Mongols, I'd be siding the Mongols there. But Linvision, I feel like they don't have enough of an experience against a team like FURIA when you're talking to people like Fallen and K-Starter, despite the loss they had right now.
Yeah, and look, just quickly to talk about Mongols, because we haven't really touched upon them on the mainstream yet. You know, look, people are always... These guys are good in flashes. I see them beat people in series and, you know, on these online games, and they always seem to make it to the tournaments now, and they go through the regional qualifiers, and then people are all hyped for them, and they just never deliver. What's up with that, Blair?
I don't know.
Why is he like represent? Like,
yes,
don't let him put you.
He's got a t-shirt on underneath, like, you know.
Maybe. Anyway, look. I really like what I saw from them, the Asian RMR. I think they were just so clinical. I know the opposition wasn't at the highest caliber. Let's be real about this, right? But taking that aside, they were playing such good CS. They've been boot camping in Serbia, playing FPL, getting more looser, feeling much more confident as well. Coming to this day, I was just watching snippets of the game earlier today. It felt like they just didn't wake up. They were playing a little scared, a little nervous. The individual Senzu, Blitz, all these guys weren't really starting off on the right foot, so to speak. They did kind of wake up near the end of that game. So hopefully we see the Mongols, which I wanted to see. Because I came into this major for the very first time saying we will finally have an Asian team making it to the second stage. And all those hopes are in the Mongols, not Linvision.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and EF is a hard team to play in a best of one. Like, EF can definitely handle these moments. Like, they can have the quick stars if Woxy catches on fire, no pun intended. Xantares, we know what he can do. And I think they were mentally very ready for that. So I'm right there with you. I also think Mongols are a team that are sort of betting on the future, right? So many young, very young players out there. You have Blitz and Techno, who are definitely the veterans, and they're very young. They're still kids, and that they have to take...
Youngest team at the major.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a fact. They have 3 players below 19 years of age.
The average age is 19, and Furious players are playing a major for the very first time. Even though Mongols IHC have been in the majors for like the past couple of years, it's only Blitz and Techno 4K who's been there since the beginning, right? So the core, actually, they're newbies.
All right, well, look, we got the other schedule coming up now. I'm leaning in, as you can see. I'm off my mark. Everyone's tripping about it. It's Eternal Fire versus Pain Gaming.
Okay.
That's another spicy one. That's a great matchup.
And I'm very glad because I have Eternal Fire as a 3-0, so
no one cares, man.
We're scrolling towards it.
Yeah, and Heroic versus Imperial, that's made interesting by what we saw from Imperial earlier in the day. Cloud9 versus Legacy. They're going to give it to them, aren't they, Cloud9?
Why don't you have that lingering feeling that, hold on a minute, something could be happening here? Is it just me? Like, do I share that feeling with someone else in the community? Like, hold on a minute. Cloud9 wasn't clinical against Ecstatic. A couple of rounds looked a little bit shaky, a little bit iffy. I mean, listen, it's going to be the first time around that the sniper from Legacy Coldzera is better than his opposition. He's got the numbers of bullets figured out.
Yeah, I'd back him beat newly appointed Orpa Perfecto.
And one of GamerLegion saw is going to be 2-0.
Yeah.
One of GamerLegion saw is going to be 2-0. One game away from making it to the elimination stage.
This is what I mean. People don't realize how crazy the first day of these things is with the best of ones, because suddenly you're primed. It's almost like you can't fail at 2-0, you know, right? It's like you have to really mess it up badly.
Well, you have 2 great chances. The 2-0 game is an amazing game. It's euphoric. You're having a good time. The 2-1 game, you can still play a little bit relaxed. But if you make from 2-0 to 2-2, this is the stuff of nightmare. The absolute stuff of nightmares. But you used to have these 2 free cars, like you had to get the visa.
What about the 0-2 games?
The O2 games, I mean, listen, when you're back against the walls, just like, yeah, it is what it is. Forget about it.
Some teams do it. Like
Saw did it at the RMR.
There we go. Saw did it. We've seen Guild Eagles or Bad Eagles is called back in the day do it as well. So it's never like impossible, but it does get way harder, Richard.
Yeah, well, listen, not for me. Call an ambulance, but not for me. I'm off. Like, this is great. I love modern esports. Like, I used to do 18-hour days. I'm getting half a day off. So I know you guys will carry the torch for me. We are going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to get into the round 2 of games. And as I said, I won't be here. We'll be tagging in the Sensational Shocks. I'm sure you all give her a big welcome for her debut at this major. And guys, it's been great talking to you. Great talking to you. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. And we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Ecstatic are coming into their first major for all players, the most important event in your histories, and it's also in your home country, and I guess maybe some of your home cities as well, being Copenhagen. Just tell me, how does that feel? Because when we first spoke, when you qualified, you know, it was emotional, there's a lot of emotions going through you. Now you've had time to go through it all.
Yeah, it was an insane experience qualifying for my first major, the first major for the entire team. And the first major, and also being in Copenhagen, is just bonus. It's just so nice being on home soil. So it's definitely like extra motivation for qualifying for the arena and playing in front of the home crowd. So just really nice.
Now, what can you say about the lack of experience for you guys as a team? Like, it's a wonderful storyline. You're here at the opening stage of the major, but what does that mean your mindset is like coming into this?
I mean, yeah, we're like a very inexperienced team. We're like, I mean, kind of young team.
Yeah.
But for the expectations here, don't really have any expectations. Like we're again the underdogs, and I think qualifying for the major itself is like, I guess you can say it's like enough for us. But of course we want more. We want to go to the arena for the home crowd. But we are, I mean, I don't want to say satisfied, but we are okay with just being at the major. So everything from here on is just like a bonus, and we'll do our very best.
Do you have that same drive and motivation? Because I do hear this from a lot of teams. It's like they know maybe I'm not going to be the favourites to win. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to that arena. But they are so happy with qualifying. Do you still feel the same hunger and passion now coming to the major?
Yeah, for sure. It's still there, and we are all super pumped. We're ready to play. Like I just want to play now. I want to play. I'm so excited. So it's still hungry and still hyped. But again, if we don't go through, that's okay. I mean, we already made it to the major, and I think it's more than what everyone expected of us. And even ourselves, like we didn't expect to go to the major. We of course hoped for it and we knew it was possible, but I don't think it was like something we expected, to be honest.
And talking about that expectation you have, I want to talk about you personally. You come on July the 16th last year from Astralis Talent over to Ecstatic. You are an in-game leader into this new team, and then you do qualify for your first major. If I told you that when you first joined Ecstatic, would you have believed me?
No, not really. I would not. Things went so fast, but that's how it is sometimes in this in Counter-Strike. Sometimes if you have a good period and you play at your peak at the right tournament, then all of a sudden you're in the major.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just super happy to be here.
And do you feel right now that you guys are still improving quite a lot? Have you been able to improve a lot from the RMR to this major? And how's that time look like? How have you spent this time? What extra work have you done?
We have done, as we always do, we practice and we again practiced some extra hours, like 2-3 hours every day, as we did up to the RMR. So we've just been playing a lot. We had some few days off because I was sick, but except for that, we just played a lot. And yeah, I feel improvement. And as I told you before, we have very high confidence after qualifying, and that's where I feel the biggest difference. Like we are winning some more duels, people are taking more initiative. Yeah. We're being more aggressive. Like people are not so scared because we have like somehow a lot more belief in ourselves after qualifying. So that's why I feel the biggest improvement. And we have obviously we've been cooking some new things here. So so we're prepared.
Would you say though you guys don't have anything to lose here in this point, right? There's not that pressure on you that other teams might have.
Yeah, I think that's that comes with being an underdog. You have like nothing to lose. But I will say, from the 16 teams that are here, I think for myself at least, I kind of expect to go through to the next stage.
Okay,
I think that's very possible. I think if I'm not wrong, we're like seed 9, and obviously the eight teams go through, and there are some teams that I think are very, very beatable. So I think I definitely hope to go through to the next stage.
Good luck going through this. I hope you can achieve the next goal of going through to the next stage. Thank you for your time, Paddy.
Thank you.
And welcome back, everyone, to the CS2 Major live from Copenhagen, Denmark, as we get some more images of now the night has fallen almost over Denmark. I was trying to see if there was a fallen joke in there, but I think I'm not gonna wander there just yet. Hello, my name is Efi Schogsapurtre, taking over from Richard, who, by the way, did a phenomenal job with his panel. So I have actually kept a bit of the panel. Maniac is still going to be here for a few games, and I'm really happy to welcome you to the desk as well. Pimp, in Denmark, I think you are really excited to get stuck in.
Yeah, obviously the first ever major in Copenhagen, first ever major in Denmark. I think it's been a long time coming, so I'm excited. I know the players from Denmark are also super excited, but as much as I want to make it about Denmark, make it about us, you know, it's about the Counter-Strike and about the teams at the major, and I think so far what we've seen has been fun to watch. It's been some exciting games back and forth, and there's been the occasional surprises in there as well.
Yeah, Denmark has come a long way since Copenhagen games, right? By the train station.
True.
That's a throwback.
Those days, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, these were the days, right?
The needles and everything, yeah.
The needles, oh my god, it's moving on swiftly.
Yeah,
Never mind.
not immediately. I want to take a look at kind of, you said it already, we had a whole bunch of games already. We will be covering the winner game, so the 1-0 ones here, but I do want to look back at what we saw already when we were looking together, and I want to know from you what jumped out, and ideally mainly something that personally jumps out that maybe isn't what comes to mind for everyone else.
The Imperial Victory of ENCE.
Okay.
For me, very clearly, a highlight of round one, not only because of the shape of the game, a lot of momentum back and forth. There was the crazy ace, obviously coming out, but the reaction from Imperial is immediate. I'm falling in love very quickly with the new recruits from Imperial. I gotta say, Noe and Dissenti, if this is supposed to be the biggest stage ever in Counter-Strike, then they're not shying away from it. They're making the plays. They're very brave in their Counter-Strike. That's enough to get my interest, I can tell you that.
Could I follow up perhaps? Pimp, we were talking about it already, but in terms of kind of Brazil being so dominant in the American RMR, and then the question what they would do here. 3 wins on the board, of course. One was a region kill. But I think overall that's really interesting, and I want to see how that evolves.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they did play some good Counter-Strike during the Americas RMR, and we were questioning whether or not that was, you know, locally they could perform at that level, or if they could come into the major. You saw on your screen right here as well, Pain taking down Apex. That's not an easy game at all. Apex have been looking somewhat decent, I would argue. They've established themselves as a decent European team, so for them that's a massive win. I would agree with you. The way the Brazilians have played so far has been great, but it has only been one round of best of one, so I'm not fully ready to make any conclusions just yet.
Of course not, and what is really cool is that now we'll get to see those teams who have made those initial impressions on us, and they could win again and then be one best of 3 away from getting into that next round. In a second, we'll take a look at the matchups that we have both on the B stream and on the A stream, but I think overall, how do you feel the crop fell in terms of the matchups we were given for the second round, Maniac?
I think these aren't exactly matchups that I had foresaw or seen coming. I'm gonna be real with you. It feels like the contrast is pretty stark and clear, but also I could be completely wrong. I have a feeling that favorites, it can happen every now and then, you know. I have a feeling that some favorites are very clear and it jumps out intuitively. You talk about Mongols, Apex, ENCE, FURIA. That's just first degree, just my brain is analyzing what's happening here and I'm seeing favorites. But then again, there's been some signs. I think Ecstatic did a very good job, if you allow me to say that, even though they lost against Cloud9. They came back into the game from an 0-6 sort of deficit at the beginning. I know I have nothing for AMKAL, sorry, moving on.
That's all right.
Koi, not at all either. So actually, you know what? Maybe just Ecstatic can be the one beating the favorites in that
They gave it away, right? Versus Cloud9 almost.
I would argue they have a decent chance against the Mongols. They also did not play well against Eternal Fire in that opening game, weren't on the server whatsoever, didn't really check in at the major. So I feel like out of all the games right here, I would agree with you, but the one where there could be a potential upset lurming would be the Ecstatic one.
Yeah. What about FURIA Lin Vision?
Wait a minute, are you really that far back?
I'm not. I just
down?
heard you in your last segment, and I really love the assessment that you made. You said this doesn't change anything, it just makes it worse, and that makes me afraid, especially in the light of kind of a lot of the new blood on the other Brazilian teams that we've seen so far.
Well, listen, other teams have taken the risk of welcoming fresh green members in their ranks, and it's seemingly working better. Now, as I said, I think if you're a true fan of FURIA, you sort of weirdly maybe want them to fail so they can truly reassess what is it they're doing, and not just keeping on life support and oxygen support. What is it you're doing here with this roster? We all want it. We all want to see a bit more success from them.
We do, and it is, of course, you know, it's nice sometimes to go into what could happen for the teams that's already not going well for, but I want to be a bit more positive and look at the teams that could book a berth very, very soon to the next round if they get to a 2-0 already. These are our matches, and it starts off, I think, with a fantastic one, you know, with an Eternal Fire that had a monumental performance versus the Mongols earlier.
Yeah, for sure. They played some decent Counter-Strike. Again, it was an easy game, so we didn't really see them being tested at any point. I think they will be against Pain Gaming. I would argue GamerLegion saw as well. To me, very, very interesting. We all know the story with GamerLegion coming in instead of 9 Pandas. Saw us on a win streak. They won 10 games in a row. They started out by losing their first 2 opening games at the European qualifier, and ever since they haven't lost a single game, which is in itself a crazy history. So that game to me is the one that sticks out as the closest one.
It's almost like a definition of the word momentum in the dictionary when you look at SAW, you know, that watershed moment in the RMR where they made it, which was so incredibly huge for that lineup, and then something unleashed in them. The question is, how high will the ceiling be, and is GamerLegion kind of going through a, well, we were separated as a couple, but now we found something to rally behind together, so let's do this?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one to assess, right? If you do the analogy, it's like you're on the way to separate from someone and then you get like a free 1-week paid vacation.
They were just on a break,
like, hey,
you know. They never separated. We were just
like
on a break.
Reference. We were on a break.
We were on a break. Calm down.
Absolutely. Also for GamerLegion, it's weird to know where the atmosphere is at. I will slightly disagree with you on the Eternal Fire versus Pain. I think it's going to be as easy as the Mongols one. I think Eternal Fire are cruising to the 2-0. I have them as a 3-0 anyway. They're a slam dunk here at the opening stage.
Yeah, we've. I think a lot of people have had that thought because they were so close. I think even they were in a really stacked RMR. We have to say that as well. Even their match versus G2 was super, super close. It really is that ceiling is there, and sometimes they're even kind of already through it.
Yeah, well, I love that you use the word ceiling because there is only a type of team that's beating EF right now. That's the FaZe and the G2s of the world.
Yeah.
Like these are the teams that beat Eternal Fire as they currently are playing. Last time I checked, Pain is not part of that category quite yet, although they've been impressive. So yeah, Eternal Fire are poised. Very well negotiated their entrance at the major. Plenty of teams have failed in this first step, you know, taking it maybe a little bit easy or having some jitters. Not the case at all. We know that Woxic is a little inconsistent, but when this is the Woxic that shows up, what are you gonna do? Got this.
See, that's the scary part for me. We spoke a lot about Wycadia during IM Katowice. He was the breakout player. He was the new guy coming in. He was the talent doing well. All of a sudden, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, and then it's Woxic taking over. This is a player that if you're watching Counter-Strike 4 or 5 years ago, you'd know his name. You'd see him playing mouse sports. You'd think, wow, he's one of the greatest AWP players out there. Maybe never the best, maybe never a top 3 guy, but definitely up there in the conversation. That hasn't been the case the last couple of years. He then came back into Eternal Fire, and he's slowly but surely finding his groove. That match right there, sure, it's a best of one. We talk about consistency, but if that's the Woxic we can expect at the major, then they become a very dangerous opponent.
Listen, we were going to follow on this Friends metaphor because I feel like this roster being put together is finally Ross and Rachel getting together. Like, we wanted it for so long.
Are you going with the Friends analogy?
We wanted it so long. We wanted Woxic and Zentaris and Calix and Major being there. It's finally happening. We've been patient for years. From the Space Soldiers days, we're waiting for that to happen.
Oh, for so long, but it doesn't always work. Even if it's like the thing that was written in the stars, it's not always the thing that works. And I think this is why this major cycle is so incredibly important if we look at the trajectory that Eternal Fire has been on for a while. Also, Wycadia, as you say, his very first major cycle in that regard, and to see how he can be activated now that it feels like, Pimp, everyone is very comfortable in their roles, and they have, would you say they have a pretty complete package in terms of kind of aggression, but also the by-the-book CS that they are able to play, etc., or not?
I think so, because I think a year ago, you'd look towards Eternal Fire, you'd think that's just chaos, you know. Whenever you're joining the server, it's chaos, it's all over the place, and you can never really imagine them finding any sort of consistency. They've changed a little bit. I think they've gotten into a place now where they've seemed, you know, to produce consistent results. They're playing some good Counter-Strike. It's not always about taking the duels and making it, you know, chaotic on the server. I would also argue that, you know, with Wycadia coming in as well, that's sort of like that untapped potential. We know what Woxic can do. We know what Zentaris can do. We know what Calix can do for that matter as well. But Wycadia is still the one player that we don't really know where is at yet.
He's fresh.
He's fresh. We saw him in Katowice have good games. We saw him crumble a little bit under the pressure. The first one right here at the major wasn't great, but you're winning 13-4, so it doesn't matter. So that's still the one question mark for me. How good is Wycadia, and how much can he help this team to become a real contender for the playoff?
Yeah, I really think we shouldn't shy away from giving praises to Major for the Counter-Strike they play. Because you can very easily get sucked into the Zentares void, talking about like how incredible he is as an individual. You can talk about Woxic and his peaks, but I think it would be doing a disservice to the Counter-Strike that they play, because fundamentally it is good. And you hear about Major in interviews, he says, I'm talking every single day on WhatsApp with the coach, we're trying to come out with new ideas. You can see that. You can see they're not just resting on their laurels, they're trying to be innovative with the CS they play.
Absolutely, realizing what they have and what they want to do with it. You know, we take a look at the performance as well, no slouch. And as said, a lot of the work is done off the server as well when you are in that position, right? As an IGL.
Yes, and also you have to realize this guy was given and then taken back and then given again the chance to be an Eternal Fire. It's been complicated, it's been back and forth, but now you feel like he's earned that respect, that trust to play the Counter-Strike that he wants.
Yes, let's move on to their opponents as well and contrast that to what we have seen in Pain Gaming then, where I mean, let's start with the Biggest Era story, because I think it is so beautiful ever since the qualification and the road he's been on, and choosing to do it and having to do it with some new blood, which is a completely different skill set you have to apply than working with super experienced players.
I would say it's easy to feel a bit sorry for Biggest Era. It did feel like he was, you know, left in Brazil with the leftovers.
He was robbed.
He was robbed a little bit of his best players. He didn't necessarily have the guys around him that you thought could be the game changers for him. As an in-game leader, as a player, I think he stepped up massively, not only from an individual standpoint, but also in leadership. I saw him during the Americas AMKAL, some of the answers that he was giving in interviews as well. Yeah. Very well-rounded, you know, reflective, and knew, you know, okay, these are our conditions, this is the player material I have to work with, let's make the most out of it. And so they've done. At the Major, they won the first game. The man himself had a fantastic showing on the first map as well. I'm very positive when it comes to Pain Gaming, because on paper, you can't really allow yourself to have too high expectations.
I agree with you. You say he was robbed of his best players. I'd say he was robbed of his entire career. He should have been in a much better team for a long time. It's been at the very least 3 years that he could have been an interesting signing for people looking to have this new
FURIA,
IGL.
yeah?
I mean, he was right there. Not only having good calls, as you mentioned, but just individually being strong, and he remains strong, even though he's having these duties you're talking about. So great for him to sort of reap a little bit of reward from all these efforts and sweat he's put into that Pain jersey. More than 5 years he's been wearing it right now.
It's crazy. He's kind of synonymous with Pain now as well, right? And he's spoken on that. And it's really funny when I saw, or it's really interesting rather, you know, we had that famous quote from him after the RMR about like the piano being on his back and then it fell off. And after their first game today, Lux, I believe, said to HLTV, he's really like a father to us in terms of what he can give. And I found that so interesting to contrast it with kind of, when we think about Brazil and Padre, we think about Fallen, right? A lot. And it's just really cool how Biggest Era is also that for these young guys.
But I think that's an excellent, you know, point you're bringing up, right? Because with all due respect to Fallen and Art for that matter, and Cold Zero now coming in, they've been gatekeeping that spot as an in-game leader within Brazilian Counter, right? You spoke about it, you know, 3 years where he was for the taking for FURIA, 3 years where he was for the taking for what was supposed to be the second best Brazilian team. So it's a guy that time and time again have shown that he has the abilities not only to elevate himself on the server, but also make the players around him better players. And I think that's a great example. NQC is another one coming into this team. He was within Legacy. He was playing with Cold Zero, couldn't really find his footing. Technically speaking, as an AWP player, I've seen stuff from him on his stream, highlights, etc. He's very skilled. He's a mechanical, very gifted player. Now, slowly but surely, he's now getting into a rhythm where he can actually produce results on the server as well. And as much as I want to give NQC credit for that as well, I think it's down to Biggest Era. He's helping him, he's becoming the father figure, and he's making sure the players around him is getting significantly better.
Is there, or is it there, you think, lies the biggest challenge then for Pain coming into this specific matchup versus Eternal Fire on the opposition?
Yes, again, as I said, when you look at the team, when you look at the player material he has to work with, sure thing you can make certain players better, but there's also a ceiling to Pain Gaming. I must admit, I don't have them as a team who's making it to the next stage, I'll be honest, even though the first showing right here in the best of one was great, it does feel like there's a ceiling to how good they can be right now.
Did you have FURIA going through?
Yes, I have FURIA going through.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, FURIA,
it's okay, you're not the only
on paper, is supposed to be a better team, and I think that's the difficult for Pain Gaming right here. You're going up against a team who I think have more firepower on the server, and who I think in Major, you know, that head-to-head duel between the two in-game leaders. I don't necessarily think Biggest Zero is a much better in-game leader than Major, so where are you looking for the win conditions when it comes to Pain?
Yeah, it's pretty complicated to draw this picture. Also, because of the Eternal Fire that we saw against Mongols, right? I think you would be remiss to think that Eternal Fire now have set their sights on the FaZe games, the G2 games, the Vitality games, because that's seemingly the seeding that they're fighting up against. But they are not losing track of what they need to do to just dispatch of whoever's coming up against them. And that is a great quality to have as you're trying to make that step from T2 to Tier 1. Major said, I want to be in the ocean with the best teams out there, but you cannot lose that game, for example.
Yeah, and ideally a bigger fish as well. I think this is something you brought up at the top of the day as well, right? When you're a team that was hanging between that Tier 2 and Tier 1, and now you found yourself in a position where you can be very close to a higher level, then all of a sudden these best of ones do become a little bit more dangerous because you're now expecting to win them, but you're saying they are staying very realistic and really focused on what is in front of them.
But that's also what made them in the first place, right? That's EF, you know, playing all these online qualifiers, playing all the open qualifiers, playing all these different tournaments where best of one is more of a normal thing for them to occur compared to some of the Tier 1 teams. So I think when you're making the move from Tier 3 to Tier 2 to Tier 1, you're also being made up in a scenario where you're used to playing those games. So I wouldn't necessarily worry on behalf of EF going into a best of one. If anything, I think they're comfortable playing in this scenario.
No, I'm right there with you. I think it takes a certain amount of mental energy and clarity, and this is where the coaching staff has to come in, to at the same time work on why are we not able to win these FaZe G2 games, and also just make sure we keep ahead of the pack, we keep ahead of the teams that are trying to catch up with us. They seem to be able to do it right now. This Eternal Fire, I have to say, since Pro League, and that was the last CSGO event, haven't exactly given me reasons to worry about playing below them, playing against teams that are worse than them on paper. They've seemed very authoritative. We are going to a little bit of Anubis action right here. Wait, what is the map that Pain played against Apex? Didn't they play Anubis as well? It was on the B stream. I have a doubt for a second.
Vertigo.
It was Vertigo, so don't mind me at all. I'll be here all day spewing lies.
That's okay. I've got HLTV. Don't worry about it. I didn't remember.
With Pain Gaming, right? They're playing Anubis quite a lot, and they're doing it against domestically teams from Brazil, and they're losing quite a lot. So one thing is playing the map a lot, but when you're losing against teams that you're supposed to dominate on a map like Anubis, you're then coming in against EF, who, let's be honest, they've only played it twice the past 3 months. Once against FaZe, which they won at AMKAL, and one against Na'Vi, where they got absolutely smashed. But we do know Na'Vi is a different beast when it comes to Anubis. So for my money, I'm not worried on behalf of EF at all. Again, they've only played it twice, but they've already shown us they have high quality.
And the context of that loss that you mentioned against Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken, was the last map of a best of 3 where EF, they ran out of gas. Quite literally, just they didn't have the energy, the endurance. The loss of the second map kind of took the wind away from their sails. And that is the next step, if you will allow me to use that term. We are not in this scenario right here at all. We're talking about playing one best of 1, you had a little bit of time to relax, and now you once again have to go on a sprint. It's not a marathon. You're on your tactics bike, you're going maximum speed for an hour. That's all they have to do right there. And I think they are much more than equipped for it. They're going to cruise through.
Oh, you're not on camera. It's too bad. He's making the most insane moves, Chad.
Yeah, see it.
I didn't know you could move like that.
I'm just teasing the crowd. Yeah. You have to look at the desk when you see me move.
I have seen you on the dance floor a few times, and that does compute. But what I gather from you is that there is actually a lot of faith into Eternal Fire. I think also when you look at, the RMR, they qualified, quite quickly. They had more time. The RMRB was after that. And then here, if they would be able to go immediately to a 2-0 in terms of kind of looking at the other teams and looking into that best of 3 they should play, it would be great for them. But crazier things have happened, in fact, just an hour ago. So
yeah, just an hour ago. That's true. And the Brazilian players so far have shown that they're coming in shape as well. For my money, if Pain can make this game competitive, I would be happy. I have EF winning. I'm thinking Pain is good enough to make it up to 9, 10, maybe even 11 rounds. Really apply pressure to EF.
Ooh.
You're not with me, and I get you because EF have been looking great so far.
I respect. He's giving Pain a better fighting chance than I do. Personally, I think EF is 1, 2, or 3 leagues ahead of the opposition.
Okay, let's see if they make quick work then of Pain Gaming, or if we get another upset and another win for the Brazilians. Let's find out who will move on to 2-0.
Let's find out indeed. We've got a bit of a banger here. Eternal Fire taking on Pain Gaming. Eternal Fire on a bit of an astronomical rise right now, looking lights out. It feels like, it's only really top 10 competition that looks to take them down a peg. And on the other side, Big Azera's boys in Pain Gaming surprised us all with that opening win over Apex. But is this, where they get brought back down to reality, Hugo?
You'd like to think so, right? Their biggest task yet. This is a team underrated mainly because of their RMR run, Harry. Beating 35 in the world, 50 in the world, 51 in the world. It wasn't an impressive run, but an opener over Apex. Well, now anything's possible. We'll see if Pain can seize the moment. Eternal Fire on the T side of Anubis. Not a regularly played map for this squad, but still one with a big scalp over FaZe. They're going to run it down mid into B.
Already up and into Temple. Wakadia leads the way. First man, he's going to go running into his Lux, who will open up, but there's Wakadia head on his swivel. Antares helping out from back at main, and that bomb is going down. Payne left a man down in the retake here.
Yeah, Antares, great reposition as well. Plays that bomb late from main. Doesn't need to die in the site for no reason. The advantage is heavily in the Turkish side.
Zera's been able to get out. His teammates moving in behind him. But they're not being given a single fight here, and instead it's Maja in with the backstab. Ooh, will be being held.
Nice flash.
And picks that up. They're able to pressure Antares, but they're not able to deal with him, and that might be the downfall of the round here.
Oh, you
hang
sure?
on a second. Antares gives them the fight, and the bomb, it's not open here. You've got to move in. Woxic tries to close the gap. Oh, he gets off the defuse. Woxic will secure the round. And that's a little bit of madness to open up in the pistol.
Yeah, getting off the bomb. I mean, there's no way you're getting the kill and you have time to get back on the defuse.
Woxic was missing, man.
You're playing for the frag at that point, and you just got to hope at this level. You got to hope they whiff, but it's so rare. It's so unlikely. And that's with, yeah, sure, Eternal Fire playing, all single positions, all individual positions, but they get wiped out, man. That felt like it was right there for the taking for Payne Gaming. It's close. It doesn't cut it. And Eternal Fire come through with a pistol round. Man, a little sweaty to start. And hey, if you're going off of officials, sure, Payne do have more experience, right? The depth is a question. The head-to-head on players is a question, but the experience is far more so in their pocket. Eternal Fire, this is their least played map with the exception of their Instaban.
They're gone for the attempt to get out here in a B, but a force back from Payne Gaming. Still leaves a bit of intrigue on this round. Oh, that's devastating smoke spam. Lux rings out with one from down in dark. He's got a 1v1 here right now, but not able to win it. If he gets that kill, it gets very exciting. They knew that Calix was over towards A, so maybe that one still had some legs on it, but we're not here to talk about maybes. They brush aside the force buy, they deal with it. Comes at a bit of a cost, but still, they get that 2-0 on the board.
And I'll say this nice and early. I was saying it in the green room. I stand by it. Eternal Fire in the form that I expect to see them in this tournament and what we saw glimpses of across Wycadia's debut back at Pro League last year and at the RMR. I think this is a top 8 team at the major for Eternal Fire. I have expectation they're making a run to those playoffs. I hope we get that level throughout the competition, but a requirement to me is just this clean 3-0, especially with favorable, opening game over the Mongols, a game they have no excuse to lose against Payne. I want to see Eternal Fire 3-0, and I want to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like we talk about this whenever we cast this Eternal Fire squad. But you and me, man, we grew up on a lot of the old Space Soldiers games back in the day, right? We were always kind of fans of these guys, and it was always like the forbidden fruit of Turkish Counter-Strike was being able to have Woxic, teamed up with the kind of core of this Eternal Fire squad. He was stuck in Dark Passage. They were in Space Soldiers at the time, and then they bring this band together. And then where it gets really juicy is that inclusion of Wycadia, right? Is that now young, capable fifth gun within the squad? It's very, very cool. And so I do like that we have, expectations. You saying how you think that they can be a top 8 team and how that's what you're envisioning. And it feels like they are bridging that gap into the realm of top 10. I mean, hell, they're sat at, 11th on the rankings. So, hot on the heels of it.
This is a core that we're only one match away from making it to the top 8 of the major. That was Boston 2018 for Antares, Maja, and Calix. So they were so close, Harry. But this might be the time for Turkey. We'll have to see. Gun round coming through for Payne. We've got everything they need. NQC on the AWP.
What you're saying is it's kind of like Christmas.
Yeah.
Time for Turkey, man. Here we are.
Nice. Tuck in. Who's hungry?
Hang on then. Look, Payne Gaming coming through with their first proper buy. Now, there is a big gap over here in mid, and Eternal Fire, they spread out. They play a bit of a default here to open up. But over time, they're piecing together where this gap exists. So Antares, taking all this space over in middle. Big Zera playing the little pixel angle. I was worried he'd crashed there for a moment, but then I realized
he's spotting a pixel so he can reposition, drop the smoke. And the reason he's turned is so his head is difficult to hit there. He still has the FOV in his favor, and you can't headshot him.
They won't go through mid, Hugo.
Just a B-pop.
Just this B exec. But that is where 3 players reside for Payne Gaming. That's like your upside to leaving mid open. Sure, you're a little more vulnerable there, but you get to leave more resources over here towards B. Some of those come out now. There's a smoke in main that Eternal Fire have got no choice but to go through at this point in the round.
Not again!
There's the openers from Woxic. They don't know about NQZ on this AWP, but I don't think they're ever going to get the chance to find him, man. It's already a done deal. My voice just cracked.
2 smoke shots for Woxic. Pain Gaming had everyone here. They knew what was going on. Kawes even made a nice move to get ahead of that smoke, but he didn't commit. The flash pushes him back. And Woxic, 2 smoke shots has won the round. This is a formality for NQZ, just trying to escape. But I do enjoy how passive Eternal Fire start these post plants in, right? 5v3, no one's even in the sight, no one's even facing. NQZ would have run away, but he's expecting more resistance. Eternal Fire are not overplaying their hand in these post plants, favored or not. 4-0, dominant start. Remember, this is the one map in the map pool that we could say solidly T-sided right now.
It's sick that it's Woxic to do it as well, right? Doubling up through the smoke on the entry. I think he's a super interesting talking point when you look at this Eternal Fire squad and the kind of journey that he's been on.
Yeah, because this was a team that wasn't even sure they wanted to play with him, Harry. He came in, he left, Emo came in.
It was the hokey pokey. You know, you're in, you're out, you're shaking it all about.
And now I don't know how that song goes, but they're doing the hokey pokey, Harry. And Eternal Fire's turned around. That is what it's all about.
Yeah, wow, there you go. There's the link, it nailed it. No, it is very, very cool.
Yeah, but for Woxic, right, last 3 months, highest rated player, eclipsing Xantares. A lot of that was the RMR, a lot of that was Katowice as well, with the play-in looking dominant for Eternal Fire. So Woxic, higher rated than Xantares, if that keeps up, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all remember how good Woxic was in that Mouse squad, right? Like some of the peaks that he reached there, that was like the best team he was ever a part of in terms of the achievements that they were able to get. You saw the heights that this guy could reach. And then past that project, you know, he had that brief stint, in Cloud9 that was, I think, so forgettable, you know, like the whole reason he's bought in there is because you remember the peak that this guy was able to reach. And it didn't feel like he could ever get back to that. But no, since the release of CS2, since joining this Eternal Fire squad, it feels like he's really started to up the ante. You can see there's a lot of effort going into this. And I think that's all showing in the stats and the numbers that he's able to put up. And it makes you think, man, like, you know, if he's able to outperform that form that you got from him back when he was in Mouse, oh, you're blessed. You're onto a winner.
I mean, his ratings last year were higher, or this year rather, and while we're early, are higher than they were across, you know, the peak in Mouse in 2019. Yeah. Obviously, that's with the caveat that, you know, in CS2 ratings are a little inflated, so it's not a huge surprise there, but essentially it shows that Eternal Fire are finding success, and Woxic is a huge part of that. He finds a crucial mid pick in this round that extends Eternal Fire in through mid on an A split. They've planted their hunting. This round was only half and half for Pain, but it's been a hunt for Eternal Fire that's come at a bit of a cost. A couple of kills on the exit. Still a 5-0 though. Numbers are good for the Turkish. Running away with things right now. We need a response out of Pain.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've bbeen hyping up Eternal Fire a lot. That's with the 5-0 scoreline. I want to see a bit of that grit out of the Pain Gaming squad. I want to see Big Azera cook something up here. I mean, he is kind of one of the big draws of this Pain squad.
For sure. I mean, he was the only player left in that we were really interested in, right? This team felt like it was ready, you know, the old Pain team felt like it was ready to make, you know, deep runs at tournaments, or at least have players taken into bigger and better rosters. But with the exception of Skulls, those pieces kind of faded into nowhere. Zevi, you know, like players, Hard Zao, going to Red Canids, like we never had these Pain players upgrade into tier 1 teams where it felt like they had the chance to. A Big Azera, as the desk we're talking about, was a huge piece of that. You know, could have been a replacement or at least an addition to FURIA. There was a conversation there, but we're ready to write this team off, Harry. We're ready to call their RMR run uninteresting, but a win v Apex in the opener, we've got to have our eyes on Pain here. So can Big Azera stand up to when they need him? He did in that opening matchup. He'll need to again today.
Eternal Fire have done a lot over here towards B at the start of this game. We might see a bit of a different look now. The bomb's still left outside of this B site, but there's worlds where they can change this. Eternal Fire lobbing a bit of early util, hoping to instill a bit of paranoia over here towards B. Now they look to take middle.
Just no info, it's no idea for Pain what's going on the map. They've got a main, they don't even have Dark really, so This is super uncomfortable. They are in the dark. Eternal Fire are going to be able to set up on this A split, and a lot of utils getting lobbed in from Calix.
He's kind of teeing up Eternal Fire to go and take this mid space, and even though there's some counter util from this, just to try and hold them back, it's not going to stop this A play. Calix nails Nissim with the flashbang and some missed shots from NQZ, and that will seal the deal on the round. You're seeing a lot of this right now, just a couple of kills in the right place, and the round is over.
And that's not like Pain didn't know what was going on, right? They opted to give away mid completely, but it's not even like a full A split. Calix doesn't even take A main. He stands outside, he throws great supporting util, Temple smokes down, and then the key is, as they come camera, he completely flashes Nissim out of the round. That's the one fight that essentially wins it for Eternal Fire, and once again, they go hunting.
Yeah, I hope that the way that this round, you know, because in the past, whenever mid's been left open, Eternal Fire have just exec'd onto the bomb sites, right? It hasn't been like a big issue yet. I hope for Pain that the loss of this round can at least lead to a bit of adaptation here, right? They spot the problem over in mid. Now they know that Eternal Fire are aware that there's a bit of a gap there. And so I hope either we get a bit more going on in the mid fight, but it's quite hard with the util that Eternal Fire are throwing, or we get Pain pressuring the extremities, right? They've had 3 players over towards B in the bulk of these rounds. There's ways you can look to open up fights there. You can do the smoke out towards, you know, B main and take that control with flashbangs. You can try and nade open the dark smoke and pick players on the cross. There's a good few little gimmicks here, and so I would love to see Pain pull out some of them now, because they've been flying blind in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to do immediately off of spawn. You don't want to just be calling B rushes on CT, but when you hit that mid round, when you realize that Eternal Fire have numbers in middle, you've got to take something. They didn't even really have a main, and Calix wasn't even fighting them for it. Pain can't afford to play scared right now. Badger's not. He's running in through with a flashbang, and finding a 5-on-4 like that is a one-way attempt. Calix denies it. This ain't go. But he sends Lux home for a 5-on-3 for Eternal Fire. Attempts at moves getting made, all denied by Pain.
The rest of the round just feels like a formality here for Eternal Fire. You know, they walk in a B, and it's theirs.
Done and dusted. Pain with another save, and this only feeds into the confidence that I have for Eternal Fire. Sure, this is definitely a team they should be beating, no questions asked, but I think this team is finally ready to take on Tier 1.
Yeah,
and that's the difference for me.
I mean, you know, when you actually go and look at like the teams that they lose to, and this is something even echoed by the desk, you know, it's G2, it's FaZe, it's squads like that, you know, they're very tippity top best in the world. And even then, oftentimes they're willing to take them the distance, right? Back in the RMR and the BO1s, they had that OT loss to the G2. Then they had an overtime versus FaZe as well, only to get blown out in the second map a little bit more. But, you know, we're seeing those improvements versus the very best. So a performance like this, when it's a matchup that you're supposed to be coming out on top of, is super reassuring. And they even knock out that AWP right at the end.
Yeah, there's money. Really, at this point, the economy isn't playing a huge factor for Pain in this game. They are getting hunted a lot. They can still buy the orb. But right now, it's just about how clean Eternal Fire look. And you know, that was a different phase. It was Pain coming in, trying to make some plays, trying to rely on some individuals. And, well, both come up in favor of Eternal Fire. It's not much to do.
I'll say this, even though Pain was certainly moving around the map a little bit more, that initial play over towards main was just Magic, like holding W and getting the opener, right? That wasn't really Pain making the move there, even though they were set up to do so. And then the reaction through Dark was just that. It was a reaction. So now in this round, look at this, right? Nissim has gone deep all the way out through A main. They're collecting that info ahead of time.
Doesn't matter.
But it might not matter, because Wycadia running through B main has put a stop to this. The aggression dead out towards A. And so Pain, they made some nice moves in this round, but the individuals just shine through it for Eternal Fire.
Oh, and he missed the timing.
He should still get it. He'll, you know, this is fine. There's no way, if Calix is ready for this, Eternal Fire are winning the major. Thank God.
Well,
all right, there we go.
Turkey hates you now, but they're loving this game. 8-0, another save for Pain, and yeah, explosive double entry. Woxic did it, Wycadia's done it. And as you said, that aggression was nice. It was info gathering, but it feels like this game is already slipping through Pain's fingers. oiled up.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to have now is like, sure, the info is great and whatnot, but you've kind of lost the respect of Eternal Fire, right? They're not playing slow enough for you collecting that info early to actually get to play into the round. They took it super aggressive out through B main.
It's off the back of that A stairs smoke, which always feels like a bit of a... It's nice to take space,
the A play
but
there.
it really makes it clear. That's why Eternal Fire rush B, because they just see, oh, they've done an A main, A stair smoke. They're at least one, if not two, pushing A main. We know we have room on B. Let's explode. And you know, when you're 8-0 up, you're believing in every call you make, and they're certainly hitting the headshots to back it up. So Eternal Fire, some great calling for Madja has been a lot of this team's success. And when you add in the firepower pieces, your man on your screen, Xantares, not even needed yet, Harry. 4 and 4. Not been a problem, not been required. Save him for later.
7 and 2 on Woxic. Yeah, man. I mean, just all across the board, everyone's looking solid. And like you say, the kind of usual danger men haven't even really had to rise to the occasion yet. Arcadia had that really nice round in the last one, right? With a double kill out through B. But other than that, it's kind of been the rest of the guys like Madja and Calix getting involved. Calix has been cool as well. I think he's got some really nice util up his sleeve. He'll often kind of get left to his own devices, and I think he's very capable there. All right, Payne. Just keep throwing things at the wall and hope something sticks.
Here we go. Do they flash it? They're just going to walk this.
I like that contact.
Yeah, go on.
Straight out. You don't telegraph it this time, right? That was what let them down in the last. Now, Eternal Fire know that B's been taken. They flash it like they want to try and retake this, but you can tell this has caught them a little off guard, right? Now they're going to try and flash back in for that re-aggro, but they don't get past Cowes. Missed shot from Woxic's AWP. This is looking a lot better for Payne. They've locked down a huge piece of real estate here outside of B. They've restricted Eternal Fire's movements, and now they start to free up some players on the rotate.
Important shuffle, just sending players back to middle where they know Eternal Fire are re-aggressing. Flashes will make this very clear. 1 minute and one headshot. We said we'd wait for him. Well, he has arrived. Xantares finding that entry. 4 on 4. Do they really go back to a B retake? Knowing, reading, guessing maybe that Payne have repositioned back into the bomb site. It's the AWP leading. That's how confident they are. Arcadia taking it. Xantares putting on a bit of a fake in middle, but that smoke has signaled it, and Bugazera's rotating beach.
Oh, and life might be a beach here for Payne Gaming, man. Like, they've just up and left this double hold. Now it's only NQZ and Arcadia donning the AWP. Deals with him swiftly. Oh, Payne, they were nearly there. They nearly had something going. But once more, they're looking down the line and they're saying, boys, we've got to save.
And you know Eternal Fire will come hunting because that's all they've done every single round. They're already getting ready for it. Leave someone here, but yeah, go punish that money. They have so much, they don't need to think about their own finances. Stay in group for now, ensuring this round is theirs, but there is no problem presented by Payne in this game. A nice entry kill on the B push. Eternal Fire read the reposition perfectly. That's what I mean when I say it's great calling, right? They don't get scared of the B main the whole round. They know Payne can't commit to 3 players sat in B main for the rest of the round, and they'll probably make concessions on the B bomb site. Eternal Fire sneak right back in. 9-0.
Plus, I mean, you know, you touched upon it already, but like the moment that I think it was Bugazera drops in that smoke over towards A, like, you know, in the minds of Eternal Fire, they know they're getting the reaction they wanted out of that mid lurk, right? Like, it's just these little snippets, these little droplets of info are more than enough for Madja and the gang to know what they're doing here. And just think about how this map started with the pistol round coming down to that almost like sick recovery from Payne where they're on the bomb and they just fall short. You imagine, even with a handful of rounds, this could be a lot more competitive. This is a T-sided map after all, but it's not going to be that way. This could end up being a crazy dominant, maybe even, and I shudder to say it, but maybe even the 13-0.
He said it now, folks. You know who to blame. Fast through mid, Xantares does not give a damn. He's hunting these kills. The AWP's repositioned, and on the side of the smoke, Calix finds his. Back in heaven, stuck alone as NQZ. Where can he go? What can he do? He's fired off a shot. Xantares is not hurrying on this mid-lug. He's still looking at Temple side, but he needs to group with his team. A minute on the clock, and Eternal Fire running back. They're going to leave him here for later.
I mean, with Xantares here, he can control the rotates. They're still freaked out about middle. And so even as these footsteps come back, Xantares really trying to play with the hearts and minds of Pain Gaming. Now he hears them leaving. He hears a rotate out of that first man, and as he gets involved over in middle, there's even more doubt in the minds of Pain. They're going to hear the bomb. They're going to hear this rotate at least, and they catch Woxic. Eternal Fire don't go overcooking this one. They're split up between B and A. 2 players inside of the B site. Arcadia and Madra have got to get this bomb down. Xantares a long way away. Xantares will not save them here. 2v3, and there's Arcadia's AWP. NQZ responds. He finally had a chance to get involved in this round, but now Xantares is here. Quick as he arrives, he's nearly deleted by that nade. NQZ looking over his shoulder at all moments. They don't know where Xantares is. They don't know that he's down in dark. That's where both players are, and they'll go swinging out, and then it becomes all too clear, only to snatch that away. 10-0.
They got a little cooked in the mid because Xantares is saying, guys, I have A, I've got this entry kill, I've heard them rotate, come to me. But then that spam comes through in middle and they still commit to it, but you know, Pain hear everything on the rotation down in water. So it's a little awkward there. Eternal Fire could have just committed to B. They knew there was max 1, and in fact there were 0 players there. But it doesn't matter. They don't overcook it. They commit with their gut. They commit with their initial call, and they keep it clean. 10-0. Double AWP, whatever you can do at this point is enough for Pain.
Yeah, at this point you're just saying like, okay, like whatever we need just to try, you know, salvage anything here, buy an AWP if you're not feeling it, try get the ball rolling, lock out some of these angles and try to deny that map control.
Oh, that was a nice angle, but Xantares wiggles his way into it, gives you nothing. NQZ getting smoked off as well. They might go back to what the pistol was, a fast tempo play through the smoke.
A nice counter util here out of Pain Gaming at least. Smoking off Temple does slow down this pace out through middle.
Calix doesn't know. Not for sure.
He's holding on to this from CT, but low ammo in the M4. Only good for that first kill. Here's that second AWP, but ooh, that's just an ugly peek.
Hear them running your way. Arcadia looking for more, nading the smoke. Woxic cutting off mid. It's just everywhere. Eternal Fire, they're in your nightmares.
I mean, you can see the paranoia that Pain are under, right? Like every rotate, you've got to do a full 360-degree clear of mid. You know you're not winning the game. If that's where the mindset's at, if that's how far you've kind of lost grasp of the cooling at play, the macro.
Now there's a kit, there's a smoke, and Eternal Fire love a hunt. Harry, I'm sensing something scandalous from Nissim. He's sneaking in. They have no idea. He needs to get on it quick, jumping the bomb.
It's not
he
live
might
for
have
anyone.
got it.
He's got it. He's got it. This is a ninja. He's on the bomb, and they're too far away. They're suffering from success, man. Eternal Fire. They get that one wrong.
Laugh it off. Laugh it off. It shouldn't matter. But that's a lovely round to make you feel good. You're first in the map, and a sneaky defuse in the smoke. I can't blame them. Oh, that's a good way to get on the game. But is it too late?
I mean, if you're Eternal Fire, you were really not expecting anyone to have like the balls to go for that with how all these rounds have gone. Okay, so maybe that brings it back down to earth a little.
Yeah, reality
Eternal Fire are going to screw their heads on now. All right. Last round, we will not hunt ever again. We are sorry.
Oh yeah, now they have
the
no
13-0 is ruined. Courtesy of Nissim.
Oh yeah, blame him. Lux Smoker B getting deployed for Madra. They're gonna take middle, it seems. He's keeping attention on this side of the map. Dogfight coming in. Pain even making a play. I like this, making a push. Nissim gets his shot off. It's Calix up top, dropped. 5-on-4 for Pain. And they make the mid-round move. This is what we wanted to see 10 rounds ago. They're going to get a lot of info, and they're going to get the fights they're looking for. Maybe too many fights.
Yeah, this might be more than they bargained for here. No kills out of Big Azera, just the dink. So that brings us back into a 4v4. Nissim, I mean, he's like, well, you know, I want to surround with the A aggression once, so why not try it again? He's already up in rugs and coming in on the backstab here.
Great timing.
Now, Santares is ready for this. Eternal Fire are winning the major, but
Not
of course, back turned. Nissim plays the trigger discipline for a moment, clears all this out.
Clean.
And it's a kill. Woxic will recover. 3-on-3 now as they explode out into this A site. One man here, NQZ, puts up the first. Is there any more from him? It's just the one and done. Woxic and Wycadia in the post plant. This is not good for Pain, and Woxic's just going to farm them up as they move in. Eternal Fire are going to do good on a dominant half here. 11-1. They lose one to the Ninja Defuse, but other than that, everything comes up Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this was always meant to be the case for Eternal Fire to win this game, but the way they're doing it is the best aspect, I think. It's dominant, it's clean, we're excusing the one round because everything else has been very well put together, and yeah, the stars are shining. Santares on your screen, the king of Turkish CS, looking for that crown here in Copenhagen, and Eternal Fire doing everything we wanted to today. Starting their day off, looking for a 2-0 lead, leaving them only 2 more maps from that elimination stage, Harry. It's essentially halfway there.
Yeah.
And even further,
the
maybe.
Maths checks out.
Of course, it will be a BO3 in that 2-0 deciding game. But right now, making this best of 1 quick and clean. Pistol round for Pain. Is there anything left in the pocket?
Well, you can't win T-side with a Ninja anything.
Especially not in pajamas.
No. No, then it would be done before you even get there. So let's see what they've got on this little B exec. Util coming out. Woxic in at the back of the site. Will get flashed a handful of times here as they just stream in over the top. Santares blind, still good for 1, but that leaves the B site with just the 1 kill. Dooley's now retrieved for Big Azera as he posts up down in dark. He's going to have bodies coming his way, and he is able to deal with them. Arcadia sent out of there, and this one looks to get away from Eternal Fire with Maja dead on the flank. They know where that last man is, and Big Azera will finish the job. Pain Gaming, this time, get the pistol.
Something to celebrate, finally, right? It's been few and far between in this map. A map that Eternal Fire, I mean, they've got a great map pool. Obviously, 1 insta-ban on Ancient, I think it is, but if you're going to be pulling this through their least played map, and looking this good, that's just something else to rely on in this major. Of course, a Force at 11-2. Can barely blame him. That's going to give Pain the weapon advantage for now.
Well, that's really all the util used right there for Eternal Fire. Two players over towards B, while they've lent a little heavier over here towards A. That and a 5th man over in middle, swinging between the 2 right now while the freedom is there.
This could be nice, but they back out just in time. There's another, though. Oh. Guns jumped. And A main taken back. Pain. They could flash their way back in if they please.
I like that, though. Good awareness from Maja, right? He chases it down as much as you reasonably can, and then he sees them holding it, and he's like, okay, well, there's no point giving them the opener. You know, compare that to Pain's kind of holds over here towards main, where they were a lot more die-hard in these fights. And oftentimes, it would be a hard death for him.
Eternal Fire with 1 smoke have dragged this round down to 30 seconds without a kill. Like, Pain should still win it from position. They're about to split B, but this is already good show of restraint until the backstab comes in, and now they know what's up.
And everyone in the right place at the right time. Woxic now responsible for main as Dark is given up. Big Azera and Kawes kills a piece. MP9 at range keeps this one even. There's the backstab, and there's one more where that came from. Wycadia tucked in over at Ivy. Not to be known about from Lux, who goes back to grab the bomb. And with so little time left, it's a done deal. They do it on the 4-spy. Eternal Fire run away with just the pistols and those SMGs. And they move on to match point here and now.
That's a Pain Gaming who is scared, Harry. They're scared to play, they're scared of their opponent, and they let the clock decide it for them, forcing a plant in a one-on-one. Around Eternal Fire had no business winning, even with a force buy. No util to block that play. A couple of flashes at the perfect time, and Pain play themselves, set up to close in quick succession. Eternal Fire 1 round from 2-0.
I mean, they just have such a good read over, how this game is flowing, the timings that they need to hit. When it comes down to the individuals, you more than trust them there as well. Over towards this B site, Zantares has been brought down low, but he's going to fall back, try to buy a bit of time for his teammates to rotate in. Boxer gets caught down in dark. 3-on-3 as that bomb plant moves through for Pain Gaming. But more chance spam out of Zantares looks to tip the scales back in Eternal Fire's favor. Pain Gaming at one flash, but they don't go peeking with it. Not yet. Out from behind the pillar. It's a one and done from Lux. And so NQZ, a lot to do here. And swinging it wide was not the answer. Eternal Fire, crazy dominant to go up 2-0 after day one of the major. They've got their eyes set on securing that elimination stage, and they want to do it cleanly. They've made a real case for that there, with their 2 opening games both being dominant wins.
Yeah, smashing the Mongols, a team that many have had high expectations of coming into this tournament. We'll have to see more from them later. And the same for Pain, who have already come through impressing, but not in this game.
Indeed, and I feel a bit bad for Hugo and Harry, who started off the game by so many superlatives about Eternal Fire, especially Hugo in terms of where he wants them to go, this tournament, etc. And then they just had to repeat it over and over. And I feel like that's kind of what we also have to do on this segment, which is, of course, fantastic for kind of the goals that Eternal Fire have this major.
Yeah, if we don't want to overblow the situation, this is still the beginning of the opening stage, but if there ever was to be an incredible run from Eternal Fire, this could be the start that you want to. Like, a lot of authority, super serious about any games, not disrespecting or underestimating opponents, playing full 100%, good calls from major, good individuals showing up. Like, that's the whole package so far, at least on day one, Jacob.
Yeah, you couldn't really put a finger on anything Eternal Fire did in this game. Sure, they lose one round, to a ninja defuse, which in a sense is a little bit, unacceptable. Yeah, in a close game maybe, but they were having fun with it. They could laugh it off and then, of course, go back to winning ways afterwards. For my money, there was no competition right here. I know I said that I thought Pain Gaming was going to be able to make a fight out of it, and I guess you have to be an idiot to think that, because that was not the case at all. Pain Gaming seemed to be, yeah, well, I guess a bit, but it just felt very flat from the get-go. The pistol round was a great example as well. The very first round in the game, it almost felt like when Pain lost that, where they were supposed to win, it was just game over them. There was no resilience whatsoever.
No, and you do think now that Eternal Fire moves on to the 2-0 pool, they're going to have those best of 3s to play. What are you looking at?
Yeah, it's just the scoreboard. Look at that. The amount of kills coming out from no one within the Pain Gaming camp is a bit rough.
No, and I think also in the terms of Eternal Fire, just very efficient in what they did in terms of killing the rounds very, very quickly.
Yeah, and listen, just handling the map, like the calls for Major, and I'm not just talking about like what strategy he chooses at the beginning of the round. I'm talking about understanding where in the map are dangers, where can we retake information, what is our opponent most likely to do. They were a step ahead of Pain Gaming the whole time. Like how many times we've seen the Brazilians trying to go for information, trying to have a little bit of proactivity, and then you would have someone from EF or the pack just retaking that part of the map, slap in the face. They did that a couple of times. This wasn't a competition at all. EF strolled towards the 2-0 as we put it out, and a fantastic display of performance.
Nice.
Yes, and here we have it displayed. Oh, Maniac, you're so great. But look at it. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? Of course, very high quality metal posters. I'm sure you've heard about it before, but listen to this. Would you not like to have
They
a
pay you a lot of money on
poster?
that for Twitch. The ASMR section is
Would
pretty
you not
good
like
in there.
to have a poster of your own choosing, whatever you want? Also, really important, I rent, and you can't really do a lot to your walls, so this is really, really nice the way you can mount these. What do you think of this one specifically?
I was just thinking about the sounds. It took me back to South France, the cricket, at night when
The
you're
crickets?
enjoying a little glass of
Little
rosé in
ASMR?
Provence.
That's the sound, yeah?
Yeah, you never heard cricket?
No.
You've never heard of cricket?
Yeah, but not a cricket that sounds like that.
Oh, okay. Anyways, as you can see, you can take it off quite easily, put it back on quite easily. This is, in fact, the first time that I do this. I've been looking at these a lot specifically because I have nothing on my walls, and there's a couple of movie posters I want to hang up. There's so much you can choose from, by the way, but most importantly, if you're watching this broadcast, the deal with Counter-Strike, so you can choose whatever you want in terms of the game as well. If you don't want to have a team, it can be an AK.
Yeah, also one made for all the noobs out there, you know, so you actually get to learn the spray transfer of the AK-47 with your disc plate. So there's a bit of educational content into that one as well.
So that's how I was supposed to spray.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing wrong.
Exactly.
I wasn't doing the thing. I was doing the other thing.
That's why you're here, not there, you know.
Yeah, well, you're next to me, buddy. So
well, that's my problem as well.
You know what I mean?
Anyways, you of course can choose whatever you want. If you don't have a lot of room, hang this one up one day, the other day another one, depending who you have over for tea. I don't really care. You can choose whatever you want, and also most importantly, you can use the discount code PGL. I believe you can click on the banner, or you can just go over to displate.com/PGL rather to get your discount code.
Of course.
And then you can get cracking.
I'm gonna get used to that. You should stop about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Anyways, we'll be going over to the break right now while you can take a look at the wonderful catalog of the displays, and we'll be back with Heroic versus Imperial.
Jesus.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The grind continues for Heroic, and they're now entering the major here for the first stage. Kicksan's joining me, and I want to touch on this grind you guys have been on, because I look at Heroic, you're always entering things, you're always playing officials. How's the energy coming into the major itself?
I think we have good energy. We've been playing a lot recently. We also had some online tournaments after the RMR, but I think we like to play. We can see that we keep improving, so we have good energy right now, I would say.
When I see Heroic, I always see you guys together. I always see a strong, united team for sure. Is this something you've been trying to focus on and work on? Because it's such an interesting mix of players and personalities that have come together.
Yes, I would say that we've been working on it a lot since the first day we founded this team. And I think we've been doing pretty good when you look at the mental part of the game and how we behave outside of the server. I think even in some rough moments when we were losing games or even tournaments, we were still, you know, nobody got tilted or... I think we've been doing good when it comes to the mental part.
And inside the game, I want to see how much you are learning and how much you are trying to adjust still, and how much is set in stone, because I know you guys will have the fundamentals worked out of how you want to play and how you want to lead this team, but how much is still, because you are a new team, I need to change this a little bit, we need to do this. How are you going through this whole process?
I think in the last few weeks we've been changing some little things. So I think we have like a good base or a good idea of how we want to play, and then we just adjust few little things depending on the opponent, on the way we've been playing the last few games. So yeah, I wouldn't say that we changed too much, only some little things that can sometimes decide games.
And in terms of deciding games, the major you'd need to perform, but Heroic as an organisation, before you were part of the team, had a lot of success when it came to majors. Deep runs, playoffs, right? Do you have the same expectations for this version of Heroic, that like that is where you guys should go? Because when I hear, like, I've seen Nertz's interviews, we can win this event, we can do it, you know, like it's very confident, but what are your realistic expectations at this stage?
We're trying not to think too much about the end result. We're trying to take it game by game, but I think we haven't been a team for a long time, but I think we already showed that we can beat some decent teams and do some great runs at tournaments. So I would say making the playoffs is like a minimum for us.
And what's that like for you, right? Because your first major, you hit top 4. Now, I would say you're coming in with a stronger team, but I'm looking at the names and the players. How do you personally feel about that? Like, I need to do this again? Is there a mentality change on it?
Yeah, I think with the experience we have in our team, I think we shouldn't worry too much about it, and if we just keep playing the way we want, we will do it.
A lot of people are thinking, okay, 3-0s in the pick'ems, Heroic are through, there's no problems at all. Do you feel that confident?
We feel confident, but at the same time, we don't want to underestimate anyone, any team, because we saw, for example, in the online games, we lost against OG, for example, and I think, for example, in that game, we didn't go too serious, like always, so that made us play a bit worse. So I think for the major, it's important to just respect every team, and if we just play like we always do, we can beat anyone, I think.
And what would you say for you as the IGL is the one thing you haven't had enough time to do with this team, the one thing you haven't had enough time to work on to get you to where you want right now? Because we have to be, yes, we're looking at the name value of Heroic, but we have to be honest that it's only been a few months for this team.
I would say maybe the map pool. We didn't have enough time to prepare all the maps like we would like to have them. But even the map pool, I think it has been getting better lately, especially after the RMR. So it's still not perfect, but we can do much better than this.
Do you feel like it's actually good that you guys are going through this first stage? Because the officials, you'll get to play and getting used to this whole scenario again?
Yeah, I think it's been good to play a lot of officials and also some online tournaments, because I mean, I have some experience playing some online tournaments before this, but some of the other guys have only played LANs recently. So having these online grinds and playing different kind of qualifiers, I think helped us a lot, and we've been improving and learning a lot from it.
But do you expect the same? Do you think it's beneficial you're starting here in the opening stage and not the next stage, for example? Do you think it's good for this team?
Yes, I think so. If you get through this stage, you'll get a lot of confidence going into the next one. So I think it's important for us.
Well, let's hope that confidence comes through for you, man. Kixan, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're going to dive into Heroic versus Imperial, who had both had a great start, I think. Of course, we were immediately thinking back to ENCE versus Imperial and all of the overtimes, but I do want to start with Heroic, just because we saw that wonderful interview with Kixan there and Banks, and where he says, of course, for his personal expectations, if we think back where he got to in Paris, I can understand it, saying playoffs is a goal and anything less than that would be a disappointment. What do you guys think of that statement?
I think that's fair. You know, to say if you're a player of his caliber. I also think it's a fair statement given how well they've been playing early on in the season. When they first came together, I think a lot of people, including myself, were looking towards Heroic thinking, what is this? You know, what is this lineup? There's some interesting pieces, you know. The Shoes and Tesses being the leftovers from the old original Heroic. Then you bring in Nikodas, who's always been a player that has never really fully broken through after his Copenhagen Flames days. And then Kixan, you know, an in-game leader that was emerging to be one of the top dogs that potentially could have joined better teams as well. And then Nerds, breakout player of 23, or at least one of them. So for my money, it was a team with a lot of potential. Where I'm surprised is that they gelled together so fast. What we saw in Katowice, what we saw at the AMKAL, what we see now as well, it's a team that is actually delivering Counter-Strike at a high level already now, and I expected that to be 6 months into the process.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's a make or break for most of these players at a very important level. For Nerds, you're talking about the rookie of the 2023 year by HLTV, and we're wondering, are you going to continue on that trend? But I like that you mentioned Kixan, and I think he is a topic of conversation. What he did with Apex in Paris, you could have labeled it a fluke, you could have labeled it a one-time, it's never going to happen again. And now the sort of success he's already finding with this mixed match of a team already, his credit score is just absolute. It's a pump. It is a pump. You gotta buy
dream
the
about a
stones.
credit score like that.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, don't. This is not financial advice. Please be careful with your money.
Don't.
But the stonks of Kixan, they're going high. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's cool. It's also such a different story than when you look at Imperial specifically, right? Where you had, of course, Vinny and a lot of players around him, where some people might have said, what is this year doing? There was a lot of chaos in putting together that roster and a lot of unproven talent. Hell, even people that were just streaming and then got into their first competitive LAN at the RMR specifically, in Norway as well, who had an unbelievable first game here at the Major.
Yeah, you said it, Matt, you're right. You're starting to like him a lot already. I would agree with that. The player on your screen right here, he did fantastically well at the Americas RMR, and he continued that trend in the very first game at this very tournament. Again, we don't really know with these players when they're coming into the first Tier 1, Tier 2 experience, how they're going to cope with the pressure, how they're going to cope with being on land. But as you said, he didn't seem flustered whatsoever. Very sharp, very assertive on the server. Even when it got into the overtimes where you may get a feeling that some of these youngsters would feel hindered, you know, and feel a bit pressured by this situation, he was showing no weakness whatsoever.
Let's talk a little bit about those overtimes though, because not just kind of one overtime, multiple on top of that. ENCE, Kyler got an ace in one of those OTs to almost push it and close it out. I mean, to withstand that and say, you know what, no, we win, that's crazy.
Yeah, there were many occasions in which you would think that Imperial is out of it. That is it. They're never going to come back from this. They've squandered the occasion. They've gotten aced through smoke by Kylar. Like, what else do you need to give up? And they haven't. And I really think that this roster that I wasn't exactly really familiar with prior to the RMR has sort of, they met at the perfect intersection, which is on one hand the promise of tomorrow, and that's Norway and Dissenti, and it's trusting in new players, and at the same time some veterans that refuse to be washed, refuse to wash away. And it is an actual term to be used. The Phelps, the Henny of the world, people that were at the top of Counter-Strike 5-6 years back, we're thinking that's the end for you guys, you know, just right into the sunset, and then they just meet and then they find success together again. And there's something about it that I appreciate.
I mean, it just goes to show that sometimes the puzzle has to be rearranged many a times. I think specifically in the Brazilian rosters, we have been seeing that, right? Vinny also has played with some of the best legacy-wise in that region, but now that he has this puzzle, it's working out more. So let's see if they can also win this one. Kixen said, the only thing that I definitely still want to work on is the map pool. This is, of course, only a best of one.
Yeah, and that's fair. And listen, this is one of the critics that we can allow ourselves to do or to make towards Heroic. The playbook isn't extremely deep, and the map pool is yet to be built. But that is sort of acceptable for the team and where they're standing right now. And best of one isn't exactly where you get to challenge that. Case in point, you go to Mirage, a map where I would deem Heroic to be already expert and very efficient on early days.
And one of the reasons why they are is that they remind us a lot of the old Heroic, constantly moving around, especially on the CT side. They love to re-aggress. They love to take ramp away from their opponents. They love to take middle away from their opponents. They always love to push B-apps in the middle of the rounds as well. So if you're Imperial coming into this game, you gotta be aware that when you're on the T side of Mirage, there's gonna be constant pressure somewhere on the map. And that's what made the old Heroic, the Danish version, so feared on a map like Mirage. And I think they've adopted some of that same playstyle. You're looking towards Tessus, you're looking towards Shus. I think they've instructed Kixen in how they used to play Mirage back in the old days, and they're doing that with the new roster as well. It's a dangerous, dangerous map for Imperial.
Definitely is, and Shush and Tessus, of course, who are left on that lineup, and are not just left on that lineup, right? They're doing what they need to do in terms of what we've seen Heroic build towards already as well. I just want to have that clear. So in the first game, you were unequivocal about Eternal Fire and how convincing it was going to be. Do you have a similar thought here for Heroic, or is it more dicey?
No, I think it's way more dicey. On account of Imperial and what they've shown us against ENCE, I have no reason to believe it's going to be any different here. And even though I have Heroic as favorite, I do expect a very cool game, a very tense and close game. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams make it to double digit at the end, so I'm strapped in, I'm ready for Counter-Strike.
Look at Phelps. Look at Phelps for this map. He's the highest rated player for Imperial, a 1.35 on average when it comes to Mirage. He's firing on all cylinders. If Heroic can shut down Phelps, I think that's going to be enough for Imperial to lose this game. If not, then we have a game.
Okay, we have a task ahead of us. Let's see what happens. Heroic versus Imperial for a chance to move over to that 2-0 pool with Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Heroic taking on Imperial. And I mean, this one I think should be a lot closer than that game that we just had, right? We saw one set of the Brazilians fall on down just now to Eternal Fire, but this one I think there's a lot more intrigue on. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly where this Imperial level is at, because even looking back at their RMR run, it was fantastic. And then they come here and they open up with a win. Admittedly, a long drawn-out overtime win over ENCE, but I think if anything, that's more impressive. ENCE are meant to have the edge in those OT games.
Yeah, they were down, 0-3 in multiple overtimes and still managed to take that dub. So very impressive start. Can it go on? We'll have to find out. A pop for Imperial. Into the site sits Nikodos behind Triple, and they've got to find out the hard way. No way. Dead immediately. The bomb is getting stuck, and Nikodos can do nothing about it. Great shot for Dissenti. It's going to be a 2-on-4, though, in that post plant. Not an easy position for Imperial to convert.
Not by a long margin. 3 from CT, but it's this big flank out of Tessez that really looks to seal the deal, and it will. Him and Shush, 2 OGs of Heroic, managed to lock that one in right at the close. And so the pistol round going to go their way to open up.
Yeah, the Imperial story is so interesting, right? And this is the second most played map. They have a lot of experience on it, but this is without a doubt the best team that Imperial have ever faced on this map. And it should show. I'd like to think it will show for Heroic, even though Imperial are punching maybe above their weight with that win over ENCE to start. Heroic are a roster that came out of the gate swinging, and that's really cool to see. A new team with a couple of pieces put together with very little synergy between the majority of this roster you would expect, with the exception of Tessez and Shush, but they've come together really, really well.
I think one of the things that was so cool there is it wasn't a team that showed up to those early events going, yeah, we're just going to see how we do. Like, no, you had guys like Nerds giving interviews where he said, like, I think we're going to make, playoff runs happen. He was very, very confident in this team from the get-go. That, to me, I think probably speaks to the strength of Kixan's leadership in this roster, right? The fact that he immediately was kind of on side with the Heroic camp is a very good sign at the times.
And Kixan saying just in that interview earlier, like, we want to go top 8. We should be going top 8. And yeah, with the caliber of players, I don't see that being impossible. A Danish core in home soil. Heroic hit hard. Imperial with another pop. And, well, their bubble, exactly that. Already a 4-on-1 and done. Heroic make it look easy in A.
A clean start in spite of the force buy that comes out against them. They only lose 1 player, so Heroic are right where they want to be.
And no plant either, so they've got to accept their fate, Imperial, and take a little eco here. Let Heroic build up early in this game. And yeah, like if you look at Heroic's run, it has been solid, especially on this map as well. Wins over Vitality, GamerLegion, Astralis. So they've got the experience without a doubt recently, and it's only going to get better before it gets worse. Nerds, Mirage veteran in middle, spraying through that window smoke, and they are out under. He's heard them though. Heroic not stressed.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a good deal of attention as well put onto the AWPers in this matchup, right? Both of them with very high ceilings. Ooh. They can step up and dominate games, but occasionally go missing.
Yeah, Henny has been known to be streaky, but his potential at the top, well, it was incredible. Like the said, refusing to be washed on these Imperial legends. And, well, last time we saw Henny at a major, he was in a grand final, Harry. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's been some time, though, for old Hen 1. But he was the highest rated player of the whole America's RMR. And what's cool, actually, is 4 of these players were the highest rated players at the top 4 exactly at the America's RMR. And that's, partly because Imperial stomped everyone they played. They didn't drop more than 5 rounds in a map. They beat 2 North American teams, and then they, took away a BO3 at the end easily versus the Brazilians. So, yeah, that was a very impressive run. Came out of nowhere, I think. I don't think many people were expecting that to be so clean. But the question is, what can they do now that they're here in Copenhagen when the battle truly started?
The guns are out now, and Imperial going fast out towards ramp. Gonna have first contact here onto Shush as he tries to avoid capture. Out in mid, Vinny will fall. This one looked like it was going to go back and forth there, but they just can't get these trades out through the connector. Decenty does what he can, and what he can is a hell of a lot. 3 kills all of a sudden, flips the scales of this one as that plant's coming in. Decenty's not done yet. Going to get flashed into the connector for number 4. On for the ace is Decenty. And it's all on Tessez now to try put a stop to them. Heroic thought they had this round in the bag. They thought it was done, that they'd done enough getting rid of this mid-play. But one man has uprooted everything, and they don't even catch him on the cross. Decenty wants to start this with a bang for Imperial. And Tessez looks like he's heading for the hills. He can't win this anymore. Sure, he denies the ace, but the round is Imperial's, and it's all on the shoulders of Decenty on that A play.
Phenomenal work, and he wasn't even the star of the series earlier against ENCE. He was at bottom of the board. It was all no way, the young gun, but Decenty joins him in that vein, and he shows up in a big way. Nice 4K, some great flashes, and that was after Heroic actually skirted past Imperial mid. Tessa's got behind players at top mid. The whole time they're chaining flashes over stairs, pushing Shush all the way back in connect. Connector. He still gets a kill, and Decenty goes on to quad up in a fantastic work for the young'un. And it's this veteranship of Imperial mixed with this young blood that makes this team so exciting. We've already had a taste of it.
I mean, you know, I think when you talk Brazilian Counter-Strike in the current day, you always end up bringing it back to FURIA in some way, shape or form, right? And obviously, you've got Vinny, one of the ex-squad mates of that FURIA squad for the longest time. But on top of that, you know, Decenty actually coming from FURIA Academy in the early stages of his career.
Yeah.
And so I always like it when you have these academy players, you know, the part they're kind of always that they were a part of there, look further afield, and then they end up being sick. I always love that. It almost feels like, you know, you kind of had a diamond you didn't know you had. There's probably a better way to phrase it, but...
No, I like it.
Great start from him, at least. Let's see if Imperial can keep building. Phelps flashed into Con, but won't get past Nerds.
Flash has been so good, though. This is the bomb. Oh, Henny had to hit that. Crouched in by Kixon. And that's the bomb gone in a round. That's a faraway position. They don't know, though. Decenty has crept out. He might have multiple kills on offer. He takes the shot immediately, but the flick is fantastic for Decenty. 30 seconds, he needs to find Nerds. He's also getting wrapped in spawn.
Have him.
It's a good grenade, but this AWP is here to play.
Yeah, that mental timer hasn't kicked in yet. He's just considered it. Just considered it now, but Nikodos, nice angle for him to have.
Should be
for no way, 1v3, 20 seconds. Bomb dropped over towards ramp, and Heroic are protecting it with the flank from Tesses. There's no way back into this. And the 1-on-3 will fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, no way he wins this. Oh, get out. Want to keep it going. Even a wallbang could be a problem there. Don't love the position, but crouched below. Flusher's not in the server, you're safer now. 4-1 for Heroic. They put a clamp on it. Just that kill at ramp does a lot of work. And Nerds as well. Full blind, spraying in connector. You know, you're seeing the experience for Imperial. You know, the maps played, officials logged on Mirage already show just with how nice the util they're throwing is. But Heroic, very active, as the desk was saying. You know, moving around the map a lot, especially on CT side Mirage. You're going to see Nikodos floating, you know, playing his spawns, maybe going for a boost B, a pick window, rotating through CT, just using that back line like you would on ancient CT side to constantly be switching your position, getting an AWP shot, being on the other side of the map 10 seconds later. And Nikodos, you know, you mentioned flashy, streaky AWP as I talked about Henny, but Nikodos is the same vein.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was kind of the reason why I say we should be keeping an eye on them, right? Is that I think both of them have that ability to step up and take control of the game, but both of them also, equal measures, have the ability to go completely silent. I think, you know, one of the things that's sick about Nikodos in this squad is that he's kind of been given that second chance, that shot of redemption, because, you know, you saw the heights he was able to hit. In the Flames, he looked good. Even in Fnatic, he would have moments where he looked decent.
Oh, how?
So we want to see the rebuild of Nikodos as a bit of an AWP powerhouse.
Nerds should not be allowed to leave there. That's a big blunder from Phelps. He had him trapped, not even considering the kill or the angle, but he lets him go. Nerds gets fishing in middle. And he didn't put it back in the ocean. 5-on-4. Big problem for Imperial. They've got this gun, that's about it. Run boost out mid for the rifle. A nice bait and switch setup at B, but it's got to come through catwalk here, the bulk for Imperial if they want this site. Maybe a boost up. Put the rifle on a late lurk. Going for a kill boost instead, and that's not going to find them anything because Heroic aren't playing window right now. Nikodos edges his way in. Oh, but not enough for a frag.
"40 seconds, Imperial. And they're not being gifted any of these fights. Instead, Nikodos might take some good routing to find this down here in mid. Oh, Phelps. A lot of noise made there, bud. And so that one's free.
This is huge. It opens up the path for the bomb to go cat. They've got to go now. They've lost their B player.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster. Now as Vinny looks to move in, I mean, one kill on him and the round is over, but Tessa's just repositioning into the market. Decency will fall, and now it is just Vinny left standing. He was hoping to get a bomb plant, but not today, not into that double hold over at B. Heroic with a nice clean one, and I'm not sure if the strat of Decenty or Broke is going to cut it here for Imperial. They do need some of these other stars to start performing, and that could either come from No Way or from Henny. I'll take either at this point.
Anyone. Phelps will do too, but yeah, it's a bit of an ugly round there with only one rifle, just very split. And well, they get a backstab. It all comes a little too late.
All right, Vinny, come on. Give him a good talking to.
I mean, it's cool to see Imperial take that big opening win over ENCE, but I think, again, the newspapers will read Heroic. At the end of the day, they should do. And I think it's very cool that we've got, you know, another Danish core and Danish soil here at the Copenhagen Major. Of course, Astralis not making it was a big talking point, but Ecstatic have come through with a win over Mongols. They're here to play. Heroic with a core, despite losing their full Danish lineup, or at least the majority of it. And these are the only remaining Heroic players who made it, Harry. No Cadian, no Yabi, no Stown. But still Heroic, still Danes. Oh, they don't know.
Right, one from Vinny. They look to isolate Nerds out in top mid. Good awareness there that a player could have crossed. They're able to flush him out after just the one and done. So Imperial sit in a 4-on-3. Best chances they've had yet. Kills didn't have to come from Decenty either. Said it's Vinny and No Way forging a path in this round. Shush in window trying to regain a bit of ownership over middle. But even then, as he goes peeking out, he knows they can still be behind the boxes. He knows they can be under the window. There's limitations to how much info he gets there.
It's gambling wrong. It's all on Nikodos.
And Imperial, they just sit back and wait. Trying to gauge the reactions from Heroic, see if they are given anything for free.
I like the patience, but they don't want to leave it too long. They can pull No Way back to the apartments. They can go for a 3-man B hit. In this position, that should be enough. I like to think they don't overcomplicate this. Nikodos would have to put on a highlight reel, and with a player coming up Cat, that complicates matters. A nice smoke on A that's going to stop Shush as well. So Nikodos now has to care short. His triple has been smoked off.
Missed that first timing as well. Decenty's far deeper than Nikodos is ready for. Quick reposition, sees him at the back of the site, but it's one man, one AWP to try and make the difference. First kill connects. Nikodos trying to buy more time here. There's very little left on the clock, and if he can find Henny, that would be the round. Vinny had to get that kill. Will Heroic give this one a go? That kill from Kicksand certainly will tempt them. Nikodos buys enough time, and they're able to deal with these players on the extremities, so a 2v2 now. It's Vinny and Henny to try and keep the hope burning for Imperial.
Get the site, smoke's available. Even a molly picked up, but these players are sitting on the bomb in the middle of the site. Missed shot from Henny, but he's got a chance to reposition, buy time, and set up for the baited boost player. It's Vinny waiting to win the round, and the time should be expiring. Heroic know it. There's no chance to win this one. They even get the kill on the exit. What an impressive display of trust from Henny to believe that Vinny had his back. With 10 seconds, he's hiding behind backside, waiting for Vinny to come up catwalk and cut down Nikodos, who he was so close. He realized either multi-kill or win it to the clock. But Vinny with the backstab sets Henny up for success. That's a very tight round. I also love the smoke. We didn't see it thrown, but they threw one on triple, which as Shush rotated CT to A, he's trying to watch Cat. He's trying to help Nikodos, but he gets smoked to triple. He no longer has that con line to short, and that allows Imperial to get up Cat, which wins them the round. What a well put together call from Vinny.
I do like how much faith they have in him. He's really down to playing this in like the final few seconds. By the way, if you think about where he came from as well, like the kind of leaders that he had to look up to in ARC on the other side, right? It's a very different style of gameplay. All right, Heroic, this is some nice early aggression right off the top, trying to take ramp control, but Decenty is watching it. He is ready for the Heroic tricks. And so that opener comes for free. Very little work went into getting it, and it doesn't give Heroic a lot to react to either.
Come stumbling and bumbling out from underneath. Shush getting caught looking the wrong way, given a second chance, but he won't take it. He's committed and connected to fight with his teammate, and they turn Imperial into mincemeat. Oh dear. Blink and you miss it. This round is over. Or is it? Decency and Henny, the 2 stars. 10 kills for Decency, 0 for Henny. He's in the bomb site calling for support.
And he's still a long way out, and the rotate's even heard by Shush in top middle. So at this point, Heroic know it's the A play. They know where both players are. Decency's been able to get pretty deep up into the jungle. This was where he saved the day with that big 4K in their first rifle round. This time, though, it's no Heroics. Kixan shuts him down, and that leaves it all on Henny. 1v4, got to get the bomb planted. He's being flanked through ramp. There's players in CT. Henny can't win this one. And so Heroic will salvage that round. They lose Nerds early, but every move past that point is perfect from the Heroic squad.
Yeah, again, that's the danger of going slow on these T sides, right? Against a team like Heroic. They're going to find their gaps. They're going to make risky plays that, yes, sometimes will feed defaulting players kills, but often, other times, will find you big flanks around the map. So we've had, multiple times Heroic have come through on ramp from the B apartments and backstabbed Imperial in A. Some really nice active gameplay from Heroic at the moment. And a couple of glimmers of hope from the Brazilians. But right now, Heroic on CT side Mirage are making this map theirs. You talk about the in-game leaders that Vinny is played under as well, Harry. It's not just, it's Fallen in this very organization as well.
I mean, when he originally joined this squad, right, after departing FURIA, the deal wasn't, Vinny, you're going to in-game lead. It was, you're going to get to play under Fallen. But
wow,
look at how it's kind of ended up, right, with him having to undertake this journey to becoming a leader. I think it's very interesting, and I like that he's been able to cook up some good results for the squad. It is a cool journey for Vinny to be embarking upon.
Bringing up the next generation, raising them like his own. Got a Palace pop here, but still a mid-take first. Imperial are drawing a lot of eyes off the A site. It's only Shush here right now. It's a nice re-smoke for Nikadoz, and he gets set up in time. They're coming through silent.
It's just a raw contact play through the smoke, but it might work out for them. Henny's Tech 9 delivers a double for Imperial. That's some of the best results they've had from Henny yet. He finally gets on the board. Are they now going to deliver the goods on the back of it?
Bombs down.
3v2. Over towards the connector. Nerds lies in wait, but he's low on ammo. Has a chance here as Decency hops up onto the bench, but back turn, that one's free. Nerds locked out of the round. It's all on Kixan. And he is far removed, trapped on the other side of the murder hole. He'll come through it. But he's got a lot to do here. A 1v3, smoke in his face. And a round that many players wouldn't even look to attempt, but he still floats around for it. Kixan walks through and does, I mean, you thought that was going to be the kill. But Decency's looking lights out right now. He's been like the one kind of shining piece of the Imperial puzzle.
Yeah, he's won the 2 massive rounds on this A site already with big multi-kills. And Imperial will take it however they can get it right now. It's the inverse of what we were having earlier. As I said, even in that win v ENCE, he was not the guy to look out for. It was, Nowhere leading the show. Henny having some great AWP rounds. But Imperial, however you slice it, they'll eat it.
I like that Henny as well finally gets a chance to be involved there. I think that's the perfect round for it, right? You're running a Tech 9. You've kind of been getting wrecked so far, if we're being honest, right, poor Henny? But that one, the pressure's off a little bit more. You got a Tech 9. You kind of have nothing to lose, so he just takes an aggro stance through the smoke, doubles up, and that's the double kill that even gets them to that position in the first place, right? So that's a high-impact round from someone who's been struggling in the game. And if that can cascade across, if you can get a bit more mileage out of Henny with the game that we're getting from guys like Decency, this one still has some legs on it to get interesting.
For sure. We'll give it time for Imperial. And at this point, doubting them would be silly, right? Already a multi-overtime win over ENCE.
Henny's smiling. It's over for him.
Might be in trouble now, Heroic. Henny
there we
with
go.
a pick.
There we go. It's over.
Finding the first kill in the last round, and now onto 3 already. Shush is close ramp smoke right now. They can spam him. Flash goes over, or rather smoke, setting up this execute. Shush, this gun can take off heads in close position, and it will do exactly that.
Damn, all right. Deletes Decency. Kicks Sam with one more. All right, Henny. Now's the time, out through ramp. Imperial look to make their move. The scout domes Vinny, he is deleted. And Nikodos wants even more. Tries to swing it wide, but not quite dealt with yet. Shush, still on the UMP. And he's putting it to work. Now it is just Henny. Started the round with 1, but he's got to do so much more here. Just under a minute left to play with in a 1-on-3. Henny, the only guy to get kills in this round. And he might have to head for the hills. He's going to go clear the flank. Heroic are a team that love to come in on them. And he'll quickly reposition in towards Palace. They know that Shush has been up here. This will just be the save. Henny goes no further. And so Heroic move coolly onto a 7th, and that's on a low buy as well, right? 2 kills from Shush's UMP is pivotal in the outcome of that round. You even had Nikodos with his scout kind of swinging it wide from the spawn side, locking them out.
Yeah, this is a team that just seems very calm, right? It doesn't feel like you have any big tilters. The exception Nerds, who seems like he is very invested and have definitely seen some death slams from the guy. But with the exception, a very good head on the shoulders of this Heroic roster. I think it's a great project to see right now. You know, opening up with a huge signing of Nerds, you knew there was going to be something to follow. And I don't know, maybe I underrated Nikodos, but I think his redemption has been really, really solid. Given another shot at a tier 1 opportunity and seizing it with both hands. And has had some very strong games in the Heroic jersey so far.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even as Henny tries his hand at that opener again. We'll revisit this one in a second, because over here in mid, Nerds deletes Vinny on that attempt to get across, and with that smoke in the apartments, this one ends in a stalemate. They just got to back away, look elsewhere.
Nerds is just taking every fight he can right now. He just knows he is the best player on the server, and he is here to prove it. Keeping the pressure on in middle. Oh, almost over the smoke, Nikodos. Didn't spot that bomb, but he has a second chance as he comes through. Tessa sees it coming, but he can't stop it. Maybe a spray through the smoke might be enough. Henny almost taken down, but Decency provides the cover and Imperial the pathway into the B site.
Oh, clinical from Nerds. Second kill in the round now. And he's only just getting warmed up, man. Henny moving in. Missed opportunity onto Kicksand. Shush with a big flank all the way through T-spawn into middle. And they've got Imperial in a box right now. Imperial don't even know it. They don't know just how trapped they are. And it's about to dawn on them as Shush rounds the corner. There's the double teed up. And sure, he only gets out with 1, but he's done a lot of damage. Phelps left up in this one, all alone. 1v2. He's going to have the chance for a plant, but can he take it any further than that? He gets his first kill of the game in this round. And now he's expected to cook up what was a 1v3. Here's the footsteps. Little bits of information for Phelps to pick up. He's going to dodge the danger of that nade. A good bit of bomb time ticked away already. Heroic moving in. Will they anticipate the CT plant? Nerds looks to clear it, and on that jump, he's managed it. So Phelps is never even given the chance to get the ball rolling. It's just that bomb plant for Imperial as Heroic continue to find success.
Yeah, what can Phelps do? He's just gambling. They read it wrong. He doesn't want to play hyper aggressive with 10 points of health, so he hides out and hopes they overlook him in that close position. Great check for Nerds. And Heroic just keeping things clinical right now. 8-3. As I said earlier, we've had glimmers, we've had sights of success for Imperial, but nothing they can reproduce on this T side. And with the exception of Decency popping off, the rounds have not come through for the Brazilians. Heroic looking to make it a 9-3 defensive half. Another mid-take coming in. Lots of utility. But Heroic are here to fight for it. And even Imperial are hesitant in this position. And Molly's nice. It buys more time. It means the top mid-smoke will expire before the Molotov does. So Imperial walking out into the unknown. Soon to be. There's no AWP here. Nikodos has reinforced the A site. Right place, right time, it seems, with Decency up in Palace. Imperial relying on the young star once again to find more opening kills.
I mean, they've got the real estate in mid they were looking for. But these round losses have often just kind of petered out for Imperial, right? Kind of came to a bit of a weird halt where they get some good map control, but then they can't actually break through. It's not been punchy. It's been lacking that spunk. That's what they need, Hugo.
Where is it, Harry? 30 seconds. Got to throw their load into this site now. That's their last smoke down. Nikados plays ahead of it. He's confident. He's here to kill. He's here to take the round away. Quick AWP shot, flicks back. Got him trapped with a missed shot from Nikados. They break their way in. It's a final second hurrah for Imperial as they look for 4 on the half.
Yes, that's from the spawn. He might have to be the saving grace here for Heroic, but he's locked out as Decency finds him and kicks out. I mean, we've seen him attempt one of these 1v3s already. Gonna give it another go as he moves in, but he's been heard by this player up close in Con. Decency even a full reposition all the way through T-spawn. And so Kicksan's hope of winning this should be out the window now. One spot on the player at Tetris, but doesn't know about Con, and that will be his undoing. Phelps finishes the job as Imperial managed to salvage a 4-round T-side.
It's not awful, to be honest. They get something. It was just a shame they could never get a grip of the half. They could never win back-to-back rounds, break Heroic's economy, put them on pistols. They could never get comfortable. It felt like Nikados had an AWP every single time, and because Heroic are in control of that entire half, they're always making moves, they're always proactive, they're always flanking. So that was just a really nice half for Heroic. But Imperial, without a doubt, have enough to make this game interesting. Throw in a pistol. We know what MR12 is like, Harry. These BO1s can be cutthroat. So I don't think Heroic should get ahead of themselves moving into their T side. But they do certainly look like they're here to play today. This is a 1-0 game, of course, on the A stream. Looking for teams to sit a BO3 away from that elimination stage, the top 16, where some of the best teams in the world are waiting. And Heroic want to be in that conversation. They feel they deserve to be there. And more.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that their expectations of themselves is high, right?
Yeah.
And that would be reflected by being able to say you had a nice clean run through the opening stage of the major. Looking to accomplish that goal here and now. And I mean, it's spearheaded with some great names here for Heroic, right? Nerds sitting up top of the board. Those are the performances you want. Those are the performances you expect from the guy. Rookie of the year for a reason. Alongside him, Nikados, looking good. Having one of those games where the shots are hitting, where it's all feeling fine and slotting into place nicely.
And Kixon, I think, has been the most interesting part of this roster with... I don't want to call him an unproven in-game leader. This is a top 4 major player, but at the end of the day, a short history of Kixon, but still very high heights and getting to prove it again in a different roster and so far delivering, right? This major will be a huge, deciding factor in how we will talk about this player, but already the expectations are so high because of Paris.
Yeah, I think the cool thing is everyone in this Heroic team kind of has something to prove, right? Nerds gets to prove that it wasn't kind of, this like flash in the pan, hot start, really good out of the gate, but then someone who started to fall down. He gets to keep his name up in the conversation as like a top player in the world. Alongside him, then you've touched on Kicksam, right? Someone who had that run at the major, but I think some people would have looked at it early on, like in isolation and said, yeah, but it could have been a fluke, right? It could have just been the one-off.
Not even just for Apex. There were talk of fluke runs in Paris, right?
For lots of teams. Then outside of that, you have Nikados, who's kind of going on his redemption arc, trying to rebuild himself as a very capable AWPer. And then you look at the 2 OG Heroic players, and I think that their thing that they get to overcome is this idea of, we can become a big stage team, a team that doesn't choke under pressure. Because how cool would that be if this Heroic squad go on to make these deep tournament runs and actually look good when you get them on the big stages.
And not even just the angle of like, oh, we're not playoff chokers, because in that old Heroic team, the expectation in those big games did come from players like Stown and Yabi, and those were the players who dropped off in comparison to their group stage performances. So the limelight was always on them. I think more for Shush and Tesses, it's that we are more than what that old heroic roster just was. We are not just Cadian's boys. We are not just the supportive elements to Stown and Yabby. We are talented players in our own rights, and well, they're the only ex-heroic or current heroic players in the major here in Copenhagen. So there's something to say for that, and they want to say more, Harry. They want to be some loudmouths here in this opening stage. Right now, heroic just sitting a few rounds away from that 2-0 spot. What a comfortable place to be. BO3 from Elimination Stage.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? 3 whole chances as well.
Who could lose that,
Yeah,
Harry?
you feel like it's impossible, right?
Well, we've seen the inverse. We've seen exactly that. And hopefully we're going to see the second half soon as headsets are going back on for Imperial.
Yeah, now as we've had a little bit of kind of an extended downtime here, we'll catch you up on what happened in that first half, right? It was 8-4, heroic, able to come out the gate swinging, had a couple of rounds in there really provided on the shoulders of Decency alone, and then down the tail end, Imperial able to break right back in round 12. They cook up that A play, they managed to lock that one in. That leaves them just 4 rounds apart between them and heroic. So this pistol round is very important. If heroic pick it up, they feel like they're cruising. Like they've already won the game as far as they're concerned. For Imperial, it can be their lifeline, their way back in. So this one is weighted very, very heavily. And early on, triple lean over towards the A site with 2 players tucked in. Kind of a cool idea here. With Henny spotting back from the spawn side, you might not anticipate this many bodies inside of the site. You're going to have a lot of crosshairs able to chime in and help out in these ramp fights, but it's not worked out swimmingly to open up. Good damage onto Decency up in the apartments. Phelps getting weird over at the connector. Knows about a second man. Hasn't been able to deal with him yet, but that's at least info for his team to react to play off of Nerds in the hot seat, but only good for 1. And that leaves it on Nikados, who can't stand the test of time there. It's 3 from Phelps and a pistol picked up for Imperial.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what was going on there. A lot of smoke shooting, a lot of awkward fights with the dualies, but nice active play from Decency and Palace. Gets a lot of real estate there, which makes that round very difficult for heroic. And then Phelps going on to find another multi-kill, trying to warm back into this game right now after a very slow start in the server. Some of the, Pimp was saying, if Phelps isn't performing, this is heroic. Surely running away with this game, but maybe he can make a recovery on this CT side. Right now, he's looking for some stats to pad against pistols. Can you blame the guy? Deagle waiting top mid, though. Don't feed Nerds, not in this form. And this could be a big mistake if you go too far, but it's a good setup for Imperial. Henny's covering from window, jump checking lower on timing, and it shouldn't be a problem for Imperial to get rid of this round.
Yeah, this is basically how much can Nerds' Deagle do?
Can they jump for him? Are they even ready for a close play? This is very close. Phelps timing misses. Run boost is perfect. It will offset the crosshair. Nerds might have this frag. He gets body blocked. The Deagle denied from the window, and Phelps makes it look easy. Just about. Only Shush gone as well. 5 alive is all it ever had to be for Imperial.
All right, there's smiles all around on the Imperial side of things. They're feeling content with how this one started. And I think, it is pretty significant that Phelps is at least, building back a little bit of confidence here. I mean, the Desk touched upon it. Usually on Mirage, he's like their go-to kind of point man, the one to keep an eye on. So getting him activated, getting him switched online, someone who's no stranger to the pressure of majors. You want a good output from him, and over these last few rounds, he went from having 0 kills all the way up to 7. So if he can rebuild into the game, if it stops feeling like a 4v5, Imperial can be in with a chance here. Rifles are now out for heroic, and they want that immediate reply up against the bonus round. They don't want to get bogged down and having to keep playing, pistols armor in the early stages of this one. That's how Imperial very, very quickly closed the gap. And this would go from a game that you felt like was in the bag, was already done, to one that is all of a sudden up in the air.
Hey, we've seen Imperial upset before today already against a new but proven battle-hardened squad. Heroic fall in the same category. A B split though. Look at this setup. There is just no one here. It's only Vinny, bottom performer of the server. on the site on his own with an MP9. You feel like Heroic are poised for success if they commit to this setup. 3 in the apartments. Tessus comes through on Catwalk. Imperial making a gamble, and it won't pay off.
Yeah, they're even completely conceding the B site. Vinny's playing ahead of this short smoke, and so he really needed that kill. We'll find Nerds somehow, some way on that lurk out through the connector, but how much further can they look to take it? Noise made by Phelps, still going to collect the kill. Maybe this one's got legs on it yet. Bomb plant coming in for Heroic. Imperial are far removed. No way, only just beginning his rotate away from ramp. So Imperial are going to be a little slow on this retake. That's not really what you want with SMG still in play, but Phelps can be that point man, that first man in, trying to tee up the rest of the gang. Because they're slow on their way over, they've even got to clear out the market, make sure no one's deep, but the molly does that fine. No way dead. Nikodos back at bench, trying to deal with him as they move up through short. Will get dealt with. Decency finds him. Shush on this angle though, and Imperial, this one's gotten away from them. Even though they've got a man in the site, they can't win this round. There just isn't time for it. And so Heroic will find success in that first rifle round. It's labored, it's not clean.
Yeah.
But they get away with it.
It's surprisingly close considering if you pause that in the 5-on-5, you go, there's no way Imperial can make this interesting. And Vinny gets entry'd as well. It's only the con kill, and Heroic get a little bit hungry in the post plant. Some awkward covering, but kicks them with the crucial trade on the market player, and Heroic make it happen. So it doesn't matter how you get there, just that you did. And Imperial's first buy round is pushed to the wayside. It's more of a bonus. They can reinvest. They got a clean anti-eco, so that's comfortable at least. And it's fine to make a gamble like that when you're playing 3 deep in A, considering that they'll have full M4s now, but it does feel like a breaking point to win this rifle round.
Yeah,
otherwise 11-6 is inevitable.
Yeah, you know, the last one was kind of the stage being set for this round right now. You know, if you were Imperial, you went into that knowing you were on a bonus, knowing the odds are kind of tipped against you, but it was all with the goal that even if you do fall down, as long as you find damage, you can set Heroic onto that back foot again when you come through with this buy here and now. Henny donning that AWP, won't have an AWP to go up against on the other side. That gives him a bit more freedom to get involved here.
They're just going to go for a flat A execute though. Look at them, everyone out of spawn. One top mid smoke to feign something in middle, and just instant execution into A. Imperial bring the fight, but they don't see through the Molotov. They still find that kill. No one had vision through the embers of the flames. Heroics out of their smokes, but already a man up are the Brazilians.
Set up in sandwich is No Way, gonna need even more from this, but there's that Henny AWP coming in with the kill, and No Way swings out on the back of the contact. It's only Shush left, and they hear him in the molly. They send him packing. And so a round that Imperial had to win. The celebration is big because of it. They know with that and the damage done in the round prior on their bonus, they've given themselves a major leg up in this game.
Yeah, what a fantastic opening move. Just double pushing ramp, setup, you know, it's seemingly guaranteed for the trade, but it doesn't even come that far. The Tracers give away Tessus' close position, and that was a fight. You know, you're rolling the dice on that, but Imperial come up with the numbers, and then they back up into a nice setup. Decency even gets one more kill from the balcony in the Molotov. Fantastic work, Heroic. Throw themselves out ramp, at least Nerds does, but he's taking a beating, and Decency's heard that tick. He'll remove him quick. They know that's the lurk, and now the B hit is inevitable.
Then he's got a lot to do though. They're dropping into his sight. The Tech 9s get lethal at close range. They're going to overrun Vinny.
Good
nade goes in, that could find you a kill. Instead, everyone else falls around it. The util is so punishing. Heroic never get comfortable as they break down the defense at B. They're never allowed to get set up. They're never allowed to get that bomb down.
Some choice words thrown across the hall here as Imperial win yet another round in a row, something they couldn't accomplish really on T side. Nerds is going for a brute force attack on A through the ramp Molotov. Dear oh dear, it's just feeding Decency, who, by the way, is 22 and 12. His next best is Henny at 10. 3 players not even in double digits on Imperial, yet they sit a round behind Heroic.
I mean, Nerds was kind of stealing the show in that first half, even though Decency was looking good, but now the numbers aren't even close. Decency has pulled ahead in a very big way.
Yeah, I don't think Nerds has had a kill in the second half.
You can see the confidence that Decency is playing with right now. I mean, even just hanging out on an island there at the top of the stairs.
Ooh.
And, well, that's what that gets you. Nikodos is Deagle. Opening kill secured. Is there anything else, any more from Heroic?
It should
look like it.
Yeah, it should be clean now for Imperial, right? One audacious fight on stairs, but everyone else positioned well. Slurk from Kixon could be a problem. No one's actually covering the connector as we speak, but turning around after Henny hits his. No way is they're right in time, and Bombplan is optimistic. They won't overlook this position either. No way going for the clear, and Imperial 9 rounds on the CT side, level with Heroic now on the favored half in a BO1. Harry, Brazil is the most represented country at the Copenhagen Major, and now we're starting to see why.
Yeah, I mean, this is really spicy, man. Heroic came into this one as the heavy favorites versus an Imperial that looked impressive to get here. A good run through the RMRs, a stellar run at that. Even a nice win to open up. A labored back and forth game. Ended in many OTs versus ENCE, but this was meant to be one step too far. If they're able to turn this one around from being 8-4 down with really no one stepping up to the mark other than Decency, that would really legitimize this Imperial squad.
And hot hands for Imperial, but the same can be said for Heroic. They came in, dominated the Mongols as well. So right now we are in a predicament for Heroic. Can they stand the test of time? Or will Imperial set themselves up 2-0 in Copenhagen? Helps side of the smoke, body blocking Nerds right now. Don't know if he knows it, but he is right beside the enemy. Oh, Nerds, surely. Oh, he gets the kill!
And so that's fine. Out of all the ways that could have gone, you'll take it. They learn about the danger man up in window. Vinny's taking liberties, and guess what's down at the end of this hallway? Guess what's now creeping into Vinny's view? Look at that little light in the distance. Vinny now has the bomb under his control.
It's too good to be true. It's too free. There's no one here. Under's clear. Vinny's got the world in the palm of his hand. They'll consider it, but they can't know for sure. Although Tessus is in the B site. Alarm bells are ringing. Heroic in for a trade! And it's denied by Vinny. Double kill off the spray. That has thrown the round into disarray now. 3-on-2, and he has the knockout blow. If Nerds was going to go through the hole, Tessus needs his kill right now, but Vinny's so much closer. He is not ready. 20 seconds, unwinnable position for Nerds. Left lurking. An Imperial off the back of the bottom performer, the captain, puts double digits in this game.
He will hold their hand into the lead here. Vinny lights the way as he finds that bomb deep in the apartments. He runs away with a daylight robbery round over Heroic.
It's one thing to go, yeah, Imperial. I mean, this was the best team in the Americas RMR. They went 3-0. They had the four highest rated players in the roster. You know, they didn't drop more than 5 rounds. But this is a different level of competition, Harry. This is a different stake as well. Not just taking down ENCE, but now in the lead against Heroic. You can't say this is what we expected today from Imperial. They are playing above and beyond the level. And that could not have been better for Vinny. They even realize, like, getting B for free there when you know Vinny is the anchor, you have to realize he's on the bomb. And still he doubles up. Final tack for Heroic.
Oh, that's how you know they're feeling the spice. They're feeling the pressure right now. Last timeout called in.
Hey, OT grants some more, but we know Imperial are the overtime merchants. A Heroic buying what they're selling. Because it smells like an upset. Again, Nuts, hero buy for the Heroic Rifler, but has yet to make any claim to this T side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's trying to play with that same confidence he had in the first half, but it's just not sticking. He's largely been away from the pack. And so in this round, at least, he's going to be with the rest of them.
If anything, the name on the kill feed might be enough, right? Shush popping out Palace before this B hit, or in fact, he's late lurking. They're throwing everything in. The bomb might come back down under here. It's a fake on the B bomb site right now, unless Nikados joins Kixon, who's solo in the site. This is really weird. They're still out under. The bomb's up in B. They've lost the control. Nerds has found it.
Finally, some impact from Nerds, but he's got to take this further. Can't just be the one and done. Tesses will secure that kill, and so that gives them a serious leg up here in the 3-on-3. They lose Tesses back in the connector, but Nerds is still floating around. The bomb, by the way, up in the apartments. Nikodos walking it in. He's just been spotted. That info's just been given over. And Phelps is not going to give this kill away for free. Nerds has now got a very tricky rotate ahead of him. Does he go through the murder hole? He will now. That's the red carpet rolled out as Vinny dies in rotation. Nerds with another. We've been waiting for him to step up, to show up here, and he's looking to do it. 3 kills deep, hoping for number 4. Phelps is running low on ammo, and the backstab is right here, ready to arrive. Makes it into the site, tap on the bomb. 3 bullets in that M4.
Doesn't bite.
3 shots. Gonna get the reload off. Phelps tapping. Nerds gives it a little jiggle, but he's just getting the info, collecting the info. Nerds, the mastermind, finally arrives on the T side of Mirage, right when Heroic needed him to.
It has looked a little baity up until this point, right? He's been dying in connector, like getting traded in window smokes, lurking out ramp or palace. Finally, Nerds performs as we expect. 4 crucial cut down kills and staying cool in the clutch when his opponent can just stick the defuse. Nerds does everything right in that round. It was about time. 20 rounds into this map. Woo, his heart's got to be racing after that one, but the job isn't done. 8 stacking connector. They read the double orb, but it's not in the positions they expect. Vinny back at B. And he's starting window side, and despite a nade stack, it's back to the A smokes. Well, Imperial fast flank mid. If they see these smokes, no way could just go for a quick T-spawn take. That could be great in a post plant. They're hesitant for now. They haven't seen the execute. How telegraph will this be for Heroic? Not at all by the looks.
1 flash, that's all it is. That's going to get them out onto Tetris at least. Now they lob out a bit more util. You've seen a good chunk of this starting to come through. That's
Flank.
now, what, 3 Molotovs out towards A. That's a good deal of info for Imperial to work with. And you see Phelps embarking on that flank. His teammates able to thin the herd. Right now, Heroic looking to get in, and it's them securing the openers. Decency dead. That's the top performer for Imperial, knocked out of the round early.
But there's more where that came from. Phelps is on a big flank, and they have no idea. He's taking the long route round.
Yeah, they got to put a lot of faith in this flank from Phelps. 1 kill from the man, and now it's telegraphed. Now it's known about. Tess says locking out that first player in out through the connector, and Phelps is being held. He can't play into this. Imperial have got to make the tough decision to give Heroic this round. They're too entrenched. They're too set up. And in the 3v4 retake, Imperial don't fancy their odds.
It's a micro detail there. Tesses with a jiggle in jungle. If Henny hits that shot, if Tesses goes too far into the fight, that's a 3-on-3 with the flank ready to go in Palace. But Henny misses it, and they cool off the round. 1 step too far, and that could have been a very different position, but there was too much on the line. The money had to be saved for Imperial, and Heroic finding form right near the end of regulation. Double orb kept on.
I mean, Heroic want to do good on that huge, turning point 4K round that Nerds gave them.
Can't be for nothing.
I want to try and make sure that all that effort wasn't in vain, and they're now at the point to do so. The money on the line for Imperial.
What a heartbreak it would be to lose this round, lose all of your economy after a wonderful comeback, some clutch rounds, but they come at a cost. Economically, Icadol's waiting for someone to shimmy into his crosshair, scoped in Palace, smoked in Palace. 3 A players here for Imperial. And the map goes dark, losing mid information. Gotta see, probably Teslas go back for that bomb. What a shot for Nerds as the smoke blooms. Now they can boost in. Nerds up to his usual tricks. Yeah. Remember the bomb, folks.
Still a ways away, but man, this is this is where Nerds began this streak for Heroic in the first place. It's on the back of his lurk, out towards jungle. He's now back in this position again, and that one is free. No way offered up on a silver platter. 1 kill from Henny's orb. Will that be enough to change the tide here as Decency secures another? He goes hunting for this player up in Palace. Goes looking for Nikodos. They try to flush out Nerds, and Henny will manage the job. Very well recovered from Imperial thus far. Decenty still has more to do, and he might not be up to the task as smoke spam. Decenty turns, head on a swivel, and that's going to send Heroic packing. Nikodos can't win this one in the 1v3, and so Imperial keep the competition going. A tie game at 11-all, the dying lights of this one, and Imperial are looking to leave an impression.
Confia em mim, irmão. Quando eu te chamo é só pra coisa boa, caralho.
The hype from Henny as well, screaming off of that round win. What a play. Decenty dropping that player ramp and making Tessez so scared to go through that smoke. If he watches that back, he'll realize he could have, but the spam is just a little misplaced, and it's Heroic who have to cool it off this time. Cooling down maybe even 11 apiece. Imperial. Hearts pumping. Smoke, Molly, they're running through the ramp side. Henny hits his, back at the site, Decenty with another, and it's falling like flies for Heroic. This is not how you want the game to slip through your fingers.
This is their one moment, their one chance to call this round off if they want to, right? Smoked out over towards ramp, and they can take the pace right out of it. The initial results were pretty disastrous on that attempt to go fast out A, but they reclaim a kill. They get out in the 3-on-4, and they've now got a second chance at running this round back. A man down. No util to work with. The odds are certainly not in their favor, but it at least gives Kixan a little bit of time to try cook up solutions here.
Yeah, they even still trust in Vinny on solo B, right? Which is very risky, but he's got the best gun for the job right now. Decenty picks up the AWP. He's very low back in spawn. 26 kills on the young player at his first major. And making a statement right now for Imperial at a pivotal time. Map point on the line. 4-on-3, Heroic go contact.
Still 3 strong here for Imperial, and that is a clean kill to open it up. When you see Nikodos going deep, he's not the guy left to his own devices most of the time. He's not the guy left out on a limb. And so now with more spots coming in, Imperial know they're in the right place. This round is theirs, and Kixan silenced from that swing out of Phelps. Imperial not just battling for the lead now they're battling for the game as they take Heroic down a peg.
Who had this in their calendar? A 2-0 run and one BO3 away from the elimination stage for Imperial? That's the possibility right now. This is not the team we expected. They did it at the Americas RMR, but doing it here in Copenhagen is a different thing. Entirely, and over the level of opposition that they have taken.
Yeah, I mean,
versus Heroic.
Yeah, 2 very battle-hardened squads. Ones that take the edge in terms of experience by miles. This is where they're meant to do their best work.
It's CS2, it's a young man's game, and right now Decenty is showing it. No Way showed it in that previous matchup against ENCE. Longing it out to overtimes. 3 rounds down in overtimes. They never gave up. Why stop now?
This was the hero that even got us believing in Heroic again, so he's looking to fill those boots. Over in mid, it's Shush and it's Kixan, kills a piece. Suddenly Heroic looking like favorites in this round. Henny still lurks back towards CT, but he's got to go absolutely huge here. Just him and the big green. Vinny watching on from the short side, but he's not going to get given a thing.
Safe plant.
This one's Henny or bust as he waits back in the spawn. He's terrified that someone could have flanked all the way through the jungle, could be coming up behind him, but he's got to look forward. He's got to try break away back into this round. Vinny making noise in mid. Henny still yet to be located, but when that first shot's fired off, they know where both players are. Smoke out. Nothing being offered to Henny's AWP. Spots that man over in Sandwich, but he doesn't catch a whiff of that player under the palace. And so Vinny cut down at this one, decided in overtime.
Hey, they've been there before, haven't they? But that felt so set up for Imperial to succeed, and Heroic still in this game. They had an 8-4 lead after their CT side. But finally, streaks started to get put together for Imperial, something they couldn't muster in the first half. And immediately timeouts come through. Of course, you hit overtime, you get an extra timeout. It will get used by Imperial. Take a breather. But this is surely stressful for Heroic, right? How many rounds relied on Nerds on Lurks and only one showed up? It was a big round, no doubt about it, but all the others have come up in favor of the Brazilians.
I mean, that last round there, Imperial, it felt like they tried to just go for the throat, right? They tried to shut that round down in middle, and they were very keen to fight for this control, especially after Phelps opened up, but it was just one step too far, ultimately. Now they might look to cool it off a little. When you get into OT, the nature of the game changes, and Imperial are acutely aware of that after how they started here at the plans for the major, rather. So, Imperial, what's it going to look like now? Teed up with two players in middle. They want to try and fight for this. They drop down into lower, and even though that flash comes in, they don't shoot on the back of it.
Wow. Two players on fast flank. This is only a fake out right now, but they're going to confirm it. A B player does not need to fight. Nade Molly goes in. This is a guaranteed backstab. And when you kill Nerds again, you know that's it. There's nothing behind him. They can reinforce A. 4 players are out of position, but that's only for the moment. Heroic didn't jump on the opportunity, and now it should be impossible. Oh, that boost was a nice idea. It forces shot early, but Shush still gets the entry. And Tesses knew he had players trapped down below. He'll make use of that information. I said impossible. I should have said improbable, because Imperial now are on the back foot.
Oh, no way spam. It lands a dink, but not the kill. And so that plant is allowed to come through. Decency with a bit of a recovery here.
Good nade.
Deals with that first player nade just short, but Decency continues to put up numbers. Nearly 30 kills deep in this first round of OT. He's somehow cooked up a double to give Imperial a fighting chance here, and there's no way rising to the occasion as well. Nikodos is now going to do this alone. They're on the bomb. Every shot counts, and as he swings out, he'll land the first, but the defuse is held, and so Nikodos, it's just for the glory. The round goes the way of Imperial.
I mean, what can he do? He swings wide, he dies. He has to pick his targets one by one and hope that they're not sticking the bomb, but perfect play from the captain, and the cover was there.
I have to know how Decency got away with that double kill. That's mad, you know. He's posted up back in jungle. He's dealing with players trying to cross out of the site. He's nading them over at Tetris, and it's that late peek from the ladder room that he's somehow ready for. He's somehow aware of that. Great head on his shoulders here to even get Imperial to this position.
Yeah, and like we said, there's loads of experience for Imperial on this map. There's their second most played to the exception of Nuke, but this is the best opponent that this team has ever faced as a roster on Mirage. And they're playing to the level right now. There's no doubt about it. A nice active play to start to get all that information, and even though Heroic flipped it back in their 4v3 favor, Imperial shut it down in the post plant. Nice shot from Nikodos, keeping his wrists warm, but nothing more. First of OT goes to Imperial, and Heroic go back to B.
I mean, Vinny has been the solo B defender in so many of these rounds. The guy's sitting down bottom of the board for Imperial, and so Heroic are now looking to try and bully that a little. That was a really good chance for Nikodos to get the opener, but it just sails on by. So they'll have to make do without it.
So many rounds, it's just Vinny at B, no support. The cat player deep in middle. Phelps is holding under. And they haven't really been able to bully Vinny in this game. Even though his score isn't massive, we haven't seen the punish play for Heroic. Ooh, that's a little awkward, but recovered with a top mid kill. Nerds doesn't look up, and a 5v3 with Vinny in a perfect off angle to win his fight as well. He tucks back, the AWP rotates in, and Heroic get turned into dust.
And imagine how this makes Heroic feel. They've not gone B in a long while now, and the one time they try to get there, you have such a good setup from Imperial. 3 players strong. You spot that AWP in the market, you spot a player on the catwalk, and you've got Vinny in the site. You've barely even played to that side of the map, and the one time you do it in this second round of OT, they're triple stacked there, ready to shut it down. This is, you know, screaming out to Kixan that Vinny's actually in his head right now. He's got a great read of the game, and that's showing through in how Imperial have been, you know, posed across the map to deal with these execs that Heroic are running.
The 2 rounds Heroic have showed face in mid early but not committed have been rounds that Imperial have taken mid back. Think about that A flank from Phelps on yes, a round that Imperial lost, but right there as well, they see the boost and they go and take middle. Decent with a big opening kill in this one, but they do make it behind the box. Be warned. Phelps up in ladder, a strong position as well, a 5-on-4. And while it was Imperial so often on the back foot in overtime against ENCE, well, this could be a clean CT streak on Mirage. Just got to make do with the advantage. Phelps next. Tesses coming through. Connector smoke broken, and Henny hits his through his teammate. Just like that.
Right, 1 kill to the good, at least out towards the catwalk. But look at this movement. Decency hops out the window, tries to go and shut this down. Okay. That might be the kill that gives them a way back in. Another kill from Tesses, and suddenly this B-play looks to move through. They know about the player at bench. Nade is out, ready to blow that smoke open. Kixan won't secure it. It's Tesses instead. 3 kills in the round from Tesses. Gonna get that bomb planted. A 2v5 that Heroic are looking to cook up here, and it's all from Tesses. A 4th in the round. Tesses, any more left in the tank? It's just Henny left to deal with now. And that AWP is not his friend here. He's just got to hope they overpeak this, they overplay this, and they're not going to. 2 bullets in the AWP for Henny to try and make a difference. And jiggling and wiggling, and now running him down is Kixan as Heroic pull back a 2v5 to at least get 1 on their T side of Mirage.
Oh, Decency is going to regret that catch on for rounds, right? Especially if they lose this game now. What a sick play from Tesses. 2-on-5. Catches the punish as Imperial try and close it. A little bit too eager. And Heroic shut it down in the post part as well, not jumping the gun either. That's got to feel good. Showing something at the end of their T side of overtime. The script is flipped. Heroic, so much success in regulation on their defense.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, a few things to account for here was when Nerds got that 4K, it felt like it really re-energized Heroic. It brought them back in, while Tesses has just done the exact same thing there. However, you know, I think the Imperial that we saw throughout the remainder of this game after the first half was a very different beast. So there's a good chance this T side doesn't hit the same as that first one did.
Well, so much of it relied on Decency getting, I think he had 3 multi-kills at A that just won them rounds out of their 4 rounds. So we need more of that. Phelps getting pressured out under, but it's a B hit right now. The tension's getting drawn. Nikodos is in a good position to stop this, but they're not actually inside of the site. Oh, that's awkward. The flash is a problem, but Nikodos, can he solve it?
Tess has given room. They don't even check for him. They knew he was over at short. And so he gets out with that one for free.
Ouch.
Good kill back from Decency, who's unperturbed after that feed in the last one, but locked out through the smoke. Henny over here all alone as his teammates fall like flies. He's now going to fly solo, does Henny. That one's free.
Hello.
Will they give him any more? Out through this smoke, Shush walks it through the market. And so Heroic, they bring us back to a tie game here.
They can do it right now, right? We've been enamored by the comeback of Imperial, the potential of this Brazilian 2-0 run, but Heroic now just need to do what looked so easy in that first half of regulation. Clean up the streak on CT side. 2 more rounds, and all of this potential embarrassment could be avoided. 14 apiece. 30 kills on Decency. But what will it mean?
Oh no, it's very aggressive up and at the top of mid.
He's just been all over the map. He has been hungry. He's been taking every fight he can. Sometimes playing first on lurks. Can't jump the gun here. It's a good position. This flash won't do much about it. He's still got that under control with Nikodos covering. They're really going to take mid this late. It's really only Vinny, and he's got to go back with the bomb.
I mean, with window open as well, right? Like, you're not making it easy for yourselves here. If middle's where they're looking to end up, you've got to worry about Cat, you've got to worry about Window and Nerds. Aggressive in middle. Never even spotted Vinny dead before he can get that info.
That play feels too soon. Phelps wasn't ready to go under. Now he knows, but it's all too late. That nade makes noise. Maybe Nikodos hears it. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're flanking the bomb.
3 players left over here towards A for Imperial. And Nikodos brings it back around on the AWP. He spots this con man and is going to deal with him. Some nice shots from Nikodos to tee Heroic up for match point here. Burning in the molly. He's going to be forced back towards the connector. Holds this line. Flash will wreck him. That's a kill back the other way, but remember this lurk earlier on. Nert started this journey, started embarking on the backstab. No. This was meant to be the defining play of the round, and it will mop up the kills it had to. Heroic, match point locked in. As Nerd's head in his hands. He knows that was a bit of a whiff.
Happy it didn't matter. Happy his team were there to help, and a helping hand goes a long way for Heroic. 3 players coming in through CT, close that one out. Yeah, the mid take was a bit of a shame for Imperial. Would have been nice for them to stall it a couple of seconds so Phelps could get ready, but Henny just lobbed that flash so he could rotate quick and bring the bomb back. But there was loads of time, and Phelps couldn't help out and maybe catch Nerds turned around. Either way, it goes on to be match point for Heroic in this BO1, as it felt was inevitable after their CT side. Well, it just took a little longer. Can Imperial hang on to this game? Nikodos going for the hero play out under. I like this attempt at a pick, but no one's here. It's good info at least. Can Heroic pad out the A site? Can't sit here forever. Nerds is here, right place, right time, looking for the right results.
I mean, it was in the regulation T side. This is where Decency was able to win Imperial rounds, right? It was on these kind of fast exec plays out into the A site. He will be required to do that again if Imperial want to run this back in another OT. Smokes it down. They've got that veil to move into the site and get up behind. Slam on the smoke could go either which way. They'll take CT. Phelps and Vinny both with a killer piece. Bomb now planted. Imperial have got the advantage in the 4v3.
They can't flash him deeper. They would love that right now. They know Heroic is surely retaking CT, but the one flash is deep back in Palace. Decenty's playing for the round win. He's playing for the double overtime. With this very passive position, Heroic have to force the fight.
Vinny here's the flash, tries to take that fight to CT, gets the info, there's 2 players there. Now they know where Tesses is, but they've got to try and mop this up. Decency now left to fight through the molly, through the flames. He's burnt to a crisp. Phelps all alone, domed by Nikodos. They get on the bomb, it's gonna be close, but Heroic, do they have this? They'll walk it over the line, and milliseconds the difference there as Heroic secure the dub in OT.
What a devastating way to fall there in the final few seconds. A disadvantage retake with Imperial with perfect positions, but great util for Heroic and great, showing from Imperial. Ultimately, they show up in a level we didn't expect today, but they still fall down to 1-1 as Heroic take the dub.
Heroic doing what ENCE couldn't earlier, beating Imperial in OT, but I gotta say, hasn't Imperial given us the most fun Counter-Strike to watch so far this major?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Day 1 of Imperial, a win and a loss, but a whole lot of excitement. Comebacks into games, crazy plays individually. This time around, unfortunately for them, I have to praise the calmness that Heroic displayed once getting to overtime. Because they had plenty of reasons to be frustrated. They threw away a couple of situations. We have the bomb in front of Vinny in mind. We had some weird rounds that happened. But once Heroic hit that overtime moment, when they won their round 13, that situation they turned around, it was it. They were just dialed in. Respect for that. Respect.
Yeah, respect. It was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. I agree with you when you say that Imperial has been the most fun to watch so far. Again, we came into this game and we expected Heroic to be the top dog, so to speak. We expected them to win against Imperial. Fact of the matter is, Imperial have now shown again that they can and they are capable of playing against some of the best European teams out there. We have Heroic as one of the teams that maybe, potentially, could make it to the playoff at the major. Obviously, they have to move on from this stage first, but fact of the matter is that Imperial came very very, very close. You said it yourself, in overtime, they won the first 2 rounds, and it took that one win for Heroic to get going once more in OT. This was dangerously close for Imperial to be a 2-0 situation right here, and I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No, absolutely not. I think some people are, you know, breathing a sigh of relief for their pick'ems if they're still alive, actually. Specifically in overtime as well, we were looking at that Henny shot that he absolutely should have landed, really turns around that round as well. And for Imperial altogether, Decenty was doing so well, and you said, Maniac, he was buying time for the rest of his team, but he unfortunately couldn't count on them to close it.
I mean, he was the first one to get activated truly for Imperial. You have to realize that at some point in this game, Phelps and Henny combined for 0 kill and 14 deaths. That's the start of the game for Imperial. And then you have Decenty, who's very quickly up at 15. He's giving them a couple of rounds where very obviously everyone is not really rusty, it's not the right term, but hasn't exactly warmed up into the game. He finishes extremely high, and he bought time for the rest of the squad to come back alive, and obviously they're gonna be gutted about that loss. Let's be real. They had plenty of situations. Even the last round is very telling, like a 4v3 situation that Heroic just march on through with great protocols. It's enraging if you're Imperial.
I feel like even in this loss for Imperial, though, you can take away positives, right? You talk about decency. We saw no way in the first game, so you're looking at the 2 youngsters coming into the stage, and they both had a fantastic showing. They both had one game where they carried their teammates. This time around, it wasn't enough for Imperial to win the game, but it bounced well for the rest of the tournament. You have the 2 youngsters, the 2 question marks of the lineup coming into it, and they're doing well, both of them.
Yeah, listen, I wish I would agree with you, but the problem that I have is that I think had Imperial won this game, I would have had them in Elimination Stage. I think now they won't make it. And that's how harsh it can be on day 1 of a major. And that sometimes is the difference. This ability to just conquer the last BO1, have that 2-0, and then have so much leeway for you to qualify. And now, no, you're going to be in a 1-1 pool with harsh teams. I don't know, I feel like this could have been the end of the miracle run for Imperial right here, right now.
You know what, I can see how you would think that, but they... You know, they won a triple OT versus ENCE in their first game in the major with, you know, players that have never been at a major before. So, you know, I like to see the glass half full. I know Rich is usually kind of like the opposite, right? Maybe he drinks it too fast, I don't know. But for me, the glass is always half full in terms of the positivity in situations like this. However, Heroic, excellent position to be in, of course. Kixon said, we want to make it to the playoffs. Well, now you have the red carpet laid out for you in terms of getting into those best of 3s. And if I'm looking at what's happening across the board, I can see it happening that they get, you know, at the very least to the elimination stage.
I think it's a sign of class that when you're a team of the caliber of Heroic and you're going into a game like this against Imperial, I'm not going to stand here and say I think Heroic played a great game of Counter-Strike or their best version. They didn't. Yet you still win it. Yet you still come into overtime and you make the most out of it. That's a sign of class for me. If you are a team that aspire to be a playoff team, aspire to make it into the Copenhagen arena, this time around, you got to be able to win when you're not playing well, and Heroic did exactly that in this game.
I mean, you know who's a sign of class? Goddamn nerds. He is a sign of class. That was a masterclass from him. I agree with you. I don't think this was spectacular from Heroic at all. It was messy as it gets. It's a game of margins and details. But Nerds is the one that makes the best out of these sort of weird situations. He finds timings. He's super proactive and timing-wise. Last round is a good example too, where he just searches targets, and Heroic allow him to take these risks to be disruptive. Like, as far as I'm concerned, he is the architect of that win for Heroic.
And you can count on him every single time when Heroic has been playing. As of late, they get another win on the board, rather. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we will get on to Legacy versus Cloud9.
Can be connected. One palace and 2 ramp.
I have con for you. I have con for you.
Burning. One more CT. Down CT. Take it.
I'm slow on short. Really slow.
Might get a flash and peek here. I think he's slower.
Can they be jungle? No, I don't think they're jungle.
They heard me, Damian. Come with me.
Coming.
I'm running.
I'm going out short.
I'm gonna search it. Just touch.
I'm anti-flash. Nice smoke for the bomb, guys.
I'm gonna flash behind and peek close.
I'm picking his. I have jungle here. No one.
Dead. One default. Behind default. Flashing above.
Dead.
Nice. Pop.
I was smoking the bomb. Nading ramp. I molly palace. You can defuse.
One palace.
Yeah. Die. Stick it, someone. Sandwich last.
Nice.
Come on, please.
We have it.
Please.
Your channel.
Yeah! Fucking.
Quickly. To clear. Shoot it.
changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We're coming into the opening stage here at the PGL Major Copenhagen. I've got Boomic with me here from Cloud9. Now, I have a bit of deja vu here, Boomic, because we sat in Romania after Katowice and I said, what the hell happened to you guys? And then you went 3-0 in the RMR. You're just coming off the back of what I would say is a disappointing Blast showdown again. What the hell happened there?
I don't know. The start of the year was crazy for us sometimes, you know, because I think when we come to tournament on Blast, we got first win. Our mindset was pretty good, and after one loss, something going wrong, and I don't know how to fix it. But you know, it's next tournament already, and we will see what happens. And of course, it's major. Everyone wants to prove the best.
Looking at Cloud9 though, we have 4 major champions on this team, right? You are hungry to deliver and perform again for sure. But do you feel this version of Cloud9 is a team capable of winning? Because we consider you guys, when this came together, to be like the super team.
We never seen that, like Cloud9 winning with me. So then I came, we didn't win one tournament. So, and of course we don't have a sniper, but I'm doing this job in team. And I think like it's a lot of problems, but I think we just need to enjoy our game and like, you know, have some fun. Of course, it's serious tournament, but I just want to feel, you know, easy and you know, enjoy my game, because it's first tournament. Then I can play with OP on the major, and of course, it's a little bit funny for me. And we will see what happened 2 days. And I think everyone is really hungry for this major, because first major in CS2, and every player, every team just want to show them.
Now I know we laugh and joke about you warping, but you've obviously been trying to practice this, right? And obviously put it into a position where you can benefit your team as much as possible. How are you trying to do that? How are you trying to turn yourself into that IGL AWPer? I know it's not on all maps, but I mean, it's a majority of maps and you are heavily using it right now.
I think the main thing I'm using OP on CT side, so the 80% my OPing it's CT side and 20% it's T side, I think. So you know, it's not harder for me than I was the normal player with AK or M4. I think it's kind of same for me. And you know, we still have something new on this tournament, so.
Okay, so you have been cooking.
I'm saying it's every time, you know.
Yes, you do. You like to say this, but we do see changes. Different players pick it up, different ways of you guys going and do it. And this major, right, it does still mean it's still the ultimate goal for you guys, right? But I'm still worried about just where the team's at, AWP-wise, the role-wise and stuff. How does that not sit into your mind? How does that not come back? Because everyone talks about it. It's so unorthodox. I know Groove, I know you've told me, tried to tell me, we're doing it for talent and now to the major, but afterwards, if it doesn't work, something's got to change?
Bro, I don't know. You know, like I said before, I don't want to think about problems or some bad results or like how tournament is going. I just want to play my game, do my role, IGL and AWPer, and just enjoy this, that's all.
Well, I hope you do enjoy it. Hope to see you go far. Best of luck, my man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Time for Cloud9 versus Legacy. I really identify with Boomage in that interview. He says, I don't think about my problems. I just want to play. He's just like me for real. I don't think about anything else.
I think you should be thinking about your problems.
You
not you in particular,
okay.
but at least for
Called
Cloud9.
out, I know. I'm not very stable. But...
For real.
No.
Look, for this team, we saw the game they had earlier against Ecstatic. It was a pretty close affair, right? But I think it's kind of evident that there are some problems to this team when it comes to the roles. Boomage says, I just want to have fun and op, but you're not an opera. Let's be real about this.
Yeah, let's see. I do think, if you look at that opening game versus Ecstatic for Cloud9, right? We have seen Rebels sometimes at the beginning of a tournament, they are in danger of losing those games that they should absolutely win. And it was a really dangerous one. Ecstatic actually went on to beat Mongols, right? So that was dangerous. Also, Hobbit was at the top of the leaderboard again. And maybe even more awe-inspiring, AMKAL was not at the bottom.
No, that's definitely a great time for him. For AMKAL, it sets the low bar for sure. But I think Blur is right when he's saying there's some constructural problems when it comes to Cloud9. And one thing that annoys me a lot is that we see them play well occasionally. We saw them at the RMR beat Vitality. You think, okay, they destroyed them. In a best of 3, you think to yourself, okay, if you can win a best of 3 against Vitality in a best of 3 when the pressure's on, then we can allow ourselves to have expectations for you coming into tournaments. The next thing they do, almost lose to Ecstatic. Now, it was a win, and the way they came back in the game after being down 8-10 was smooth. Fantastic retake in towards the A-bomb side on Ancient where they're down, and it looked like they were going to lose the game. So you can look at it glass half full, glass half empty, and I know exactly what you want to do in that regard, Chucks. But fact of the matter is that Hobbit on your screen right here, he played well, Cloud9 got a W, so hopefully that was supposed to be the bad game, and from now on and onwards, we'll see the better Cloud9.
Yes, Hobbit performances, by the way, when they're good, and they are almost always good, they are absolutely stellar. It's insane. You gotta make something happen when that guy is fragging like that. But let's talk about the op issue, and I can parlay it into Legacy very, very easily, because what is the situation we have here with the both oppers? We have coldzera on the other side as well. Would you describe him as the purest of pure oppers?
I never thought I'd say that coldzera is the best opper in the server here, but he is kind of right. All op memes aside, I was very, very impressed with that game coming out from Legacy against FURIA, right? Obviously, FURIA were the favorites in that matchup. We were talking about his Fallen, coldzera, kind of, going head-to-head. And Cole was not just calling a really good game, but individually, just late rounds coming out from him and his team, that was just some fantastic CS from the Brazilians.
I would definitely agree with that, and I agree with the sentiment that coldzera is the best op on the server, and that's a win condition coming in for Legacy this time around. It is for everyone playing against Cloud9. If you can establish dominance or establish presence with the AWP on pretty much any given map you're going up against Cloud9, then you have an edge, against the opponent. So for coldzera to play well, not only in the game we saw earlier today, but the past month he's posting a 1.17 rating, I believe, on average, with the RMR, with this major as well. The man is going back to form, and honestly, it excites me.
It's really exciting to see that at a major, particularly. I think Lato was, of course, at the top of the scoreboard as well earlier. And it's interesting when you look at Duma and Lato specifically, 2.5 years ago, right? Back in Stockholm in the major with Godsent then. And then we were talking about how, hey, these players could have promise, but they look a little bit nervy. We're 2.5 years later now, and now they have this project. It would be cool if they are able to parlay that into a 2-0, perhaps into an elimination stage. I think it would be very unexpected.
It would be like it's forever talents, doesn't it?
Yeah.
These guys kind of like journeymen, so to speak, right? There have been names where everyone's kind of aware of, have been watching Counter-Strike for the past few years. For them to kind of find success in this, some people might call them a motley crew, led by coldzera, it would be absolutely phenomenal. We do have the map coming up as well. It is going to be Overpass. It's a map that Legacy do play quite a lot, but again, Pim mentioned this as well. The level of opposition they've been having over in South America, it is not at the caliber as the teams that Cloud9 have been playing. So you have to look at those numbers, these percentages, with that particular caveat in mind.
I just got thrown back to Antwerp. Do you remember when it was Overpass and Cloud9 was playing Imperial for the last spot?
Yes, I
Going
do.
into the next stage?
Very different lineup, though.
That's crazy. Yeah, but it does, there's shades of that. But of course, the lineup is completely different. Just to say that it's dangerous.
It is dangerous, and especially if you're Cloud9, they've shown inconsistency. They've shown they are currently not a team you can rely on. The same could be said about Legacy and their Overpass. We saw it 3 times during the qualifier in the Americas. They won once against, I believe it was Nouns, and then they lost 16-3 against M80 with a stand-in, and they lost 13-2 against Pain Gaming. So in terms of showing certain amounts of consistency when it comes to a map like Overpass, we got nothing. Like, you can't count on Legacy, you can't count on the way they're playing on Overpass, especially if they start on the T side. They did it against Pain, they did it against M80, they couldn't get anything done.
No, it's difficult indeed. So Cloud9 then, of course, You can say they are the favorites in this matchup. You don't know what you're going to get for Legacy on Overpass. They have 4 major winners. There's only one on the other side. Blah, are you willing to say very clearly there is no chance for Legacy whatsoever in this matchup?
There is a chance. There's absolutely a chance. I'm looking at the CT side. I'm looking at AMKAL, who's been struggling playing that A-bomb site, that Bathroom's position. You're talking about Boomich with the op, which I'm not really believing in. There is a chance, but Cloud9 are going to take it.
No chance.
No chance at all. We've heard that go to the wayside before. I'm wondering if it's going to happen again. Casters?
Well, Cloud9 weren't exactly left ecstatic after their debut here. They had to grind out the win there. On the other side of things, Legacy left flying high after a win over that FURIA squad in OT. Right now, the pressure is on here on Overpass, the chance to be 2-0 up at the end of this. And for Cloud9, I am curious to see, Boomich is always saying they've been cooking. I want to see what they've been in the kitchen doing.
Yeah, serve up a plate. Give me the good stuff. Seasoned and sourced Legacy. They spot that long rush, and Lato has to go all the way back up. Its neck is on a B rotation. Cloud9, they're going to get into the site, and Legacy are all going to be short side in the toilets. This is a very weird round already. Julie's cut down up close, but there's another pair. There's often 2, there's often 4. Barton makes it work. All the headshots, and it's only Boomich back at the bomb site. Barton ducked down low, and Boomich is not given that kill right now. He can't seek it out either. Bombs loose, 1v3. Legacy,
see something.
Yeah, he just wants a guaranteed kill. Not going to give it away. Legacy playing this very safe. Boomich can still hunt this frag, but they should swing if he dies. And he is patient, but unprovided with the kill. He's got to go seeking his fortunes, and Barton obliterates him.
That's crazy. That final shot out of Barton, a thing of beauty. I mean, the first 3 were pretty good as well. Hell of a pistol round there. Put forward from Barton and the Legacy crew, man. That's some real heat brought to the server immediately.
Yeah, I think this Legacy lineup is so interesting. Another Brazilian roster. We didn't expect to make such a run, but it's, the old formation of a godsend squad who made it to a major. They were in Stockholm as well. They went out literally last place, but it was this core of Barton, Lato, Dumao playing under Taco instead, and now reunited with a different player from that legendary lineup in coldzera. So I think it's a very cool story. These were meant to be the next upcoming big Brazilian talents, and while they showed some face in that old Godsend team, they split up for the most part. Barton off to Red Knids, Latin Dumao, 00 Nation. Now they're back together, and the results are there. And much like Imperial were moments ago, looking to make a double upset run to 2-0.
Well, this one should be nice and easy. That's looking to be the case. coldzera mopping them up over here in middle. Trying to farm up a bit of cash early on. And he's going to get all the gold. coldzera, 4 kills and lots of money made. So he's laughing all the way to the bank at the end of that one.
coldzera with a G.
There is this, this kind of prevalent theory that if you are around Fallen long enough, everyone just looks to become him. They just, everyone gets the IGL itch all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can see that.
We had that with Vinny earlier on. coldzera, Taco. Hell, Art even in his own team.
No, I'm OP. Nice start for Legacy. It's T-side of a pass. I'll give that to Cloud9. Don't want to give them too many things here, though, Harry. A team that have been under some of the most criticism in Counter-Strike right now for the way this super team have formed their roles. But the one thing that we do like is Boomich is leading. It has been exciting. The flash just avoided, but the spray is ugly. At least recovered for a kill. The AK is cycled out of there, though. And yeah, the criticism for Cloud9, well, we'll have to see here in Copenhagen if it's well-founded or not, if they can make the run of dreams. Keep in mind how they got here, man. They took down Vitality in the RMR to make a quick run through. Ooh. Nice shot for Dumao. In that game as well, where they took down Vitality, Perfecto didn't get a single AWP kill. It was all Boomich. Because sometimes we see on map dependent like Mirage, Perfecto sometimes going to grab that AWP, but I think if someone is going to do it, I just want to see Boomich commit. Don't dilly-dally, don't flip-flop. It shows even less confidence, I think. If you're AWPing, then AWP. But here's all of this. Going for the boost up. Flick is nice. He's got a player trapped in the site. Neckers has dropped his gun, and Hobbit just runs him down. They lost the bomb earlier in the round. Forget it. They are running their way into A.
Yeah, coldzera hears those footsteps running away, but with the MP9, he's got to do wonders over here in middle. It's not helpful, but Cold still moves in. Cloud9 take the space. They've got all this control inside of the site now. Fast trap over towards long. coldzera is here pretty damn quickly. But they are anticipating this man in the back line. They might go hunting for Dumel. They try to run him down, and Hobbit.
Okay.
I love that.
They said they were cooking, Harry.
It's coldzera left up in this one. Fecto right here and ready to deal with him. Instead, it's the kill. Ooh, Hobbit.
Oh.
Low on health, but Cold's low on time, and Hobbit locks it in. Keeping up appearances is Hobbit here. Had a great start to the day, and looks to keep the good times rolling in for Cloud9.
Just so important to start strong on T-side overpass, and you get, if you're not the pistol, your first gun round while they're still on bonus MP9s. That's a very difficult round where Dumel's going to regret giving up the bomb, and Neckers is going to regret dropping his gun. A couple of crucial mistakes for Legacy, and they come back to bite. That's insane. We love to see it. Confidence out of Cloud9. And hey, 4 major winners on this roster. Damn well better be confident.
I have really enjoyed watching Hobbit as of late. He's playing with a big degree of confidence, it feels like. I mean, considering he's not the default name you look to in this roster that was meant to be the start.
He was the next to get cut. That's what the layman was saying, right? Gone with Hobbit, get in an AWP player. His major win was the longest to go. And AMKAL is still yet to be founded, a player we're waiting to return to form. If it could be here in Copenhagen, that could spell a great sign for Cloud9, who are trying to do a very difficult thing in performing consistently at Tier 1 without a star AWP player. We haven't seen that since Liquid and Nitro, I don't think. And even then, he had his flashes.
Specifically on this map.
Yeah,
he loved an overpass.
I mean, who doesn't? 4-point overpass. Mwah. coldzera, show us why. Rotating down B, Cloud9 coming in.
Oh, Dumel.
That's a bomb.
That one is free.
Why's the bomb
They
there?
never knew about him. And him and Barton continue to find success. Electronic going to try and restore a bit of order here, but smoke in his way. And if he walks this, he's a dead man. Dumel gets that one for free.
That was a fake as well. They were going to go up con with 20 seconds. I mean, there was time if AMKAL made it through short, but that's very optimistic considering they were out monster. They didn't have short control, and they had con control. So they're like, yeah, AMKAL, just bring the bomb through connector. Like that's not a dry run strat. That's a mid round that has gone disastrously.
Neckers nearly lost his main gun again, but he was able to find it right near the end.
Someone unbind G.
Yeah.
Just use the E key. It works, right?
Oh, don't get me started.
Well, Legacy will take that. Confusion. Dumbfounded. But around, nonetheless.
Maybe something a little more up-tempo here for Cloud9 as they're fast grouped outside of B. No attention given to mid or connector. So they're looking for this short control, but on the jump check, Neckers has seen them moving out into short. Smoke blowing open as Lato looks for a fight here. He was kind of the guy to keep an eye on alongside coldzera in that matchup earlier on versus FURIA. Not given the chance to get involved early instead.
Oh, I love this.
Jumping MP9, let's go.
So accurate in the air. But Perfecto is holding with a scout. He sees him, he's out. Martin pushes off the back of that play, and Cloud9, last thing they're ready for, they're waiting for heads over the wall. That wallbang doesn't work, Electronic. They remove that. Cloud9 getting desperate. 40 seconds of the bomb coming back through spawn.
Gotta get past the Cold Zera AWP, which is easier said than done.
The jumping double from Cold.
Well, he's gonna plant his feet firmly on the ground in this one.
How does he do it?
Cold Zera, there's the first. That AWP just goes through the motions, will give a little more control up as his teammates move in and look to silence Cloud9 on that attempt up into the A site. They don't even make a dent here. That one kill to Lato is all they've got to go off of. So for Cloud9, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I didn't see for sure, but it felt like Legacy blocked that smoke at stairs. Otherwise, it's an egregious miss, but it did seem a little out in front of Dumpster. Dumal's just able to stand here and just spray. His teammate was at truck, so maybe it was blocked. If not, Cloud9 back to boot camp because that's another round on the A site. 3 players in position. Nice kill for Cold. Disappears before the smoke blooms. And it's hard on a map like this. You don't want to sound the alarms too early because it's over past T-side and there's always going to be some teething room, or teething issues rather. But it's a great start for Legacy. You can't deny that. They're playing with bravado. They're making plays. Cold Zera's 8-1. I'm not going to call anything too early, but the groundwork is there for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, and this is one where, like, even though Cloud9 have always looked to play it, the results, I mean, much like all of Cloud9's results, really are pretty hit and miss.
Sure. High highs, low lows.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this was one of the maps they were able to win over Vitality back at the RMR, but then, you know, they've had fall downs to teams that like a bit of overpass squads, like Saw, for example. So, you know, it's hard to really find like the rhyme and reason. I feel like with Cloud9, it's very just dependent on how they're feeling on the day right now with this iteration of the squad.
Sure. They hear that. Got to watch out. Nade's out for Lato. The Tech9 spams. Hobbit somehow still standing, and in fact doing more than that, putting Lato 6 feet under. It's got to be someone. It's got to be Hobbit now in this round with an M4. Cold alone, calling for Neckers to rotate up, and Legacy make an aggressive mid-round move. But if they wrap T-spawn, that will take just too long. Time they don't have. Cloud9 are getting closer to the site.
It's re-aggro, along with Cold Zera, both of them moving up, and now he's seen a lot of bodies over here at Shore. Tries to get out of there, but it's just one. Cold Zera got to do the heavy lifting now. One off the AWP. Cold on a tear, and there's the rotate up from Barton, getting there just in time to bail out Cold Zera. Not that I think he needed it. He was absolutely destroying Cloud9.
That Tech9 was about to tear through the fourth. There was no doubt. 11-1 for Cold Zera, 2-time major winner. We have many in the server today. My, oh my. Great
11-1 on Cold Zera, man.
Yeah. Roll it back. Get that info, jump spots. Cloud9 uppity pace in the connector. Relatively little punishment from either team. Legacy play with a setup at long. Unorthodox, but still valid. It allows Lato to essentially be anti-flash while still covering the toilets. Clear, Perfecto with a nice shot on that boost up. That's something Cloud9 need. Let's see what Boomich calls. 5-on-4, all the time in the world. Legacy are getting curious.
They're going to go into the man with the same kills as all of them combined. So let's see how that works out for them. Cold Zera on the line. The AWP delivers. One more man ready to trade this, but AMKAL doesn't realize it. He's actually getting baited into the double setup. But long, he will clear Lato out. And so AMKAL's finally on the board. 7 rounds in, he gets his first. Cold Zera is still hanging around up close, and on that flash pull, Cold looks to go for the throw. He locks AMKAL out of it. And so A is Cold Zera's domain. They are not getting in there. The answer has to be found down on this B site. Barton, low on health, 8-1 on the board. Great performance, but does he have the room to lock them out of this site? Might not matter. Dumao arrives just in time, and for Hobbit, the kind of one guy that's done anything for Cloud9 thus far. This is a 1v3 that will not be easy. They're just flooding him immediately, trying to run him down in the site. Hobbit, quick on his feet, a reposition around the pillar. And it's a 1v1, the two top performers, Cold versus Hobbit. Time ticking off that bomb. coldzera drops on in. Hobbit is fully repositioned out towards shore. And so the big question now, is Cold ready for this? Smoke in the way. Hobbit misses that chance, but the time has gotten away from him. Cold can't win this anymore. He's going to run in, get on that bomb, but the spray from Hobbit locks coldzera out of it. Hobbit 1-on-3 to put a second on the board for Cloud9.
Hobbit, the hero, man, and he puts him on his shoulders. This has been a guy to look out for in Cloud9 in very recent memory, and even today over Ecstatic. Sick little clutch, pulled out of nowhere. And Legacy might be put down to their knees after that one. Can Cloud9 build is the big question. Had quiet starts from everyone but Hobbit. Playing with a little more intensity now, fast through the through the B short molly.
But, you know, I mean, even this now, right, it's fantastic that Hobbit's able to offer up these rounds. It's just, you know, the criticism leveraged against Cloud9 is the lack of AWPers. What they do have is a fantastic team of riflers, and right now, none of them are arriving to the occasion with the exception of Hobbit. It can't be a one-man army.
Well, how are their Mac 10s, how are their Tech 9s? Because, sure, they're in the site, but they have to hold on to it now with worse weaponry. The only benefit is look how far Legacy are away.
Yeah,
they might
Cold
even throw
is, like,
in the towel.
Still paranoid about mid.
Cold basically can't play this retake. It's a 4v5. It might be a full save.
Unicorn round.
Hey, they're rare. They do exist, Harry. And it seems like no deaths. Legacy simply get out-positioned on an instant B execute. Good grenades for Cloud9 as well. They bounce double HEs, triple HEs even on the wood pillar. And so they know they can rush without having to clear certain positions. It makes a monster play easier. That's a round out of nowhere. It's a round where no one dies. A Legacy want to keep their economy in good standing. However, it might have opened the door for Cloud9, who, after winning a round, still have Mac 10s and techs. Now they can upgrade.
Unfortunately for Cloud9, not every round can be won like that.
They do great, if so. And they all upgrade, so that's a bit of a disaster for Legacy because they would love to just get that instant reset. You don't get many chances to reset T economy, but that would have been one of them, winning a clutch. Oh, Ramboos is, the molly is huge. Dumal still makes it relatively unscathed.
And he's here, like the mental timer for Cloud9's kind of throwing off, right? You mollied short, you wouldn't expect this. AMKAL certainly didn't. Just the one and done this time as Boomich also arrives on the board in round 9, gets his first. It's an important trade onto Dumao. He's 1 round from that exact position over on short before.
No way he's going through this smoke, right? That's very early in the round to make this play. It's just tucked up close as Cloud9 spam it. The bomb is resetting spawn. We've seen Legacy make nice mid-round moves for information. Let's see how they fare in this one. It's Lato Connector. Still such a heavy B hold. They don't have any info on A. If Cloud9 went up long, if they ran it, they would get the plant. We've seen Cloud9 win rounds to pacifism from Legacy already. At a certain point, someone has to move, and it might be Lato coming up connector. Still nothing to be seen in middle.
Even this, though, it's a scary path to try and rotate, especially when you've got no info to what's happening up on this top site the entire time.
Yeah.
coldzera, come on. The game is calling you. You can feel it in the back of your head.
What a great call for Cloud9.
Lato gonna catch Hobbit. All right, this has got a bit of intrigue. coldzera gets here just in time. Playing on the edge of the smoke around the molly. Ready to come through when Lato takes the contact. Cold attempts it. Tries to run down the bomb planter. Gets them off, but not quick enough, not for long enough. The plant comes in. Cloud9 trying to stumble back into this game with 4. Lato has been a nuisance throughout the entire round, and he's not showing any signs of stopping. Lato Thus far, he's just kind of hit all these timings he's had to, but finally, one bridge too far.
It's not for them.
Bartin takes down the first man. Boomich makes some noise over at long. He knows where he is, but got to deal with him quickly here because time is not on bar inside. He runs down the double long post plant, and so that one is recovered in the 1v2.
Boomich plays it as well as he can. He calls the bluff on the stick, thinking this young player, this inexperienced player, he's not going to do it. And he's right, but the fight comes through for Bartin, and somehow Cloud9 don't close that round. Despite the positional advantages, the late rotates, Lato certainly makes it easier finding Hobbit in middle. But my, oh my, felt like that was a round for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's one where, because we said this earlier on, it's like if you paused at like the midpoint of that round in the 4v4 when Cloud9 are all the way down long and everyone else is in mid or B for Legacy, you would have been like, yeah, they win that round. Every time they win that round. So that's actually insane that Legacy battle back in, and it all comes from Lato over in mid. If he doesn't get those kills, that round is a non-starter.
Electronic, he's having a bit of a mare today, isn't he? He was really slow to start in that Ecstatic game as well. Right here, his team were putting a lot of pressure on the B player so he could go for a pick, and just nothing. Ugly spray. Bartin 11-2. Like that's a, you know, sure, lack of experience. Only one major for 3 of these players. But at the same time, they are, you know, meant to be the next big thing, or they have been for a while. Very strong, individually capable players on Legacy. So don't be surprised to see Lato and Bartin popping off. They're doing their best right now. Nekkers has to concede the site. It's going to be another retake for Legacy.
Oh, backstab for coldzera. Just fantastic to see him looking like this. I mean, he showed it off already in the FURIA game, but to keep it going here versus Cloud9 is a real treat. 5v3 in the retake, and Cloud9 are so claustrophobic. They are boxed into the site here. One kill out of Lato, that's going to start to send them in. Flashes, wreck Perfecto. Boomich can't hold on, and Perfecto locked out of it. Beautiful. Legacy stick the landing on a retake without losing a single player.
5v3, and they still slow it right down, but just enough to get all the util in, to wait out the Cloud9 dumps of smokes, and then to, you know, have Cole just locking them in with an AWP on the flank. He's not playing actively. He knows that Cloud9 can't come back to him. They're scared of that AWP. And for good reason, because coldzera is playing a phenomenal game right now. I don't think he's missed a shot. I haven't seen him miss a shot with the AWP. He's been in the perfect positions, with the exception of one round. He has looked rock solid, 14-3. Bartin right behind, and Legacy lead in the front. And now they're playing with confidence.
The Hobbit one-man army, it doesn't work. It was a fellowship that got the ring to Mordor. A fellowship of 9, may I remind you, a Cloud9. And right now, it's just Hobbit.
Oh, that's ugly. That felt like it needed to be more, with guns now dropped available to Cloud9. But wait, they swapped in the smoke? Dumao is right behind. This shouldn't matter. Hobbit getting this timing doesn't do anything for Cloud9, but it certainly does for Dumao, who hears every footstep back.
They've got no idea. How could he even be here? They say to themselves, trigger discipline works wonders. One more man right around the corner. AMKAL will at least deal with Dumao in the backlines. A 2-on-3, is that enough of a chance here for Cloud9? They've dealt with the danger man, but now they've got to follow through.
It's just a disaster. Like you said, felt like there was no gap. Hobbit was connected. He cleared it. The timing was perfection. What do we have here at the long side? Nekkers just leaves back. Setting to rotate. coldzera saying, I've got this. Trust in me. I will deliver the goods, and I can't blame him. Smoke along. He is playing retake. Okay, this is like the best case scenario for Cloud9, given where they are. They can get a bomb plant with this setup. It's going to be a run boost through. He hits head. No, it's perfect. Footsteps made. Rotate should be summoned. 20 seconds to stick this bomb.
Legacy have felt fine leaving this down to the wire in the retakes, though. Oh, spam connects. coldzera tapping back with the USP. But Legacy still a man up here, and they've not been bothered waiting for these smokes in the past, so they're going to do that again. You don't want to give anything away for free in this 3v2 retake. You want to punish every kill that Cloud9 get. 2 out through the bank. Nekkers deals with that first man in. AMKAL running low on ammo. Got to do it with the Tech 9, and he can't finish the job. Nekiz runs him down and keeps that round in check for Legacy.
That setup felt perfect. The spray was beautiful for AMKAL. 2 headshot angle kills coming out of the bank, but it's the pistol and the bottom fragger of Legacy to lift them up and win that round, stop that clutch, kill AMKAL in his tracks. 8-3 now, and no more excuses on T-side overpass. Cloud9 have had chances, they've had opportunities, they've had powerful post-plant positions, they have converted almost none of them. Legacy are playing lights out. They're so confident. They're making the perfect moves again in short water. This is like the 3rd time Dumal's done this.
He just gets here every time.
Cloud9 have no idea. They've got to check it.
Surely, right? That's what you're telling yourselves. Surely they've got to, but they haven't so far. Feels like because of that run boost, it's just like throwing the timings off. They always think they have the real estate. But that's not even the guy you thought you would get. Electronic. This guy's like famed for his walkouts through Monster. He's often so good here at walking in dry and finding impact, but this round, there's none of it. The util keeps him at bay. And as Perfecto moves in alongside him, reality is dawning upon Cloud9. 3 is looking like all they get. Unless Electronic can do something down here at lower. Bomb retrieved in the meantime. Perfecto goes back to grab it.
Aggro. Are they going to push? Will it be together? Right now, re-aggressing just one player. He sees the barrel. He's got the kill. Easy peasy. Bomb is late, and it will find nothing. Legacy writing exactly that. 9-3 against 4 major winners on Cloud9. Manny Screen has 2 in his cabinet already. And this is a team that no one expected to cause any commotion here in Copenhagen. Not only a win in their pocket, but looking to take down one of the top dogs of the opening stage.
Yeah, and they haven't looked stressed at all, have they? I mean, you know, outside of a couple of rounds, I mean, think about it. Like, one of the 3 rounds that Cloud9 have was a 10 alive, just outposition the opponents on a kind of weird, you know, quasi-buy for the side of Legacy, where they were just so far removed, they couldn't justify going for the retake. So there's like 1 gifted round in there. The other 2 were Hobbit, single-handedly winning rounds for Cloud9. They've had nothing to go on here. Legacy, meanwhile, they've looked very composed. They've not felt stressed in these retakes. They've been willing to kind of play into the late stages of the clock and steal rounds away. I don't know, this is night and day between these teams right now. And sure, you know, there's always a world where CT side, you dust yourself off, you kind of get back on the horse and you look good, but
now or never.
You have to win this pistol. You have to win this pistol if you're Cloud9.
Gamble going the wrong way right now. We got Legacy lining up and execute on this B-bomb site. Smokes go in. Hobbit with a flash, poised from the heavens. Out it goes. Good shot. Perfecto finds first blood. The Julies come hunting, gunning. Perfecto finding every kill. Forget the Julies. All you need is 1. And it's perfection in this pistol round. Can he close it? Cloud9 swing together. There's Electronic. And coldzera, he has been unbeatable in this map, but finally a step too far.
They'll swing him together. They lock coldzera out of it. And so that pistol that they had to win, they will. Cloud9, can this be their second win? They successfully lock out the B play without Legacy even making a dent.
Legacy can't get ahead of themselves, that's for sure, right? It has been overall unimpressive from Cloud9, but you'd be silly to neglect the skill on this roster and the experience. And that's without taking into account the effect that CT side overpass will have on this game. Legacy are going to have to work hard for it. No bomb plant, they still B-rush. It's anti-meta, it's the last thing Cloud9 expect. No Molotov in the monster, look how much room they've got.
Yeah, they've been given so much room here. Will that be the gift they were looking for? Propelled into the site, they've spotted Electronic. Playing around the bridge smoke, they start to spam him now. Pressure being applied. No plant yet as Molly's raining from the heavens, but all the kills are coming up for Legacy. Hobbit tries to creep in. Hobbit tries to be the hero, but he's cut down, and it's just Boomich left standing. This force buy for Legacy against the grain. Not what you're used to seeing without the bomb plant, but it's worked out wonders for them.
And that's exactly why it's worked out, because it's the last thing Cloud9 expect. You expect some respect in this game. Look at the names on Cloud9. You wouldn't force by Tech9 armor and go for just a one flash pop into B. That's insulting. That's a middle finger from Legacy. And as a result, Cloud9 are not prepared and they pay the price. 10 rounds for the Brazilians.
What did Cloud9 do now? I mean, we said, you know, the way back in was winning the pistol. They did that. And then they fall down to the force. They're not even going to be bringing guns out. If they force in this next one and then they lose, the game gets away from them. So, like, what do you do here?
Oh, you're cooked.
Even the decision you're left with is horrible.
My, oh my.
And, you know, one of the things you've been talking about is, like, you know, the majors, both of these teams possessed a number of wins. And I think, you know, yeah, Cold. The thing about that conversation is, you know, those majors were a long while ago, you know, like past his kind of peak as far as it looked like. That was over half a decade ago now.
Yeah.
And so, you know, these aren't the sort of numbers you were used to seeing out of Cold's era for the longest time. That's why it's so sick. That's why this Legacy squad looking lights out is such a romantic idea.
And it's not just him, even though he's had phenomenal impact on this map specifically, but the numbers are matched by Partin. Dumal's right there. Neckers has put together even a great call there on that T side.
And Lato was the guy popping off back in that FURIA game.
Yeah,
it's this mixture of, you know, new and old. And even then, you're kind of hesitant to call the rest of those Legacy members new, right?
Sure, but, you know, that's the conversation with all these Brazilian teams. We said in the last game, Harry, this is the most represented country at the major. And when we looked at the Rio Major, it was Brazilian teams going 0-3 in the opening stage, right? It was 0-0 Nation falling early. It was Imperial disappearing in front of our eyes. But now, this shuffle, this combination of old and new, well, it's talking the talk, it's walking the walk, and right now it's looking to upset Cloud9. They almost took down Heroic as well, Imperial. They did take down ENCE. What a day for Brazilian CS.
Hobbit dies immediately, but this is all a fake over towards the top site, and how devastating for Cloud9 because they've fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
Gotta go.
They're gonna wait for that molly. As usual, fine, leaving this to the late stages of the round. They get past Perfecto. You won't have time to do a lot of clearing here if you're Legacy. You need to get that bomb in. Salato's going to try facilitate the plant here with short smoke. He feels all right, but Boomich, he'll want to come through this. He'll want to fight to deny that plant. You can win this right now on one kill, and they'll manage it. Robbing that round from Legacy on the low buy, a round that they had to win if they wanted to keep this dream alive. And so they've at least managed that on the side of Cloud9.
Okay,
it's back and forth. It's tit for tat to open this one up.
The pendulum swings, Harry. There is no guarantee yet, is there? Even though it felt like that might have been enough for Legacy on a force buy, Cloud9 say we can do it too. Coldzera felt like his luck was about to win the round, but jumping through the smoke to stop the bomb, that's exactly what Cloud9 needed with seconds to spare. Oh, this is uncomfortable. This is sweaty. This is tense. And this is finally the first timeout called by Legacy in this game. Doesn't that speak to how they've been feeling in this match? The game plan has gone perfectly until now. But, I mean, these KDs are just disgusting. Avert your eyes. It's the Hobbit show. Some of the stars of Cloud9 obscured in the sky.
I mean, you know, that's uncomfortable, right? Like, the guy who wasn't really meant to be your star is, like, your best player. All the guys who are meant to be stars are, like, mid.
Mid's being nice.
Yeah, you know, I think... optimistic, I'll say. And maybe there's still a recovery yet. But once again, Legacy go back into a fast B play, and look at this. They've already snuck all the way in through short. That kill is free. Electronic with the reply, with the response. Finally, something out of Dennis over here towards Monster. 3 quick kills from the man. And that's kept Cloud9 in this round after all.
Okay, they want to get cooking. They don't want to just commit. Even though triple entry into B, you feel like you have the bomb site. It was so early in the round, but they'd rather just spread it out and look elsewhere. They weren't together. Cold feels like running through Monster is risking too much. What if a player's heaven? But now you look at those KDs, Harry, and you compare the numbers. 4 and 2 on these two Cloud9 players, 11 and 17 for Legacy. All of that must be forgotten. Cloud9 need this round. And a group, they're going to read this about as rightly as they could. Re-clearing the A site. Brightest Legacy set up. And poised for trades as well. This is nice stuff for Cloud9. I don't know if Legacy will feel confident enough to plant for the bathrooms with so little info. They might have to go hunting for this frag. Will AMKAL give it away?
Oh my God, they just missed the timing. They just cleared it. They just think they cleared the site. They didn't. And now Legacy are giving chase to them. This is madness. They're set up in the bank. You can plant for CT. Yeah. coldzera has got the line now. And Cloud9, that check being a millisecond too late, might have just thrown them through a loop. coldzera, right place, right time. As he puts up a second, it's all left on to Boomich. Catches Dumao with his back turned, but he's got to get past Cold. He's got to get past the Cold with hot hands. And Sadink on the first peak. Boomich, now's the time. The tech gives chase, and Boomich will secure the round for Cloud9. coldzera's eagerness is his downfall there. As he tries to chase down Boomich, he pushes tab. He sees who's alive. It's a guy with 2 kills.
Oh, jumping the gun there a little bit, right? That smoke definitely puts the fear in you. That's why he's so aggressive. He never wants him to get a chance to even tap that bomb, let alone stick it. But perfect flashbang for Boomich and Cold cut down. Rise, you felt like, as you said, Legacy made the perfect timing play. It couldn't have been better after Cloud9 cleared the site. But they still win it, don't they? 6-10. Buying back. Desperate here. It's worked before. AMKAL and Connector this time has something to say. Short-lived. 4 on 3 as Boomich's orb makes its first appearance in the map in round 17.
Couldn't tell you what he lined up with there.
The Rock.
Yeah, sure.
But that smoke means nothing, this fake means nothing, and Cloud9 now have to rotate players B. It's too obvious, right? Heaven or A-side smoke for Monster, I presume, and down it comes. So Legacy cordoned off right as the execute was about to come through. It's a nice mid-round move for Cloud9. They have all the information. It's forcing Legacy out water instead.
Or even pushing back into the site. This is really nice, right? Before, they didn't have the resources down here to fight from within the B site. Might not matter as Dumao opens, but they can't get past Perfecto.
Where was Lato?
Just a little too late to the party, really. And now, bomb dropped in the smoke, a 1v3 on his plate. It's a big ask. Perfecto, he hears him down in the water. Salato goes looking for this kill, but Perfecto is not willing to give it up. 3 kills in the round from Perfecto. He starts this half looking great in the pistol. He's finding his footing a little bit more in some of these rounds. And so Cloud9 are slowly but surely waking up.
Yeah, this is definitely one of Perfecto's better CT sides, and better anchor positions, B site overpass. So it's reassuring to see. He did it in the pistol with a big 3K. He's done it again in a crucial round where he's on his own at the back of the site. So Cloud9, okay. You know, we love to hate, but they're fielding something here on this CT side. Some very tight rounds, but squeezing some juice out of them. AMKAL aggressive again. But it's only Glocks. Make it quick, make it easy. Make that money. Oh. Yeah.
All right, bit of an MP9 montage over in mid. Love that for AMKAL. Had a very troublesome time at the start of this map. Slowly but surely, that supporting cast around Hobbit has arrived. Right now you have Electronic up there alongside him. Perfecto in there as well. AMKAL and Boomich only got their first kills in the map in the late stages of the first half.
Keep 5 alive, please. Oh my god, that's a despicable kill. But no more, not today, not on my watch, says AMKAL. 8 rounds for Cloud9. They sit very close to the Legacy 10.
Yeah, and this is starting to hurt for Legacy. They've certainly had chances, much akin to Cloud9 in that first half. You've had these moments, and I think Legacy, they haven't had as many, but the spots they've been in, they probably feel like they should have won this game already, right? Really, I'm talking about that round where Cold & Co push into bank, and it feels like they've hit the perfect timing. They can't dwell on that now, but you will be left with this inescapable feeling that if just one of those rounds had gone different, this would have been a done deal already.
Yeah, they close that 1v1. Feel like Cloud9 are dead in the water. Like last game, if DCT didn't jump Cat Harry, what would have happened?
Yeah.
Would have been GG. Those little micro decisions that feel inconsequential in the moment can cost you entire tournaments. Hobbit, one of the most experienced men in the server, finds his opening kill and he's afforded the room out. Even takes the orb. Lockdown. Nothing more. Not a new role. Reflash for AMKAL. Good timing there. Blind. Oh, it's ugly. It's really ugly. It is disgusting.
Oh. Get the MP9 back out, man.
Oh, dear.
That is rough. Okay, you hope that that's not the undoing of anything in this round, right? At the end of the day, you're still in the 4-on-4, you tell yourself. You got some info, but now you lose Hobbit up in the toilets. Boomich, last defender up on towards this top site. Cloud9 still with 2 down on B. And Legacy, they see it. They've still got 40 seconds left to make their mind up. They're not dedicated either which way. Cloud9 are taking a gamble. Yeah. They're bringing everyone down lower.
Save or commit. Either way, they do it together. Right.
Even though they hear that smoke over on A, they're so dedicated here that that would have never changed their mind. All that means is that Nekiz won't even be involved in the B play. So his teammates are walking into a 3-on-3 right now. An even odds bout in a round that felt like Legacy had it in the bag. They go right into Perfecto.
10, 9,
coldzera
8.
running with the bomb.
No,
there's just not time for this. Nekiz out in heaven. Nothing to say in the round as Cloud9's gamble comes up top trumps down at lower.
And again, it's all Perfecto. 3 players short, but he puts on the only 2 kills that matter, that win the round, that force that bomb to save. And Legacy kicking themselves, an opportunity thwarted. Cloud9 threw it away with AMKAL missing his spray on long, with Hobbit's orb removed in the toilets. And you can't really blame them. It is a gamble for Cloud9. It's not like Legacy made a blinding error. They didn't want that bomb to rotate. Maybe Nekiz could have been with them, but he was set up to win the round, a round that never should have been so easy for Cloud9. Okay, you can feel the cracks showing now. It's not even a buy around these guns, just relying on the 2 bottom performance of Legacy to carry them through this eco round. Feels like an unfounded claim. Cloud9, 2 on A. Info on short.
I mean, you felt like this is one of these rounds where at least you're going to have the follow through, right? In some of these moments, they've actually kind of outbrained themselves of Legacy, right? And I think it's because the slower, stripped back style was helping them a lot early on. But in rounds like this, you have less to lose, more to gain. coldzera, bit of gumption, bit of follow through, double from AMKAL, and now he's getting flanked in from long. Got to be ready for this, but he's looking good. And Nekiz with the response. 2v2. Smoke in the sight. Dumao looks for the bomb plant. They try to deny it and they succeed. Nekiz locked out. And so even as Legacy get those kills to send them in, they can't get past AMKAL. He buys time for the rotates. And this one, now it's a tie game. Cloud9 are believing all over again here.
Excellent call to rotate for Cloud9. There was no doubt in that decision. We've seen those rounds where, you know, you get 3 entries and then Cold calls it off and they go back and they mid-round it. Not today for Legacy. They know they can't afford to mess up that situation. 3 entries, we're going to take that space. And Cloud9 are already there. Very confident rotation. And they win the ante. They always meant to. But Legacy made it interesting. 20 and 9 on coldzera. Cloud9 level the playing field. Remember how dominant this game once was. It was 9-3, Cloud9 won pistol, but then Legacy picked up a 4-spy. And the game felt as good as done. It's been these low economy battles that have made the biggest difference in this map. But now full gun rounds will decide for 11.
It's a good thing that flash worked, because Electronic and Perfecto just jumped into each other and got stuck in the opener monster.
Or Legacy overcall this round.
Once again, you know, they're leaving a lot of options open here, right? That's one thing they've been very keen on, is going for these kind of rotates in the mid-round. They're trying to push and pull Cloud9 around the map. But they're going to need someone somewhere to apply a bit of pressure, because right now they've had 3 players over on A, holding for any sort of aggro, waiting to see if they're fed anything. But it's not even like Cloud9 are aware of that. They've not seen a single Legacy player.
Again, the right rotation. Hobbits come up.
Dumao, this could be the moment. Oh, instead, Electronic further off the angle. Gonna get the drop on Dumao.
Still 3A. Not for long, though. Oh, Hobbit doubles back. Can this one player at B do enough? They're calling them back to hit the B bomb site. There's only 15 seconds.
This is so... They've been fine playing it to the extremities of the clock, but as we've gone deeper in this game, it's really started to betray them. Last time, 1 kill was all it took for Cloud9 to win the round. They deal with Barton, but Cold will get that bomb planted at least. This is going to be Legacy's final stand here. coldzera whittled down and finished off as Cloud9 overwhelm the B site and now take the lead.
It's absolutely desperate in this game from Legacy. They are feeling the pressure, they are feeling the burn, and they are indecisive at 20 seconds on the clock. They don't know what site to hit. Both of them are covered in opponents, and they can't even close advantages when they've had them. Cloud9 have performed the comeback. They've taken the lead. My, oh my, this was 9-4, 10-4, sorry, for Legacy. 7, 8 rounds in a row. 7 rounds for Cloud9. Numbers not the strong suit, but right now they're putting them on the board.
I mean, you know, Boomich might not be blowing your mind in terms of what he's bringing individually, but you have to say that the gambles, some of the stacks, some of these calls, the way that he's been able to read Legacy on this CT side has been fantastic. And, you know, one of the big questions there was, could he do that when you're so far down, when you're so on the back foot? Your individuals have looked kind of shaky to open up the map. Sometimes even if you had the right read or the right idea, you just couldn't get the kills to make it happen. But the longer this has gone on, the better it's all looked.
Yeah, rotates have been the best aspect of the CT side. Legacy have never walked into an empty bomb site other than that 2-on-2. And even then, that's cutting it close. It has always been a stack for Cloud9. Felt like 3 players every single time. Can Legacy just keep this a little more simple, a little more explosive?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to get, right? This has got like the similar vibe, the similar start to when they approached this top site with just Tech 9s and like 1 gun.
They almost won it.
They wanted to go for a bit of follow through there, and coldzera got that great opener, but then it gets locked out by AMKAL.
And look at the setup in this round. Cloud9 a triple monster at the start, so the sooner Legacy go, the better this play is going to look. That's a nice block on short side. Boomich is jumping, AMKAL's on his own. If Legacy make this call after this smoke and commit into A, this might be their best bet yet.
Smoke's going to start to fade now. AMKAL up close, was able to repel the A play last time, but this time it's just the one and done. Boomich has not been required to offer much individually on this CT side, but this is a moment where he's got to hold his own. The AWP finds the first, tries going back in for more, and Lato will deal with him. 3-on-3, Legacy are following through on the top side play, but they don't get past Hobbit, not right away. Electronic able to lock them down, and Lato left in this one all alone as Cloud9 scramble in a second man, and he can't get past Perfecto. Cloud9 match point from 4-10 down. They've embarked on an 8-round streak to get here, and they're just 5 kills away from going up 2-0.
Phenomenal recovery for Cloud9. The grit, the determination, the belief, it was all there. Even with some, pretty horrendous mistakes of their own, some ugly whiff sprays. The 2 weakest players are on this top site right now, and still Cloud9 are pulling up rounds on A defense. Solid rotates, hype from Boomich here. As Cloud9 can taste victory, all Legacy can taste is desperation. Spam through the B side. It's going to find Nekkers early. They want that AK out of there as well. They know that might be the only one. That's a desperate move for Nekkers to run an AK into Monster. 4 Galils now for Legacy. The dream.
AMKAL's had some big whiffs here, but he's also had moments of brilliance, and this is going to be the latter. Double kill, locked in at the top of Con. Legacy, I think they've had this feeling for a while. The game was in their hands. It was theirs for the taking. And that somehow they've managed to let it get away from them. Cloud9 embodying that it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish here.
Absolutely.
And they are finishing strong.
No way out of this one. Dumao down with the bomb. Lato up top. And Dumao's about to lose exactly that as Legacy rely on one player and an impossibility. Cloud9 from all the way down, backs against the wall, stand tall and pick themselves up. They will take this game. They will sit 2-0 up and only a single best of 3 from that elimination stage.
Indeed. We're right here next to the Cloud9 side, actually, and they were screaming Vamos. So.
I got a little confused there for a moment.
Me too. I was like, what just happened? But they were 4-10 down, but they absolutely rallied it back. And I hate to start with the negative, but that T-side out of Legacy. Pim.
We knew it was an issue coming into the tournament. We kind of highlighted it coming into the game that I sincerely hope that Legacy would start on the CT side because then we could have a competitive game. We knew it was bad, but we also knew that during the Americas Armor, those issues were exposed. So you'd reckon they would work on those coming into this tournament, figuring out how to play a T-side on Overpass. Let's just put up some numbers right here, Blur. At the Americas Armor, they played the T-side against Pain Gaming. They got 2 rounds. They played the T-side against M80 with a stand-in. They got 1 round. And against Cloud9, they got 1 round.
So 4 rounds in 4 rounds on 3 T-sides.
In 36 rounds or something like that. You're talking a 10% win rate on the T-side. That is completely unacceptable if that's a map you, first and foremost, are playing a lot. Second of all, they were picking into the map. They were the ones picking Overpass at the Americas Armor. So that's a bit of an issue, and honestly, Shocks, it's not a cool look for Legacy.
It's not? What is it that's going wrong then in those T rounds? Where lies the problem?
The calling. The calling, we were praising the calling coming out from Legacy early in the first game. We were praising the calling coming on the first half as well. This T-side, the number of times was like just panic rotating back to the other bomb side with no time remaining. There's not even time to get to the bomb side. Forget getting to the bomb side, having to clear all the angles, trying to wrest control of that bomb side. And there's so many rounds with just panic calls coming in. And this is all the way from the very beginning. You're in 10 rounds. It's like 10-4 or something in your favor. Yeah. Why are these panic plays coming in? Why couldn't you slow things down, take things a little bit more methodically? I will also say one thing though. There was one more problem for the side of Cold Zeron's men on the T side. Perfecto was magnificent on the CT side. We're talking about some of the players going missing, but he stepped up to the plate. It looks at 16 kills, the kill spread's kind of even, but every single frag in the second half from him was high, pure impact.
And I think you can say it across the board, right, in that run back, and obviously aided by the fact that Legacy was running around rather, oh my god, it's been a long day, like chickens with their heads chopped off, maybe, perchance. But for Cloud9, of course, you can only beat what's in front of you and deal with the situation that you have, and it is really good for them that they find themselves 2-0 up so far, the first day of the major.
Yeah, I mean, they've been under a lot of pressure in both their games. We saw against Ecstatic, they had to dig deep in order to get the win. Same could be said here against Legacy. Again, it probably would have been a different storyline had Cloud9 started on the CT side. I think we would be standing here saying that they were in control, they're playing well, so sometimes that kind of does screw with the perception of the game. That being said though, you're 2-0, you're heading into the best of 3s tomorrow, which is where Cloud9 had their strength. The map pool is somewhat decent. We saw them beat Vitality in a best of 3 a couple of weeks ago at the European Armor, so I'm not too worried for Cloud9. They'll make the next stage. Question is how.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, even if you go back to the T side from Cloud9, right? It almost feels like a lifetime ago because of how close this particular map was. The T side was non-existent, man. Like you had Hobbit winning a 1v3, him getting a 4 kill to win another round, and a 1 round where they just called a fast B play, and it was a bit of a unicorn round where no one died. So the T side from Cloud9 was also a bit of a struggled city. It was just that Imperials was way, way worse.
They were way worse. There's no way around it. I think it's a great point you brought up with Perfecto. It's great to see him playing well, especially on the CT side. And I guess if you put on a different perspective as well, not only did Cloud9 win this game, but if you're sitting at home right now and if you're Na'Vi, if you're FaZe, if you're G2, you're looking towards Cloud9's overpass and thinking, okay, here we got striking possibilities. So it's something they have to work on, at least for the future of the tournament.
I mean, yeah. If you have a really strong opper on overpass, I think maybe.
But they don't.
No,
They don't have
the
an
enemy
opper.
teams that are going to play versus them maybe in that next stage. So who knows, indeed. But hey, my buddy's back. My Displate. And Blatt, you're very excited about this as well, aren't you?
Yeah, you know what's really cool about this
What?
thing is you can actually turn things around. No one's really tried this. You can actually, I hope I don't break this line. I'm going to do it, but you can actually take it out. Oh, there we go. I can turn it upside around. I mean, I don't think this makes sense with overpass, but I think it's pretty cool.
It's nice. Maybe you can do like an exercise if you're trying to learn some strats or whatever, and then you turn it around and then you get disoriented and then... No, there's nothing in there.
I don't know where you're going with this, but I really appreciate the effort.
Okay, no problem. We just wanted to highlight how easy this is to take off and to turn around. Maybe there are situations where it is one that is turnable.
100%, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe. But you can put whatever you want up here, of course, all kinds of scenes from movies or whatever you may be interested in, but specifically also from Counter-Strike. You get up to 33% off if you go over to display.com/PG. It's not that hard, actually. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. If I can do it, believe me, everyone can. So display.com/PGL to get your favorite and to decorate your apartment. And it's super easy. You can switch them out.
What's your favorite map, Shucks? Is that overpass?
I don't think so. I like Anubis.
Okay.
Personally, it's very colorful, you know.
I respect
nice.
that. That's
no,
great.
but I like Mirage as well. I like maps where it comes down to like gritty CS where you can like frag and win, basically.
You didn't say Vertigo, and just for that, 10 points.
No, I would never say Vertigo. But Anubis,
There
all
we
the
go.
colors are so nice. It reminds me of Valorant, am I right? Just kidding. Of course.
Wow.
I just wanted to upset
Wow,
you all
you actually
a
said
lot.
that in a
So we're gonna
CS2
have to go to
major.
break. It was just a joke, okay? Please don't be mad. We'll be right back with our last match of the day.
Get her out.
Get her out. Tweet it out.
I'm going.
Metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
It's time to dequiz another bomb. I've got Soros Aros Dos with me here now. I want to ask you first of all your nickname. I Google translated it when we were online.
Yeah.
Rice pudding, sweet pudding, or do you just like it, or how does this work?
I do like rice pudding.
Okay.
The real translation is rice pudding, but people call me sweet rice. It's
Sweet rice as well. Okay, okay.
People can call me sweet rice. It's okay. I don't mind.
Can we do English commentary now and just sweet rice? And
It's okay.
Perfect. All right. From now on, I'm calling you sweet rice.
Go ahead.
Sweet rice. Get ready to dequiz this bomb. Get your
Okay.
hand on the mouse.
Let's go. So
you click the big yellow button in the middle, and then it will start.
Dequiz the bomb.
Dequiz the bomb.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go.
Let's go. Okay, first question. What is the capped damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? Oh, hard question. I'll say 12 damage seconds. Wrong answer. It was 8. Who has the top ranked player in 2017? I'll go with Code Zero. Okay,
Nice.
we win. Who is the player with the highest rating on pistols during the 2023 season? I'll go with Zaivu.
I like it. Nice.
Okay, I win.
What is the max damage you can take from a nade with fully armored? I'll go with 57? 57?
Cool,
right
hell
answer,
yeah.
let's go. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? It's easy, 10 seconds, let's go. What is the bonus for planting the bomb? I'll say 300. Right again. In which month of 2024 is the first CS2 major gonna be held? What month is it? May? It's May? No, it's March. I don't even know where we're at. Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20 rankings in... Device, I think. Right answer. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while unarmored? I'll say 98. Right, let's go. What is the reload time of the op? Oh, this is hard, I don't play with it. I'll say 3.5. Oh, 3.7, almost. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Is it Brazil? I don't know. Gold Zero? Right answer, let's go. Which player is the youngest major winner? This is it's KJB, I think. Right answer, let's go. Which team has the most major titles in CS history? Astralis? Right answer, almost there. What caliber is the op in CSGO? .338, 420? I don't know. Let's go with 330. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb with 5 seconds? Which CS player active has the most major one under his belt? Device. Oh, Dupree won with Vitality. Who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? Stick of Flames, James Spinks. Who has the top ranked player in 2015? I don't know. Olaf Meister? I'll go with it. Right answer. Let's go. What caliber is the AK in CSGO? 760. I don't know. What? 756. Oh no, I was right. Who is the only player from Estonia to have appeared? Robs, let's go fast. Need to win. What is the reload time of the AK? I don't know. Let's go 1.8. 2.4. How much money do you get for a kill with Glock or USP? 300. That's easy. Who has the top ranked CSGO player in 2022? I say Zyvo, but it was simple. Who has the top ranked player in 2013? Forrest, get right? Forrest. Get right. I don't know. How many seconds does a Molotov last? 8 seconds? Wrong answer as well. Oh no. What is the minimum amount of AK shots to the terrorist on the pistol? I'll say 3. Kevlar is 4. It said Kevlar?
With Kevlar.
Oh. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife? 300. No. Oh no. I'll not answer again. Unfortunate. I almost defused it.
Almost. You were so close
2
twice.
times. Yeah.
So close. But it wasn't meant to be. Copenhagen has exploded. There'll be no more sweet rice here.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. You'll be back on the server. That's the main thing. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
One more to go over here on the A stream. GamerLegion versus SAW. GamerLegion is right next to us, and they had a battle cry to rally the troops. Of course, you all know the story. You've heard it. A lot weren't supposed to be here, but they are here nonetheless, and they did win their opening game versus AMKAL. SAW on the other side, now 9 games won. It was an Iberian matchup as they beat Koi earlier. But where do we stand with these two teams? And do you think the teams that they are meeting now are a bigger challenge than what they did at the top of the day?
Look, I think it's two teams with very different trajectories coming in, right? SAW, like you just pointed out, 10-game win streak right now. They've been looking absolutely brilliant.
Now? Since
it's
morning?
10
Yes.
right now. Especially considering the fact that, you know, they were 0-2 in RMR ever since then. They haven't lost a single game, and they seem to have activated at the very perfect time. GamerLegion weren't even supposed to be here. And here they are.
You know,
Very
I'm gonna ban the
different
phrase.
stories.
I'm gonna ban it. It's banned.
What?
You're banned.
You can't say it anymore. I'm banned.
You're banned.
You can't say it anymore until they reach the playoffs.
I feel like it's a good matchup in the sense that we get to learn a lot about these two teams right now. We posed the question whether or not GamerLegion maybe were a bit hindered from the fact that they came in late to the tournament. Maybe they were doing roster changes behind the scenes. Maybe they were looking into acquiring new players to the lineup. We don't really know.
Yep.
That being said, though, I think we get a real test when they're going up against Soul Gaming. You said it yourself, 10 games in a row. They've never been better. Like, this is the best you've ever seen from any of these players in the history of Counter-Strike. Winning 10 games in a row, the way they've done it, that's massive for Soul. So if GamerLegion can take them down, then maybe we have a case to be made here that they were ready for the major.
I don't want to take anything away from GamerLegion from the win they had earlier against AMKAL as well, but AMKAL did kind of give them Overpass, which is their best map. It's a map they pick every single time as well. So when it's going to be a different map, a different playing ground, things could be different here.
Despite that, it was a very messy game, though. You know, it was
from AMKAL, yes.
Well, I think, and also GamerLegion being kind of pulled into that drama as well. Volt, though, had a fantastic first game, but it is interesting to see. I gotta say, I am a bit partial towards Saw because it's one of those stories that is kind of larger than life if it keeps going. You know, you set it up already with the games they've been winning. I've been sharing in the banter already on X every time they have won, saying Portugal caralho, because it's just so fun to see. But if you had to describe the way that Saw has been winning these games and the way they like to play, Pimp, what would it be?
Well, I do feel, and that is with the uttermost respect to Saw as well, we did see them lose 2 games at the European RMR, and they were lost of confidence. They couldn't get it going whatsoever. We then heard about this team talk they had. We heard about them, you know, looking each other in the eyes and saying, listen, let's just go out there and play our brand of Counter-Strike. Right now, they're riding on a wave. They're riding on a momentum, and that's a big part of the reason as to why they're winning all their games. Sure, there's some quality behind the players. There's some understanding of how to play Counter-Strike, but I want to see what happens when that win streak ends. What happens when you have to bounce back once more? Can you have another circle? Can you have another conversation where you look each other in the eyes, or is that the real level of the Saw boys? We haven't seen their ceiling just yet, but one thing is for sure, winning 10 games in a row at the most competitive era of Counter-Strike ever, that's not easy.
Yeah, and they did it on land, they did it online as well, right? So, and we just can't call them online because we saw them do it at the RMR as well, where it was some very convincing wins overall. But yes, I agree with Pimp. When the cracks start to appear, will they be able to patch it real quickly?
Yeah, and here's, of course, the key to that.
No
Just
overpass
don't
right
lose.
there. No overpass right there.
Nope.
And GamerLegion are going to be like, okay, now where do we go with this one? Vertigo. Is that a Vertigo available?
Oh,
okay,
you called it up by saying it in the last segment that you hated it.
Yeah, sure, I hate it, but doesn't matter what I like or don't like. Right? GamerLegion, honestly, I think they're going to be okay with this, right? It's a map that they have played, albeit not so much. It's a map where it takes a little bit of success on it as well. For Saw, though, it's one of their weaker maps, so to speak. We haven't really seen them play this one as often as we've seen them play their nukes and their overpasses, so this could get interesting. But that being said, I think I've seen enough from Saw and just solid fundamentals for them to still be the favorites here.
I think we have a close game at our hand. There's no doubt about it. You know, you have Saw right now riding on a momentum. You have GamerLegion, who had you asked us a month ago, you know, a month and a half, you'd say GamerLegion is going to win this game 9 out of 10 times. That's no longer the case. So in terms of the two teams and how they're matching up right now, you have Saw playing and overperforming. You have GamerLegion perhaps a little bit below where they used to be. It should make for a good game.
Yeah, I guess it's you're frowning.
Yeah,
what are you worried about?
I'm just looking at Saw's last map on this map. And they lost to a team called System 5.
You don't know who they are?
I do not know any single player on this team. It was online, you know, there's a caveat, but still, that paints a pretty ugly picture.
Yeah, that's damning. But maybe they worked on it a lot. Who knows?
You want a hot take? I think
Yes.
Saw's win streak is ending right here, right now with Vertigo. GamerLegion is no slouch on the map. They're decent on it, and I think they're going to end the win streak of Saw right here, right now. 10 is good, but it's not going to be 11.
You've heard it. Pimp says that the win
Spicy.
streak is over. But you know what fans love to do? They like to prove specifically Pimp wrong. So maybe Saw will do the same. Head over to our casters.
Hit me.
Well, if there's one thing for sure, it's Saw have been choked out in this veto. Inferno and Vertigo as the last 2 maps in a BO1. Well, those are the ones that Saw have been losing in BO3s. And what have we been saying all year, Harry? It's Saw. They're a BO3 team. 12 wins on BO3s this year. Every BO3 they've played. But this is a BO1.
Yeah, you know, BO1s is the one time that Saw have looked vulnerable and beatable. It's when you put them in the BO3s that the light really shines. And as you say, Vertigo's been one of those problem pieces. Still, this one starts with Kios and Snacks. Aggro over to Shaw. Arostos, kind of the front man for this squad, able to light up too. And with a bit of help from Story, Saw actually flipped this one back in their favor. GamerLegion arrived for the retake, but a man down. A day late and 50 quid short here for GamerLegion. Hoping to get gifted away back in. Story doesn't have to fight from here, and Soar are not going to go over peaking in this post plant. They've got no reason to. Tap on the bomb. That's going to get the first peek out of Arostos, but he sees that they're not sticking it, and so the pistol is picked up cleanly from Soar.
Yeah, map aside, right, this is still a team that we have a lot of eyes on right now. I think if you called it before the RMR, or even a day into the RMR, you would have said no chance, rather this team would be an interesting one. They went down 0-2 in BO1s, and then they made a 3 BO3 run. You know, in some Cope sense, like the teams they beat weren't incredibly impressive, but they used that momentum to qualify for London as well in the Spring Showdown, beating Cloud9, beating OG, beating Liquid. So Soar on a hot streak right now.
Yeah.
I think that has to be taken into account, and the opposite for GamerLegion in the sense that they didn't even know they were going to the major till about 48 hours ago. Pulled in as a last-second replacement. These factors do matter, and even if the map favors GamerLegion, I think the momentum at the moment, it favors Soar. Can they harness that in this must-win BO1?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to say it in the Eternal Fire game, so I'll throw mine out there now. I've got a lot of hype. I'm a bit of a Soar fan right now, man. Like,
Top 8?
I
that's
think,
right. That's right.
honestly, you know, for me, they're like a real dark horse team to do that, right?
Sure.
Like, I think they certainly could. They're playing a very exciting brand of CS, and I feel like they've really found themselves here. This is a nice little nade stack into the ramp. Hang on a moment, this one isn't meant to get exciting. So thankfully, some normality is returned, courtesy of Arostos. Now just Snacks left in this. Snacks in the USP, surely not. Right, we'll get run down. And so they stick the landing on the conversion. But yeah, you know, one of the things we were talking about, they haven't lost to BO3 this year. That's crazy. That is mad. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's very easy to home in on the winning streak that they're on, which also encapsulates a few BO1s in there. But man, it's in the BO3s that this team's got some fantastic longevity. And I think you've got some really exciting pieces. Story on the AWP, someone who can just step up and dominate games. Then you've got Arostos as this, you know, prominent star within the squad. Guys like Ujerks as well up there alongside him, but sometimes there's a tendency to go missing. And then it's all held together by Mutiris, someone who's just been around in the scene for so long now, finally getting his big payoff with the best looking squad he's had.
Yeah, what is it, 5 years in this org? Been around the block and back again, doing laps. But still lacking that major run. And it's never felt like there's a better time for Soar to do so. See so many teams of youngsters make incredible runs to get here. How far can they go? That's awkward. Covered by Isaac, not really required. He didn't even fire. Kios just takes that clean. So they don't know Isaac's pushed down deep. It's forcing a reposition for Soar. Back to spawn. Back to a new site, perhaps. Isaac getting aggressive, dangerous. The bomb is here. Oh, he spots it as it walks backwards. Huge info, and he doesn't have to overcommit. This rotates will come back to the B site. 5-on-3. GamerLegion not playing their hand just yet. Cards face down to the table. Waiting for Soar to call their bluff.
Just going to block the top of ramp, and that's enough to send Soar looking for other options. Mutiris trying to take some space ahead of time. His teammates are running. He's hoping he kind of offsets the timer a little bit there as he sneaks out through short, but Ball holds on for the kill.
It's a save, I think.
And, you know, I mean, GamerLegion, there's a lot to talk about with this team, but I think one of the things that is kind of exciting is they're a team that, you know, one of the things that's been prophesized is, you know, there could have been changes on the horizon. We're not really sure, but while they were away, while they were out of the major and then get that last second call up, they're showing here with this 5, and you never know if this is going to be the 5 they even move forward with post this event. And I think that actually makes them kind of dangerous. It's like, you really don't have anything to lose. You weren't meant to be at the party, so hell, may as well try and steal the whole show, right? And get a bit of hype going, a bit of groundswell for this 5.
I like that. GamerLegion, the gate crashers of the Copenhagen major, and hey, yeah, nothing to lose in trying at this point. Yeah, there was definitely always going to be a post-major shuffle. Who knows? But GamerLegion were looking. The thing is, I don't want to... For sure, 9 Pandas earned the spot, But at the same time, GamerLegion were rounds away in overtime at the end of a double BO3 day. They're right there. This is a team that can compete. We've seen, you know, the core in a major final. So let's give them the respect they surely deserve. They're not going to throw away this opportunity at a last-second call-up. Oh, that's awkward. Isaac caught nades out. He's going to have to deal with this oncoming tide. The Saw rush him in the sight. No Molotov in his position. He's free to fight. 2 kills already, buying so much time before Mutiris cuts him down. The rifles are here, though. Just enough time for GamerLegion to close it.
Yeah, good rotate to get ahead of it there. Playing catch up with Mutiris and the boys, but they get around just in time. So some early problems here for Saw on Vertigo.
You know, we saw them allowed Nuke to start their day against Movistar Koi. I know that's a regional matchup, Iberian sensation, but at the same time that felt mental. Like Koi must have done like mega prep for that game to allow, because then they know the map's coming through. If they want Nuke, they can get it. But they may have mega prepped. It didn't matter. They got 4 rounds. That just felt like such a mistake with how good Saw have looked on the map. But as we said at the start of this one, Vertigo, Inferno, these are where the holes have shown for Saw. GamerLegion, you have a great track record on this map historically, even if you consider Volt in his previous team at Paris of ITB. This was their go-to as well. So there's things to like here for GamerLegion, without a doubt. And what a weird place this would be to end the day with GamerLegion 2-0, Harry, given the situation they came into this event in.
Yeah, bro, they're carping all the DMs. They are seizing the day and the moment. So Saw take a early pause, an early timeout here. They don't like the way these first few rounds have gone.
Can barely blame them. It's been a bit, just getting dragged around the map, denied at both sites. And this ramp control has been nice so far for GamerLegion. I also like that, the second round eco strat where they have double nades. I think maybe even 3 nades set up. And they're playing off contact. They just blow sort of smithereens, but still Saw convert it. Now we're leveled out. Day of upsets, but I wouldn't say this game is any clear favorite, any guarantees. Makes it all the more exciting for all 10 players, knowing that this is your opportunity to start your major run very well on day 1 in Copenhagen.
Acor was looking right at them, but smoke's in the way. Gonna re-smoke down through short. Let Snacks play behind that. So we've gone looking for this ramp control, and they've slowly but surely whittled through the util. They're gonna try and flash Snacks in, but now they trade places in the smoke, and Roman will deal with him. Volt's got no idea that they're already deep up through short, and so gets out with 1 short, but he's got to do a lot more, does Volt. Damage done downrange, but not the killing blow, as Roman offers up another. Kios moves in, the lone defender of this top site, and Aros Dos, it's nice and easy. Able to deal with him without breaking a sweat. It's a nice return to form from Saw. On the back of that timeout, they bring the guns back out and they find success. They shut down that attempt to take ramp control. GamerLegion pulling that in. Felt crazy, right? Yeah. They smoke off down towards the T bridge. They lob in that flash for Snacks, and Saw is just ready for it, and they kind of ride that momentum up through ramp.
And you jokes realize, like, when you get that deep kill on Snacks that you've traded in the smoke with, the GamerLegion have no idea you're up yellow already. So he can just swing, and it's the, second domino. They keep falling. 3rd round for Saw. Terrorists win. Three apiece, a back and forth beginning. Yeah, just random spam. That works. Saw play in a pack. I love watching them on T sides because they're often grouped. They trade very well. Don't see super lurky CS from this team. Arostos often will be, be 4-1s with him being on the other side of the map, but for the most part, Saw are very good at trading kills when they entry sites. Just bringing a nice bit of teamwork into this recent run that Saw have had across the RMR all the way from the Open, and including the Showdown run as well. Yeah, it wasn't just one, back-to-back events. Like the way the devs frame this, and that you have Saw, who are young and hungry on the come up, and you have GamerLegion, who are, not performing. Well, they're performing lower than their peak, but their peak was pretty high. If you consider Paris. That molly's nice. It lets them get out from under B and not worry about a regressing player or an AWPer. But GamerLegion will fight back with util of their own.
They might still have to worry about that re-aggression. Story up and in, but straight into the maws of Kios. Able to offer up two. Isaac lending a helping hand. Ollie's going to force him forward, but smoke in the way will get him past. Volt dead in the meantime up at the top of ramp. A missed shot from that AWP that rotates over. And they should go back and try and join up with Roman here as he's keeping the pressure on. Wasn't able to capitalize after Akor's miss. So instead, it just slows it right down. Last time they attempted this, Mutiras was caught pushing up through short. Instead, Roman waits patiently. Akor on the line, but Mutiras should be good to trade this. He will. And AWP knocked out of it. One more back from Ujax, and suddenly this one's got legs on it. Kios is low on health as both players go for the throat here. The one man left inside of the site, and he will hold on. Mutiras all alone, 30 seconds left.
Ready to swing.
As soon as he takes contact, that second man was ready, but not needed as Kios, the one-man army, puts up 4.
Sick round for Kios. Controls those bursts very well on the B site, and even when they try and re-aggress on A, he has to call it off. His two teammates fall, Snacks and Akor on short, and he manages to tuck in behind default. Completely unexpected from Ujax. Will finish the round as well. Doesn't even need Isaac. Nice work. Definitely the player under the most criticism right now on GamerLegion. But performing to start this game, no doubt. 9-3. And anchoring. He's actually going for the boost up. Oh, that's awkward, but no quad player. Hopefully shouldn't matter. It slows him down. And Isaac feasts in the back of the site. He's already done this before. He'll do it again. Nice headshot for Isaac. 2 kills on B should be enough to set them up for a retake.
Story throws the bomb back, tries to take a bit of space here. That leaves him deep, and Akor gets that kill for free. No plant yet either, that bomb. Trapped out by the molly for now. For Roman and Mutiras, this is a rough spot to be in. I'm now getting planted. Roman trying to repeat Story's antics here as he plays up close around the smoke, looking for Akor, begging that he can just get this kill to try tip the scales back in Saw's favor. He will secure it. More players on the other side of this smoke. Roman doesn't want to spam, instead tries to wait for that fade. And that will see him silenced by Snacks.
Yeah, that was just so close under the smoke to finding Akor earlier. He just didn't have enough time on that smoke fade to fall back to generators. His teammate tries to play by his side and trade out, but too wide for Mutiras. Nice hold again for Isaac. I mean, this is not an easy side to play. We saw players like AMKAL fall off massively on Vertigo coming into CS2. On this exact position, Isaac has gotten multi-kills twice now. Both times Saw have come and committed. So that's going to scare them off. It's going to send them back into these A hits. They have very limited util in this round. GamerLegion have been fighting to contend for ramp. Look at Kios making moves, man. He's got through ladder He can fast flank. Ooh. Firewalkers. He really is fast flanking. Spotted, and he's given a second chance to escape. Sure.
Darts out up the ladder. Quick as he arrived, he's gone. ACOR now, chance at range just to end this round before it even begins. Uncontested on the ramp, it's an AWP's paradise here. This long old sideline, and he just gets to pick and choose his battles. And he wants more. Two doesn't feel like it was going to be. Oh my god, all right. Mutiris and Arosdos rather respond with this quick turnaround to find the 2-on-3. There's re-aggro in at the top of ramp.
They love this.
Arosdos not looking in the right place, but still going to get out with one. It's left to Mutiris again in the clutch. 1v2 asked for, but a double re-aggro over on short. You're not ready for the double punch. Surely Mutiris can't finish that final kill. And so Volt will walk that round over the line. The back-to-back decisions to re-aggro into ramp from GamerLegion.
They keep doing it as well. Not even just twice there, but they did it in the previous round that they won on A with Kios getting 4 kills. GamerLegion is just desperate for info, desperate to chokeslam sort out of the server. You can't hold your default for long. They will find the gap, or they will kill you where you stand. Some great trade work from Volt in this round, who's definitely started slow in this map. It's giving up picks on A, but those are 2 crucial trade kills on that ramp aggression. 6-3, GamerLegion in control of this game. Saw calling it 2 timeouts already on the T side. Oh, feeling the burn. They are buying again with no bomb plant. This is high risk. Need some reward. ACOR as well, getting to shine with the AWP a little bit there as well. We haven't seen him do too much yet, but that round was a nice example. We know ACOR can be such a threatening piece, especially on CT sides, like he showed us in Paris. He's ready to blow a hole in the ramp. The footsteps are heard, come running up.
Snacks is trying to thread the needle, man. Snacks has found the gap.
Back in the Wonderland, perhaps.
I mean, they spammed this out before. There's no way you're ready for him doing this again, surely. Smoke's fading, and yeah, Arosdos is holding for it. So Snacks thought he'd found a golden opportunity there to kind of press the issue down through ramp. Ends up giving up that opener.
Gross. Can't do that again now. That's twice you've been punished. This is even riskier. Over the top of the smoke. Kios is playing to deny the bomb. He goes up as well. Hello and goodbye. Roman brings him back to reality. This is very weird. The smokes will start to fade soon. They replenish one. That will allow for the plant in. 5-on-2. GamerLegion might have to call it here. Saw somehow with Mac 10s and bits and bobs find a 4th.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think even the fact that they're forcing up here felt pretty wild, pretty surprising. They're trying to punish that weak CT economy right now. But this was a high-risk, high-reward round for Saw, and they managed to get all the reward, man, all the gold. They run off with it. And so this could be their way back into a more respectable scoreline in this first half. I'd imagine that they wanted to, you know, maybe try push the boat out a little bit more in the hunt, just with the Mac 10s, but actually give a good deal of respect. They keep a 5 alive round, and they let the opposition get out with 2 saved guns there for GamerLegion.
That's just making sure they can buy last, no matter what happens, right? Like, making sure that even if GamerLegion respond here, because they got the save off, that Saw can fight for 5. This is a competitive game. This is right down the middle, right? GamerLegion in control, on the better half. Saw just enough to work with, again, the Galils and the Mac. And a little for later, perhaps. 4 players on A. GamerLegion fighting for ramp.
ACOR straight through that, through the molly, into the fight, and Ujerk's caught in the crossfire, in the crosshair. Another one from ACOR's AWP. And this time, you know, in rounds prior, he's hung around after the double, wanted to try and get even more out of it, but he will up and leave. Rotates away on the AWP.
It can be loud on the rotate. They had the boost up. They do dismantle it, but looking to maybe play a retake instead. Boost would have been nice to keep, but it means they can use 2, maybe even 3 players to re-push B, because you know GamerLegion, they're not just going to sit there stacked. They're going to go for more. They're going to go for the throat. I do enjoy watching them play the CT side. Ooh.
Oh, Aristos does as well. They go walking right into him.
Uh-oh.
Giving a freebie. One more out of Roman, and Aristos boosted up into the fray. Reclaims the advantage. This was a 3-on-5 that Saw have somehow put in their favor. Aristos lining up the flashbang. They try to peek in with it. Alt's got nothing to do, nothing to say. He waits for Snacks to move in a position. Nade goes out, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Mutir is on the wide plant. And so this is Saw gunning for a 6-6 half. They're able to win this. There's nothing left for GamerLegion. And so letting this 5v3 slip through your fingers could mean a hell of a lot in the outcome of this game. At least it will in the half as they are chased down. Roman with a lovely double alongside Aristos to open that up in the first place.
You can only deal with what they throw at you, and Saw deal with it very well, but that re-aggression on B was so split. You had a player on left side fighting Wood, you had a player on right side walking across the beams, and then you had an AWP on top of Default that doubted his position after his teammates fell and got caught retreating. That molly forces repause. So excellently played by Saw, but GamerLegion will be kicking themselves for letting Saw back in at the end of the half. It was back and forth anyway. Now it's Saw establishing control and looking for 6 on the T side on a map that has been middle of the pack at best for Saw. But this is a team that many had to make a heroic run here in Copenhagen off of their recent form. And you want to know the best part, if Saw were to win this game, they would immediately be in not only a spot to qualify, but they would have 3 chances in BO3s.
Yeah.
That, as we've said, is their best bet. You lose today, you're fighting another BO1 down to maybe 1-2, and you only have 1 chance.
Borderline replicate the RMR run.
Yeah, this is such a lift up. Just going 2-0, you have so many opportunities. And while it does occasionally happen, it's such a rarity to not make it through from 2-0. It's often due to the pedigree of the team. We'll see which of these rosters can convert it. So we're just trying to get back in this half, make it 6-6 on the A hit.
This could still get messy. A lot of damage done early, but that kill from Aristos has suddenly opened up a route to another bomb site here. And even as GamerLegion attempt to scramble rotates, while Saw are 1 step ahead, they've got Mutiras set up in middle. Nice. They're deep within the B site. They're ready to cut down these players in rotation, and Mutiras will do exactly that. Hand-delivered double kill over in mid, and just Volt left is the last man standing. Saw recover this T side after all. And
it's waiting for a lurker.
Blood is playing for the save.
His last round. He was waiting for a lurker. There was Ujux on A, but he just ran back. Guaranteeing the round, guaranteeing the half. 6-6 for Saw. Bolts, accept your fate. As the Portuguese side come through with the goods here at the end of the T half. Sigh of relief, I think, with some of those very dangerous economical decisions being made by Saw.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of, you know, they kind of risked the half on the back of that force buy where they had the chance to break through the money. And that's why we say, you know, it was kind of the high risk, high reward play, but it worked out for them. And it teed them up to go 6-6 and split this half right down the middle. The GamerLegion now, you know, they've had a bit of a departure from the high-flying start that this game was. Things were looking so good. There was a while, but they could have just ran away with this on the CT side. But now it is a grind.
What's a pistol going to be looking like for GamerLegion? We've got a Molotov and a smoke. Bare bones. Making an A play, perhaps. 2 players running the bomb, waiting. And we'll be joining with them. They're waiting for the double mid push, and it couldn't come at a better time. Sort of given up this area. They've gone to stack the A site as the smokes come in. So we'll probably think there's more here There actually is. Ooh, Snacks caught. The bomb's going back to B. There's only one man in.
Arastos, quick kill off of the dualies. Oh, he's going to mop them both up.
Gross.
And this was the guy you're meant to be keeping an eye on, Arastos. Nearly gets the wall pulled over his eyes there, but is able to re-adjust in time, and Saw looking saved in the pistol. 2 players left to beat as AMKAL locked in a weird, awkward fight here. They get out with one, throws the bomb away.
Off the map.
Now getting run down. Snacks out through mid a little bit later. In with the backstab, and now they know where he is, and they're all looking to peek him together. Snacks is locked out. And so this is a big streak now for Saw, right? They have embarked on a bit of a journey here. Ever since that force buy, they've been finding success across the board. Pistol round now locked in. They're up in the lead, and with no plant for GamerLegion, likely an eco round to follow here. So Saw, the good times are going to keep rolling in before those rifles come out for GL.
Positionally, that was perfect for GamerLegion. That's the worst part. It's Arastos believing it is an A hit, pulling back, and then spotting the mid-split. Great double kill from him.
Oh, Snacks with the Zeus.
Olympus skin as well.
That's how you know he does this full time.
He's a professional. Sneaky beaky. Up at the top. But no one's on gap, so I hate to break it to you. It's not this round.
Raymond, don't give in to temptation.
No one's even close, luckily. I'm not worried yet. Ooh, I'm a little worried. It's a Paris on its own. He's got to find a multi. 2 will do, but can he make it a third? I want to give this gun for free. GamerLegion can't run down that reload. They're just hoping he oversteps. Jerks calls for support. Someone needs to help. Story pushing in. He calls waiting, but again, Glocks. They're only Glocks. Shoot back, and they will. Saw revive themselves in that round. It's up to this first buy for GamerLegion on the T side.
Yeah, they have to hit the ground running here, the GamerLegion. Actually, good results at the beginning of the half here, even down to when they played that like nade over the crane, some nice ideas to try and break through, and they were able to kind of right their wrongs early, securing that rifle round early on. So let's see if they can do it on the T side. It's going to be a grouped hit over towards B to open up. This is where Arastos resides, but only armed with the MP9. He does have his work cut out for him. The util to try and slow this down, but GamerLegion are already ahead of it. They are hitting this site quickly, and so reinforcements have to come through for Saw. The MP9 brushed aside as Volt and Isaac deal with those first 2 players in.
Felt like
this one is already too far gone.
It felt like they wanted to swing off of that molly on default, knowing that would displace GamerLegion, but the molly it hadn't even landed. It was still bouncing, and they both swing very early. Like 2 seconds difference, and they would have caught GamerLegion in hot water. So, yeah, Saw weren't expecting the rush that quick. They definitely got caught off by the pace, but even so, the gun jumped. The gun round won by GamerLegion.
And I do love that they just kind of press the advantage there, right? They know that they're going to be up against the bonus. They know there's still going to be these SMGs in play, so they just kind of run it down with a up-tempo round in towards that B site, and immediately, this sets a bit of a mind game now between Mutiras and Snacks. You're going to be constantly paranoid that that's something that GamerLegion have got up their sleeve. These faster B plays, these up-tempo pushes through the ramp.
Yeah, nice little explosive opening gun round. They got a lot more to do than that.
I mean, even the guns they save mean that they come out of this now with an SMG in this follow-up buy round. Timeout called for Saw. That's all of them used now.
Ooh.
GamerLegion could take control of this game here and now if they're able to pick this one up and kind of capitalize on the slow build of CT money that Saw are going to experience. They could very quickly find themselves back in pole position.
Bit of a nail bite to this one. So uncertain where it's going. Favorite off of recency bias. But experience reigning true on GamerLegion.
Oh my god, are they actually just going to run it back?
Bad lads.
The B play again, Snacks lobbing in the util. This time Arastos has one more player here to help him in the form of Mutiris, but they're fast, up through ramp, trying to run down the point man. Arastos full blind, trapped in a corner, withstands the spray, don't know how he's still alive. Mutiris gets the first kill on the back of that HE.
A lot more reserved.
Arastos even swinging out for one more kill. Double out of Isaac, even though he's blind, wrecked by the util, but Saw respond to this aggression with some of their own. They're willing to meet GamerLegion in these fights at the ramp. And now it's all on Snacks. Backstab out through middle. They've seen him in this position. In the pistol, in that first rifle round. They're ready for the backstab. Can't underestimate this guy. They feed him the first, who's to stop him then? They're just not looking to give away this opening fight. Jiggle from the default player, and now they know they're right in their assertion that it is that backstab, and they're going to lock him out of the round. So a nice response there. I like what Snacks is trying to do by calling the back-to-back B rushes, right? We spoke about the kind of mind games that facilitates. I think he was accounting for the fact that Saw wouldn't expect it twice in a row.
Yeah, the util was spot on this time though, right? Double HE in, then the molly on default. Still, we have those Gens players swinging pretty early, but they swing together in a 5-on-3. It goes 3-on-3 for a second, and then Saw just obliterate GamerLegion. They flood into the bomb site, so that was a nice rotation. And this time they weren't caught off guard out of the gate, right? They were jiggling with nades. They knew it was coming. Good read from Saw, and clutch denied despite damage done. Oh, Story risking it. You know he wants to go, and he'll go home. Snacks sends him through the smoke. Now they walk B, 5-on-4, but there's still 2 CTs in close proximity.
Oh, the timing on that, awkward for Arastos. Still going to get the smoke out ahead of time. Flashes from his teammate trying to set him up, but Arastos playing to contain here. Trapped fighting and can't find a kill. Lots of damage done to GamerLegion, but if no one capitalizes, Saw will never attempt this round. Util goes in, even more damage dealt, but it's Snacks up close around this smoke. Looking to lock Saw out of it. Smoke shots have been their friend here. The backstab from Roman spotted, and the save call comes in. But only one man lives to tell the tale.
That's devastating with the amount of damage that Arastos and co do on that B hold. All 4 out of 5 players rather below 37 health. That's really gonna hurt Saw. Even the HE doesn't land on the bomb. GamerLegion just there a second later, and Roman not guaranteed to save either. Goes into ladder, he won't clear this, surely. Oh. Just about. Terrorists win. It really hurts to lose for Saw. GamerLegion. We're liking what we're seeing out of Snacks. Gets that crucial entry, just calls the B hit. Something prepared out of spawn.
I mean, the more they keep getting away with these kind of up-tempo B plays, the stronger the conditioning this is going to provide gets, right? Like, eventually there will come a time where you see GamerLegion look for that ramp control heavy, where they look to take the space, and they've been building up a real idea right now that B is the object of their desire.
Oh, I love a triple boost.
Up and over for Roman. Oh, one in midair. Tries his hand at the spam.
Cheeky. Already. Molly doesn't tick. So at least confirm they've left. Oh, he fell off. Story can reaggress though. GamerLegion is still here. They haven't gone too far. Just trying to give the illusion.
I mean, this literally is the conditioning that we just speak about, right? In every one of these moments, it's kind of been back to B for GamerLegion, and you can see Saw, they're fully buying into that, right? They've rotated everyone, with the exception of Story, away from this A ramp control. He gets the spot. GamerLegion this time look like they want to follow through on the A play. So this isn't, you know, just a one round in isolation. This is like rounds of work the GamerLegion have put in, hoping that this is going to lead them to outposition Soar.
While a retake would be nice, they don't have the util, they don't have the kit. They kind of have to fight here. This boost is a nice idea. They need to stop the bomb from planting. They need to put pressure on because GamerLegion have the util. They have the weaponry. And they're using it. Spray comes through over the top. It's only Roman left up on this boost. He can't get a clear kill, can't get a clear sight. Bomb is moving in. Nice spray back. Those AKs are lost. Soar have to pull back to grab them if they want to contend for this round, but they are getting picked apart through the smoke. They can't last long here. Oh, careful. Can't run down the bomb though. So much cover. And this should be 9 rounds for GamerLegion. Lock and key. And another save for Soar.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's not a round that they were ever meant to win. They come into it with the hero gun, and they pull out a lot of gimmicks to try and, you know, disrupt the GamerLegion game plan. Doesn't pan out for them. A tie game now, and Ujerk's not even this save is guaranteed. Getting hunted down by Isaac. One shot would do it. One shot would remove this save gun, and Isaac's going to make that happen.
A level playing field now. That's been this game the entire way through, right? Trading pockets around 2-3 at a time. No one ever truly running away with the momentum. We had some risky economical decisions for Soar pay off in the first half. Now they will have everything they need. But no one has either team right where they want them. Looking to bully B with 2 players boosting.
Isaac on the jump off, and Aristos with a really hard task here. He's alone, even though Materials is kind of nearby. It's not close enough to offer much of a helping hand. Story instead going to rotate in with the AWP. And so pressure applied to B early has forced Soar heavy towards this side of the map. Aristos, cleanly done, through the smoke, walking under his stacks. Gonna get spotted. Ujerk's tries to punish this, and the AWP wasn't posted in the right place. Acor not able to get that trade.
Can't waste this opportunity now. 5v3, they're pulling out of the bomb site. GamerLegion will regress elsewhere, but Soar taking this one a little bit more passive, playing the time. They've got smoke. Oh my goodness, it is dropped at least. It was pinned, it was ready to go, and now GamerLegion need to do the same through the utility into the Lion's Den. They're blocked as well. No way, Soar are going to push back through this gap smoke. That is so risky. 25 seconds, GamerLegion on the ramp. They have to play.
Roman making such a ballsy move there, walking that short smoke, looking to get all the reward for it. And even though they've dealt with Roman, there's no way you were ready for 2 players to be doing that. Mutiras comes in as the right-hand man and locks them out of it.
It just feels like so many of these rounds come down to these almost random timings, right? Like who pushes not too early, not too late, and catches players with their back turned. Are we pushing gap? Are we flashing back on ramp? It's a mind game right now of where the T's are committing and where they're faking. Vertigo looking more like a chessboard at the moment. Continuing to trade rounds. Soar out of timeouts, but they all make use of GamerLegions to their own benefit. At least GamerLegion have the money to sustain that loss. Soar were set up for an eco round here if they were to lose the previous buy. GamerLegion can afford. But one more at least. But this is the most pivotal round of all. Loser will have to accept their fate and take an eco.
Acor was gifted with a great ramp spawn. He's taken that AWP there early. Looking to be involved, and I mean, just look at how fast he is. Look at these spawns, man. How deep he's able to get at a ramp before anyone from Soar is nearby. I've seen him use that in the past to try walk his way up through yellow.
Ouch.
spam connecting off the MP9. Not often you see the MP9 spamming the AWP through gap.
Oh, he just wants a clean kill. He can't get anything through that little gap in the yellow. Oh, he saw something, but not enough. Now the AWP announced. Still big info. Saw didn't know certainly there was going to be an AWP in play. That's confirmed it. They know not to come swinging in off the top ramp dry. It's a good replenish. But it will also give GamerLegion a bit of room if they want to fight for gap.
Nade in that open. I mean, that's the thing about the waterfall smoke. It's thin, right? It's easy to get that nade to clear it all. And so they walk in behind it. Roman just leaves ramp right as they move in to take it. He's walking out, back turn. That one's free. Rotate's getting scrambled. Mutiris and Ujerks battling back, trying to maintain control. Story gets there just in time. And so now it's Isaac, it's Acor. 2v4 as this begins. Acor's going to finish the job, and it's just Mutiris left to beat. An island out towards CT. Tries to swing out on the bomb plant. He's going to wait for the stand. Wait for Acor to move out into the open. That's where Mutiris thinks he'll get him, and he will. Locks in the 1v1. And Saw keep the good times rolling in as they repel that A play.
There's worse problems to have than being blocked by your teammate swinging out elevator. It means you have everyone in position, and as soon as Roman gets caught unaware, every player of Saw comes swinging. CT, Ellie, Heaven, Gap. They're all there to fight as a unit. My oh my, GamerLegion walk into the stack and they get shredded. A very nice 2v4 attempt, a very nice 1v2 attempt, but the pressure of sitting in the bomb site with the AWP, Acor had to move and he walks right into the trap. 11 rounds for Saw. That bomb plant means everything for GamerLegion. It means they have options, but will they take them? Only a half buy for now. I respect it. They believe in their gun rounds. But Saw set up with a prospect of match point.
Something that's been really interesting to me is, in spite of how often, GamerLegion look to go for these B rushes early, they haven't, Saw haven't really given Arostos much more help over towards that side of the map. They have a lot of trust in him over there to just keep playing this solo B hold. And that's given them a lot more freedom in these other areas of the map to get involved, to try and battle for this ramp control. Arostos, this time in a forward position. And so he spots that there's no one here right now, no one on this B side. Sora clearly anticipating a bit of a change to the game plan here, but it's just another one of these ramp takes out of GamerLegion. They've got the util to do it, even a Molotov, to burn out this player behind the sandbags. Roman, his future in that position is not guaranteed.
Does have a smoke for it. Buying time would go a long way here, but GamerLegion probably just chase down every target they see with these Tech 9s. They've gotten so far up ramp right now. This could completely catch Saw off guard. The util makes it clear. They re-aggress. We need that sandbags, man. Roman pokes his head out with a kill. They can run him down. As said, the smokes are in the site. There's no one to help Roman out on an island, stuck on his own. Can't get anything more done. Guns to be gifted. An opportunity and a headshot through the sandbags for Story.
Yeah, blinder of a shot from that AWP, but got to be even more than that if Saw want to hold on here. They gave a good bit of room to GamerLegion, and that might be their undoing. Crossing, Isaac lands the dink. Arostos at 1 HP in this retake. It's Story right now trying to make all the difference. They go back for the bomb, but they're both looking at it. And so that's an easy double out of Snacks. Down to this 1v1 now. Smoke on the bomb. I mean, 2 players died to get this smoke in. And so it better be worth it. It better be the smoke that lets Story clutch. Snacks has outpositioned him. And so just sticking the bomb, it feels like his best bet. Shots are missing. Snacks can't get him off in time. And Saw snatched 12 away. Right at the 11th hour, they move on to match point. And so the death of those 2 players to get that smoke on the bomb was not in vain after all.
What a perfect swing for Short. You thought that Snacks did it as well. Just baiting the footsteps up ramp, forcing Story to chase him. And a couple more shots through that smoke. A couple more seconds. That might have been GamerLegion winning the eco to avoid match point conceded. But no, Sora right there. We called them a BO3 team. They haven't lost one this year. 12 straight. It might be BO1 success instead to start Copenhagen. They are right on the edge of it. 5-on-4 for GamerLegion does not last long. AWP cannot trade. The escape route is open. But don't get ahead of yourselves. GamerLegion is still here fighting for ramp.
Tries throwing a shot down range to deal with the gap player, but Ujax fast on his feet, staying mobile, dodges that AWP aggression in the mid-round. Considering they lose Aristos over towards B right at the top, it's kind of crazy that they double aggro in through mid. Oh, Story silent on the flank, but maybe looking the wrong way. Had to flick back there. And so that's the advantage. Return to Saw. From a 5v4 start for GamerLegion. That one's a little overzealous, actually, Ujax, you know? But, oh God.
Dear, they knew the AWP was A. That feels crazy. They almost lose every fight. Gutierrez holds on to B. That forces the decision. They have to commit to this A hit, but Story was already low. Can he get here in time on this flank? They're both dedicated to covering the plant, so give Story a bit of room. But they will go back. They will catch him on this long angle, and he shouldn't have had the health for that. Acor, another clutch attempt against the match point.
He's got to deal with Story. This guy's been harassing them on the flank out through middle, and even now, Gutierrez isn't going for the bomb. He's not trying to pressure this from the top of ramp. He's wrapping the short side. It's Story putting up a hat-trick to send them 2-0 up here in the opening stage, and he does that all on no health. Saw looking good in the BO1s.
Yeah, they're the real deal right now, and you remember that RMR, they were 0-2, Harry. They had to pull it all the way back in BO3s. It's the inverse for Saw coming into the opening stage, the first major for this squad, and right now they are sitting on the edge of the elimination stage, the top 16 against some of the world's best, and we've seen this team fight to the level of their opponent, take down big dogs recently in Cloud9 and Liquid, and now they've got one more BO3 to go through to top 16.
Yes, they do. I had to run back here because I was close to the booth just trying to see how they would react, and actually it was pretty kind of not, I want to say we totally expected this, but pretty cool, calm and collected, even in that winning moment. I think Sovereign, and we discussed beforehand, Pimp, you said it, this is where it may end, and if it ends, I'm worried for them. Well, it isn't ending yet.
No, and they're showing it on the different map as well. Vertigo being one of the few question marks we had coming into the tournament for Saw Gaming. A map they haven't played in quite some time, and as you said, coming into the game, last time they did play it, it wasn't a joyful experience for them. So they're adding to the layers of Counter-Strike they can play right now. We've obviously seen what they did during the European AMKAL. We saw them in the qualifiers online as well. They're now on an 11-game win streak, and they're starting to add different maps into the pool as well. I'm starting to get super excited about Saw.
I actually, I kind of almost agreed with you there. I know we had to rush into the game when you said that this is the map where probably going to be GamerLegion taking it away. It's a map that they have historically looked pretty good on, but even the fashion in which they were winning these rounds at the end, these messy, ugly, Vertigo-esque rounds, they still really pulled it out, right? It's not as pretty as a Counter-Strike, so to speak. There are a lot of little individual mistakes being made, over-peaking, post-plans are messy as well. But even in scenarios like this, where it's not clean, it's not some clinical fashion, they still get it done. And that's, I think that goes to show the depth that this team possesses.
We also do owe it to the game to say that GamerLegion had plenty of opportunities to make this game closer, maybe push it into overtime or even winning it outright. It was, as you said, a very messy game, a very scrappy game. There was a certain amount of clutches. The Snacks 1v1 that came down to the smoke diffuse as well. There was a lot of rounds that could have gone the way of GamerLegion, and then the story would have been different. But regardless of that, again, as you said, it does feel like right now Saw can do nothing wrong. You know, they can do no wrong whenever they're on the server. Even if it's a messy, scrappy game, they'll find a way to win. And as we said about Heroic as well, when you can win when you're not playing your best brand of Counter-Strike, it's a strong sign.
Yeah, absolutely, and we love to see it, of course, for Saw. Now, one best of 3 away from the elimination stage at the major here in Copenhagen. That is such an insane turnaround, and you said it in the green room, Black, kind of the inverse of what happened at the RMR for them.
Yeah, like you're down 0-2, right? And like you pointed out as well, Pim, they had an interview where they mentioned how there were tears. They had to have a heart-to-heart, and they're like, all right, from here on, just play our game. And playing their game seems to be working out damn well for them, right? 0-2 at the RMR to, making it 3-2, winning everything in the Blast Showdown. They played as well online very recently. And now 2-0 in the first stage, the opening stage of the first CS2 Major. Talk about turnarounds. This has been quite impressive from the Portuguese line.
Is this where they go 2 and 3 then, and bow out?
You said it, not me. All right, just don't come at me, guys.
No, I don't think they will. Yeah, I don't think they will. They played too well. As you said, they have to lose 3 best-of-3s now in a row in order to exit the tournament. I think some of these players that we have on our screen right now as well have shown that they have individual classes. It's not just about the SAW as a team. It's just not about them, all of a sudden finding a footing together and finding synergy on the server. I think there's certain individuals who's also stepped up massively and shown consistency at a level that we didn't anticipate. So there's a lot of positives and there's a lot of, signs pointing in the right direction for SAW right now. I have a hard time seeing them not making it to the elimination stage.
Yeah, it's cool to see Aros Dolce, but also Story as a good example. Materius gave an interview to HLTV after qualifying, and he was asked about kind of the young players, and he said they're so mature, they're so willing to go for everything. It's great to work with them. And he said, I know it's unfair to rank players, but Story is so valuable. And I think we've seen that specifically at the RMR, but also here, right, together with the other younger players. And that is always so cool, because then you start to wonder, what is their ceiling? Where does their story, no pun intended, lead them? And I think that's one of the coolest things to see in major cycles like this. But we will, of course, see. We will hang on here a bit, because on the B stream, LinVision is still beating FURIA. I believe, what are we up to? 11-5. So perhaps they come back. Now, we, of course, want to wait so we can show you all the matchups for the next day. But if FURIA completes this this comeback, I don't know how we're going to handle it.
Oh, they're not going to make this comeback.
You don't think so?
No, LinVision.
Why not?
What
makes you say that?
Because it's FURIA, number one, and because it's LinVision, my boys, Friendship and Mongols over LinVision is my best friend right now.
Yeah, my boys since 2 hours ago, since Mongols lost.
Jokes aside, LinVision's nuke was actually very solid. If anyone tuned in and remember that final game they had against the Greyhound lineup with Dexter there, right? This CD set completely shut out Greyhound, who have historically been pretty comfortable on that map. And here for the side of LinVision, you win, 8 rounds on the T side and win the pistol as well. That's pretty much 90% of the job done. I don't think they're going to choke here. We've seen quite a few comebacks already today here, but my boys are going to get it done.
What a freaking nightmare it would be for FURIA to go 0-2 on the opening day, right? We spoke about them coming into the tournament. At the Americas RMR, they showed good Counter-Strike for the first time in a while. They ended 2023 winning a tournament at Elisa Masters in Finland, where they took down some decent opponents. I believe it was Apex in the final or something like that. So it doesn't make any sense all of a sudden. Whenever you think FURIA is trending upwards, whenever they're moving in the right direction, they come in, they potentially go 0-2 and put themselves in a rough spot. I don't know where it leaves FURIA, but I feel like we've been saying it for a long time, Blur. It's a team that just doesn't add up. It's a team that's just not gelling together. And was it 2 years ago we spoke about them as being a team that could win trophies? Now we speak about them as a team that is potentially going out at the group stage once more.
It's even more stark when you look at the teams from Brazil that have been doing better. It hasn't been fantastic across the board, because you kind of would have wanted them to get a bit more wins after the 1-0 pool, right? If we look at kind of legacy falling apart on the T side as well. But I think there are more upsides to be seen from the way that they approach those games, those teams, and in terms of the grinta in those games and how competitive they made them, as opposed to, unfortunately, the standard we expect of FURIA, or that we would. Actually, it's actually unfair, because they haven't hit that standard for a very long time.
They haven't hit the standard, and if you're looking at... I was making my notes for this event. I'm taking a look at the teams coming in from the Americas. I'm looking at the Legacies, the Imperials, and all these guys. I'm like, all right, sure, you made it from the RMR. I'm looking at the teams that played all domestic opposition, right? All the local teams. So there's always a caveat. They haven't really played as the lineup. Sure, Cole has played majors, has played against top teams in the past and whatnot, but as lineups, they really haven't had the reps against these EU teams. FURIA have been just boot camping seemingly half the time in the past few months in Serbia. They've been playing a lot of these online tournaments, a lot of these teams as well. They've been scrimming it out. They've been putting in the work.
They are
but
coming
we're just
back.
not seeing it in the server, and which is so
we
shocking.
might be seeing it, but we can't actually see it. So maybe if we had a pip or something, it would probably be better to talk about what's happening there, or we should drop it and just talk about everything we've seen on A stream today as this match concludes over on the B stream. If you have 2 monitors, of course, you're in luck, because that would be the optimal solution. But let's go through a couple of things that we have seen today and which jump out. It was a long time ago now that we saw some of the starts, but these are the most recent ones. Of course, Eternal Fire versus Pain, that was an absolute shellacking. Heroic versus Imperial, that's one of those frustrating ones that I think when you look at kind of the Brazilian crop, because that was super, super close in OT.
It was a good game, and Imperial have been playing good games today. Their first game against ENCE, obviously going triple overtime. The second one against Heroic went into overtime as well. There was a world where they were winning that game. They even won the first 2 rounds. They were up 14-12 just to lose 4 in a row against Heroic. So yes, I agree. The Brazilians so far in day 1 at the major have played fantastically well, and Imperial should feel a little bit hard done by. They played ENCE, they played Heroic, no easy matchups, and they've done tremendously well.
That was for me personally the best game of this A stream, right? I think it was great CS, as you pointed out right there. The Cloud9 Legacy game was pretty spicy as well. The first half, you're thinking Cold Zera, he was looking like Cold from 2016.
And 5, yeah.
He was like, is it 2016 all over again? But then the T side completely capitulating, and Cloud9, they survive, make it 2-0. And of course, finally, we saw the Saw GamerLegion game where it was feisty, it was messy, but Saw get it done.
Yes, since that game is still wrapping up on the other stream, I believe we're gonna throw it to a quick break so we can go watch it, and then we can go take a look at hopefully all the matchups we have for tomorrow, and we can run everyone through that. Does that sound good for you?
Sounds great.
Cool. Let's go watch Linvision versus FURIA, and we'll be back after that.
Roger that, boss.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
FURIA are here in Copenhagen, ready to take on the major once again. And I want to look at, first of all, and the RMRs, you go 3-0, you have the game versus Complexity, you win that one as well. That must have felt great for you guys.
Yeah, really. I think Liquid and Co was a surprise for us to face them on there. So we were not expecting that, but it was good because we got a lot of momentum and confidence, and we managed to play a lot of good maps. So I feel like it was good for us.
Do you feel though within FURIA that you guys are the best of the Americas region? If we're putting like you, Liquid, Complexity, those kind of teams in one basket, do you feel like you're the top ones of that?
Yeah, I don't think as of right now, it's between Co and us. I don't think Liquid has struggling, and they need to find their pace and their game. But as of right now, I think Co it's a very good team as well, like very well put together. And us as well, we are doing a lot of work, and I feel like both teams have a good chemistry as well.
And what's going on right now inside the FURIA camp? Like, how well are you guys feeling in terms of confidence and finding the way you want to play and how you want to come into these bigger events?
I think CS2 changed a lot of stuff, and we had to adapt our playstyle and our ideas for many situations and many maps, and that's a work in progress. But I do think we reached a lot of goals for this year. I think after Katowice, there was so many stuff that we talked about and many things we played on screens that we could fix. And the tournaments afterwards that we played, we saw a lot of flaws on our maps or our play or some ideas, and we fixed a lot of things. So after we fixed those and played the major, we felt that we have improved way more than looking back into Katowice.
You guys came from the Americas RMR straight to Serbia for a boot camp, right? You were playing there. How was that beneficial for you guys? Because you still didn't play any officials, it was just practice. So what has this done? What is the change up you feel coming into this major because of it?
We had a lot of talk time during this preparation, and I think that's it was very helpful because we had officials to talk about. So if you don't have those, it's hard to talk about screens. You know, it's different approaches are different, the teams we face are different, everything is different. So when you have a lot of officials to look at, you can have a lot of more talks. Real talks, you know, not like you're talking about, you're not sure about that, but
maybe
when
this, maybe that.
Maybe this, maybe it's a screen, maybe it's a little bit loose, but when you see officials, it's different.
And right now, we're looking at FURIA. People put you guys to be one of the teams that are favorites, one of the teams that should be doing very well here. How do you see it with your current form and what you're seeing in the game? Where do you see yourselves at?
As of right now, the whole team, not only me, has a lot of confidence on the momentum we created from the major.
Nice.
And the way we're playing, everybody's feeling comfortable and the chemistry starts to flow in. That's something we're looking to achieve, and that's one of the goals, when everybody's feeling comfortable doing their roles in the maps. And when that happens and that's set in, I think the chemistry and the flow, it flows way better.
When we're looking at your goals for this major though, right, where do you sit at the moment and saying, okay, realistically, we should be going this far, we should be going back to playoffs? Where do you believe in yourselves right now?
I don't really try to think about expectations, goals, because when you think about goals, you set expectations, and when you set those, you pour in frustration if you don't reach or you struggle to reach. So I only think about the next opponent, who it is, and we need to beat them. And the outcome of that, if it's winning the major or it's just reaching 1-0, it's the same thing to me. I just want to win the next opponent. Okay, but then let me ask you this instead. Do you feel like there's pressure on a team like FURIA when it comes to the major, more so than maybe some of the other teams here? Yeah, definitely. I definitely think so. I do think we have a lot of responsibility. I think there is a lot of pressure on us, and it's expected. You know, yeah. If people see us as the best team in Brazil, and if you want to be the best team in Brazil, you need to reach goals that the best team of Brazil should reach. So of course there's that kind of pressure. But at the same time, we just want to win. So if you just want to win and we are winning, we're gonna meet our expectations. Well, let's hope you do. Thank you very much for all the insight, Art, and good luck going into the major, man. Thank you very much, Max.
LinVision finished it over on the B stream. Blau was just getting back because you wanted to stand close to the booth, I presume. But here we are right in front of FURIA, and oh my, you can just see it behind us. But that is just unbelievable to overcome, I think. Starting the major 0-2 and in that fashion, but I guess you are very happy.
Listen, everyone saw that 2v5 loss from FURIA. They deserve to lose after that. Honestly, that was messy. The final round as well, right? It's just against basically a couple of safe guns and a couple of pistols right there. FURIA, they've kind of dug their own grave. That being said, they're still not out yet. For LinVision, though, I think this was, honestly, considering the loss they had earlier today, I didn't pin them to get this win over here against FURIA. But they persevered, they got the win. Great
That's
job.
a massive win. That's a massive win for LinVision as well. And we could hear LinVision down here as well. They're yelling a couple of words throughout that game as well. The passion, the excitement they were playing with, it was great to see. That's what the majors are for. Obviously for FURIA, massive disappointment. I don't know how to describe it. A team that came in, you know, as the top dog from the Americas Arma. They beat Liquid, they beat Complexity. We had high hopes. A lot of people have them as 3-0 in their pick'ems, myself included. Now they find themselves in a situation where they're one game away from being eliminated. Again, just like in Paris.
I was actually standing next to LinVision when they won that round, the 2v5, and I think one of them said in English, "What was that?" After winning it.
I heard
he said,
it
"What
too.
the F?" Yeah.
Yeah, he said, "What the fuck was that?"
Because it happened a couple of rounds before that as well, right?
Yes.
A round that they had absolutely no business winning. We are waiting for the schedule. We're going to get it in just a second because I am very curious to see who FURIA, of course, is going to face in that matchup. And the thing is, it seems like it kind of doesn't matter because
here we go.
It's just not good. Here we go. Okay.
Oh.
Pain versus ENCE. Of course, we start with best of ones tomorrow, right? So to the teams that went 1-1. And then we have the Mongols AMKAL, Movistar, Koi versus FURIA.
Listen, there's a lot of teams right now happy for this situation, and there's a lot of teams unhappy about it. Obviously, first and foremost, you look at Movistar Koi. They came so close beating ENCE. They were up 12-7 in that game to go 1-1. They lose that game in overtime, and now they face elimination against FURIA in a best of 3. They are not happy about LinVision winning. Ecstatic, however, though, they get a 1-1 game against LinVision, so either LinVision or Ecstatic, two teams that a lot of people had for their 0-3 picks in the pick'ems, will go 2-1 and secure themselves at least 2 chances in a best of 3 of making it to the next stage. For me, those are the 2 highlights right here.
Yeah.
For me, the Mongols AMKAL game, I look at it, and if you told me Mongols are going to be playing AMKAL yesterday, I'd be like, oh, this is great, this is easy for Mongols. But having seen them here today, I just want to tell them right now, if you guys are watching this, man, just please,
they're not watching.
Please, they're probably not watching, but if you do watch a VOD later on, someone can probably tweet at them, please just don't fuck this one up. Please don't do this. Don't go 0-3. Don't break my heart.
For Blah's sake. Let's take a look at the A-stream matches that we have tomorrow. Of course, we have our very first teams moving on to the elimination stage, but we'll start off with the one-on-one games, Imperial, Apex, and GamerLegion Legacy, and then Heroic Eternal Fire. And Cloud9 Saw. I love these best of 3s.
Those 2 final games, those are bangers. Heroic, Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire haven't been challenged yet thus far. Heroic have been challenged, but they've got the wins done. And Cloud9 versus Assault. Who looked a little shaky here in Vertigo, but they have so far been unbeaten. I think these are banger.
Yeah,
banger
I agree.
games.
If I'm not mistaken, Cloud9 also did lose to Saw not so long ago online, so that's a bit of a grudge match in that regard. Imperial versus Apex. We've been very positive when it comes to Imperial. They've exceeded our expectations. Apex, a little bit under the weather today on day 1. You know, we expected more from them. That's a very telling game as well. One of those will go 1-2, and obviously the other one 2-1. And I feel like for a 1-1 game, that's probably the one with the most quality right there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of those games. I think Eternal Fire Heroic could be an absolute banger. Then Cloud9 Saw, you're right, they beat them 2-0 actually for Blast just a few weeks ago, which is it was online, yeah, but it counts. We're counting all those wins that they had in a row, right? And specifically when it comes to Cloud9 and closing the door, I don't know.
They should win. They should win. But then again, Saw, you know, they're riding a momentum right now. They're riding a wave. They're looking good on the server. In a best of 3, though, I think we'll see the limitations against Cloud9 online when the pressure's on.
I think they're going to be pushed pretty deep, but I'm actually going to go the way of Saw here.
You are?
I think they had to
sleep on it, you know. Get a good night of sleep.
I
and then
don't need sleep. I don't need
Yeah,
sleep. It's
yeah.
fine. I'm just I'm fully on a Saw train right now.
Okay, I love it. Well, closing thoughts for the first day of the major in Copenhagen?
Eventful. Eventful is the word.
Least.
Yeah, that's my word. That's it. That's my closing thought.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, classic major with a decent amount of upsets, but also a decent amount of teams doing well. So, you know, it wouldn't be a major if we didn't see teams shit themselves, and we have today.
There we go.
Oh. We did see that a few times. And I think those are wonderful, poetic closing words from Jacob. That's what I rely on him for. Wonderful. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the show. It was an absolute honor to kick off the first day of the major here. And of course, we have much more action coming for you. Tomorrow, we'll be back at 1 p.m. with the PGL CS2 major live from Copenhagen. Good night. Get some sleep.
Bye.
Good night.